Content synopsis. In the year 3876, 5 years have passed since the Fifth World War. A novel athletic competition known as Exball, which integrates virtual reality, programming technology, and physical movement, has taken the world by storm. In a world plagued by the GenexⅡ virus, Exball serves as a beacon of hope for many. Numerous individuals have formed their own Exball teams, continuously challenging formidable opponents in pursuit of victory at the prestigious Maximum Exball Cup, MEC, driven by passion and the pursuit of triumph. However, the underlying technology of Exball is far from simplistic. Simultaneously, a new conflict surrounding Exball and GenexⅡ is quietly emerging. A multitude of characters, dual narratives, a fervent sports story, diving into darkness, involving time travel, featuring mutations and evolution, possessing superpowers. Romantic subplots are minimal. Chapter 1, Exball. Is the year 3876. 5 years have elapsed since the Fifth World War. Here lies the global epicenter, the city of New Avalon, where reconstruction has been executed remarkably well, bearing no resemblance to its former state of near-total obliteration. Interconnected by a web of overpasses, the skyscrapers divide the city into 3 distinct layers. The ground level serves as a leisure and commercial district, the mid-level is residential, and the upper level is a hub for high-end offices and educational institutions. It is morning, and the majority of individuals are hurrying to their workplaces, fiddling with their personal terminals while waiting for the stratified elevators. The electronic virtual screens atop the skyscrapers are broadcasting the news. Recent surges in the GenexⅡ pandemic have been noted. Citizens are urged to remain vigilant and report any incidents. Newborns must be vaccinated, and minors under 18 should participate in obligatory monthly checkups to prevent the spread of the virus. An alarming increase in cases of missing infected individuals has been reported. Citizens are advised to prioritize their safety. The registration for the youth category of the Maximum Exball Cup, MEC, is about to commence. Dr. Claude, Chief Scientist of Exball and CEO of X Corporation, has expressed hopes that participants will uphold the spirit of health and camaraderie. Discovering oneself and creating miracles is the motto for this competition. Is the MEC about to begin? Sophie, chewing gum, glanced up at the electronic screen, her previously drowsy mind suddenly awakened. Exball is currently the most sought-after competitive sport, with the MEC garnering unparalleled global attention, second to none. Technological advancements have progressed at an astonishing pace, with artificial intelligence gradually replacing human labor, accomplishing nearly 90% of the work on Earth. Human endeavors have shifted towards high-level cognitive tasks, leaving behind menial labor. However, as the economy flourished, its drawbacks became apparent, leading to a decline in physical fitness among the populace. In response, X Corporation introduced Exball, incorporating virtual reality into the mix. Its core functionality allows players to submit programming codes to a database, which, in conjunction with physical movements, enables them to execute abilities akin to superhuman techniques during competition. These techniques must be triggered by a combination of physical coordination and programmed actions. In the midst of competition, real-time calculations based on the intensity of movements and the performance of the programs determine the outcome of confrontations. Thus, Exball achieves a perfect amalgamation of intellect and physical prowess, embodying an educational yet entertaining spirit. Consequently, this initiative transcends the limitations of traditional sports, offering an experience beyond reality. As long as one is registered in the Exball database, one can create a virtual arena and summon intelligent electronic referees anywhere, allowing Exball to dominate the market with its convenient, user-friendly, and cutting-edge characteristics, simultaneously satisfying humanity's desire for superpowers. Exball has become a focal point for educational institutions, with countless individuals engaging in it within the leisure area of the city. Sophie, a fervent enthusiast of Exball, initially felt a surge of excitement, but soon found herself disheartened. It seemed that this competition held little relevance to her at present. Moreover, her own situation today appeared rather bleak. It was the first day of school, and the morning featured an opening ceremony. However, she had just realized that she had overslept. To make matters worse, her flying device had been restricted due to regulations. After calling to explain her predicament, her teacher, Mr. Max, responded with, "Well, then, you need not come today." When she checked the attendance list on her terminal, she discovered that she had been marked absent for the entire day. It appeared her GPA for this semester was doomed to plummet. There always seems to be a flaw in my otherwise flawless plans. Sophie sat on a park bench, puffing out her cheeks as she vigorously chewed her gum. Life is truly unworthy. It is no wonder she had also overslept for the final exam of general relativity, part 2, last semester, leading her to plead with the teacher via text message. The message read, "Esteemed and illustrious Mr. Max, I am Sophie, a level 74 student. Due to the malevolent scheming of my roommate, I was misinformed about the examination schedule and regrettably missed the final for general relativity, part 2. I am passionate about knowledge and learning. I humbly request another opportunity. I trust you would not condone such unscrupulous behavior from my roommate and would understand my innocence. Please, I implore you to consider my plea. Yet the issue remains, Sophie, you are a day student. There is no possibility for a retake. It is an impossibility in this lifetime, merely leaving that old man fuming with frustration." Sophie popped a bubble. "Never mind, let this be a lesson. Who knew Mr. Max will become the homeroom teacher this semester and hold a grudge?" Suddenly, an unidentified object plopped down beside Sophie, startling her to the point where she nearly swallowed her gum. Leisurely turning her head, she observed the object clad in a white t-shirt and beach shorts, the most peculiar aspect being the flip-flops adorning their feet. However, the unknown individual was rummaging through a backpack, preparing to change into a pair of grimy sneakers. Sophie could already detect the unmistakable odor of foot funk. "Who on earth are you? There are so many empty seats. Why sit next to me?" Sophie rolled her eyes. The mysterious figure looked up, scratching their unruly, fiery red hair, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that contrasted with their sun-kissed skin. "I'm Karl. I prefer sitting close to the grass." "It doesn't bother you, does it?" As if it would not bother her. Sophie silently scoffed, feeling irritated, only to realize that Karl was unabashedly staring at her chest. Infuriated, she slapped him, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? If you want to see a runway, go look at yourself." Karl, taken aback and feeling wronged, muttered in a much softer tone, "I was looking at the school emblem. I'm not interested in men. Not interested in men." Sophie was taken aback. Sophie today fashioned a braid that, combined with her striking personality and her flat physique, led many to mistake her for a boy. Her attire was rather peculiar. The upper half comprised a female school uniform, yet the bow had been replaced with a tie. The lower half consisted of male trousers rather than a skirt. If it weren't for the school emblem, Karl would hardly have recognized it as their school uniform. He mused that in this modern era, it was quite progressive for boys to admire and don girls' uniforms, and even grow long hair. Such expressions of individuality seemed perfectly acceptable. Despite her aversion to being called a girl or having her gender emphasized, she found herself somewhat irked by the misunderstanding her appearance had caused. A swift chop of her hand would suffice to settle the matter. Karl, having endured yet another beating, appeared more aggrieved than ever. "I feel I've chosen the wrong school. How will I navigate my academic journey from here on? It's far too violent." "What?" Sophie looked at him with confusion. Karl pointed at the emblem on her chest. "Isn't that the emblem of Tienza Senior School? I cannot be mistaken. I attended Tienza for my intermediate studies, and I've seen that emblem for 4 years." Sophie was taken aback. "You're also from Tienza?" "Indeed, I should be in class 3 of the first year after the school year begins." Sophie grinned mischievously. "Oh, a fresh recruit. You must call me senior. I'm Sophie, but I'm already in the 3rd year." She patted Karl's shoulder heartily, adopting a brotherly demeanor. Perhaps having a junior wouldn't be so bad after all. "But, senior," Karl stammered, startled by the sudden shift in tone. "Why are you wearing the school uniform during the break?" He scratched his head. "Isn't today the opening ceremony?" Sophie suddenly recalled that Karl was from the same school, questioning why he was so leisurely sauntering about in slippers. "The opening ceremony isn't on the 1st of the month?" Karl exclaimed. "I even set a reminder alarm. Today isn't the 1st. Look." Sophie pulled out her terminal and projected the date and time directly onto Karl's face. "Impossible." Karl began frantically rummaging through his terminal, only to realize that he had set his alarm for the 1st of next month. Like an owl startled awake, he bolted out, clutching his head and shouting, "Heavens! Where's the train station?" Sophie grasped Karl and pulled him back. "Calm down. The opening ceremony has concluded, and half of the morning classes are already over. Besides, do you really plan to attend school dressed like that? You might as well skip today. Take my advice. Ditching class is the first hidden compulsory course at a senior school." After finally stabilizing Karl, he sat back in his chair, looking utterly defeated. "It's over. I'll be scolded tomorrow. I heard my teacher is quite severe and never grants leave without a hospital note." Sophie was curious. "What class do you have in the morning that has you so flustered?" Mr. Max's Introduction to General Relativity, Part 1. Sophie struggled to contain her laughter nearly shedding tears as she fought to maintain composure in front of the woeful newcomer. "You, I wish you luck, or rather, my condolences," Sophie offered half-heartedly. How utterly real this clueless boy is. Had he not encountered me, he probably wouldn't have even remembered to attend school tomorrow. Sophie suddenly found herself not disliking him so much. "Senior, you must guide me during course selection in the future," Karl said, tears streaming down his face. "Don't count on it. I haven't figured out the ropes myself. I only transferred here in the latter half of last semester," Sophie internally grumbled. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up in Mr. Max's class. "Why did you transfer? Won't you have to retake some courses?" Sophie stroked her chin thoughtfully. "If I were to explain, it would be because of Exball." She sighed somewhat resignedly. "Exball? The Exball club of my previous school was utterly inadequate, terribly so, with funds that never got approved. I heard that GenexⅡ's Exball department is quite formidable, so I transferred here," she said with a twinkle in her eye. "I adore Exball, though the ensuing experience was far from pleasant. That's a tale for another time." Karl perked up again. "Hey, I'm also part of the Exball club." "Really?" This time it was Sophie's turn to be astonished. She hadn't expected this seemingly unreliable fellow to be a renowned player in GenexⅡ's Exball department. "Since I was a junior, I've been honing my fundamentals, assisting seniors with equipment, serving tea, and doing all the menial tasks, but I've never played in a match. Yet I still love Exball. I was supposed to practice today. Did you bring your equipment?" Sophie's eyes sparkled, and without a second thought for privacy, she began rummaging through Karl's bag. Sure enough, she unearthed a black card nestled within the bulging seams of his bag, an Exball projection device. Karl suddenly proposed, "How about this, senior? Let's play together." Chapter 2. Eden. Ding. With that sound, all safety nets were activated and adjusted to the highest state of readiness, and the check-in buttons on everyone's terminals turned gray. Wells scrolled through the virtual display, meticulously examining the attendance list. The densely packed names reflected on his lenses. The check-in time had elapsed. Aside from one nominal vice president, all others had checked in. Wells had grown accustomed to it. After all, he never expected that individual to assist him with his workload when he initially agreed to appoint him as vice president. The Kaleidoscope project was completed and showed no anomalies. Puppet confirmation, no anomalies. External signal jamming device confirmation, no anomalies. Connections among departments established. This was a vast yet concealed spatial rift, housing a colossal independent office system, with no entrance or exit accessible without special permissions. They referred to this place as Eden. Outsiders labeled them as non-compliant, heavily infected individuals of the GenexⅡ virus, considering them extremely dangerous entities. GenexⅡ, a novel virus discovered merely 8 years ago, only infected children under the age of 18. Once infected, it drastically reduced life expectancy, with nearly all infected individuals failing to survive past 18. In the initial stages of infection, the virus significantly enhanced physical capabilities and granted uncontrollable and perilous abilities, enabling feats beyond human capacity, such as conjuring flames from thin air or even creating wormholes. To date, no one has been able to ascertain the origin of these abilities, nor has a scientist found a cure for this affliction. According to reports from the highest echelons of society, the Balance Council, this virus also significantly incites antisocial behavior and a bloodthirsty nature in the infected, leading to frequent instances where parents covertly conceal infected individuals, only for them to later go on violent rampages harming the innocent. Historically, numerous bloody events have been attributed to infected individuals, with the most infamous being the Adele incident, which forced the premature conclusion of the Fifth World War. Consequently, infected individuals also acquired a widely used moniker, bloodstained children. As a result, the world remains on high alert regarding this virus. All adolescents are required to undergo regular health examinations. Upon identification of an infected individual, they're classified based on the severity of their infection. Mildly infected individuals are continuously monitored by the reflex net system of the Balance Council throughout the day. Some severely infected individuals are stripped of all civil rights, isolated, and sent to the Balance Council's quarantine centers, never to interact with other citizens again. After learning from so many past lessons, society has come to dread GenexⅡ, with hardly anyone daring to harbor an infected individual, including their own parents. Certainly, exceptions exist. Those infected individuals who vehemently resisted the surveillance of the Libre Council or desperately escaped from the quarantine centers ultimately converged, establishing this rift in space as their sanctuary. They refer to themselves as the children of the new era. At present, The Libra Council remains oblivious to the existence of this meticulously organized group of so-called missing infected individuals. Wells leads this iteration of the children of the new era, and all the children address him as commander. Before Wells lies a vast projection screen, continuously updating with the operational statuses of various departments. With a resounding bang, the office door was rudely flung open. However, Wells is not the least bit concerned that news has leaked, allowing the members of the Libra Council to infiltrate the innermost sanctum of Eden so swiftly. "I'll look at you so industrious. Commander," a fellow with a mane resembling a lion's, leaning against the doorframe with a bowl of instant noodles, slurps noisily while mumbling a greeting. A greasy aroma of instant noodles quickly fills the meticulously organized office. Department 05, proceed with Plan C. Wells issues his directive before turning to regard the individual. "Ray, did you actually think to visit headquarters today? I couldn't find a game to join, so I thought I'd drop by for some fun," Ray replies, voraciously devouring his noodles. "After all, I'm only 2 minutes late." More like 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Wells adjusts his glasses and states flatly, "This is not a place for leisure." Whatever. Ray nonchalantly saunters over to plop down on a nearby sofa. Wells lets out a sigh, realizing he is powerless against Ray's antics. "Do not disturb my work," he reflects, adding, "and please refrain from spilling noodle broth on the floor." Karl presses the center of a card, activating it instantly, intricate patterns illuminating its surface. "And there's no need to log in. Just mess around. Select free mode," Sophie suggests. Karl nods, brushing his finger along the card's edge. A virtual screen immediately projects above the card. He hastily adjusts the settings, and with a beep, the card ascends, projecting a ball beneath Karl's feet. The ball bears a large X, which Karl nudges with his foot to confirm its integrity. X-Ball operates by utilizing holographic projection and particle disturbance to create a unique force field within a designated area, simulating real tactile sensations and force, thus generating a court and a ball out of thin air. The technology is now incredibly advanced, feeling indistinguishable from reality. In free mode, one can choose to log in or not. If one opts not to log in, they cannot utilize their unique special moves programmed in their personal database. However, the system still provides a few basic universal special moves. This mode generates only the ball, not the court, meaning the existing environment serves as the playing field. It is typically employed for warm-ups and skill practice. Additionally, this mode lacks a referee and scoreboard, featuring only a color-changing light to indicate the ball's real-time possession. Thus, the rules and scoring are not strictly enforced and can be altered at any moment. Karl remarks, "Though my equipment is of inferior quality, at least the range of this lawn can be covered by the force field." "All right, you attack, and I'll defend." Sophie gestures, "Let's use that chair back over there as the goal." In a formal X-Ball match, both sides have a goal and a goalkeeper, and only goals scored in the net count as points. The area outside the penalty box is where all players can operate, while only the defending goalkeeper and the attacking player with the ball may enter the penalty area. According to X-Ball's rules, when the ball contacts a player's body, it belongs to that player at that moment. The ball loses possession when it is airborne and not in contact with any player, allowing both sides to contest for it, using their heads and limbs. If a player maintains contact with the ball in the same position for more than 3 seconds, it is deemed a foul. Karl charges towards Sophie, dribbling the ball with his legs. Is he left-footed? Sophie speculates. While some individuals possess remarkable coordination with both hands and feet, most tend to be categorized into those who are left or right-handed, leading to distinct playing styles. She positions herself in front of Karl, tentatively attempting to intercept with her foot. Karl feels a flicker of pride, believing he has the upper hand. He flicks the ball, aiming to catch it with his hands, and swiftly pivot around Sophie. Transitioning from foot to hand is a fundamental movement. How foolish. I saw right through that. Sophie had already anticipated his move and swiftly raised her hand to strike the ball mid-air. Quick, precise, and forceful. She is right-handed. Both players rush towards the ball that has been propelled away. Physically, Sophie is slightly at a disadvantage, allowing Karl to make the first contact with the ball. Before Karl can revel in his success, he witnesses Sophie lunging towards the ball that bounces off the top of his foot. In a moment of panic, Karl shoots the ball away. "Oh no!" he exclaims as the ball rockets upward like a bullet. The power is impressive. Sophie muses in surprise, but quickly deduces that the striking point was off, making it likely to veer off course. The computer's real-time calculations, of course, outpace her own mental computations, and the ball veers off course, headed straight toward the passing boy's head. "Oh no!" Karl slaps his forehead. 3, 2, 1 headshot. The signal light now illuminates in a third color, indicating that a third individual has been drawn into the game. Karl's shot is undeniably fierce, striking the boy's head and causing the ball to rebound an unusual angle, going out of bounds. Once the ball goes out of bounds, the system instantly regenerates a new ball at the feet of the last person the ball touched before going out. The boy shakes his head, managing to steady himself, and slowly turns to reveal an aura of dark energy surrounding him. His voice is chillingly cold. Who is it? Wells sits upright before the large screen, organizing data, while Ray, seemingly from nowhere, pulls out a bag of beef jerky and begins to munch. Ray is truly an unabashed foodie, always able to produce snacks at any moment. Do you have plans this afternoon? Wells inquires casually, his gaze still fixed intently on the large screen. I'm going to wander around and see if there's anywhere to play ball, Ray replies, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed. If I were a member of the Libra Council and discovered this, I would surely be infuriated. The most wanted infected individual casually strolls around playing ball, and they remain completely oblivious. Ray, rather than feeling shame, takes pride in his status. I'm the most wanted? That's quite the reputation. He shrugs nonchalantly. Those incompetent fools can't catch me. What can I do about it? Just as Wells prepares to chide him further, the office is suddenly filled with the sound of an alarm. Report. Subject Kaleidoscope 0 has made contact with 2 ordinary humans and engaged in a minor scuffle. With no injuries reported, an audio clip relayed through the speaker. Wells briefly raises his gaze to a corner of the screen, displaying surveillance footage before lowering his head once more. While it is mandatory to monitor Subject 0 and report any anomalies, occurrences of scuffles involving Subject 0 are far too common, so commonplace that even the typically meticulous Wells is contemplating whether to filter out such notifications in the future. That lad is truly full of vitality, Lay chuckled heartily. Wells, however, glanced down at the data. I believe this has little to do with vitality. Report. A newly discovered unregistered child of the new era, approximately 8 years old, has been identified in the second-level Rhine district of the Kaleidoscope route. Preliminary assessment classifies him as grade. Members of the Libra Council are already en route, approaching the target along Golden Road. Please issue further instructions. An audio transmission followed. Both Wells and Lay were taken aback, their banter fading into silence. Grade A. Wells lifted his gaze, activating a brief video clip transmitted alongside the audio report. The footage was somewhat murky, revealing a small blonde boy amidst chaos. Despite the considerable noise, one could still discern a massive rift materializing before him, grotesquely spanning one side of the screen, with surrounding buildings reduced to rubble. The crowd screamed and scattered, as if the boy hailed from the depths of hell. Well, this is quite remarkable. It's been years since I've seen another grade A, Lay remarked, struggling with a particularly tough piece of beef tendon, his words somewhat garbled. The ability to independently tear through space indeed warrants a preliminary classification as grade A. The intelligence department has not deceived us. We must locate him before the Libra Council does, Wells asserted, opening a video call window. Calling Department 09, Sherry. In the call window appeared a girl with dramatically dyed orange hair, adorned with a blue butterfly hairpin. Her sea blue eyes focused on a small round mirror as she murmured, "Wow, my hair has grown so pretty again." A tuft of hair atop her head quivered with excitement. A voice nearby interjected, "Ahem, Sherry, hurry up, the director is looking for you." Startled, the girl fumbled to put away her mirror, deliberately tightening her expression. She turned nervously to the screen. "Good day, director. What can I do for you?" Wells, known for his efficiency, had little patience for theatrics. While Sherry was preoccupied with her reflection, he recorded his message and sent over the pertinent information about the boy, promptly terminating the call without further ado. I can just imagine Sherry on the other end shouting, "I absolutely refuse to find an adorable boy like that." Lay, unable to chew the stubborn tendon any longer, swallowed it whole with a grimace. "Ugh, aren't you worried she might actually not go? Perhaps that fellow hasn't even received your message." "That won't happen. If a grade A compatriot falls into the hands of the Libra Council, I will ensure everyone paints a flower on her face," Wells remarked, though his tone bore no hint of jest, sending a shiver down one's spine. Lay understood that, joking aside, this was typical Wells behavior. His concern was genuine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned Sherry from Department 09, despite her eccentricities. He placed immense trust in his colleagues, each of whom had danced with death and could not afford any mistakes in their endeavors. As Lei pondered the intricacies of life, Wells suddenly turned to him, issuing a command. Lei, I sentence you to clean Eden for a week. That is all. Huh? Why? Lei exclaimed, bewildered, his mouth agape, as if his jaw might detach from his face. You've left a mess on my floor, Wells stated expressionlessly. After a moment of frantic searching, Lei felt utterly defeated as he squatted down, questioning what he could have possibly dropped on the floor. 10 minutes later, he uncovered a strand of beef, lodged in a crevice, measuring less than a millimeter in width and barely 3 centimeters in length. Chapter 3. The terrifying familiar stranger. Hey, it was you who just struck me, wasn't it? The boy, who had been kicked, questioned in an exceedingly menacing tone. He stepped onto the ball with a slender frame, possessing an unremarkable appearance, short black hair, dark eyes, and bangs that obscured his left eye. Dressed in a modest black and white shirt, black trousers, and white sneakers, he was nevertheless impeccably tidy, with his hands shoved into his pockets. His gaze seemed to harbor the ferocity of a lurking wolf. Meanwhile, Karl, wearing a foolish grin and attempting to feign ignorance, scratched his head. Before he could utter an apology, the ball came soaring towards him with alarming speed. Suddenly, a card flashed red, emitting an urgent alarm. Alert, alert. Force assessment exceeds safety limits. Emergency protocols activated. Force automatically reduced by 50%. Before Karl could react, the ball collided violently with his abdomen, nearly bringing him to his knees. Darkness momentarily clouded his vision, and his stomach churned with turmoil. This impact had already been forcibly halved in intensity, barely reaching the threshold of safety. The boy let out a disdainful grunt as he approached Karl, who was doubled over in pain, clutching his belly. Sophie stood frozen, her mind struggling to devise a strategy. Initially, she had thought that if they had merely kicked a passerby by accident, a simple apology would suffice. Now, however, it appeared they had offended someone formidable. She never anticipated that a boy who appeared so young and frail could unleash such formidable strength. As Sophie witnessed the boy raise his fist, she ceased her overthinking, mustering her courage to dash forward and firmly embrace the boy from behind, preventing him from inflicting further harm on Karl. If that punch were to land, Exball's force field control would be utterly ineffective. Goodness, this boy is remarkably slender. His waist is so thin, Sophie mused. Let us see if I can drag him away. Karl seemed to be regaining his composure. Sophie managed to pull the boy a slight distance. Goodness, he is so light. How many girls striving to lose weight would lament this? She thought. Sophie prepared to continue pulling the boy back to distance him from Karl, when suddenly she felt her wrist ensnared by a grip as firm as a vice. Before she could comprehend what was happening, the scenery around her spun violently, and she was abruptly thrust to the ground in a heavy fall. A shoulder throw. Are you okay? Karl exclaimed, rushing over in surprise. Ouch, my poor back. Sophie groaned on the ground, grimacing in pain, tears welling in her eyes. Fortunately, it seemed her bones had escaped unscathed. The boy appeared to have no intention of continuing the altercation. He reined in his previous fury, as if suddenly disinterested. He smirked slightly and observed Sophie as she struggled to rise from the ground. Then, astonishingly, he yawned. Without uttering a word, he turned and began to walk away. Sophie leaned against her waist and sat to the side, internally lamenting, how is it that today I have encountered two oddballs? However, she dared not provoke this second one any further. Though a sense of indignation simmered within her, reason urged her to steer clear of this individual. Let us go? I must leave quickly. It seemed as if the adage birds of a feather flock together resonated, for upon turning her head, Sophie discovered that Karl had suddenly vanished. A brief search with her eyes revealed to her astonishment that Karl had positioned himself directly in front of the youth who had just taken a few steps away. Goodness, that fiend just left, and you dare to provoke him again. What on earth are you trying to achieve? Are you a masochist? Sophie pressed her forehead in exasperation, nearly driven to the brink of madness by this fool. Now it was the youth's turn to look utterly bewildered, seemingly just as perplexed by Karl's behavior. Karl, however, remained unfazed by their astonished gazes, exuding an exuberance that made it evident to all that his eyes sparkled with shimmering stars. Your last shot was incredible. It nearly killed me. Were you once part of the Exball Club? He did not inquire if the youth had played Exball. In his mind, every individual should possess a fondness for the game. Upon hearing this term, the youth's expression flickered with uncertainty, but it was fleeting. What a tiresome pastime, he scoffed, turning his head away to signal his disinterest. Karl, undeterred, continued to express his excitement. It was truly remarkable. Would you like to join us for a game? The youth shot a sideways glance at Karl. What was this fellow's issue? He had just been thoroughly beaten, yet appeared so elated. What was there to be excited about in such a trivial game? Was he an idiot? Sophie was left utterly speechless by these two peculiar characters. Turning her back, she covered her face, silently vowing that if anyone were to witness this, she would deny any association with Karl. It dawned on her that Karl was the quintessential Exball fanatic, likely with nothing else occupying his mind. As if Exball had been his beloved in a past life. Absolutely not, the youth declared as he prepared to depart. Yet, Karl once again blocked his path. Come on. I'm not coming. The youth shifted in another direction. Let us play ball together. I've already said no. Goodness. That's quite a vulgar expression. Children should not speak so recklessly. Why won't you come? There's no reason. Then why not join us? A grown man acting so coy is quite unbecoming. The boy's forehead flushed with irritation, and he seized Karl by the collar. Direct to the Rhine district. Oh, look, we arrived a whole minute earlier than expected. I truly am a genius. What had once been a deserted corner of the street suddenly saw a girl emerge from the shadows. This was their ability, instantaneous relocation. Following closely behind her, another youth appeared abruptly. The girl, about to retrieve her compact mirror for a quick glance, fumbled, and the mirror slipped back into her pocket. She had little defense against the boy's sudden arrival. You startled me. The boy produced his identification and briefly introduced himself, stating, I am the head of the Rhine district from Department 07, dispatched by the commander to assist with this mission. Allow me to guide you on the safest route for this individual. Suddenly, he halted. The girl appeared entirely disinterested in his words. Nonchalantly extracting a mirror to examine her reflection, she casually remarked, I think I'll head back now. Just send it to our Department 09 when you're done. The address is 09666. Here's a little heart for you. Bye-bye. The boy was utterly taken aback by her response. But this time, surely, you're the specialist. He exclaimed. It's sufficient for just one person to execute the mission. Shirley leaned closer to the mirror, scrutinizing her appearance. How complicated can it be to entertain a child? She replied. The commander only assigned me to assist because it's a Class A target. The boy's face darkened, marked by a few deep lines of frustration. Is there anything of importance? She continued, seemingly unfazed. Tears streamed down his face as he internally grappled with his mounting frustration. Suddenly, he seized her wrist firmly, clutching the mirror, and extracted a black marker from his pocket, presenting it before her. In Eden, Lay and Wells observed the live surveillance on a large screen. Are you truly at ease with this? Lay pointed at the display. Wells, too, appeared somewhat troubled. I suppose this is her unique style of execution. Go on, you start. Karl cheerfully dashed to the other side of the lawn, waving to the boy. The boy glanced down at the ball awkwardly thrust into his hands, a frown etched across his face. Seriously? Did I agree to this? He muttered. Oh well. There's nothing else to do today. I might as well pass the time with them. Why not have a small match? With limited players. We 1T need a standard field. Let us use the benches as goals. Karl fiddled with his card, accessing the settings to designate the benches as temporary goals. Whether hitting the backrest or the ball rolling beneath the seat would count as a score, he activated the electronic referee. Thus, beside the original signal light, a scoreboard emerged. Sophie, having just witnessed a grand spectacle, was initially left speechless but soon found herself amused by the unfolding drama. The thought of the arrogant boy being unable to outsmart Karl made her want to burst into laughter. Today is your day to face defeat. Truly, one mountain cannot surpass another. She had completely forgotten about the shoulder throw, feeling a sense of satisfaction instead. The boy suddenly turned to Sophie and instructed, Hey, go over there. Who are you calling hey? I have a name. It's Sophie, she retorted, displeased. Karl then realized. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Karl. The boy disregarded their disjointed exchange entirely. Karl scratched his head, adding another person might be unfair, right? The more, the merrier, the boy replied. This little brat is rather arrogant, Sophie thought, her expression somewhat ominous. Thus, once the data reloaded, the card ascended into the air, and this serendipitous little match commenced. The youth placed the ball at his feet, hesitating for a moment before letting out a sigh. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he ambled toward the opposite side. Hey, he has got his hands in his pockets and is just walking. This guy clearly lacks the desire to play, Sophie remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The languid exchange was about to be interrupted when Karl, unfazed, dashed toward the boy. It was truly vexing. Abandoning the ball and fleeing was an option, but it felt akin to conceding defeat. The boy clicked his tongue, gently flicking the ball, which spun like magic around his foot, evading Karl's interception. Sophie was taken aback by his footwork. Could it be that this boy was also left-footed? In truth, among all Exball players, those who favored their hands significantly outnumbered those who preferred their feet. To encounter two in one day was unexpected. Typically, a footed shot possesses greater power. yet it also comes with a higher risk of error. Handed players tend to exhibit more agility and a slightly higher margin for error, though they lack the brute strength of those who utilize their feet. However, elite players can wield their feet with grace and unpredictability, while also delivering remarkable power with their hands. The boy was merely walking at a leisurely pace, and Karl caught up in a single stride. But the youth effortlessly leaped away from him. A true master, without a doubt. This boy's arrogance was not without justification. Senior. Karl immediately turned to inform Sophie. This youth was truly exceptional. Sophie meticulously analyzed every movement, only to realize that what appeared to be casual actions were, in fact, flawless. She had encountered a formidable opponent. Clenching her teeth, Sophie charged forward. Impeccable. The phrase echoed in her mind. If this fellow were to take things seriously, what kind of monster would he become? He would surely obliterate us. Never mind that. Sophie resolved to dive for the ball at the youth's feet. It was quite irksome to be overshadowed by a junior. Unsurprisingly, the boy merely shifted his body slightly and evaded her grasp. How tiresome. Have I become so bored that I can patiently kick a ball with an imbecile? The boy mused. According to their prior agreement, scoring would only require him to kick the ball through the gap between the two trees ahead. He deftly lifted the ball with his foot, narrowly avoiding Karl's approach, and gently nudged it forward. The ball rolled slowly beneath the bench. Chapter 4. The race. Moju led Sherry along the edge of the street, providing her with more detailed information. However, she seemed utterly disinterested, lamenting about how one could draw on a girl's face and complaining that it was nearly noon with the sun blazing, worried about getting tanned, which left Moju quite exasperated. Nevertheless, he persevered in his explanation. Our target is at the apartment ahead. We must walk there to avoid unnecessary attention. It will take us approximately 42 seconds to reach, and according to calculations, the Libra Council will arrive in 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Therefore, you have just 2 minutes and 6 seconds to complete the task. In these 2 minutes and 6 seconds, you must at the very least extract the target, thereby rendering the Balance Council devoid of its objective. I shall endeavor to delay for you at the intersection before the apartment. Upon the completion of the task, please send a message to my terminal. The target has been preliminarily assessed as Grade A, on par with the Deputy Chief. You are also Grade A, so exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, it was the target's parents who reported to the Balance Council, and they should be present as well. Strive to avoid employing forceful measures, for that would incite unrest and expose our headquarters. Time is of the essence, so let me briefly outline the target's characteristics. The 08 Department has recently infiltrated the Public Security Bureau to access citizen information, as well as the profiles and online records of individuals the target has interacted with, revealing that the target's name is Miller, a male aged 8. According to intelligence, those around him maintain a considerable distance. He possesses few friends and occasionally exhibits peculiar behavior, along with a severe case of adolescent delusions. Emojo paused, somewhat bemused by the casual manner in which the 08 Department presented their findings. He halted. Prepared to send you on your way. You should already possess the experience necessary for negotiations. Hurry along. Only a little over 2 minutes remain. Honestly, I look so inept. Sherry pouted, making a face at Emojo before stowing away the mirror and swiftly heading toward the apartment ahead. Emojo exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow as he squatted beside a flower bed. He noticed hot meals displayed in the convenience store window, and, with the slightest blink, a box of food instantly found its way into his hands. This would allow him to masquerade as an ordinary, beleaguered office worker dining outside, while he observed the situation. Emojo felt that his squatting posture was remarkably convincing as he prepared to unwrap the meal. In his haste, he carelessly picked a box without paying attention, and upon opening the packaging, he immediately regretted it. A thick layer of wilting, yellow celery lay atop the rice. This was his least favorite food. Just as he hesitated over whether to truly pick up his chopsticks, the sound of a flying vehicle roared in his ears. Emojo instinctively dropped the chopsticks he had just grasped. This can't be right. So soon. The 08 Department miscalculated the timing again. Kappa soared by on his flying vehicle, flanked by 2 companions. The wind whipped against his military uniform, causing the collar to flutter audibly. Turn right ahead. Then left after 50 meters, enter the target's location. The target resides in the western unit of the building, and his parents are waiting downstairs as requested. Navigation complete. Please submit the task report on time. End of transmission. The calm, mechanical synthesized voice faded away, and the navigation screen in front of the vehicle dimmed. These incidents involving infected individuals must be handled by specially trained agents from the Balance Council. Ordinary law enforcement is utterly incapable of dealing with the infected. Kappa focused intently on the road, adjusting the flying vehicle's speed to its maximum. In the past 3 years, the success rate for missions concerning similar infected cases had astonishingly dipped below 15%. The task of registering infected individuals and implanting specialized monitors is often shrouded in the inexplicable phenomenon of sudden disappearances. Despite the organization's exhaustive efforts, they find themselves at a loss for leads. The original guardians of the infected can only provide unhelpful responses, such as, "But they were just here. Weren't they taken away? Or haven't you already been here?" They struggle to even describe the appearance of any suspects. However, the officials speculate that these occurrences may be linked to a mysterious organization that eludes detection, like a specter. The name of this organization frequently appears in various incident reports. Yet tangible evidence remains elusive, as if those involved have vanished into thin air, regardless of any potential connection to this enigmatic group. The inexplicable disappearances of infected individuals serve as a colossal invisible threat, significantly undermining social stability and public order. This mission, however, differs from those preceding it, as the target is a severely infected individual preliminarily assessed at a level of at least A. The directive is to apprehend the infected person and transport them to a quarantine center, making the task all the more daunting. Success is imperative. The command from the superior is unequivocal. Kappa tightened his grip on the handlebars. He navigated past a utility pole and turned left, revealing a row of apartments. "We've arrived," his companion remarked. "Which building is the furthest west?" "Goodness, why not just say left or right instead of complicating things with cardinal directions?" The soldier, clad in neat military attire, grumbled as he ran, yet he did not require a compass to ascertain the target's location. Ahead stood only 2 buildings. To the left, a couple lingered anxiously, while the right side remained empty. Notably, the left building bore a massive gash, as if sliced by a colossal blade. The debris at the edge of the fissure had ceased to descend. Although the breach did not compromise the structural integrity of the building, it was sufficiently terrifying in appearance. The residents had already been evacuated, leaving only the couple in a state of distress, torn between the urge to flee and the inability to do so. Typically, if an infected individual exhibits emotional stability, the Libra Review Council permits guardians to wait in easily accessible locations for the newly identified infected. This procedure aims to facilitate the swift location of targets, thereby minimizing task duration and preventing others from exploiting the situation. However, it inadvertently complicates the secrecy of their operations. Yet, it was evident that this occasion was far from ordinary. Thus far, there was no sign of the infected individual. The infected had evidently just engaged in destructive behavior, their emotional state unstable and unlikely to yield cooperation. Without hesitation, the young soldier dashed toward the left. He glanced at his terminal. Thankfully, after a brief wait, the auditory data was finally transmitted. He quickly tugged at his collar, activating an almost invisible device nestled within, which read the auditory data in the final seconds. With the data successfully retrieved, he found himself standing before the anxious couple. Standing tall, he rendered a crisp salute and produced his identification. "Are you Miller's parents?" asked the young envoy, an official representative of the Libra Council, designated as G00001K, Kappa. "I am here to escort your son Miller for isolation. Kindly provide his whereabouts to facilitate this operation." The boy spoke with a remarkably formal demeanor. Honestly, the Libra Council lacks any semblance of innovation. It's always the same few phrases. "Ah, yes," the husband of the couple nodded after a moment of contemplation. "Thank you for your efforts. However, our child refuses to come down and has gone up to the rooftop." He pointed towards the top of the building, where a small figure could be seen precariously perched on the outer railing, swinging his legs. The boy strained his neck to look up, thinking to himself, "This is exceedingly dangerous." Yet, the couple appeared unconcerned about their child's safety. The wife subtly tugged at the boy's sleeve and, with a hint of apprehension, inquired, "Will he be sent directly to the isolation center? I've heard that there's a special school there that operates under closed management, eliminating the need for any further arrangements." The couple's faces were filled with anticipation. "Indeed," replied the boy, his expression unchanging. "I will proceed to the rooftop to assist your son. It may be somewhat perilous here, so you, as non-professionals, should withdraw. Leave the rest to us." The couple nodded repeatedly, visibly relieved. Very well, very well." The boy rushed into the apartment, forcefully shutting the stairwell door behind him. In the eyes of the world, the infected were devoid of basic human rights. In the eyes of society, the infected are not considered human. A familiar scene flashed through his mind. Almost every parent bore such a countenance. The boy grimaced, shutting his eyes tightly. "You do not deserve to be called noble parents," he seethed within. When the boy opened his eyes again, a transformation occurred. His formerly austere short hair morphed into an orange ponytail adorned with an exaggerated blue bow and hairpin. A long tuft of hair sprouting from the top of his head, his stern, slate-gray eyes softened into large azure orbs, brimming with vitality. The military uniform of the Libra Council was instantaneously replaced by a carefully chosen dress. The height of the building was still somewhat daunting, and taking the elevator would waste precious time he could not afford to squander on those parents. Sherry knew time was slipping away, since no one was watching. A swift teleportation was the optimal choice. Kappa directed the aircraft to the front of the West Wing, but found no one there. Did we go to the wrong place? A companion queried. It was unlikely that the strict Kappa would make such a fundamental error. According to the navigation, it should be here, another companion remarked. Glancing at the display, strange, we seem to have lost connection with headquarters. She tapped the screen, attempting to manually reconnect, but to no avail. Kappa, feeling a surge of impatience, cranked up the power and circled the area alone. Almost every building appears identical, with each corridor door tightly secured, the atmosphere heavy and lifeless. Reminiscent of a post-war wasteland. Is this a spatial rift barrier? He couldn't help but furrow his brows. Mo concealed himself behind a utility pole, observing as 3 flying vessels from the Libra Council glided directly into the hastily established spatial rift he had created. The data is continuously updated and evolving. The outdated models of the past can only serve as references. This time, Kappa's operational data has been significantly enhanced compared to before. Hence, discrepancies in calculations are to be expected. We will simulate updates based on the frequency and magnitude of the Libra Council's data revisions to refine our data model. Please do not worry. Mo had no time to heed the trivialities broadcasted by Department 08 on the communication channel. He felt a sense of urgency. Although this ploy could buy him some time, it would soon be discovered and unraveled. His own rank was not high, and creating a barely functional spatial rift in such a short span was his utmost limit. This rift, destined to be small, was riddled with bugs. He had witnessed the most perfect spatial rift, that of the Eden constructed by Director Wells. Yet even the esteemed A-level Director Wells invested considerable time in its conception, and the establishment and refinement of Eden were aided by many predecessors and collective efforts. Should he temporarily let go of this A-level counterpart? Or should he risk a confrontation to seize him from the Libra Council? Generally, the primary director would emphasize this hierarchy beforehand. Yet this time he was left to make his own judgment. If discovered, future operations would be constrained. Contemplating this, Mo sent a brief message to Sherry. Chapter 5. Shall we play ball together? The subsequent matches were almost all grand spectacles, with Karl and Sophie left at the mercy of the youth, who toyed with them effortlessly. The scoreboard kept refreshing until it reached 100. Ah, how frustrating. So pitifully inept. Karl placed the ball back at his feet, propping himself on his knees, panting heavily, yet a grin remained plastered on his face. Despite the circumstances, he could still revel in the joy of playing. What a remarkable fellow, Sophie thought, exasperated. The significant score gap had bruised her pride, and to claim she was not irritated would be disingenuous. However, when she turned to see Karl, drenched in sweat, yet beaming with an exuberant smile, she inexplicably felt a sense of relaxation. This guy is truly an X-ball idiot, completely immersed in the game. It had been ages since she had enjoyed such carefree play with others, Sophie reflected with a touch of nostalgia. The youth scratched his nose, feeling somewhat out of his depth. In the past, when he fought with other delinquents, he knew that with a single punch, his opponent would either flee in anguish or retaliate with fury. Yet today was different, no matter how he struck Karl. The latter would respond only with that absurdly cheerful face, leaving him at a loss. In truth, the youth felt he hadn't exerted much effort. Yet he was still beginning to perspire slightly. As Karl's gaze suddenly ignited with determination, he declared, "It is time to showcase my X-ball." In the blink of an eye, he vanished along with the ball. This marked yet another offensive maneuver by Karl, and Sophie sensed an unusual intensity in his actions. The young boy shrugged and positioned himself in front of Karl. He was convinced that, at his current level, Karl would be unable to score a single point against him. Despite the multitude of openings available, he clicked his tongue, extending his foot to intercept the ball, intent on seizing possession. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Karl inquired unexpectedly. The boy paused momentarily, and just as his foot was about to make contact with the ball, Karl deftly lifted it, allowing it to swirl around his foot and evade the boy. Sophie couldn't help but express her surprise. This time, Karl had successfully broken through. The boy slightly parted his lips in astonishment, his brow furrowed as his expression turned serious. Without hesitation, he pivoted and positioned himself resolutely in front of Karl once more. "This was merely luck. At least I feel that your X-ball is not quite joyous," Karl remarked, his demeanor growing more solemn. It was as if he had struck a nerve. A flicker of vulnerability appeared in the boy's gaze. Enough with the jokes, he snapped, gritting his teeth as he lunged towards the ball that Karl had just lifted. This was the first time throughout their encounters that he had committed his entire being to the contest. His dive was swift and fierce, nearly infallible. Karl, however, skillfully juggled the ball, sidestepping with a slight lean. Sophie recognized that these techniques closely resembled those the boy had previously employed against them. Are you serious? Have you learned it after just a few glimpses? Sophie thought, beads of sweat forming on her brow. It seemed necessary to re-evaluate Karl's capabilities. The younger generation had experienced an epiphany, and she felt compelled to take action herself. The boy found it difficult to accept that he had been evaded twice in succession by Karl, who had previously seemed so inept. If this continues, I will lose. No errors. Absolutely no mistakes. The boy became increasingly agitated, resolutely blocking Karl's path. Just to clarify, a 2-on-1 scenario was your request. This indicates your lack of understanding of Exball, Karl stated suddenly. Exball is not merely a game for one. What? The boy exclaimed. It's over to you. Karl shouted as he passed the ball to his left. The boy, true to his impressive abilities, reacted swiftly, leaping to intercept the pass. However, with Karl positioned in front of him, his jump was distorted and the ball grazed past his fingertips. Well played, Sophie praised, giving Karl a thumbs up. She gracefully leaped and securely caught the ball, gliding past both Karl and the boy. For reasons unknown, she felt a fire igniting within her heart. Damn it. The boy's expression twisted into one of fury. He swiftly broke away from Karl and caught up with Sophie. Unexpectedly, Sophie lost control of the ball for a moment, causing it to drop to the ground, only to be swiftly passed back to Karl. Just as the boy prepared to intercept Karl again, Karl had already kicked the ball high into the air. Sophie was aware that her skills might not match Karl's, but she was determined, being the senior. With all her might, Sophie leaped into the air and caught the ball. In that instant, she immediately took her shot, sending the ball arcing perfectly toward the goal. It was a flawless aerial relay. Come on. The ball descended, striking the surface of the bench before rebounding high, producing a crisp sound. Karl flashed a broad smile at the boy. Regardless of the final score, competing earnestly was the true mark of respect for one's opponent. Sophie playfully tugged at Karl's neck and tousled his hair. Not bad, little bro. Nice. They exchanged high fives in celebration. The ball reappeared at the boy's feet. The moment it materialized, he surged forward towards the opponent, this time sprinting. Sophie's eyes widened. She had never seen anyone dribble the ball so swiftly. Just moments ago, there had been a considerable distance between the boy and Karl. 1 second the boy stood still, and in the next, he flashed right in front of Karl, mere inches apart. It seemed as if he had merely pushed off the ground with great force, propelling himself forward in an instant, the resulting gust of air palpable even to Sophie. Sophie realized that the boy had not yet activated the preset dribbling skill known as flash and free mode. Karl was taken aback by the boy's sudden outburst of speed, struggling to steady himself enough to block the boy's advance. What's wrong? The boy's deep-set eyes glanced at Karl from beneath his long bangs, and an icy chill surged through Karl's chest. What was that expression? In the next moment, the boy vanished, creating such a strong gust that it nearly toppled Karl. Such a phenomenon was unimaginable in reality. However, in Exball, it was a common occurrence when a skilled player dominated a novice. Exball assesses the ball handler's data in real time, presenting results in an exaggerated, almost supernatural manner, yet without inflicting actual harm on the body. Being eliminated so swiftly would be quite embarrassing, Sophie thought. Beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She widened her eyes, striving to catch every nuance of the boy's movements, eager to dissect each action. Forcing her mind to operate at lightning speed proved effective, as the boy's movements appeared to slow down slightly in her perception. Sophie discerned that the boy had merely accelerated his speed exponentially, yet his steps had become erratic, losing the previous rhythm he had maintained. In the upper right corner, 3 swift steps were taken to intercept with the foot, while simultaneously using the hand to secure the position. This was the optimal choice. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Sophie positioned herself firmly in front of the young man. Do not let his overwhelming presence intimidate you, she reminded herself. Intentionally relaxing her hand's interception while intensifying her footwork aimed to compel the youth to switch the ball, a domain where Sophie excelled. The young man furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly disinterested in altering his grip on the ball, instead accelerating from the left, preparing for a forceful breakthrough. Is that a feint? Sophie feigned compliance with 2 steps. Yet those movements preserved the possibility of a rapid pivot to the right. As anticipated, the young man swiftly spun around, charging forward from the right without a moment's hesitation. Sophie had prepared herself to turn at the fastest speed. To her astonishment, she still fell short, lagging behind his urgent maneuver by a fraction of a second. This underscored the stark disparity in their innate abilities. Frustrated, Sophie had foreseen this outcome and decided to give it her all, though time was against her. There remained a glimmer of hope for a sideways dive to intercept the ball. She hurled her body to the right, closing the final gap. However, the ball merely grazed the top of his foot, soaring past the tips of Sophie's fingers and leaping high into his grasp. With a gentle scoop of his right hand, the ball returned to his feet, effortlessly bypassing Sophie's interception. This moment felt like a mere interlude, as the young man's rhythm remained unfaltered. Ultimately, Sophie found herself outmaneuvered. Nevertheless, her delay afforded Karl the chance to catch up from behind, positioning himself once more in front of the young man. "Can't you handle a loss?" The young man refrained from answering, merely emitting a sharp hiss. "I'm pleased to see you taking this seriously, yet I still sense no joy in your X-ball, only an increase in anguish. Losing points is a natural part of the game. Playing with friends should be a source of joy. Joy, happiness, pain, friendship? How absurd. What was merely a trivial X-ball? And having just met, granted this fellow the audacity to meddle in matters that did not concern him. Chattering incessantly, the young man suddenly shot a fierce glare at Karl. Only the weak cling to such notions. What do you understand? In that instant, a tempest brewed within his eyes. He was bewildered by how deeply he had invested his emotions into this casual contest. Silence. Karl stood frozen, stunned by the command. The young man darted past him, lifting his foot to unleash a powerful shot. This was no longer just a ball. It had transformed into a cannonball, whistling through the air, enveloped by a tremendous current. Sophie reassured herself that the young man had not activated his preset ultimate technique, the whirlwind shot. This was indeed just an ordinary strike. Yet, in terms of sheer force, it surpassed many of the special moves she had previously encountered. Sophie stood there, a touch disheartened, supporting her forehead with her hand. Indeed, the disparity in strength is immense. Such a shot is impossible to intercept. No. Suddenly, Karl exerted all his might and dashed towards the ball as it hurtled through the air like a cannonball. Sophie panicked and shouted, "Don't do anything foolish. You won't catch up. You can't block that shot. You'll be propelled away." Although there is a safety system in place, during the match, for the sake of fairness, it would not intervene to diminish the power of a shot of such lethal caliber. The safety features had been altered to ensure the receiver would not suffer injury upon being hurled to the ground. Karl gritted his teeth against the force of the air, striving to quicken his pace. How could he know if he didn't try? He had not reached his limit yet. In that moment, Karl's speed astonishingly surged to a new level. He caught up. With outstretched hands, he positioned himself in the path of the ball. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible to catch that ball without a special technique. Most would be sent flying before they could even approach it. How could this be? Sophie felt incredulous. The tremendous impact reverberated through his palms, threatening to tear apart the gap between them, his hands growing warm from the friction. Karl steadied his stance, exerting all his strength to push the ball in the opposite direction, yet it stubbornly advanced forward, disregarding his resistance. Karl refused to relinquish his grip, his body being pushed backward across the grass. His feet began to leave distinct trails in the ground. The safety system activated, striving to generate a force field to alleviate the pressure on Karl's joints, particularly his wrists. Foolhardy. The young man slightly lowered his head and brushed his hair aside. "I truly do not understand you. However, I can sense your emotions clearly through X-ball." Karl shouted hoarsely, "I do not know what you have experienced, but I will completely accept your feelings." "What?" The young man was momentarily taken aback. "Truly, this fellow has an uncanny ability to inspire belief," Sophie shrugged, suddenly feeling compelled to take action. Experiencing the joys and sorrows of comrades in X-ball, standing side by side with them, a spark ignited in Karl's eyes. This is the very essence of X-ball. Yet, no sooner had he uttered those words than he was once again pushed backward by the ball, nearly losing his footing and falling. At that moment, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. A force not overpowering but sufficiently resolute flowed from behind him. "Kid, you have great potential as a speaker," Sophie quipped, never missing an opportunity to tease. After enduring such a prolonged struggle, the ball's force was finally diminished, at last. It ceased spinning and gently settled into Karl's hands. Karl beamed a wide, goofy smile at the young man. "Let's play ball again. X-ball is about joy, and I will make you understand that." The young man stood frozen in place, and by the time he regained his composure, a sizable ball was already raised before his eyes by Karl. "Victor, I have discovered a game that ordinary people play, and it brings me great joy. Would you like to give it a try as well? The youth fixated on the large mark on the ball, suddenly feeling a sense of liberation wash over him. Perhaps the individual conversing with him was indeed correct. Chapter 6. Miller Shirley arrived at the rooftop, which appeared to have been long abandoned, desolate, and rusted railings surrounding it. As she surveyed the area, she noticed that there was no longer a small boy seated upon the railing. Could it be that he had run off? That would certainly pose a dilemma. Yet, what could an 8-year-old child possibly manage to traverse alone? Just then, Shirley heard a rhythmic thud-thud-thud, reminiscent of a ball striking the ground. She turned to the other side of the enormous air conditioning unit and discovered a small patch of space where the boy was present. A black card floated in the air, casting the shadow of a ball marked with a prominent X. The boy seemed oblivious to Shirley's arrival, engrossed in his game. He began by tapping the ball with his head, then allowed it to drop, skillfully catching it with the top of his foot. He juggled it for a moment before suddenly propelling it high into the air. Then with a proud chest, he struck it down again, extending his hand to catch it, patting it on the ground before alternating his hands beneath his legs to strike it, ultimately tossing it back into the air to receive it with his head. He cycled through this routine, appearing as though he could engage in this solitary amusement for a lifetime. The sun blazed above, blinding him. Shirley couldn't shake the feeling that she witnessed an inexplicable solitude within this little rascal. This game, which the deputy commander incessantly spoke of, was called Exball, wasn't it? In a moment of urgency, how could this young child still find time to indulge in play? Shirley could not afford to wait for him to tire of the game. She resolved to intervene and put an end to his sport. However, she unexpectedly collided with an invisible barrier. Suddenly, it dawned on Shirley that the boy had erected a barrier around himself. This little rascal was not without merit, having just awakened to his powers. He was already capable of self-control. Disentangling this immature barrier would not be overly difficult, albeit time-consuming, for despite its naivety, the boy's level was still superior to her own. Shirley decided to persuade him directly through the barrier while simultaneously attempting to dismantle it, as the commander had instructed the importance of having a backup plan. "Who art thou?" A voice resonated directly within her mind. Shirley looked around in astonishment, only to find that the boy had not uttered a word, still immersed in his game, and there was no one else present. She quickly realized that the child had taken the initiative, employing mental connection to communicate with her. What a perplexing and somewhat pretentious tone he possessed, using thou. And this phrase was not even archaic, merely chosen for its ostentation. "Thou art not a member of the Liber Council?" the boy inquired. It was evident he had discerned her identity, thus sparing her the need for explanation. "I am called Shirley. Thy name is Miller, is it not? I shall refer to thee as Little Moth henceforth." Shirley replied in kind. Note: Miller translates to moth. Clearly, her attempt at camaraderie had misfired. "Thou shalt not address me as Little Moth." Miller's voice suddenly rose. "I command you to call me Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Shirley struggled to contain her laughter, nearly causing herself physical harm. What nonsense! Referring to himself as I. How utterly amusing. Your Majesty? What kind of title is that? It should at least be Your Imperial Majesty. How delightfully juvenile. This little rascal is simply too entertaining. Yes, Your Majesty, Shirley replied, half in jest. Although she usually enjoyed conversing, Shirley was acutely aware that time was of the essence. She must prioritize serious matters and could not afford to squander time on trivial pleasantries. She quickly shifted to the main topic. "Like you, I am a child of the new era." Miller interjected. "What is a child of the new era?" "My parents said I am an infected." "No," Shirley corrected. "From now on, remember this. You are a child of the new era, not an infected. We possess powers beyond the reach of others. We are special." The details were complex, but Shirley opted for this more captivating, albeit juvenile, explanation. She continued, "You must understand. If the Liber Council finds you, you will be sent to a quarantine center for special management, where everything about you will be controlled. We should never be subjected to such treatment. I come from Eden, where nearly all the rescued children of the new era reside. We can have companions. We can live freely, and we can wield power to resist this flawed world. Please join us. If you do not come with me and remain under the control of the Liber Council, can you still call yourself an emperor?" Shirley nearly buried her face in her hands as she uttered the last sentence, realizing she had been reluctantly assigned to Department 09, the Personnel Development Education Division, forced to perform these necessary theatrics. Most children, upon hearing her words, readily agreed to follow them, whether temporarily or with the intention of staying long-term. After all, anything was better than the quarantine center, a place universally understood to be inhumane. In truth, once they agreed to follow, most would willingly serve the organization for life. Lonely monsters seek warmth in one another. This is the allure of the organization. regardless of the circumstances. Shirley felt it imperative to deceive the boy into returning and then properly instruct him. Just then, she felt her pocket vibrate several times. She pulled out her terminal, glanced briefly at it, and then put it away. "What have you decided?" she inquired. "Absolutely not." The boy's response drove Shirley to the brink of frustration. "Why not? Given how beautiful your sister is, you should agree." Shirley's true nature quickly surfaced. The little boy was indeed exasperating. "I am destined to be an emperor. Thus, I refuse to be at the mercy of others. I will change this world under my own command." Through the iron wire gate, Shirley saw Miller stop playing ball, open his arms to the sky, and attempt to embrace the entire world, embodying a ruler's demeanor. "Woman, will you join me in conquering the world?" Heavens! How could such shameful words be uttered by an 8-year-old? Sherry felt a profound concern for Miller's upbringing. This child was clearly suffering from a severe case of juvenile delusions. She jested about sending the lab coats from Department 10 to give him a good shock. Who would heed the commands of an 8-year-old emperor? Despite being rebuffed, Sherry found herself inexplicably unwilling to concede. She was aware that the Libra Council was drawing near, and even if she were to fail this time, Chancellor Wells would undoubtedly have a backup plan prepared. Yet, she simply could not bring herself to surrender. This sentiment intensified the moment she laid eyes on Miller. The barrier was on the verge of being breached. If necessary, she could always knock this brat out and carry him off in a sack. With newfound resolve, she abandoned her usual light-hearted demeanor, as if transformed into another person entirely. "You are indeed formidable, but one individual alone cannot contend with the Libra Council. Do not underestimate the Libra Council. We have your comrades here. Do you truly wish to be an emperor? Do you genuinely aspire to change the world?" Sherry paused for a moment and softly inquired, "Do you wish to enlighten those ignorant ants about what the new era should embody?" No sooner had she spoken than Miller forcefully kicked the ball, which hurtled towards Sherry's face. She did not flinch, resolutely standing her ground as if the ball posed no threat. Just as the ball was about to brush against her eyelashes, Miller snapped his fingers, and the ball burst like a soap bubble upon striking his palm, dazzlingly disintegrating into the air. Sherry felt a sudden emptiness in her hand. The barrier had been lifted. She lifted her gaze to meet Miller's inscrutable gray-blue eyes. "I quite like the term new era that you all have been using," Miller remarked. Nabgio anxiously fixated on the terminal screen before glancing back at the road. The three individuals had emerged from the spatial rift. Yet Sherry had not replied to a single message, remaining entirely out of contact. "Oh dear, what a headache. How could someone of my rank have to deal with this? Next time, I shall never partner with such an unreliable individual again." He sent another message. If Sherry were captured, half the blame would fall on him. He had to devise a plan. Nabgio paced back and forth, contemplating before darting into a nearby alley. Having been delayed by that spatial rift for so long, Kappa could feel his impatience mounting. Even at maximum speed, the aircraft felt too slow. "Wait, Kappa," his companion called from behind. "Were those two we just passed the informants this time? Miller's parents?" Upon hearing this, Kappa glanced back, having driven too fast, and left the couple far behind. Nevertheless, he confirmed their identities. Kappa abruptly made a U-turn. Most people would have been flung out of the aircraft by now. What is going on? Were they not supposed to wait downstairs? He abruptly brought the aircraft to a halt before the startled couple, who appeared utterly bewildered by the sudden encounter. Kappa swiftly disembarked, saluted, and presented his credentials. "I am Kappa, the commissioner dispatched by the Libra Council, identification number G001K, here to escort your son Miller for quarantine." Before he could finish, the couple exchanged bewildered glances, and one of them exclaimed, "Young man, didn't TU just visit us earlier?" At this revelation, Kappa felt a chill wash over him. His two companions exchanged knowing glances behind him. Kappa nearly shouted in urgency, "Where's your son now?" The couple, clearly intimidated by Kappa's demeanor, instinctively replied, "On the rooftop." Kappa quickly lowered his gaze to his terminal, which confirmed a signal source on the rooftop. They might still be there. He hastily boarded the aircraft again, issuing commands. "Yoda, remain on standby below. She, intercept via the stairwell. Ensure the stun guns are ready. Orders from above dictate that the subject's safety must be guaranteed during the capture." With that, he accelerated towards the rooftop. The moment the aircraft powered up, a powerful gust of air startled the couple, causing them to retreat hastily. It was possible that the culprits were also present. They must be apprehended. Capturing them could lead to significant breakthroughs in the string of missing person cases over the past few years. "Why am I the only one on standby?" Yoda muttered, sticking his tongue out at Kappa's retreating figure as he deftly loaded his stun gun. Chapter 7. Xiaofan. After a brief moment of tension, the match finally resembled a proper contest. At least the young boy no longer slouched with his hands carelessly in his pockets. he began to devise strategies for scoring. However, this shift resulted in the score widening at an even faster pace. Sophie was acutely aware of her own limitations. Recognizing herself as a master of verbal sparring with exceptional theoretical knowledge, yet merely average in practical application. When faced with a talent such as the young boy, she could at best hope to delay the inevitable. On the other hand, Karl's performance was decidedly erratic. At times, he would exhibit bursts of brilliance, showcasing a few impressive moves and even seizing 3 opportunities to shoot, all of which were thwarted, while at other moments, he would falter under pressure, stumbling even when unchallenged, and inadvertently tripping over his own feet. The young boy's victory hinged on speed and skill, while Karl was merely average across the board, albeit with an unexpected aptitude for learning. Physically, the boy was no match for Karl, possessing a build so slight that a mere gust could sweep him away. Sophie estimated the boy's height to be around 170 centimeters, while Karl towered over him by about half a head at approximately 180 centimeters. The boy likely weighed around 45 kilograms, whereas Karl was approximately 75 kilograms. In a direct collision, the boy's light frame would be easily sent flying. As for Karl, judging by the well-defined lines of his calves and forearms, his musculature is quite impressive. Unbeknownst to Sophie, she had begun to analyze the physique of the young man. Upon realizing this, she immediately shook her head vigorously, bringing herself back to a more rational state of mind. At that moment, she noticed a young girl standing quietly by the sidelines. It seemed she had been observing them for some time. What could she possibly want? Did she know someone here? Wow, could it be that she was waiting for her boyfriend? The youth of today are truly remarkable. Sophie turned back to inquire of the other two, only to find that the boys were entirely engrossed in the game, competing fiercely for the ball, completely oblivious to the presence of the girl beside them. Never mind. If either of them happened to be the girl's boyfriend, Sophie would be heartbroken, lamenting yet another flower being wasted on a pig. She sighed, and out of curiosity, stole a few glances at the girl. The girl appeared shy and endearing, her soft, flowing hair simply tied up, her hands delicately folded on her skirt, exuding an air of modesty. She was also dressed in a school uniform, though one that Sophie did not recognize, clearly from a different institution. It seemed that the girl had come to the recreational area during her afternoon break. "Senior," Karl suddenly shouted, snapping Sophie back to attention. "Huh." Sophie quickly turned around, only to see a black and white object hurtling towards her face. Startled, she instinctively sidestepped. Watching the girl fumble the catch, Sophie felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. However, the two boys appeared unfazed by the mishap. What a pity for a missed opportunity. Karl smacked his forehead. A good opportunity? Sophie swiftly assessed the situation. She stood at the left edge of the grass, approximately 30 meters from the goal, with the route on the right blocked by the boy. Although Karl may have intended to use Sophie as a mere intermediary to bypass the obstacle, given the angle and the pathway, how could it possibly connect? What was he thinking? It was as if he were pushing her into a fire pit. Was this truly the kind of impulsive decision-making he was known for? To her dismay, fate had a hand in it, as the ball arced gracefully and landed right by the girl's feet. "Hey, could you pass the ball over here?" Karl leapt up, waving vigorously at her. If the ball made contact with a fourth person, the system would determine that the match was still in progress, and a new ball would not automatically regenerate on the field. The girl seemed startled, her expression wavering between hesitation and resolve. Ultimately, she cautiously crouched down, cradled the ball in her hands, and walked slowly onto the grass, extending it towards Karl. "Thank you," Karl said, taking the ball and scratching his head. "You could have just kicked it over here directly, huh?" Yet, after returning the ball, the girl did not leave immediately. She remained, gazing at them intently, her fingers anxiously fiddling with the hem of her skirt, as if she were on the verge of speaking but held back. Sophie was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Could it be that she had experienced heartbreak? The naive girl had been deceived by a scoundrel, her heart burdened with countless sorrows that remained unspoken. After much effort, she finally confronted the cad, yet when their eyes met, words failed her. This was how dramas portrayed such moments. "Karl, how could you be this kind of person?" Karl, oblivious to the grand narrative that Sophie had conjured in her mind, simply clutched the ball, grinning foolishly. It was an unknown boy who first shattered the peculiar atmosphere. "All right, since you've finished with the ball, you can leave now," he said, turning his head aside and waving his hand impatiently. "Huh." The girl clearly flinched at his tone, growing even more anxious and instinctively retreating a step. Unable to endure the scene any longer, Sophie reproached the boy, "Don't be so rude." The boy scoffed and rolled his eyes. Ignoring his arrogance, Sophie comforted the girl for a moment before posing the question everyone was eager to ask. "By the way, have you been watching us for some reason? If that scoundrel is bothering you, I can take care of him." She even brandished her fist for emphasis. The girl, clearly taken aback by Sophie's imagination, stammered, "Ah, please don't misunderstand. It's not like that." Finally finding her voice, she spoke softly and shyly. "You were playing a game called Exball, right?" "Yes," Sophie replied, glancing at the other two and nodding. It sounds quite enjoyable," Karl interjected eagerly, his eyes sparkling. "Indeed. Exball is the most fun." The girl fidgeted for a moment, her words trailing off, leaving her intentions shrouded in mystery. Sophie pondered, if it wasn't heartbreak. Could it be secret admiration? Oh, how intriguing. Karl suddenly thrust the X-ball in front of the girl. "Why don't you join us for a game?" "Hey, do you only know how to say such things when you meet someone?" Sophie silently critiqued. What a fool. Surely, a girl as wonderful as this would only develop feelings for a dimwit like Karl if her vision were obscured. "Is that all right?" The girl surprisingly appeared as though her thoughts had been unveiled, her expression shifting slightly, her eyes gleaming with newfound light. So, she merely wished to play ball. It was all so unnecessarily complicated, Sophie thought, feeling exasperated. Yet, the girl still hesitated, twisting her fingers as if engaged in a monumental internal struggle. Ultimately, she shook her head, still uncertain. "I think I'll pass. My parents say that girls shouldn't engage in dangerous sports like boys." Clearly, she had been raised with strict values. Upon hearing the latter part, Sophie's expression changed abruptly, mentally scolding the unknown parents with fervor. "What difference does it make?" Karl, unconcerned, brought the ball even closer, nearly touching the girl's nose. The girl looked down. It was then that Sophie noticed the girl staring at her impeccably clean, exquisite leather shoes. The parents, fearful of soiling their daughter's leather shoes, were overly cautious. If the shoes were to become dirty, the girl would likely face a reprimand. Although X-ball is merely a virtual projection that does not exist in reality and would not sully her shoes, the venue is a genuine grassy field. Running upon the grass inevitably leads to dirt and mud adhering to one's attire. Sophie grasped the girl's hand and winked at her, saying, "No worries. If you find it inconvenient, I happen to have a pair of sneakers and a tracksuit that you can borrow." She quickly assessed the girl's attire, noting how the school uniform was rather constraining. The fitted blazer made movement difficult, and the skirt was rather short. Leaning closer, Sophie whispered a suggestion. "I advise you to change out of that skirt as well." Upon hearing this, the girl's cheeks flushed, yet she nodded eagerly, "Thank you so much." It was amusing how, despite her evident desire to play ball, the girl feigned modesty. Sophie silently scoffed in disdain. With the question finally resolved, the girl's expression softened, revealing a bright smile. She introduced herself. "I'm Qing Fan, but you can call me Xiao Fan. I look forward to your guidance." It took her a moment to gather her composure. "What a lovely name," Karl complimented. In this era, the boundaries between nations have been entirely dissolved. Races have merged to a great extent, with a blend of black, yellow, and white blood coursing through nearly everyone's veins. The only distinction lies in familial proximity. A person's name merely reflects their direct lineage. In appearance, there is little discernible difference between someone named Qing Fan, with an ancient Eastern name, and someone named Sophie, bearing a name of Western origin. Since the girl had introduced herself, Karl felt compelled to reciprocate. "I'm Karl, from Tianza High School. This is my senior, Sophie, whom I just met today." Sophie waved at Qing Fan. Karl suddenly halted, realizing he had yet to learn the name of the boy they had been playing with. Despite having engaged in several rounds of play, he was still unaware of the boy's identity. "Hey, what is your name?" Karl turned to inquire, only to find the boy's previous spot empty. Alarmed, he began to search frantically, until Sophie tapped him on the shoulder and pointed in a direction, revealing that the boy had wandered quite far away. Karl hurriedly pursued him. "Hey, where are you going?" The boy paused, shrugged, and replied, "Well, it's not my business. So I'm leaving." "Don't go," Karl protested. "Do you think you can just leave? Let us set that aside for now. I'm asking you, what is your name?" "We're not familiar enough for me to share that with you," the boy retorted, rolling his eyes. "It seems rather improper that after playing together for so long, we still don't know your name." "Isn't that a bit awkward?" Sophie interjected with a teasing remark. The young man appeared to be ensnared with no way out. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. "Victor, my name is Victor." Karl immediately inquired. "Since Qing Fan can be called Xiao Fan, may I call you Xiaowei?" The term Xiaowei elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Sophie. Such a nickname, derived from ancient Western nomenclature, seemed utterly absurd. Moreover, the term felt rather excessive for a maiden, did it not? Victor was predictably taken aback. His expression darkened with disapproval as he resolutely rejected the suggestion. "Absolutely not." "Then how about Xiaoka? Or Xiaoduo?" Karl genuinely felt that the method of creating nicknames in ancient Eastern culture was rather endearing. "Xiaoka Xiaoduo? What nonsensical names. Just call me Victor. Victor's face darkened further. He found himself utterly at a loss against Karl's antics. Karl's ability to stray into such absurdity was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, Sophie was already rolling with laughter on the ground. Fortunately, Karl refrained from continuing this trivial topic. He brought Victor back and reintroduced him to GenexⅡ. Subsequently, Sophie led GenexⅡ to the nearest restroom to change into sports attire and sneakers. GenexⅡ, slightly shorter than Sophie, donned an oversized tracksuit that left half of his hands tucked within the sleeves. Nonetheless, it did not impede his mobility. This tracksuit, composed of bold purple and white patches, exuded a crisp and refreshing aura, making it one of Sophie's favorite outfits. Surprisingly, it appeared on GenexⅡ with a unique charm and cuteness. Even though Victor wore a face that screamed his disapproval, as if to say, "I don't want this, don't make decisions for me," Karl nonetheless assigned GenexⅡ to Victor's group, finally balancing the numbers. Thus, the competition commenced anew. Chapter 8, Leap. Shelley stepped into that small space. The little imp finally retrieved the X-ball projection device, that card, from the air, causing the ball to slowly vanish from sight. "Have you decided?" Shelley inquired. "Well, temporarily heading to your place isn't out of the question," the little imp replied, still quite proud. After a moment's contemplation, he blinked a few times and said, "Wait for me." Shelley was unsure of what this little imp was up to. "Hey, don't waste any more time." At that moment, Shelley faintly sensed a slight tremor in the floor, as if a rumbling sound was emanating from beneath. Could it be that the balance council had arrived so swiftly? Instantly, cold sweat trickled down her forehead, her mind racing with two ominous words: "It's over." Miller, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events, was at the edge of the rooftop, swirling his arms a few times before throwing two items with all his strength. One was the aforementioned card, and the other was his terminal. The terminal was an inseparable companion in modern life. One could say that a modern individual could not survive without it. From the moment of birth, the government allocated a terminal, allowing for upgrades or replacements, but discarding it was out of the question. The terminal has recorded every aspect of your life from childhood to adulthood, encompassing learning, work, gaming, and socializing, all facilitated through this device. Even transactions in public restrooms are conducted via the terminal. I possess but these two items, both of which can connect to the internet and are locatable. Hence I have discarded them, Miller explained with a sense of pride. "Well, the lad does possess some awareness," she mused. "However, I have brought a signal jammer today. You may freely place these items within it." Originally, the terminal could have been modified for continued use, but now, this young man will require a brand new device. Yet, this is not the time for such concerns. The Libra Council is imminently approaching, and Shirley's priority is to expedite Miller's escape. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the roar of the aircraft abruptly ceased for several seconds, only to grow louder once more. Before Shirley could grasp Miller's hand, a specialized single-passenger government aircraft from the Libra Council ascended from the rooftop's edge. Kappa stood atop the vessel, using a loudspeaker to warn them. "I am Kappa, the appointed representative of the Libra Council, Idaho G00001K, dispatched to isolate heavily infected individuals. Please refrain from any rash movements." He suddenly halted, taken aback as he noticed an individual standing beside the boy, who strikingly resembled him. In that fleeting second, Shirley had completed her transformation. Regardless of the method, her true identity must remain concealed. Kappa quickly realized this was a disguise, indicating that the adversary was no ordinary opponent, exhibiting remarkable vigilance. Just as he had descended the stairs, he had been detected. His assailants had hurled two lethal projectiles at him. Fortunately, his reflexes allowed him to evade them, though one had grazed his forehead, drawing blood. Unbeknownst to him, this was purely accidental. As he pondered, Shirley had already seized Miller and was racing toward the stairwell. If they were to employ instantaneous teleportation, they would require several seconds of buffer time during which they would be sitting ducks, and any interruption would render it useless in such a dire situation. "Don't even think about escaping," Kappa shouted, raising his paralysis gun to fire at them. Shirley led Miller, dodging and weaving, more accurately, rolling and crawling, mastering the art of serpentine evasion, with Miller managing to keep pace. However, this severely hindered their progress. The newly issued paralysis guns from the Libra Council had large magazines, and Shirley felt as if she were perpetually dodging. The tranquilizers rained down upon her like a storm. "This is bad. I can't avoid them." Shirley was not so much concerned about the consequences of capture, but rather the fact that the tranquilizers were aimed directly at her face. Suddenly, Miller stepped in front of her, and in an instant, the surrounding tranquilizers lost their momentum and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the two of them swiftly dove into the stairwell. Shirley glanced at the elevator's current floor. It was still at the ground level, leaving them no time to wait for its ascent. Thus, she seized Miller and dashed toward the staircase. Although only 8 years old, Miller, a severe infection sufferer, moved with remarkable swiftness, even outpacing many adults. Initially, it was Shirley who pulled Miller along, but soon it felt as if Miller was dragging Shirley in their frantic flight. The hurried footsteps of Kappa echoed closely behind them, leaving no moment for respite. At the next turn, a dark gun muzzle nearly collided with their eyes. The frigid golden gaze of the girl behind the weapon sent a shiver down Shirley's spine. This was dire. They were caught in a pincer movement. As despair engulfed her, Shirley yanked Miller aside, rolling out of the line of fire. The tranquilizer bullet grazed past her forehead by mere millimeters, followed by a barrage of bullets that ricocheted off the staircase. What to do? They were utterly trapped. In that moment, Shirley's expression hardened, a look that had no business appearing on her face. There were only 2 adversaries ahead. A direct confrontation could easily favor them. Yet Shirley understood the necessity of avoiding it. If they engaged, Eden's long-standing secrecy would be jeopardized. The Balance Council would acquire more sensational material to distort for public consumption. Furthermore, the enemy's hidden reinforcements were still uncertain. It would be all too easy for the Balance Council to send additional support. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated as the glass of a window in the left corridor shattered. Before Shirley could comprehend the situation, Miller dragged her to the very window he had just smashed. "Jump," he commanded. "What? Leap from the building?" Before she could voice her protest, Miller gave her a firm kick, sending her tumbling down, and he followed suit without hesitation. Such a lack of tenderness for a mere 8-year-old. Shirley found a silver lining in her misfortune. Thankfully, she had been wearing trousers earlier, or the sight of her skirt billowing upwards would have been less than pleasant. Displaying her professional composure, she waved her hand in midair, conjuring a transparent shield that precisely intercepted the bullets fired by Kappa and the golden-eyed girl from the window. Just as she felt relieved, a glance downward revealed another dark gun muzzle aimed directly at her. The armed boy behind it made a comical face, nonchalantly whistling and forming a bye-bye gesture with his lips. In the next moment, however, the boy suddenly collapsed. Shirley turned to see a shadowy figure emerging from beneath a tree by the roadside. Moju peeked out. "You owe me a favor," Shirley deciphered Moju's lips. Instantly, an immense, invisible cushion materialized beneath her and Miller, softening their descent and allowing them to land safely on the ground. As soon as Shirley's feet touched the ground, before she could steady herself, she waved her hand again to block a wave of tranquilizer darts shot by Kappa from the window. She kicked the boy lying in her path and hurriedly pulled Miller toward Moju. As Miller descended to the ground, he beheld the Exball device, shattered by his own hand, lying amidst the rubble, while the terminal remained miraculously intact. He cast one last glance at the card before resolutely turning his head away. This was the sole gift his parents had bestowed upon him. Everyone regarded him as an oddity. Thus, he had long found solace in solitude, playing with Exball. Upon entering the shadow of the trees, Sherry, Miller, and the wine-colored spirit seemed to vanish, as if engulfed by the darkness. Just after Sherry had escorted Miller into the testing room, she collided with a girl whose countenance was as frigid as ice. The girl's disheveled golden locks cascaded over her somewhat frail shoulders, and her deep blue eyes resembled the frigid depths of the Arctic Ocean. Her skin pale enough to evoke a chill. The rigid expression etched upon her face made it evident that she was Hai Yi from Department 08. The commanding officer for this mission, the very woman who had been relaying messages to the scene and reporting back to the chief in real time. "You are all doomed this time." Hai Yi fixed her piercing gaze upon Sherry, her eyes pricking at Sherry's cherished features. Unfazed, Sherry stuck out her tongue and slapped her report into Hai Yi's hands. "The reports are gathered, darling. Safe travels, no need for farewells, moi." With that, she hummed a little tune and made her escape. "I am doomed too." Hai Yi suddenly dropped her icy demeanor, concealing her face behind the report. Why must the mission report be handed in by the commander? This mission had spiraled into a significant predicament. It was an unspoken rule that one must never reveal their whereabouts while executing a task. Every member of the organization was acutely aware of this principle, having adhered to it diligently throughout all their missions. Yet, just moments ago, this rule had been shattered by Sherry's team. Despite the reinforcements sent to assist, and with the involvement of the highest-ranking Sherry from Department 09, they had still engaged in a direct confrontation with the members of the Libra Council, right in a residential area, a place rife with potential unrest. The individuals from the Libra Council were no fools. They would undoubtedly draw connections between this incident and previous occurrences. If they had merely suspected the organization's existence before, this incident would confirm it beyond doubt. The ensuing consequences were predictable: heightened surveillance with the reflective web, intensified scrutiny, and a more frequent schedule of inspections. Future missions would be severely constrained. The chief, known for his relentless pursuit of precision and perfection, would not let them off easily. Almost all of the new era's children shared this sentiment. Though the chief always wore an impeccable poker face, is there truly a soul in existence who remains unperturbed? Why must I deliver the report? Why must I bear the brunt of reproach for those two? To perish sooner would be better. The earlier one meets their end, the sooner they can find peace. Taking a deep breath, Hai pushed open the door to Chief Wells' office. Chapter 9. The Choice. A stark, pale beam of light suddenly descended from above, ensnaring the boy who knelt on one knee within its confines. G00001K, First Class Executive Commissioner of the Libre Council, Lieutenant Kappa. Task number 3876-090-1001 has failed in his mission. The cold, synthetic voice of the electronic system reverberated through the hall. Kappa kept his head bowed, his face shrouded in shadow, remaining motionless in his kneeling position, unwilling to offer any excuses for his failure. The mechanical hum of electric currents filled the void, and Kappa understood that, at this moment, unalterable data regarding his failure was being recorded. The council must be deeply disappointed in him. The chairman must be utterly disheartened. Finally, the sound of the current ceased, leaving an oppressive silence. Kappa, a voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, suddenly called his name. Kappa could not discern the source of the voice, but he was certain that the man was indeed present. He lowered his head even further. Esteemed chairman, this is my fault. I accept my punishment. After a moment of silence, the man's voice echoed once more, "You may leave now." To Kappa's surprise, no punishment was forthcoming. The man's indifference only fueled Kappa's confusion and dissatisfaction. He nearly raised his head in agitation, but, "Esteemed chairman," the man's voice remained icy, "I shall not repeat myself." Kappa hesitated but eventually stood and bowed deeply. "I understand." He then retreated. Only then did the man's face emerge from the shadows. The stark light illuminating his murky eyes, reminiscent of milk poured into cloudy liquor. Was this incident a provocation? GenexⅡ is indeed becoming increasingly complex. So, whom will the era ultimately choose? With a swift motion, the door to the director's office closed once more, and Hai stepped out. Before she could steady herself, a boy with two tufts of hair protruding from behind his ears popped his head in, inquisitively asking, "What happened? What happened?" This was Rosia from Department 08, a colleague of sorts to Hai. She cast him a glance. "You've never shown such concern before. Speak, what are you betting on this time?" Rosia was immediately seen through, forcing a nervous laugh while scratching his head. "Just a bowl of noodles, betting on whether you'll get scolded by the director." He quickly added, "We all believe in our exceptional Hai. Surely, you won't be reprimanded. Look at that, I'm still on your side. Everyone else is wagering that you'll be scolded. How maliciously gleeful they are." He refrained from mentioning that the option of Hai being reprimanded had already been taken, leaving him to choose the opposite. "Of course, as such a capable aide, the director is undoubtedly pleased with me." Hai genuinely smiled, tossing her hair back, shaking off her earlier downtrodden demeanor. Rosia was taken aback. "What? The director didn't say anything?" Hai glared at him. "What? Do you so eagerly wish to see me scolded?" "No, it is indeed quite peculiar. The last task was left unfulfilled, and the chief even penalized me by making me transcribe the regulations. Although this task has been accomplished, the consequences appear to be more severe," remarked Lokia, scratching his head. Despite his words, he secretly calculated that the forthcoming dinners would be generously sponsored by others, a delightful prospect. "I am not someone you can easily compare yourself to. It is surprising that you were raised by the chief," Hai retorted haughtily, rolling his eyes at Lokia. "Lunchtime arrived. Hurry up and go eat." With that, he strolled away, folder in hand, head held high. Amidst the joy of having won the bet, Lokia found himself inexplicably troubled. He glanced back at the office, pondering what the chief contemplated daily, a mystery he could not unravel. If he could, he would not still be a mere errand runner in Department 08. Nonetheless, he firmly believed that the chief was always correct. A rumble from his stomach interrupted his reverie. Lokia paused for a moment, shaking his head as he chuckled at his own unwarranted anxiety. At 11:15, the designated lunchtime set by Eden had arrived. Lunchtime was also a much-anticipated period of freedom for everyone. After all, Eden felt rather cramped, and even the GenexⅡ-infected individuals, whose physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary humans, needed a breath of fresh air after being cooped up for too long. All the infected individuals who had joined the children of the new era had their identity verification devices specially processed by Department 10. Even when strolling boldly down the main road under the bright sun, they would not be detected by the street's security monitoring systems. As for places requiring payment, as long as the amounts were not exorbitant, they could easily deceive the payment systems with their own capabilities. Wells issued the command to go for lunch via the system terminal. 5 minutes later, he checked the electronic attendance register again, verifying that all those who were supposed to log out had done so. One person is still missing. Wells remembered that this individual was hiding behind his desk, diligently wiping away. Lay twisted his body, indignantly waving a cloth. This place is already spotless. Why must I clean it again? Is this fellow a reincarnation of alcohol? Such an obsession with cleanliness. It drives me mad. Why should I take orders from that bespectacled boy? I'm starving. I just want to finish work and eat. As he mentally recited the menu, curry stew, taco pie, sweet and sour pork, bone broth rice, tomato pasta, tonkatsu ramen, and large plate chicken, Lay rallied a silent rebellion in his heart. Wells closed his eyes, gently massaging the acupressure points beside his nostrils. His previously upright posture relaxed, and he sank into his seat, resembling someone who hadn't slept for 3 days and nights, his brows betraying his exhaustion. However, his fatigue was but fleeting. He soon opened his eyes. At that moment, all of Eden's equipment ceased to function, and the lights extinguished in an instant, transforming the once vibrant Eden into a mere shell. The Eden, with its densely packed spatial gaps, cannot be sustained by ordinary energy sources. Its power derives from the spiritual energy of the GenexⅡ infectors. Constructed by Wells, all systems are intricately linked to his spiritual essence. Although there has been a gradual substitution of spiritual energy with tangible materials in the creation of virtual constructs, and periodic extraction of collective spiritual energy to power the central system in an effort to alleviate Wells's burden, the operation of this entirely isolated realm, undetectable by global electromagnetic waves, relies fundamentally on the creator himself. Time for a meal, Wells instructed Ray. Upon hearing this, Ray instantly revived, bouncing to his feet. Yet, before he could take more than a few hops, Wells's voice floated back to him. Cleanliness unsatisfactory. A redo is required this afternoon. What? Ray dashed to confront Wells, nearly pressing his nose against the man's spectacles. Wells remained remarkably composed, explaining, the left and right sides are of the same material, yet their brightness differs. There is an evident issue. He regarded Ray with calm assurance. So is there anything else? Ray's eyebrows twitched slightly, his expression suddenly sobering. He realized Wells was alluding to another matter. So, you modified it, didn't you? Ray inquired. I noticed the data sent from Department 08 to Sherry was altered by you, right? You also withheld the documents from Department 08 for a time before forwarding them. Wells did not deny it. Your observation is quite astute. Indeed. The cleaning was not thorough. Why? Ray's frustration began to surface. The original data and documents were correct. Had they been utilized, they would have had the capacity to avoid direct confrontation. Don't tell me you aim to cultivate their adaptability, for you yourself do not believe in improvisation. You have always championed meticulous forecasting. Oh, are you suggesting I have betrayed everyone? Wells adjusted his glasses. I would not presume to say that. However, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation. Ray slammed his hand against the door. This new recruit is of A rank. You must understand what an A rank companion signifies. What are you playing at with such significant matters? I do not intend to interrupt you. I merely wish to correct you. Wells pushed up his glasses. The inspection results from Department 10 have just come in. The child's name is Miller, and his rank is S. Ray stood frozen for a moment, struggling to comprehend. Finally, he managed to utter S. He inhaled deeply, as if in disbelief. Second only to Sister Adele, the same rank as my brother? S rank. That kid. Ray's agitation grew, and he repeated incredulously. Wells nodded, affirming, indeed. For a long while, Ray was silent, until he finally exclaimed, damn. Wells patted Ray's shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured, all of this is within my calculations. He offered no further explanation and departed from the office, leaving Lay in a state of bewilderment. Lay grappled with his frustration for a moment before eventually calming down and letting out a sigh. Very well, I shall place my trust in him. He is our intellect, after all. If I cannot trust him, whom can I trust? He has always been right. Honestly, why should I concern myself with these matters? It would be best to leave all burdens to Wells alone. Yet, the manner in which he seems to see through everything and control all is truly irksome. Diary of the Young Emperor of the Middle School, August 30th, 3876. The foul man and foul woman struck me again. The reason being that while I was experimenting with moving stones with my mind to construct my throne, I accidentally hit the neighbor's wretched brat. I attempted to play with A Xiong and the others, but they ignored me. Oh heavens, send a person to inform me that I am the ruler of the world. Let us conquer the world together. August 31st, 3876. The kindergarten teacher called home, stating that I shall not be allowed to attend kindergarten next semester or thereafter. Who would want to go there? It is filled with fools and cowards. Such a place is hardly the foundation for my world conquest. The foul man and foul woman were drinking again last night, thoroughly intoxicated, exclaiming how wonderful it is to finally be rid of a problem child. September 1st, 3876. The foul man and foul woman contacted the Balance Council, or perhaps the Ugly Council. I have no desire to go. Previously, the only one who could converse with me, Richie, was taken away after his foul parents made a similar call. Consequently, a big sister arrived and whisked me away. Together, we faced numerous challenges, vanquished the Demon King, and arrived at the Sacred Land. This big sister is named Shirley, though I am quite curious as to why she can occasionally transform to resemble the Demon King, leaving me somewhat dazed. Along the way, we encountered a creature with lifeless eyes, seemingly named Demon Wine. They explained to me that I am part of an underground organization aimed at reforming the world. It sounded rather impressive. I have resolved that this place will be the beginning of my world conquest. September 2nd, 3876. Shirley had me complete a plethora of tests, followed by a full body scan, and then she had me scurrying about to familiarize myself with the place. Honestly, how dare that woman give me orders? A cross-dressing individual informed me that by painting flowers on Shirley's face, she would obediently heed my commands. So, I did just that. Naturally, that woman complied with my wishes. I commanded, and she dared not retort. Shirley, nonsense. Haven't you been taught a lesson yet? Will you choose to obediently come over and receive 50 spankings from your big sister, or will you choose something else? The current leader is a bespectacled bookworm, rather dull and tiresome. The second in command is somewhat amusing, though he persistently pats my head, which I find quite annoying. I might as well pat yours. Haha. Just wait until I overthrow him and take control here. On September 3rd, 3876, I was assigned to Department 11, which Sherry proclaimed to be the most formidable of all. Naturally, for I am destined to become an emperor. Within this department, there are many individuals of similar age to mine. I boldly declared to them, from this moment forth, I am your emperor. You are all to heed my command. It is a privilege for you to join me in conquering the world. To my dismay, none of them paid me any heed. I reside next to a fellow named Phi, who is perpetually silent, cradling a small rabbit and often weeping. When he cries, he tosses the rabbit to the ground, only to retrieve it tenderly once his tears subside. Is there something amiss with his mind? What is there to cry about? He hardly embodies the spirit of a boy. I, having shed tears in my youth, have long since ceased to do so. A mere weeper cannot serve as my subject. In summary, observing him fills me with irritation. On September 4th, 3876, that wretched woman Sherry taught us to play ball today. To be honest, I had already mastered it long ago. Subsequently, during the team competition, we overwhelmingly bested the opposing team with a score of 10-0. Phi, that fellow was still sniffling. I have no need for such a cowardly subject. Oh, by the way, they claim that Departments 08 and 02 are the most prestigious. I care not. Wherever I am, I shall ensure it becomes the strongest. After all, an emperor surely occupies a far superior position compared to mere captains or vice-captains. Ah, how tiresome. I refuse to squander my time in such a manner any longer. Chapter 10. The Z Showdown. As the countdown to the kickoff reached its climax, the ball descended from the heavens, and the match resumed. Sophie leaped first, striking the ball towards Karl's position. Sophie was aware that Karl favored his feet. This pass was perfectly placed, allowing Karl to merely lift his foot slightly to secure the ball. Qingfan attempted to close the distance, seemingly trying to intercept him. Yet in reality, she remained significantly far from Karl, continually pushed back by his advance. Her efforts provided little in the way of defense. It was evident that she was still too restrained, unaccustomed to the physicality of the game, Sophie contemplated. Karl merely accelerated slightly, without the need for feints, easily leaving Qingfan behind. Grasping her garment, Qingfan recognized her lackluster performance and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Karl, brimming with enthusiasm, surged forward with the ball when suddenly a dark-haired figure emerged in his line of sight. It was Victor. Victor, ever the lone wolf, showed no awareness of the additional teammate. His aggressive style of play reminded Karl of the myriad of times he had suffered from ball interceptions in the past. Instinctively, Karl panicked, hurriedly passing the ball away. Sophie, he exclaimed, regretting his hasty decision as he slapped his forehead in frustration. The pass was poorly executed, given his temperament. He need not have been so timid. Sophie received the pass with an expression of utter disbelief. The ball was poorly positioned, and she exerted herself to retrieve it. Even so, the pass was too hasty and forceful, nearly slipping from her grasp. I implore you to refrain from reckless passing, Sophie sighed. Since the moment the game commenced, she had refrained from advancing, waiting patiently for the defense to anticipate Victor's movements. Now, with Karl's pass, the burden of offense had been thrust upon her, not only compromising the defense, but also nullifying the progress she had just made. Think strategically when playing. Yet, there was no alternative. The game could not remain stagnant. With only 2 players on the team, it was either her turn to attack or his. Thus, Sophie had no choice but to surge forward with the ball. Beside her, Fan had finally caught on. She seemed to rally herself, inhaling deeply and nodding vigorously before sprinting towards Sophie to intercept. Perhaps due to their shared gender, this time their proximity was slightly closer than before. Although the distance had indeed narrowed, Fan's overall execution remained flawed and riddled with gaps. Nonetheless, Sophie found herself somewhat troubled by this novice opponent. Every movement she made seemed to be mirrored, albeit with Fan struggling to keep pace. At present, Sophie felt her mobility constricted, and for an observational player like herself, the most critical hindrance was the obstruction of her line of sight. She could no longer discern Karl and Victor's positions to formulate a strategy. Was Fan genuinely competent, or had Sophie's skills significantly deteriorated? Sophie furrowed her brow. She glanced at Fan, who was pursing her lips, her expression one of intense concentration, straining to observe Sophie's every move. Tiny beads of sweat forming on her delicate nose. How could I lose to such a fragile girl? Sophie thought, suddenly accelerating toward the opening that appeared on Fan's left. The shift in rhythm caught Fan off guard, causing her to trip over her own feet. After successfully breaking through, Sophie's line of sight improved. Currently, Karl remained perilously close to the goal, while Victor seemed unconcerned, charging directly toward Sophie. Victor is also one of those players who fail to think strategically, Sophie mused. In this situation, the optimal choice was a long pass. She deliberately lingered in place for a few seconds, waiting until Victor was sufficiently close, yet not close enough to intercept the lofty pass. Then, she leaped, propelling the ball high and forward. She caught it. Following her intended strategy, all Karl had to do was receive the ball and shoot. No matter how skilled Victor might be, he could not possibly return in time for an interception within such a brief window. However, not everything unfolds as anticipated. A slight unexpected turn of events occurred. In this moment, Sophie's pass did not follow the anticipated parabolic arc. It fell slightly short and traveled at a leisurely pace. Having observed Victor's speed, Sophie nearly forgot that her lofty passes could never achieve such velocity. Her arm strength was still lacking, leaving her somewhat frustrated. Why, she lamented. Could nothing ever proceed as planned? She tugged at her hair in exasperation. The outcome of her miscalculation resulted in the ball landing far from Karl's position. By the time Karl reacted and sprinted to retrieve the ball, Victor had already dashed in like a gust of wind, claiming it effortlessly. As the ball returned to Victor's feet, the situation had undoubtedly tipped in his favor. His speed and ability to break through defenses were simply extraordinary. Despite Karl's relentless pursuit, the gap between them only widened. By the time Sophie regained her focus to intercept, Victor had already traced a zigzag path, leaving her far behind. When it came to scoring an open goal, the outcome was utterly predictable. Breathless, Karl and Sophie leaned on their knees, exhausted. They had grown somewhat numb to the fact of Victor's scoring prowess. Forgotten in the sidelines, Fan witnessed the unfolding drama, from one twist to another, all in a fleeting moment. She parted her lips slightly, her eyes sparkling with wonder. How impressive, she whispered in awe. Oh dear, Little Wei is truly remarkable. Karl chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. Upon hearing the nickname Little Wei resurface, Victor, who had initially appeared indifferent, shuddered in irritation. Do not use that name, he warned once more. However, Karl, with his thick skin, continued to grin, treating the admonition as mere background noise. Victor, nearly ready to redirect his annoyance toward Fan for reviving such a diminutive moniker, found her expression innocently oblivious, as if unaware of the connection between her jest and the nickname. Karl then turned to Sophie, desperately changing the subject. It's all right, it's just the score. We're only 1 point behind. How many points do they have? Just check the scoreboard. Sophie shrugged, clearly not keeping track herself. Victor had scored too many times for her to care to count, only aware of the significant margin. Reminded by Karl, she glanced at the electronic scoreboard. 38-1. Indeed, that was a considerable gap. All right, let us reclaim a point, Karl declared, exuding confidence despite the situation. With that, the game resumed, and he charged forward with the ball once more. Meanwhile, Fan was still pondering why Victor had glared at her, not quite grasping the situation. When Karl swiftly maneuvered past her, so fast, she sighed inwardly. Clearly, Athleticism was a strong suit of the boys. Karl seemed to be propelled by the wind beneath his feet, accelerating rapidly as he rushed toward the goal, the bench. This action was markedly different from his previous attempts, leaving Sophie astonished. This fellow never ceases to astonish. If he could truly play on a team, Sophie mused, it would indeed be a challenge to assert control over him. He is the embodiment of an explosive player, often referred to as an intermittently exceptional athlete. However, at this moment, Karl's opponent is a prodigy, and defeating him would prove no easy feat as Sophie contemplated this. Victor had already sprung into action, intercepting Karl within the blink of an eye. Left, right, left, Karl murmured softly. Victor clicked his tongue, momentarily puzzled. Suddenly, Karl surged forward like a bolt of lightning, accelerating sharply to the left. What? To be able to accelerate at such speed? Sophie's eyes widened in disbelief. Nevertheless, Victor, never one to concede in a race, matched his pace almost instantaneously, his defense as impenetrable as a fortress. Yet, in the next second, Karl made a seamless transition, darting to the right without a hint of hesitation. Although Victor followed suit, his reaction, despite being quick, still resulted in a half-meter gap due to a slight delay. By the time Victor managed to overcome his leftward momentum and pivoted towards the right, Karl had already dashed forward to the left. In an instant, this series of maneuvers left Victor trailing behind. Sophie realized it, the Z pattern. She had only just witnessed it once. However, Victor's previous attempts at the Z pattern had merely grazed the surface. He had not showcased his full potential, while Karl had significantly refined this technique. Sophie was astounded. The demands of such sharp turns on speed are evident, but the requirement for bodily coordination is equally immense. This rhythm necessitates not only unconventional movement, but also the ability to adapt spontaneously. Sophie felt a twinge of inadequacy, had her prolonged stay in a weaker team, coupled with a year of stagnation, truly diminished her overall judgment. Yet, as she regained her focus, she realized, wait, it's not over yet. Victor had taken a decisive step back just in time, effectively severing the tail of Karl's Z pattern. Remarkably, Victor was able to alter his strategy even within this technical framework. The previous speed contest swiftly transformed into a close-quarters battle, with Karl and Victor pressing against each other, vying for possession of the ball through shoulder clashes. In such proximity, the finesse of footwork was rendered moot, as even the slightest lift of a leg could lead to collisions. Thus, two players, each adept with their dominant foot, engaged in a straightforward battle of skill. Chapter 11. GenexⅡ's ball control. Truth be told, in this arm-to-arm confrontation, Victor could gain no advantage whatsoever. His slender frame remained unscathed, not due to strength, but rather because his technique and agility surpassed Karl's by several leagues. With each collision, he deftly evaded the most forceful impacts, maintaining his balance with remarkable poise. The ball momentarily bounced here and there, its erratic movement rendering onlookers dizzy as its four legs danced unpredictably. Remarkably, the electronic referee had yet to sound the whistle. A curious occurrence indeed, for collisions of a certain intensity are typically deemed fouls. In such chaotic circumstances, the two players managed to maintain an unblemished record, merely grazing the ball while airborne. From another perspective, this was truly admirable. Now presented with a prime opportunity for offense, Sophie suddenly recognized her chance. If she could step in and share some of the burden, perhaps she could create a breakthrough. However, as she lifted her foot, hesitation gripped her. The two players were currently evenly matched, but what if her interference disrupted this delicate balance? A misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. If she charged forward, the backfield would be left vulnerable and, should she fail, the opponents could easily capitalize on an open goal. In the fleeting moment of her indecision, the ball slipped from beneath Karl and Victor's feet. Ultimately, neither managed to seize control, and the ball escaped through the gaps between their legs, rolling aside. It tumbled and finally came to a halt against GenexⅡ's instep. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, GenexⅡ was momentarily startled, uncertain of how to react. She genuinely feared that the two fervent players might charge at her in the next instant. With the situation escalating, Victor clicked his tongue and turned to obstruct Karl's path to the ball. He muttered, "Are you foolish? Honestly, I never intended to collaborate with such a character." Victor's reprimand suddenly enlightened GenexⅡ. The match was far from over. She was on the same team as Victor, who had now blocked Karl's route. It was the perfect moment for her to initiate the attack. Without hesitation, GenexⅡ dashed towards the goal with the ball. As she dribbled, Victor shot her a glance and facepalmed. Her ball handling skills were nothing short of abysmal. The ball bounced erratically off her toes, veering left and right uncontrollably. Clearly, she was a novice, and at this rate, she might very well lose possession altogether. realizing the futility of her approach. Fan puffed her cheeks and resolutely bent down to scoop up the bouncing ball. She then opted to use her hands to propel it forward. In a formal match, this would constitute a minor foul, certainly warranting a whistle. But alas, this was a free-play mode where the rules were not enforced with such rigor, and the electronic referee merely noted a slight infraction without halting the game. Sophie watched Fan's actions, momentarily taken aback. Once she switched to using her hands, it was as if a transformation had occurred. Her ball handling became remarkably fluid, akin to that of a seasoned X-ball veteran. The contrast in her proficiency while dribbling was striking compared to her earlier attempts. Sophie, despite being merely a novice, a young girl whom I could easily thwart, was resolute. She gritted her teeth and advanced towards Fan. With unwavering focus, Sophie fixated on the ball, its trajectory leaving an afterimage in her vision, and in an instant, she had predicted its course of movement. With a sudden burst of energy, she struck out. Success. Her confidence was palpable. However, Fan deftly flicked her left wrist, causing the ball to swirl around her slender arm like a living entity, narrowly evading Sophie's attack. Fan brushed past Sophie, ball in hand. A left-handed player? As the realization dawned on Sophie that she had failed to intercept the ball, an unusual, suffocating sensation washed over her. The excuses of underestimating the opponent felt hollow at this moment. You are no longer capable, Sophie. A voice within her whispered this assertion. Meanwhile, Karl struggled mightily. Having just managed to elude Victor's grasp for a fleeting second, only to be thwarted again mere steps later. Victor's offensive prowess was already evident, and his defense was equally impenetrable. This indicated that Fan was now faced with an open goal. Scoring into an empty net is something anyone could achieve. Fan took a deep breath, raised her arm, aimed at the bench, and with a vigorous flick of her wrist, launched the ball. Her form was impeccable. The ball no. It veered off course. Under the watchful eyes of the four, the ball sailed in an inexplicable arc, landing beside a trash bin. A good 5 meters away from the goal. Oh dear, I'm exhausted, Karl exclaimed, plopping down onto the bench and gulping down water. After playing for what felt like an eternity, the sun had risen high in the sky, signaling a well-deserved break. Karl generously bought everyone a bottle of water. Fan had changed back into her regular clothes, as she had classes in the afternoon and needed to return. She carefully folded her sportswear and returned it to Sophie, expressing her gratitude. I truly appreciate it. No need to be so formal, Sophie said, tossing the clothes into her backpack. Suddenly recalling that Fan had neatly folded them just moments ago, she hesitated, contemplating whether her careless action might be disrespectful. Setting her backpack aside, she shifted the conversation. Fan, is this your first time playing? Yes, Fan nodded, her hands resting on her knees now slightly clenched into fists. My parents don't allow such activities. I've only seen the boys at school play before. Today was my first attempt, and it was indeed enjoyable. I won't forget this experience. As she grew more comfortable, Fan's conversation became a touch more animated. Sophie felt a twinge of melancholy, realizing that she couldn't even surpass a newcomer. It was rather disheartening. She continued to drink water, pondering the oddity of parents who would not permit their daughters to play X-ball. Now, X-ball has become a nationwide phenomenon, serving as a significant criterion for evaluating students' moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor capabilities in many schools. The achievements in extracurricular X-ball contribute substantially to the overall academic assessment. X-ball has indeed emerged as a vital standard for selecting well-rounded talents. Furthermore, the essence of X-ball lies in its ability to transcend reality. The movements executed during competitions are exaggeratedly amplified, showcasing strength, speed, and flexibility far beyond what is typically displayed in real-world scenarios. Thus, the physical differences between genders have an inconsequential impact during actual competitions. Events like mech are organized in mixed-gender teams. If concerns about injuries arise, the safety protocols in X-ball are remarkably comprehensive, with cushioning measures in place to minimize harm during risky maneuvers. In fact, when a dangerously fast ball approaches, the system can automatically deflect the player away. Therefore, it is hard to fathom any rationale for parents disallowing their daughters from participating in this sport. Suddenly, a peculiar rumbling sound interrupted the moment. The three turned in unison towards the source of the noise. Karl sheepishly scratched his head, apologizing. Sorry. Ha. Sophie glanced at her watch. It's 12 o'clock. It's indeed time for a meal. Ah, has it really been that long? Karl exclaimed, nearly choking on his water. He capped his bottle and, with a flourish, declared, since our meeting is a stroke of fate, allow me to treat you to an economical yet delightful meal at the Tianzi school cafeteria. The apple roast chicken is delicious. Sophie rolled her eyes. Hey, who invites people to the cafeteria? Most students have subsidies. They hardly need to worry about a meal. This feels rather cheap and lacking in sincerity. Wait, what exactly is apple roast chicken? It can't be another experimental dish from the new menu, can it? That would be terrifying. No, it's not necessary. Sophie interrupted him stiffly. Before Karl could respond, a cold voice chimed in from the side. How annoying. Are you done yet? Victor stood up, having been sitting with his legs crossed, and casually waved his hand at the trio before shoving his hands into his pockets and walking away. Karl stood there, taken aback. Fortunately, Fan broke the awkwardness with a smile, bowing slightly. Thank you very much, but I'm truly sorry. I must head back. If I stay out any longer, my parents will surely scold me. I apologize. Home. Karl, undeterred by Victor's attitude, grinned and nodded a farewell to Fan. She carefully slung her bag over her shoulder and jogged away. Sophie finished the last sip of her water and, adopting a throwing posture, tossed the bottle into the trash can. This time, her aim was impeccable. She then slung her backpack over her shoulder and gave Karl a hearty pat on the back. I have class this afternoon, so I'll be off. Young man, I have high hopes for you. We should have more opportunities to meet on campus. Do your best. Karl replied with palpable excitement. Okay, senior. This year, I shall strive to join the main team of the Exball Society. Farewell. They exchanged smiles and waved goodbye until Sophie's figure vanished completely, at which point Karl lowered his hand. Along with it, the upward curve of his lips also fell. Karl stood there, expressionless, gazing at the bustling street. How suddenly the lively group of four had dispersed. He glanced back and noticed the bottle of water he had sold to Victor, nearly untouched and still unopened, quietly resting on the bench, reflecting blinding light under the sun. Once again, I find myself alone. Chapter 12. The scar. Sophie was experiencing a fleeting moment of existential doubt. She lamented her foolishness for being swayed by that boy Karl, prompting her to rush to the Exball Society to submit her application for membership. As expected, she was promptly turned away. She felt truly foolish, forgetting so quickly. After all, it had been just like this when she had transferred last semester. She still vividly recalled how confidently she had knocked on the door of the Tianza Exball Society, boasting her previous title as the president of the Exball Society at Wujing Advanced School, only to be informed that her preliminary assessment results indicated her physical fitness was inadequate, granting her no opportunity. Girls who failed the assessment were relegated to roles in logistics or management, while boys were limited to menial tasks or code debugging, with no other options available, leaving no room for leniency. This assessment had extinguished any hopes Sophie harbored of fighting back. The only potential avenue to becoming a formal player lay in the monthly training sessions. However, given Tianza's stature, they had the authority to enforce such stringent measures. Tianza School is renowned as one of the top Exball institutions in the region, celebrated for cultivating elite talent, boasting an exceptionally high success rate, and consistently securing direct qualifications for the MEC. Last year, they astonishingly reached the semifinals of the MEC Global Championship. The starting 7 of the first team are indeed a golden squad, each possessing formidable abilities and excellent synergy, complemented by a top-tier support staff. Even formal players must undergo rigorous selection processes. Only those who are exceptionally outstanding can enter the first team. The caliber of Exball players directly reflects the quality of talent within a school. In this era, mere intellectual prowess no longer qualifies one as a talent. Only those who can withstand the dual challenges of Exball, both physical and mental, are deemed the high-end elites of the new age. The individuals in the first team, even as substitutes, receive treatment akin to that of celebrities within the school. Thus, with Exball as its cornerstone, Tianza attracts a plethora of talent each year, establishing itself as a dominant force among schools in the region. Sophie was one such individual drawn to this allure. To be honest, Sophie truly could not comprehend how an insignificant preliminary assessment could deny her any chance whatsoever. Each person possesses their own unique strengths, and it was evident that Sophie's advantages did not lie in physical fitness. Now, even with all her capabilities, she could only display them to the air. In a bid to placate the situation, one might ponder the role of logistics and management. However, it is rather amusing, as she is primarily there to play and has no time to waste on such trivialities. Moreover, the rules appear rather peculiar to Sophie. Exball is ostensibly a communal endeavor, yet these regulations seem to alienate it from many enthusiasts. The school's approach seems solely focused on evaluations, selecting a series of supposedly flawless individuals, which has led to a complete distortion of its essence. Sophie was not incapable of enduring the situation, yet upon unveiling the true nature of the long-cherished Tianza Exball Club, everything swiftly turned insipid, until her encounter with Karl instigated a flicker of hope to reconsider. The selection process of the GenexⅡ Exball Club has inadvertently prompted the emergence of various unofficial Exball enthusiast groups within the school, organized by students themselves. Sophie had previously succumbed to the allure of one such group, named Yo-Yo Bunny Dumplings, only to discover it comprised entirely of girls. While their overall skill level was passable, given their backgrounds from prestigious Exball institutions, the organizational management was another matter entirely, remarkably lax. The frequency of shrieks directed at handsome players during matches far surpassed that of tactical analysis, and the instances of members organizing shopping outings eclipsed those of practice sessions. After several days of this atmosphere, Sophie found it intolerable. The situation in other enthusiast clubs was similarly disheartening, leading her to believe it lacked significance, prompting her departure. Subsequently, her academic workload intensified, particularly with the daunting course taught by the infamous Professor Max, which involved near-daily assessments, leaving her little time to engage with the Exball Club. Thus, during this period, Sophie devoted her time to practicing alone, occasionally playing with classmates. "Why won't you let me join the Exball Club? I feel physically exceptional. Is there something wrong with your assessment tools? At the very least, grant me an opportunity to showcase my skills. What does it mean to be dismissed outright? Is this a personal affront? How can the physical standards be identical for both genders, and yet I am deemed inadequate?" This was the heated argument that transpired that very morning. The report indicated extensive scarring on her abdomen, suggesting limited athletic capacity, with the estimated peak performance level falling short of the club's standards. What nonsense. These are merely old scars. They have no bearing on my current abilities. Even if there are limitations, as a tactical advisor, data analyst, or strategist, which role am I unqualified for? The management and logistics teams are already the utmost concession. We only accept the most elite and perfect talents. Anything less is simply not permissible. The youth in charge of reception coldly delivered this statement before abruptly slamming the door to the activity room. If she were to fail the entrance assessment, Sophie could accept that. She recognized her inadequacies. Yet, to be barred by such absurd criteria was utterly confounding. She could not fathom that, regardless of her position. Physical prowess should bear little relevance. How infuriating. "Good morning, senpai." Rushing towards the Exball Society, brimming with excitement to partake in the new semester's selection was Karl. However, this was no good at all. Sophie rolled her eyes dramatically, leaving Karl, who appeared utterly perplexed, and strode away briskly. Oh dear, she truly felt cursed. Sophie lifted the hem of her shirt, dejectedly prodding at her side. Indeed, there lay a scar measuring 30 centimeters. It was a laceration-type scar, long and wide, with the broadest part reaching 10 centimeters. Although Sophie's skin was quite fair, the scar marred this harmony, leaving her grateful that it did not reside in a more concealed area. This scar was a remnant from her early childhood, long since healed, and she hardly felt its presence in her daily activities. In fact, the scar was merely a shade darker than the surrounding skin, its surface slightly rugged, resembling a birthmark rather than being particularly alarming. While Sophie was lost in her thoughts, a piercingly high-pitched voice suddenly erupted beside her, sending a jolt of pain through her head. "Sophie dear moi." At that moment, a pair of restless little hands reached from under Sophie's armpit, seizing her chest. Sophie's face darkened instantly. "Who the hell are you?" Ignoring the need to adjust her shirt, she unleashed a perfectly executed spinning kick amidst the bewildered gazes of onlookers. The high-pitched voice swiftly released its grip, merely ducking slightly to evade Sophie's furious kick. That was close. The girl, with her sharp voice, theatrically patted her own chest, which matched Sophie's in size, and struck a peace sign while winking at Sophie. "Sophie dear, long time no see." The girl revealed her tiny canine tooth, her two pigtails swaying merrily with her movements. Sophie adjusted her attire, attempting to project an air of aloofness. "Oh, it's you, Xiaoxue. How did you manage to infiltrate this prestigious school?" She elongated the Ophir effect. It suddenly dawned on her who this was. The very same Xiaoxue who had drawn her into the Exball Society's Yo-Yo Bunny Club, standing at a mere 142 centimeters. Xiaoxue was a full 30 centimeters shorter than Sophie, necessitating that Sophie look down to meet her gaze. This discrepancy explained why Xiaoxue had failed to pass the entrance examination for Exball, thus leading her to establish a club with the peculiar name Yo-Yo Bunny. Notably, this club only accepted girls. "Hey, I am not a primary school student. I'm already 16, Xiaoxue exclaimed excitedly. However, it wasn't long before she remembered her primary purpose. "Sophie dear, would you consider coming back, even just for a moment?" Xiaoxue clung to Sophie's arm, shaking it fervently while gazing up with an expression that suggested refusing her would be a grave sin. Sophie, however, was not swayed by such tactics. "Spare me the flattery. I'm not interested in your offerings. 1-star rating. Don't be so heartless. We're short one person in our team. Xiong Mengmeng wore a visage teetering on the brink of tears, seizing the opportunity to bury her entire face into Sophie's bosom, or rather, against her ribs. Rubbing back and forth, Sophie's expression was marked by a multitude of black lines. Hey, where are you rubbing? Karl pondered life with a hint of skepticism. Today marked the Exball Club's once-per-semester selection for the main team. He had awoken early for intensive training, nearly missing the assembly time, and rushed over only to encounter Senior Sophie. A mere greeting led to her turning a cold shoulder, leaving him quite vexed. In a standard Exball match, only 7 players from a team may take the field, with a maximum of 9 substitutes, meaning a conventional team comprises 16 players. Following the Fifth World War, the globe was restructured into 64 administrative districts, each housing approximately 10 prestigious schools. Modern institutions are predominantly managed as extensive campuses with a vast student body, particularly in Zone 2, where the GenexⅡ school is situated, one of the most prosperous areas. Given the large student population and the Exball Club's status as a super club, it was far from adequate to have a single team. Thus, numerous teams were formed within the Exball Club, with each grade maintaining its own subdivisions. Moreover, the school's main team was divided into first, second, and third teams, with varying levels of teams eligible to compete in different tiers of tournaments. To represent the school in this year's MEC would undoubtedly require the creme de la creme, the first team. This selection process was less about choosing players across various tiers and more about determining the final roster for the school's representation at MEC. Karl did not consider himself overreaching. His goal was to secure a place in the first team. After all, the prestigious MEC was the aspiration of every young individual engaged in Exball. Even if he had to concede, he aimed to at least advance from the tea-serving team to the freshman subdivision, thus officially becoming a player. Never mind, he mused. He had no inkling of what Senior Sophie was contemplating. For now, he needed to focus on passing the selection. Chapter 13. I am male, however. Upon entering the activity room, he found everyone already assembled for the new semester's mobilization meeting. The newly appointed president had adjusted the projector and uttered a few words when the abrupt sound of the door being flung open interrupted him. Good morning, everyone, Karl bellowed, only to realize the situation halfway through his greeting. Hundreds of eyes from the entire club were fixated upon him. Is everything all right? He blinked in surprise. The director coughed awkwardly twice, prompting Karl to hastily find a seat. The newly appointed president, Sunlit, was equally disheartened. Although he had stepped into the role following the former president's unfortunate incident a year and a half ago, he still felt like a mere beneficiary of luck, lacking the qualifications to rival his predecessor. His speech and actions remained timid and cautious, fearful of tarnishing the illustrious reputation of the GenexⅡ Exball Club that had flourished in the hands of the previous leader. This sense of insecurity lingered even as he approached his senior year, leaving him still in this state of mind. Last night, he contemplated the situation and concluded that he must adopt a more resolute demeanor, given that he was now a senior, a seasoned veteran of sorts. In preparation for the mobilization assembly, he had stayed up late crafting his speech and presentation. However, to his dismay, the younger students showed him little respect, daring to arrive late on their first attempt. The authority he had painstakingly established was swiftly dismantled. Karl, with his thick skin, sat below, peering curiously without a hint of embarrassment, while Sunlit, standing on stage, felt an overwhelming sense of mortification. Consequently, he lost the inclination to project an air of leadership, burying himself in his script. Our GenexⅡ school is renowned for its exceptional Exball program, boasting not only top-tier mentorship from seasoned seniors, but also a skilled coaching and analytics team. As a club, we provide comprehensive training programs for every capable individual and offer access to an extensive database of shared techniques. Bored, Karl turned his head to gaze at the person sitting beside him, who turned out to be a rare sight, a girl. To be candid, the entry requirements for the GenexⅡ Exball Club are exceedingly stringent, applying equally to both genders, resulting in a dearth of female members within the organization. The girl was notably tall, nearly matching Karl's height, with long hair tied back with a yellow scrunchie. Her skin was slightly tanned, yet her sharply chiseled features lent her a unique allure. Karl, unable to resist the urge to strike up a conversation, initiated, "Hey, what grade are you in?" Even if there was no response, he could easily continue talking. "I'm Karl, a freshman, although I'm still not on the main team. I'm determined to make it into the school's first team this time. I've been undergoing special training for it." However, the girl merely shot him a cold glance, dismissing him entirely. "I play midfield, primarily using my feet." "And you miss?" At last, the girl raised an eyebrow and opened her mouth. Yet, Karl immediately regretted it. The voice that emerged, reminiscent of a post-puberty boy, uttered just 3 words, "I'm a boy." A horrified scream from Karl echoed throughout the activity room, drawing the attention of the hundreds of club members. Had it been any other president, they would have expelled Karl from the assembly, but Summit only grew more despondent, increasingly questioning whether his script was not captivating enough. Having already covered the essential points, Summit decided to wrap things up hastily. That's about it. Now, I ask all members to gather on the playground. Sophie had expended all her efforts to shake off the persistent bear-like figure, yet the haunting charm of Sophie lingered in her ears like an inescapable mental echo. As she dodged and weaved, she ended up circling back to the playground's edge. Noticing the lively atmosphere, it seemed the new semester's selection process had commenced. They won T let me in. I shall see for myself what this pathetic club is truly capable of, Sophie mused, sulking as she found a bench to sit on by the playground. In advanced schools, students typically select their courses and engage in self-directed learning. Even among classmates, opportunities for interaction are scarce. Additionally, as Sophie is a day student, she did not encounter any familiar faces among those vying for selection. Wait, there is one. That fellow with a mane of unruly red hair was peering curiously over the crowd while adjusting his headband. Before Karl could catch sight of Sophie, he was addressed by a manager from the club. "Excuse me, please log in." She handed Karl a sleek black and gold card. Oh, Karl suddenly realized, fumbling to retrieve his terminal and scan the card. The intricate patterns on it briefly shimmered, accompanied by a beep indicating successful information entry. Each player's data and skill database are recorded on their terminal, and formal participation in games necessitates prior input into the competition equipment. Minister Summit glanced down at his terminal. Each time an individual's information is entered into the device, a copy is simultaneously uploaded to their terminal for review. He cast a cursory glance at Karl's details, noting with interest the dominant foot attribute, as players with a preferred foot are relatively rare. However, upon reviewing the historical performance data, he found it rather disheartening. He reluctantly perused the special skill database, only to discover, aside from the preset skills provided by the system, a single, heavily encrypted draft. The successful execution of a special move requires both actual performance metrics and precise command codes. The understanding of these command codes is a critical determinant of whether a special move can be executed. If someone lacks proficiency in programming such techniques, they will be unable to perform them. Moreover, only self-created special moves tend to have the highest success rates and can typically be executed on the first attempt. Almost every player has crafted a signature move during their initial training as a form of introduction to Exball. However, the database of a professional team, such as the Exball Club at GenexⅡ School, is largely shared among players. To enhance efficiency, they encourage active players to focus on training their competitive skills while establishing a dedicated department for the development of personalized special moves, supported by a robust data department for refinement. This model, while it may require time for players to harmonize with their special moves, often yields superior results due to the specialization involved. Thus, it is not uncommon to find players who, despite lacking coding prowess, possess excellent physical attributes and strong coding skills. Nevertheless, in Karl's case, he held little hope. Fresh talent is essential for sustaining the vitality of a team, and if this selection process fails to yield exceptional candidates, Summit would face considerable difficulty. He felt a sense of indebtedness to the former president. As he continued to peruse the information of the next player, he suddenly paused. Chapter 14, Sakura Hero. Everyone, please gather in your designated areas according to your groups, the coach instructed, clapping his hands to get their attention. The manager's black card ascended into the air, initiating operations. The lines of the field slithered across the ground like serpents, and the goals were gradually constructed layer upon layer. The expansive playground was instantly segmented into dozens of miniature Exball arenas. Truly, the facilities of this prestigious school could accommodate multiple matches simultaneously without any compromise in performance. The selection process was as follows. All prospective and official players were reshuffled based on their preferred positions and regrouped for a 15-minute mini-match. The outcome was of little significance. What mattered most was allowing the coaching staff to assess each player's capabilities. After each round, a number of participants would be eliminated based on their performance, while the remaining players would advance to the next confrontation. The coaching team would ultimately determine the final roster based on each player's ranking. Notably, those with exceptional skills in coding and databases would be recruited into the data and programming teams. Evidently, the final 16 players would form the school's first team, representing GenexⅡ School in the mech competition. Newcomers fought for starting positions, while previous starters strove to retain their places. Karl noticed that his grouping placed him in the first batch of the initial round. His luck was not particularly favorable, as he was set to face the team led by President Summit. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable group. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that as long as he performed well, losing the first round would not result in elimination. Karl jumped in place twice to warm up, fervently motivating himself. Almost everyone had taken their positions. Typically, an X-ball match can be roughly divided into 4 positions: forwards, midfielders, defenders, and goalkeepers. Forwards spearhead the attack. Defenders form the bulwark of defense. Midfielders connect the forwards and defenders, while the goalkeeper stands as the final line of defense, possessing unique privileges such as prolonged ball control and a designated area, the 6-yard box. The most conventional formation is the 2-2-2 setup, comprising 2 forwards, 2 midfielders, 2 defenders, and 1 goalkeeper. However, X-ball tactics are highly adaptable, with teams modifying their strategies according to their characteristics. Some teams even employ a libero, a player who fluidly shifts positions and responsibilities based on the dynamics of the game. Karl excelled in the midfield, while Summit specialized as a forward. At that moment, a strand of long hair swept past Karl, as someone approached and took position on the forward line. "Wow, it's you," Karl exclaimed. This individual was none other than the icy figure who had sat beside him in the activity room. He recalled the name of the forward on his team, Sakura Hiro. If he remembered correctly, Sakura merely cast a cold glance at Karl before turning away. Karl felt a surge of joy, pondering the whimsical nature of fate. He inhaled deeply and shouted, "Let's give it our all, everyone." His voice rang out loudly, startling the crowd, who turned to look at this audacious newcomer. After all, every individual present was an opponent. Where was the encouragement for rivals? Karl flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Let us all strive together." Summit, embodying the essence of a captain, smiled and nodded encouragingly at everyone. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the electronic referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the match as a ball descended from above the center circle. The selection process for the starting players had officially begun. Sakura Hiro and Summit leaped almost in unison, stretching their hands skyward in a fervent attempt to seize the ball before one another. The initial scramble for the ball is paramount, as it will decisively determine which team will dominate possession once the game commences. "How high?" Karl exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Beside him, Sophie stood upright, her eyes wide with disbelief. This was an opening sequence she had never witnessed before at Wujing. The 2 players were evenly matched, seemingly suspended in midair without any indication of descending. This astonishing start left everyone in awe. At that moment, Summit was equally astonished. Although their heights appeared comparable to an outsider, he could feel the palpable pressure of this newcomer, Sakura Hiro, who had clearly eclipsed him in terms of presence. According to the data, he was a second-year student, yet Summit had never heard of such a formidable player in the school. Why had such a talented athlete not joined the club in his first year? A fleeting doubt crossed his mind. Victory or defeat hinges on a single instant. Ultimately, Sakura Hiro rose just above Summit by a fingertip, making first contact with the ball. However, the president of the Heavenly Selection Club was no pushover. Despite this, he did not falter, exerting considerable pressure on Sakura Hiro, who struggled to secure the ball and was compelled to deflect it towards his own side. Summit reacted swiftly, extending his left hand in an attempt to intercept the airborne pass. The ball grazed his fingertips, veering off course and plummeting towards the sideline. Sophie, keenly observant, anticipated this outcome the moment Sakura Hiro struck the ball. "If I were on the field, I would have already positioned myself to intercept." However, Karl was a moment too slow, seemingly lost in admiration for the 2 competitors and failing to foresee the ball's trajectory. Another midfielder from his team surged forward ahead of him, racing towards the ball. Success. It was fortunate that the other teammate was rather inept, unable to steal the spotlight. "My score is bound to improve." He reveled in this thought. Suddenly, Karl shouted, "Watch out." The next moment, he collided with one of his defenders and another forward from Summit's team. Though the safety system cushioned the impact, it was still substantial. The 3 of them tumbled to the ground in a heap, entangled in one another. Absent the safety system, the consequences could have been far more dire than mere falling. Summit, startled, first concerned himself with whether anyone was injured. Only when he saw the 3 of them struggling to rise from the ground, covered in dirt, did he feel a sense of relief. The ball was still in play, as the 3 individuals tenderly examined their bodies. Karl suddenly let out a fierce shout and dashed towards the direction where the ball had rolled. Surely, the distance was too great to cover. Sophie pondered with her head bowed. "Faster, just a bit faster. I cannot let my teammates' efforts go to waste." "Oh dear." Karl gritted his teeth and surged forward, each step pushing his limits. This fervor profoundly astonished both Sophie and Summit on the field. The vitality of this new batch of players is remarkable. The ball bounced on the ground, poised across the sideline. In a moment of determination, Karl propelled himself forward, crashing onto the floor, sliding directly to the ball's side, and extending his arms to seize it tightly. He caught it. Karl's expression instantly transformed, each cell within him inhaling the air of joy. He too could achieve something remarkable. Hooray! Karl jubilantly lifted the ball above his head. At that moment, the electronic referee abruptly blew the whistle. Karl, you have held the ball for over 3 seconds, foul. Both Sumit and Sophie, who had been filled with anticipation, simultaneously facepalmed. Alas, it seems that sometimes, being overly passionate and underthinking can lead to misfortune. Karl, somewhat disheartened, scratched his head as he watched the ball in his hands dissipate into thin air. In an Exball match, if one side commits a foul, the opposing team is awarded a free kick from the foul location. Holding the ball too long within the designated area counts as a minor foul. Alongside moderate and severe fouls, a player accumulating 5 minor fouls will be penalized and sent off, while a single moderate foul equates to 3 minor fouls. Severe fouls result in immediate expulsion. The system calculated the penalty spot for the free kick and regenerated a new ball at that location. This kick was to be taken by Sumit's midfield player. As Sumit took a few steps forward, seeking a better receiving position, he was firmly obstructed by a wall of 3 players. Their intention was clear. This ball was evidently aimed at the formidable Sumit, and if they could snatch it from him, their scores would undoubtedly soar. How foolish, Sophie sighed. With a sharp whistle from the electronic referee, the penalty taker launched the ball. To their astonishment, the ball soared high over the wall, veering off course. A passing error? No. It fortuitously flew towards another forward on Sumit's team. Karl, who was marking this player, was regrettably a beat too slow, allowing the opponent to leap and intercept the ball. The opponent's actions were rather aggressive, nearly toppling Karl as he jumped, yet this did not constitute a foul. What? The trio guarding Sumit were momentarily taken aback. However, in that brief lapse, Sumit swiftly evaded their defenses and charged forward unimpeded. The goal stood wide open. Astonishingly, apart from the goalkeeper, there was not a single defender in sight. Pass to me. Sumit waved his hand. It was undoubtedly the prime moment for an attack. If another forward had passed the ball to Sumit, it would have been a guaranteed goal. To everyone's surprise, that forward did not comply. Instead, he recklessly charged forward with the ball. This left Sumit dumbfounded. How could this happen? He had forgotten to consider one crucial detail. This match was unlike any other. It was a selection process, and his teammates were also competitors. Originally, being grouped with the president meant that this match would likely devolve into a showcase of the president's exceptional skills, leaving Sumit unable to shine. He could not allow the president to outshine him. Such thoughts eclipsed his desire to win. The presence of Sakura Hero, who was capable of rivaling the president, further heightened the tension for some. The more dazzling others were, the more anxious he became, which led to previous careless positioning and reckless collisions. And now to his unwillingness to cooperate, pursuing his own agenda. Who among them was free from the vanity of wanting to surpass the president? Chapter 15. The flute that lures the serpent. At that moment, Sakura Hero, who had just been at the forefront, swiftly retreated. His speed far surpassed that of others. And in no time, he confronted the opponent with the ball. Sakura Forest Phantom. Sakura Hero coldly uttered these 4 words. Instantly, a grove of cherry blossoms materialized on the field, encircling his adversary in layers of pink, enchanting yet perilous. He felt as though he was swallowed by an ocean of cherry blossoms, disoriented and struggling to breathe. More critically, he could no longer see the ball or Sakura Hero's position. Suddenly, from an unknown direction, Sakura Hero emerged, snatching the ball that had fallen to the ground. This was the first lethal technique to manifest on this battlefield. Sophie gasped in awe. This technique, combining visual deception and psychological suggestion, created an illusion that disoriented the opponent. Its code must have been exquisitely crafted. Karl exclaimed, incredible. Sumit, realizing he could not defend in time, had made a grave error by placing excessive trust in his teammates, leading him too deep into enemy territory. Seizing the ball, Sakura Hero surged forward, effortlessly tearing through Sumit's defensive line. Violent cherry shot. Sakura Hero lofted the ball high and executed a stunning volley. From his foot, cherry blossom petals erupted, swirling with a gentle pink breeze, surging toward the goal with unstoppable force. This was his signature scoring technique. Compared to hands, feet possess greater power. The rain of petals engulfed the goalkeeper, blinding him to the ball's trajectory, while the wind intensified the shot's force, rendering him unable to intercept it. The ball thundered into the net, and as the special effects dissipated, The field lingered with the faint aroma of cherry blossoms. 1-0. It was Karl's team that scored first. Karl was the first to rush to Sakura Hero, exclaiming, "You were amazing." Whether it be in terms of agility, speed, interception, or offense, his skills are undeniably top-notch. The brilliance in his large eyes sparkles with an unquenchable fervor, overflowing with excitement. How incredible it is that I am playing alongside such a formidable player. Facing off against the ace president of our club, I am truly moved. It is only someone like Karl, possessing an unadulterated passion for Exball, who would express such sentiments. "Why are you grinning like an idiot? We're supposed to be rivals," someone muttered nearby. At that moment, he was irritated by his own lackluster performance. Overshadowed by Sakura and Sunlit, lamenting his misfortune at being placed in this group. However, Karl remained oblivious, continuing to smile at Sakura with hands on his hips, exclaiming, "Huh? I can't afford to lose to you. I believe you will definitely make it to the school's first team. Let us strive together." Sakura, perplexed, glanced at him but nodded in agreement. The notion of being an ace was taken for granted by everyone, as they assumed the president of such a prestigious institution's Exball Club would naturally be exceptional. Yet, deep down, Sunlit felt a twinge of insecurity. He rubbed his nose awkwardly, casting a furtive glance at Coach Ricardo on the sidelines. Being the president meant this match was under the close watch of the head coach. Initially, he thought the first round would be effortless, given his status as a starter, yet they had already conceded a point. Although the newcomer opposite was indeed formidable, he had made some genuine errors himself. Coach Ricardo's piercing gaze bore down upon him, sending a chill through his heart, filled with disappointment. "I truly am inadequate. What would the former president have done?" The match was far from over, and the ball was about to be put back into play. This time, he was determined not to let the newcomer steal the spotlight again. Sunlit resolved to act swiftly, reacting faster than Sakura and seizing the ball first. However, before he could land, an opponent lunged in to reclaim it. Yet, Sunlit had anticipated this move entirely. He passed the ball mid-air with precision, landing it deftly in the hands of another forward on his team. The forward appeared utterly astonished, as it was he who had failed to pass to Sunlit earlier, leading to the previous score against them. As he touched down, Sunlit fixed his gaze intently on Sakura, restricting his movements. This was indeed a golden opportunity for offense. The absence of Sakura was not a daunting prospect. The forward had no time to hesitate, for Karl was already charging towards him. Those on the field may not have noticed, but Sophie, observing from the sidelines, was suddenly taken aback. She felt a flicker of doubt. Karl always seemed to appear precisely where needed. Was it mere coincidence? Yet, recalling Karl's previous behavior during their games, she doubted he possessed such awareness. "I will undoubtedly seize the ball," Karl bellowed, his confidence palpable. However, who would openly declare their intentions? The forward incessantly exchanged the ball between his left and right hands, leaving Karl bewildered. Just as Karl finally discerned the trajectory of the ball and anticipated its path beneath the opponent's left hand to intercept, the opponent unexpectedly lifted his left foot and deftly maneuvered past him. This elaborate feint of switching hands thoroughly deceived Karl, diverting his attention entirely to the hands, neglecting the actions of the feet. Alas, such poor skills. Surely, his previous positioning was merely a stroke of luck, Sophie sighed. The forward continued to advance with the ball. Yet in his reckless charge, he was quickly encircled by two midfielders from Karl's side. After a chaotic scramble, he failed to maintain control, and the ball soared away during the tussle. Suddenly, Sunlit appeared as if he had anticipated the event, catching the ball with remarkable precision and instantly penetrating the opponent's defensive line. In truth, Sunlit did not fully trust his teammates. Rather, he had learned from previous experiences that he could not rely solely on them. Thus, he intentionally passed the ball to a teammate to disrupt the opponent's formation, while he himself restrained Sakura Hero, calculating his teammate's potential loss of possession, and surged forward to capitalize on his teammate's overzealousness to breach the opponent's defense. Now, he faced merely two defenders and a goalkeeper. The formidable Sunlit was advancing, and the defenders dared not underestimate him. They widened their eyes and held their breath. In what manner would the president break through? To everyone's astonishment, Sunlit unexpectedly struck the ball within the penalty area, launching it high into the air. A serpent summoned by a flute. This was the prelude to a lethal long-range strike. Sunlit leaped high, fiercely hitting the ball downward at its apex. The ball instantly gained double acceleration, soaring over the heads of the two defenders and crashing to the ground, then rebounding like a ferocious rattlesnake, swaying left and right as if dancing to the sound of the flute. The goalkeeper, unable to gauge the ball's direction, failed to respond, allowing this serpentine shot to slip into the net. The ingenuity of this goal left everyone in awe. Truly, the president of the celestial selection. This was the sentiment echoed by nearly all present. After the restart, only a few minutes remained in the match. The contest had predominantly become a back and forth between Sakura Hiro and Sunlit. Karl had indeed managed to chase the ball several times, and even attempted to utilize the Z-step maneuver he had just pilfered from Victor, but was thwarted by his opponent each time. He was not particularly adept at it to begin with, and compounded by his dominant foot, his ball control remained unstable. Once his strategy was discerned, it became easy for the opponent to intercept. After an entire match, his standout performances were scant. Although he had been extremely active running between both ends of the field during the brief 15-minute encounter, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Sophie could no longer bear to watch. She had already realized that, based on Karl's performance in this match, the likelihood of advancing was exceedingly slim. Although she observed everything so clearly from the sidelines, how much could she truly demonstrate if she were on the field? She suddenly thought of herself and sighed. Nevertheless, she could see that Karl had not yet given up. He was still diligently seeking an opportunity to attack in hopes of securing victory. Even though some players had already succumbed to despair, predicting their failure to progress past the first round due to their lackluster performance, Karl's relentless determination puzzled many. They might wonder why, despite his evident shortcomings and the knowledge of his imminent elimination, he continued to fight so fiercely. This selection was indeed significant for Karl, as he had been watching this team from the stands for 4 years. Yet, perhaps a high-quality, joyous competition, purely in pursuit of the sweet fruit of victory, was even more crucial for someone like Karl. The match concluded with the score frozen at 1-1. Coach Ricardo was exceedingly strict. Karl's team had only advanced with Sakura Hiro, while Summit's team had progressed with only one midfielder and Summit himself. Summit's name was the last to be announced. He could not fathom why he felt a sense of relief upon finally hearing his name from the coach, despite knowing that he need not worry about such a minor selection as the president. Just as he exhaled in relief, Coach Ricardo called him aside. "Summit, what have you learned?" Summit was taken aback. If he were to draw any lesson from this minor selection, it would be the vibrancy of this year's newcomers, prompting the senior members like himself not to become complacent. However, the coach scoffed. "Humph, it seems you still understand nothing. I had hoped you would have realized something." The coach's next statement struck Summit like a bolt from the blue. "With your performance, I had no intention of allowing you to advance this round." Chapter 16, A Fresh Start. This afternoon, the entire school had no classes set aside specifically for club activities, though this was of little relevance to Sophie. After Karl's early exit, she lost interest in continuing to watch and instead retreated to the library to catch up on the classes she had previously missed. Although she consistently tested the limits of her absenteeism, verging on disciplinary action, she managed to keep up with the coursework. Even though her attendance grades were low, she still achieved an excellent final evaluation, leading many teachers to overlook her absences, except for Professor Max. After reviewing all her subjects, Sophie glanced at the time on her terminal. She still had a while before her work shift began. What should she do in the meantime? Play sports? Having been rejected time and again, it was highly likely that she wouldn't have another opportunity to touch X-ball for the remainder of the semester. Perhaps she should indulge while the semester was still in its early stages. It was quite a pity that the curriculum in the 4th year of an advanced school primarily consisted of internships, leaving little time for on-campus activities. In other words, 3rd grade is her final opportunity to play. Sophie made her decision, tidied up her belongings, and stood up from her chair. However, before she could take a step away, she heard the annoying voice say, "Sophie, you're so diligent." Recognizing the source of the disturbance, Sophie quickly prepared herself, swiftly capturing the restless little hands that sought to cause mischief. Turning around, she lifted the playful bear, Meng Meng, by the collar of her shirt and exclaimed, "This is the library, for goodness sake. Could you please show a bit of consideration?" Meng Meng retorted, "But everyone else is engaged in the social club activities. No one here is being disrupted." Pouting, she added, "I was merely trying to greet you, sob, sob." "A friendly greeting?" Sophie scoffed. "You're just trying to recruit me." Meng Meng wriggled free from Sophie's grasp, leapt to the floor, and made a face. "Well, too bad. I just managed to recruit someone. So I don't need you anymore. You've already been abandoned by the great leader." Meng Meng laughed triumphantly, hands on her hips. Sophie genuinely felt sympathy for that unfortunate girl who had been drawn into a pyramid scheme. Yet she sighed in relief, grateful to be free from the persistent entanglement. However, a thought from the past suddenly crossed her mind, and her expression shifted from amusement to exasperation. "You're not going to the girls' restroom to recruit again, are you?" "Wow, Sophie, you're so clever," Meng Meng exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up with a radiant smile. "Hee hee, it really sounds like something you would do." Sophie furrowed her brow and casually asked, Why are you so eager to recruit people? I've never seen you this enthusiastic when there's no formal competition scheduled. Who says we can't participate in formal competitions? Ming shook her round pigtails, which bobbed up and down, and Sophie couldn't help but worry they might fly off. It's Mech. We're signing up for the Mech regional editions. Hey, you didn't forget Mech has auditions, did you? Sophie suddenly realized. Oh right. The registration for Mech has started. It dawned on her that since transferring schools, she had become less attuned to the timings of these events. Of course, she was familiar with the auditions and had a deep connection to the Mech auditions. Mech consists of 2 stages, the regional competition and the world competition. Only the champions of each region can advance to the world stage. Typically, only those school teams that pass the Exball Association's qualification assessment each year and some private clubs are eligible to participate in the Mech regional competition. However, due to various restrictions, some outstanding teams may still miss the opportunity to compete. Moreover, as Exball has become a national pastime, the Exball Association aims to ensure that all enthusiasts can partake in this grand event, enhancing community involvement. Thus, a selection system was established in each region. The preliminary selection serves as a mechanism to encourage the discovery of grassroots teams. As long as there are enough participants, anyone can register to take part. Grassroots teams, often constrained by financial limitations, yet brimming with potential, can seize this opportunity to gain entry into regional competitions and attract investors. In most areas, only 2 spots are available for the preliminary selection. However, fortunate for the 2nd district, one of the most bustling administrative regions, there are 3 final spots for advancement. The teams that succeed in the preliminary round will compete in the regional tournament alongside other established teams. Regrettably, the Exball Club at the school where Sophie once studied, known as Wujing, was deemed too weak, thus failing to meet the standards set by the Exball Association and lacking direct qualification for the regional competition. Consequently, they had to register for the preliminary selection in a bid to secure a spot. Wujing participated in 2 editions, finishing 7th in the first and 34th in the second, neither of which secured them a chance to advance. In truth, Sophie, with your talent, you could easily form your own team to give it a shot, remarked Xiong Mingming, hands on her hips, revealing a playful grin with her little fangs. Of course, you are always welcome to return whenever you wish, my esteemed leader. Sophie, unyielding, replied. Don't even think about it. Yet, to be honest, she was slightly tempted. Forming a team herself? She suddenly recalled that she had single-handedly founded Wujing's Exball Club. However, now she was all alone. Rallying 6 individuals together would not be an easy task. Moreover, with hundreds or even thousands of teams registering for the preliminary selection, was it truly feasible to break through? Would it merely be a waste of time? Xiong Mingming leaned against the table, swinging her legs. Well, my esteemed leader, did I not also nurture my own team from the ground up? Do not underestimate me. Despite my demeanor, my passion for Exball rivals yours, Sophie. After all, if one does not even attempt, how much regret might one carry? We are in our final year, and we should immerse ourselves wholeheartedly in Exball. Sophie was suddenly struck by these words. She still wanted to play. She would not abandon Exball, for she would forever remember how it had salvaged her life. Starting a team from scratch sounded utterly insane. Yet, such madness was not foreign to her. A thought of someone equally audacious crossed her mind. Thank you, elementary school son. Before Xiong Mingming could grasp why she was being thanked, Sophie had already slung her bag over her shoulder and dashed toward the playground. As Karl entered the activity room, he collapsed onto a bench in exhaustion. After being eliminated, he had run 10 laps and completed 50 round trips of pole practice. It wasn't that such efforts would drastically enhance his performance or rectify his mistakes on the field. It was simply that he was not ready to give up just yet. Although it seemed futile, Karl refused to believe that this was the extent of his limits. Despite the rigorous training and the conclusion of the selection process, the members of the club had long dispersed, leaving the activity room devoid of company. Thus, Karl paid little heed to his reclining posture on the bench. However, there was indeed another person present in the room. This individual seemed oblivious to Karl's presence. Seated alone in a corner, intently gazing at a photograph in hand, the usually frigid eyes of this person now revealed a softness tinged with an air of melancholy. Karl sat upright and smiled at the figure, saying, "Sakura Hiro, congratulations." It was evident that Sakura Hiro had successfully made it onto the school's first team. It appeared that Sakura had only just come to his senses, hastily stowing the photograph in his pocket and responding with a perfunctory before quickly grabbing his bag and departing. "Hey, Sakura, you performed remarkably well today," remarked President Sumit, who had just entered. Yet, Sakura ignored him, keeping his head down as he brushed past. Sumit was taken aback by Sakura's demeanor. After all, They were to be teammates in the future. Yet he was met with such indifference. He turned to Karl and inquired, "What is wrong with him?" Karl, startled by Summit's question, leapt from his seat and stood at attention. "President, I am not certain." Summit chuckled at Karl's reaction. "There's no need to be so tense, my dear Karl. I want tea bite. Just call me Summit. I am no deity, haha." All right, President Summit." Karl had been trailing behind the team for quite some time, and this was his first direct conversation with the president, leaving him quite anxious. But rather than mere nervousness, it was more a blend of excitement and exhilaration. "Does President Summit remember me?" "Yes, I have noticed a particularly diligent individual from the intermediate department before. Your performance today was very commendable, although you were ultimately not selected. Your efforts were truly commendable. There are many factors influencing the selection process, so do not dwell on it too much." Karl recognized that Summit was attempting to console him. However, being the optimist he was, he could not allow others to worry about him. No. I still have many shortcomings. I am just slightly disappointed about not being able to participate in mech," he said, scratching his head. After all, wasn't he the primary motivation for most participants in the selection, the coveted mech competition slots? Summit continued, "Do not be too disheartened. If you truly wish to participate, you could form your own team to enter the mech preliminary selection. If fortune favors you, you might secure a spot in the main event." "Wait, there's a preliminary selection?" Upon hearing this, Karl abruptly grasped Summit's shoulder, his eyes wide and his mouth agape in astonishment. Summit appeared somewhat intimidated by Karl's fervor. "As far as I know, you just need to register to participate." "Wonderful. I must inform Senior Sophie." Karl leapt 3 feet into the air, his previously weary body now infused with boundless vitality. He disregarded the president, whom he had just been addressing with utmost respect, and dashed out of the activity room with alacrity. "How is it that none of them allow me to finish my words? Ha ha ha. First graders truly brim with energy." Summit, rubbing his sore shoulder from the earlier grip, managed a forced smile at Karl's retreating figure. It was already dusk, the twilight deepening. The blood-red sun sank slowly behind the flamboyant clouds, and the evening glow resembled flames igniting the horizon, painting half the sky in fiery hues. This was a magnificent interplay of light and shadow, the day drawing to a close. Yet the future had not yet concluded. On the horizon, 2 figures appeared, running towards each other, their outlines suffused with the sun's afterglow. Upon seeing one another, they both quickened their pace. "Hurry faster." They were eager to share the news. "Karl, Senior." In that fleeting moment, they understood each other's unspoken words. "Let us form a team and participate in the preliminary selection." They inhaled deeply, clenched their fists, and with all their might, shouted the words simultaneously. The pent-up breath in their chests was released, leaving only exhilaration in its wake. They burst into hearty laughter together. By the way, Senior, when does the registration end? Let me check the announcement." A brief silence ensued. Only 3 days left." Chapter 17. The incompetent duo. Listen closely, young brother. The registration deadline is this Friday at 11:59 p.m., which means we have exactly 3 days left. The registration system will be under maintenance over the weekend, and data entry will begin next Monday, marking the official start of the preliminary selection. The schedule is exceedingly tight. I reviewed both your and my class timetables. We only have the first period free on Friday, and there are no classes on Wednesday or Thursday evenings. Since it's already evening today, we have no time to waste. Therefore, we will utilize the lunch breaks and evenings over the next 2 days to recruit members. After our first class on Friday, we will head out to gather people. The registration for the preliminary selection is quite lenient. As long as we assemble 7 individuals, we can register. We can adjust the roster at any time before each match. In summary, we must recruit 5 members within 3 days, register them, and then use the weekend to see if we can scout any talented players before the competition. Let me be clear, the preliminary selection is not a trivial matter. However, we cannot hastily recruit individuals simply to meet the deadline. We will not accept novices. The recruits must at least possess the potential to contribute meaningfully. This was the first message Karl received after adding Sophie as a friend on his terminal. It was astonishing to receive such a detailed plan, especially since it was a decision made in the evening by the 2 of them just moments ago, and Karl had only stepped into the dorm after dinner. The determination to act decisively indicates a serious commitment. Karl, who has never organized an event before, felt a surge of excitement at the thought of playing in the prestigious mech competition. "Received. My senior is truly dependable," he replied, his fingers dancing over the keyboard with exuberance. Before long, Sophie sent another message. "I intend to post a recruitment notice on public forums first. So let's come up with a team name. The mech preliminary rounds invite participation from all, leading to a plethora of makeshift teams hastily formed by those with fleeting enthusiasm, calling out for players in a clamor of 2 missing or 1 short. Although the quality of these recruits often varies significantly, it remains a swift means of gathering participants. After all, with hundreds of teams vying for just 3 spots, many simply seek to join the fray or even just to play casually. Sophie, to be candid, held little hope for this approach. The truly exceptional players had long been snatched up by professional teams, leaving little incentive for the idle to peruse such advertisements. Nevertheless, given the current acute shortage of players, she figured it was worth a shot. Perhaps fortune would favor her in this endeavor. However, she was resolute in maintaining her standards. Anyone who reached out would first have to pass her scrutiny. Every recruitment effort necessitated a team name, but Sophie lacked any artistic flair. In her previous school, she had simply utilized its name, which was quite convenient. Yet, she could not resort to calling it the chosen one this time. Thus, she casually passed the responsibility to Karl. Alas, Karl did not appear to be particularly imaginative when it came to naming the team. His mind conjured only the most basic options such as Dream Team, Courage Team, Tiger Team, or Flying Dragon Team. What to do? Surely, he must fulfill the task entrusted to him. After much contemplation, he tentatively prepared to type Team Marvelous. However, in his haste, he accidentally sent Team Ascendant. Sophie immediately responded with a flurry of thumbs-up emojis. 666666. I didn't expect you, usually so dull-witted, to come up with something quite profound. All right, it shall be Team Ascendant. Karl scratched his head, offering an awkward smile to the terminal screen. Moments later, a link appeared. Upon clicking it, he discovered Sophie's advertisement had already been posted. Team Ascendant is recruiting. 2 spots available. Newbies welcome. Current members, Sophie, the tactical master and president of the Exball Society at the prestigious Wujing High School, and Karl, the star midfielder from last year's MEC Global Finals Top 4 team. GenexⅡ High School. Interested parties, please leave a message in the comments. With Karl's level of expertise, he failed to see any issue with the wording, only feeling that Sophie, as a senior, truly knew how to handle matters. Senior, isn't that title a bit excessive? Gold medal midfielder? Karl blushed at the mere sight of the words. You don't understand. This is how we attract attention. Oh. Karl nodded vigorously. Could you please refrain from being so indifferent? Aren't you part of the Exball Society? Quickly ponder over suitable candidates. Perhaps you could post a small advertisement in the group chat. Karl found himself in a quandary. That wouldn't be appropriate. Posting ads could get us kicked out. How foolish. Do you think establishing something from scratch is easy? Sophie remarked, sending a facepalm emoji. Then, you might as well privately message individuals one by one. After all, you're quite sociable, aren't you? Those capable individuals from the Exball Society who weren't selected, members from other societies, or even those encountered in passing yet left a profound impression. All of them are potential targets. At this juncture, an unexpected silence enveloped them as a singular name surged into their minds. Victor. They uttered his name almost in unison. If it were him, he would undoubtedly become an extraordinary asset. In the main control room of Eden, data streams were projected onto the large screen, showcasing the various metrics of the newly inducted youth, Miller. Though he had just awakened, his abilities were remarkably exceptional, truly deserving of the S rank. Wells had previously only seen such data in 3 individuals. Miller was promptly designated as a priority case, even being assigned a guardian in the form of the notoriously carefree head of Department 09, Sherry. Wells could already envision the scenario where the childlike antics of Miller would drive the ever-averse to children Sherry to madness, yet this task was one only she could undertake. Sherry's rank surpassed that of most, classified as an A, and her unique ability was silence. Silence, as the term implies, forcibly inhibits GenexⅡ infectees from utilizing their powers. If employed in battle, it would translate to protecting my adversaries while inflicting harm upon my allies. After all, their foes lay outside the confines of Eden. However, if harnessed judiciously, this ability could prove immensely powerful. Otherwise, the combative Sherry would not have been stationed in the rear of the Department 09 Education Division. Only Sherry, endowed with the silence ability, could effectively manage Miller. Currently, Miller was merely a child, yet if he were to enhance his training, he could very well emerge as a formidable figure in his own right. Eventually, he might surpass me or any other progeny of the new era, guiding everyone to a new pinnacle. Wells refrained from making presumptuous forecasts, nor would he place undue expectations on a newcomer. For him, the future demanded meticulous planning. Despite the dwindling time he had left, a proposal from Department 10 appeared on the screen, concerning the development of a drug aimed at extending the lifespan of the new era progeny. It was an established fact that excessive use of their abilities imposed tremendous strain on their bodies, thereby diminishing their already limited lifespans. Consequently, Wells issued a directive to prohibit the use of abilities unless absolutely necessary, though this did not fundamentally resolve the issue, merely burning one's life to flaunt oneself. Wells, for some reason, recalled his elder brother's words. Previously, they had successfully extracted and transformed the spiritual essence of the new era's children into a tangible form for storage. Although this process diminished their own strength, it did not significantly affect their current endeavors and stabilize their physical condition. By employing this method, the lifespan of most infected individuals could be extended by 2 or 3 years, and the average lifespan in Eden had already reached 20 years. However, merely 2 or 3 years was insufficient. All infected individuals required a genuine and comprehensive solution. Thus, Wells placed great importance on the proposal from the 10th Department. After meticulously reviewing the plan, he discerned its feasibility and subsequently approved it. He hoped there would not be too much recklessness involved. It was well known that the 10th Department was comprised of scientific eccentrics. However, since Wells took over the organization, this department had surprisingly become methodical and more composed, truly remarkable. Wells opened the communication window for the 10th Department, where a young man, the spokesman, appeared. "Director, this is the 10th Department, and I am the spokesperson, GenexⅡ. How may I assist you?" Behind him, the bustling scene of experiments unfolded. The 10th Department was one of the few that would not vacate the laboratory even when Wells granted a holiday. "Regarding the previous proposal, I have approved it. When do you anticipate the completion of the first phase?" "It will require approximately 1 month," replied the spokesperson, who was notably gentle in demeanor, allowing for a smooth dialogue with Wells. "What about the selection of experimental subjects?" GenexⅡ smiled and reassured, "No need to worry. We have ample simulated data samples this time." Wells nodded in satisfaction. "That is good to hear." Suddenly, GenexⅡ called out to Wells, "Director, have you forgotten something? The matter you entrusted to me last time." "Oh, how could I forget? Thank you for the reminder." Wells chuckled helplessly, resting his head on his hand. "Just send it to my private email." "Is that all?" "Yes, that will suffice." After a brief silence, GenexⅡ bit his lip and nodded earnestly. "Very well, Director. You truly have worked hard." His words were imbued with sincere admiration. There was little else to discuss. "Please remind your minister to submit the report in a timely manner. Wishing you success in your research." Chapter 18. Seeking Victor. Wells closed the communication window, massaging his temples. He let out a gentle sigh. Suddenly, Lei entered the office. Drenched in sweat, "The madmen of the 10th Department actually listened to you. You've worked hard. Even my brother can't handle them, haha." Wells frowned slightly in distaste and asked coolly, "So, have you finished cleaning his punishment?" "Of course. It nearly exhausted me." "Of course indeed. Pa, as a distinguished vice captain, am I to undertake the mundane task of cleaning all by myself without being the subject of ridicule? It is far more preferable to sneak away for a game of basketball. Thus, it is only natural to wield the authority of my position to solicit assistance from others." "Ha. Surely, someone will lend a hand, right?" Wells saw through it instantly. Lei appeared somewhat stiff. "Hey, how did you know?" Wells replied without lifting his gaze. "When I catch a whiff of your pungent sweat, it's evident you've been out playing basketball again." In a matter-of-fact manner, he continued, "You spent 10 minutes cleaning my office, while the total area of the other 11 departments is approximately 110 times that of my office. Thus, the minimum time required would be 777 minutes, or 12 hours and 57 minutes. You were late today, arriving at Eden only by noon. Which means if you were to clean alone without a break, you wouldn't finish until 12:57 a.m. tomorrow. And this is merely a rough estimate." "I'm impressed." Lei conceded, raising his hands in defeat. He was utterly at a loss against Wells' keen insight. Nonetheless, he persisted in his flimsy defense. "But you know, Mech is about to commence. If I don't practice diligently, how will I manage?" "You signed up?" Lei made a face. "So what? I have nothing pressing to attend to anyway. I brought along a few youngsters from the organization to participate. You should be aware of how stringent the information vetting is for such events. Let us not forget we are still fugitives on the run." Wells' gaze sharpened behind his glasses. However, Lei maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "Relax. I've got you to back me up. I anticipated your nagging. So I registered in my hometown's 35th district. Farewell, esteemed captain. During the competition, you won't have any jurisdiction over me." "Ah." Wells was left speechless. "Oh, by the way, why not register your own team as well? It's been ages since you played. I hope you won't struggle against my motley crew." He chuckled. "I have no time for that. Such competitions require more than just casual participation." Wells cast a sidelong glance at Lei before shifting his attention back to the screen, where a proposal was being rejected. Lei stuck out his tongue. "Fine then. Matters like these should be reported in advance. Although I have granted you some leeway, Do not create complications for me. The light from the screen reflected off Wells' lenses. All right. Lei shrugged indifferently. Whatever you say, Captain. Now, let us discuss the penalties for your unauthorized abuse of power that affects the work of others. Huh, are you serious? You want to form an Exball team? Karl, wake up. Get up, it's time to work. You think you can participate in mech? You're utterly delusional. What? We only have 2 people so far. This team has no chance. Apologies, but we have already formed our team. The odds of making it through the mech preliminary round of 1,000 down to 3 are virtually non-existent. Please do not waste my time. Young individuals, heed my words. Rather than dwelling on the ephemeral, it is far wiser to dutifully follow the lead of the main team, serving tea and water, thus earning a few extracurricular credits in the process. Alas, such is the reality. When Karl met Sophie on Wednesday afternoon, he was enveloped in a shroud of melancholic mushrooms, exuding an aura of despondency. Despite Karl's affable nature, engaging in private chats with each of the hundreds within the Exball community proved to be an overwhelming endeavor. Sophie smiled, recognizing Karl's earnest efforts. GenexⅡ is a prestigious institution, and Exball, a superlative society, attracting individuals of lofty ambitions. Persuading them to join a fledgling team is indeed a formidable challenge. Sophie stroked her chin thoughtfully. Fortunately, my online advertisement seems to have borne fruit. I have my eye on a defender who has expressed intent to attend a trial on Friday afternoon. Upon hearing this, Karl shed his gloomy demeanor and felt invigorated once more. You are truly reliable, he exclaimed, regardless of the circumstances. Securing even one player is a significant achievement for their modest team, akin to a timely aid in dire need. However, Sophie remained cautious and shook her head. We cannot ascertain his utility just yet. This registration form was painstakingly compiled during sleepless nights, sifted from a sea of alluring messages from various young women asking about benefits and seeking connections on WeChat. She was astonished to discover the historical data of the registrant. To be candid, Sophie held little faith in the quality of online recruitment. Nevertheless, the Exball official system rated his capabilities predominantly at B level or above, with metrics for interception, defense, and accuracy all at A, while his speed reached an impressive S, making him a formidable contender even within elite teams. Once a player logs in, their performance data is recorded and evaluated by the Exball official system, generally providing valuable insights. The registrant's name was Ilian, which sounded feminine. If Ilian possessed such talent, why was she not participating in her school's club? Ilian claimed to hail from Lanshan High School, which is indeed a commendable institution within District 2. With her statistics, she would likely secure a starting position. Sophie recalled that the captain of Lanshan, Qin was renowned as a prodigious organizer of competitions. Sophie sensed that there was more to the story. Nevertheless, she resolved to invite Ilian for a trial. Seizing such a promising prospect could never be a misstep, irrespective of the risks involved. Karl, however, remained exuberant, realizing that their efforts had not been in vain. Their grassroots team had taken its inaugural step. He counted on his fingers. For now, let us consider that we have 3 members. I am a midfielder, and the player you have identified is a defender. What about you, senior? What position do you play? Me? I am a versatile substitute, she replied, which essentially meant she could fill any role on the field. Sophie blinked. While the term versatile substitute sounds appealing, it is, in truth, not particularly flattering. Aside from a rare few polymaths, the term jack of all trades implies a superficial understanding of various subjects without any particular expertise to boast about. Generally speaking, most who fit this description are mere slackers. Wow, your senior is truly impressive. Yet, someone as carefree as Karl feels entirely at ease around Sophie. Despite her thick skin, Sophie finds herself feeling a tad embarrassed in this moment. She deftly steers the conversation elsewhere. By the way, weren't we out here to find Victor? Do you have any leads? Karl, caught off guard by the question, raises his hand and scratches the back of his head, deep in thought. Ultimately, unable to sustain his train of thought, he sighs and admits, if only we could access the Exball registered player database. All players who have ever used the Exball Black Card would automatically be registered, with all their information seamlessly entered into the player database. Essentially, anyone who has interacted with Exball can be found in Company X's internal information system. This would make locating individuals exceedingly convenient. However, the Exball player database is exclusively controlled by the Exball Association and Company X, making it impossible for individuals, especially a ragtag team like theirs, to access. Sophie rubs her temples. I knew you couldn't be relied upon. I'll just look for someone nearby instead. After all, she had encountered Victor in this very park last time. He had walked over, indicating that he likely frequented this area. With that, She retrieved her terminal and activated the location feature, projecting a large electronic screen for Karl to see as well. The screen displayed a map of the area, densely populated with information. At this moment, social networks proved their worth, serving as a makeshift informational repository. Sophie surmised that it was hard to believe anyone in modern society could function without social networks. This feature had been installed the moment she received her terminal, adjusting the search parameters based on her recollection of Victor's appearance. She set the age range from 14 to 18, specifying male. The moment she pressed the confirmation button, a significant portion of the highlighted areas on the map dimmed, greatly narrowing her search. Why not just search for Victor by username? Karl leaned in to observe Sophie's actions. Sophie playfully tapped him on the arm. Are you foolish? How many people actually use their real names as usernames? After delivering the playful jab, Sophie recalled that Karl's registered name on the social network was indeed Karl. However, not everyone is simple enough to use their real name as their online persona. After all, that lacks a certain coolness. While everyone has an online alias, they are all registered under their real names, and personal information matches what is on their ID cards. Individuals can choose to conceal certain details, but gender and age are typically not hidden, making such search results quite valuable. As Sophie contemplated what additional information could further refine her search parameters, she pondered her next move. At that moment, a flamboyant golden megaphone suddenly sprang onto the screen, completely dominating its entirety. This was a tool for broadcasting messages on social networks, allowing everyone to see the announcement. Chapter 19, Andrea. Sophie pondered why this notification, which she typically dismissed, had suddenly appeared today. A glance at the boy beside her revealed the truth. Friends on the list were not subject to her filters. Little way. It's Karl. Come out, come out, come out. Let us team up for the mech. The message vibrated with intensity. The dialogue box continued to multiply, and despite Sophie's efforts to manually close it, she was a step too slow. The entire screen became inundated with megaphones, obscuring the map entirely. In bold, oversized font, it was filled with countless exclamation marks. This was unmistakably his style. How direct. Karl, while risking being silenced by the public screen administrators, frantically spammed the chat, grinning widely at Sophie, believing he was being quite helpful. Oh no, don't be a nuisance. Calling him that in public, he'll be too embarrassed to show up. Sophie lamented. Karl suddenly realized, exclaiming in understanding, then lowered his head to alter the message. Sophie noticed it had been changed to Victor, Victor, Victor. Come out, come out, come out. And he continued his unabashed spamming. I'm sorry, but I truly don't know who this person beside me is, Sophie sighed. The girl leaned against a utility pole, one hand tucked in her pants pocket, the other tapping on her device, idly scrolling through messages. The blue light from the screen flickered upon her emerald-like eyes. Her long, black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, except for a single rebellious strand secured by a long, intricately carved obsidian accessory, which seemed out of place. Aside from her serious demeanor, she could easily be deemed a beauty. However, passers-by stole furtive glances at her before hastily moving on, sensing an air of danger. Most notably, a peculiar black lightning tattoo adorned her left cheek, and she casually licked a cola-flavored lollipop, giving the impression from afar that she was smoking. She wore a loose-knit sweater that draped over her frame, complemented by a necklace strung with silver discs, and her legs were clad in knee-high boots embellished with fishnet-like accents. Her right wrist was adorned with a series of interconnected black accessories. She exuded the aura of a rebellious girl. Yet, she remained unfazed by the gazes of others. Absorbed in her device, suddenly, a megaphone caught her eye, and her expression flickered with surprise, a ripple breaking through her indifferent facade. Victor? Is it that Victor? Who would seek him out? She scoffed lightly. The young girl was on the verge of typing something on the public screen when she was suddenly bumped by a small, soft body from the side, nearly causing her terminal to tumble to the ground. The one who collided with her sprang to life, as if awakening from a dream. Retreating several paces while repeatedly bowing, exclaiming, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. The girl felt no ire. Instead, she found the situation somewhat amusing. What was there to apologize for? At that moment, Ching Fan was utterly mortified. The one who had crashed into her was none other than the directionally challenged Ching Fan herself. Ching Fan was notoriously bad with directions, a fact that many would struggle to believe. In an age where everyone's terminal was equipped with navigation systems capable of guiding them through the most unfamiliar of places, very few would experience the frustration of being lost. Yet Ching Fan was an exception. Her sense of direction was so abysmal that even with navigation, she could circle the same intersection multiple times. What others could traverse in a mere 15 minutes, she could fumble through for an hour in a daze. Today, while studying the map, She had naively thought she could find a shortcut, only to end up completely disoriented. Should she turn left or right? Where exactly was the turn indicated on the map? Was it truly necessary to adhere to the methodical teachings of her parents? Qingfan felt a wave of frustration wash over her. At that moment, an old proverb came to mind. All roads lead to Rome. Alas, that saying proved to be misleading. In her intense focus on the navigation system, she had failed to observe her surroundings, which led to her crashing into the girl with the long black hair. Biting her lip and blushing slightly, Qingfan twisted her fingers nervously. The black-haired girl, however, saw right through her. Lost, are we? After a brief hesitation, Qingfan nodded. Though her parents had advised her against conversing with strangers, especially those who appeared dubious, she inexplicably sensed that this girl before her was kind-hearted. Her voice was barely above a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. I'm trying to find the nearest station. Well, you should have said so sooner. The girl replied with unexpected straightforwardness. She removed a lollipop from her mouth and casually gestured. Just continue down the road on your right. Then take a left at the third intersection. Keep going towards the layered escalators. They're quite prominent, so you should spot them easily. There's a station along the way. Qingfan bowed repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. You've been a tremendous help. Not at all, the girl said, popping the lollipop back into her mouth and waving her hand dismissively as she prepared to leave with a flourish. Excuse me, Qingfan exclaimed, startled by her own urgency and volume, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, her voice softened as she asked, May I know your name? Andrea, the girl replied, tossing her long hair back and flashing a smile at Qingfan. Excuse me, do you happen to know a boy named Victor? He has black eyes and black hair. Furthermore, he appears to be slightly younger than us, quite slender, and of a height similar to mine. What other details can I recall? Yes. He sports a distinctive fringe that obscures his left eye and often has his hands tucked into his pockets. Indeed, he speaks in a rather pretentious manner, lacking in both respect and decorum. Karl and Sophie animatedly gestured and chattered, attempting to describe him to passers-by, resembling a comedic duo in performance. The onlookers regarded them with bemusement, as if questioning the intelligence of the duo, scanning them from head to toe before shaking their heads in disapproval. Karl and Sophie, feeling utterly disheartened, embraced in a fit of tears. They scoured the vicinity thoroughly, searching high and low, yet no one had laid eyes upon Victor. Surely, with such a living presence, there must be some trace left behind. They pondered whether Victor had somehow vanished into thin air. Relying solely on this scant clue proved to be exceedingly challenging, bordering on the unreliable. Karl had already been silenced for a week by the public chat administrator for spamming, yet no one seemed to pay him any mind. As they described Victor to the passers-by, they realized their knowledge about him was painfully scant. Initially, they struggled to conjure any defining characteristics. Aside from his somewhat arrogant demeanor and that peculiar fringe, Victor's features were as unremarkable as any ordinary person's, failing to leave a lasting impression. There were countless children with black eyes and hair, and the name Victor was as common as dirt. Shouting it in the street would likely elicit responses from a dozen individuals. Who could possibly know whom they were searching for? Sophie regained her composure. We cannot hang our hopes on a single tree. I must possess other means to seek assistance. Having once been the president of the Exball Club and participated in numerous competitions, she was certain there were acquaintances she could consult. She swiftly perused the lengthy contact list on her device, spotting several familiar names. Her mind was racing, and she nearly pressed the call button. Just as her finger was about to touch the screen, a sudden clarity washed over her, akin to a cold splash of water. No, you cannot return in disgrace. A voice echoed in her mind. Sophie hesitantly withdrew her finger and stowed the device away. Xiaofan, what do you suggest we do? Karl clutched his hair in frustration. Well, it does indeed sound particularly vexing, Qingfan mused, resting his chin in thought. This is quite a troublesome situation. Sophie abruptly turned around. Hold on. Did I overlook some crucial details? Karl, have you started flirting again while I was lost in thought? And when did you appear, Xiaofan? She exclaimed, leveling her playful critique. Qingfan shrugged awkwardly in response. In truth, she was as perplexed as anyone else. She was merely walking along the road when suddenly, a red-haired individual lunged at her, grasping her hand and lamenting. Consequently, she found herself dazedly engaging in conversation with Karl. Had they not only met a few days prior? Yet, it felt as though they were old acquaintances. Karl, the instigator of this chaotic encounter, stood aside, tugging at his hair and grinning foolishly, as if such an unfolding was perfectly normal. Sophie sighed, attempting to maintain her composure. It was merely a routine occurrence. Nevertheless, having another familiar face to discuss matters with was advantageous. Suchan, Have you encountered Victor again? Sophie inquired, focusing on the crux of the matter. No, Qingfan replied, shaking her head slightly. Just moments ago, Karl had been babbling away, and although she had struggled to grasp the details, she managed to piece together what these two were preoccupied with. Alas, it was of no use to her. Oh my goodness! Karl suddenly exclaimed, startling both Sophie and Qingfan. Sophie hastily covered her ears. Can we speak calmly? No need for such theatrics. How could I forget? Suchan, why not join our team? Karl suggested, slapping his forehead in realization. Chapter 20. Misconduct. After a brief silence, Qingfan lowered her head, her fingers curled tightly within her sleeves. I'm sorry, but I can't. She bowed abruptly, nearly swinging her ponytail into Karl's face. She rarely refused so decisively. Previously, she had only timidly touched the ball, and the mere thought of it had her on edge. To join the team would mean exposing herself to public scrutiny. If her parents found out, oh, it was imperative they never discovered this. Why not? Just join us. Don't you love Exball? Karl persisted, undeterred. Qingfan's lips trembled as she resolutely replied, no, I truly apologize. Sophie, observing the situation, sensed that there were genuine reasons behind Qingfan's reluctance. To be honest, she was opposed to Qingfan joining the team. After all, Qingfan was an absolute novice, and in every regard, she did not seem suited to be a player, despite her remarkable ball-handling skills displayed in her first attempt. However, seeing Karl's earnest invitation and acknowledging their dire need for players, Sophie felt reluctant to contradict him. When Qingfan lifted her head, she caught sight of Karl's disappointed expression and Sophie's contemplative demeanor, and an inexplicable wave of guilt washed over her. Perhaps she was too soft-hearted, as she quickly added, if you need assistance elsewhere, I can try to help. Sophie nodded. I see, you could serve as a manager. Manager? Qingfan queried, puzzled. Most formal teams have a manager. In essence, they are the caretakers of the team. To foster good relationships with the players, it is essential to provide them with encouragement, as well as necessary supplies such as water and towels. One must also be prepared to address injuries promptly while meticulously documenting each player's performance across various aspects. Furthermore, the manager is responsible for handling miscellaneous tasks outside of the game, including organizing cheerleaders and sometimes even taking on the role of team leader. The job is indeed intricate and demanding. It certainly sounds like a position of great responsibility. Qingfan was resolute in her determination to become an exceptional manager. Really? Karl's eyes sparkled with excitement. You are the best, Xiaofan. Aren't you? He impulsively opened his arms, intending to give Qingfan a big hug, but halfway through, he realized that Qingfan was a girl, and his hands awkwardly froze midair. Ultimately, he withdrew his hands, scratching his head and chuckling sheepishly in an attempt to play it cool. Sophie shrugged. In truth, given the current size of their team, a manager was not strictly necessary. But having an extra pair of hands could only be beneficial. All right then, we now have 3 players and 1 manager, Karl exclaimed, raising his arms in triumph. Xiaofan, if you have some free time, could you help us find Victor? Just as Qingfan was about to respond, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Instinctively, she turned her gaze towards the sound, only to be met with a white ball that filled her entire field of vision, nearly overwhelming her senses. The gust of air generated by the ball fiercely tousled her hair. Watch out! Karl quickly pushed Qingfan aside, and the aggressive ball struck heavily against his shoulder, its overwhelming force radiating through his entire arm. It's an X-ball. How could there be a ball in a place like this? Karl exclaimed, collapsing to the ground. Alarmed, Qingfan hurriedly crouched down to check on Karl. Are you all right? I think I'm okay, Karl replied, feigning nonchalance as he swung his arm. However, midway through the motion, a sharp, penetrating pain coursed through him, causing him to gasp and grimace. Sophie, visibly angered, could not tolerate someone daring to ambush her and her friend. She stepped in front of Karl and Qingfan, raising her voice. Who are you? A chorus of laughter echoed as 3 individuals ambled toward them with their hands stuffed in their pockets, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Among them was a stern-looking muscular man with slicked-back hair, another tall figure with heavily lined eyes, and the leader, who sported a shaved head save for a single tuft of hair dyed an eye-watering green. He walked with a swagger, his shirt collar wide open, adorned with 3 gold chains around his neck, while the dragon tattoo on his wrist appeared to be a mere sticker. Though he was not particularly tall, he certainly knew how to project an imposing presence. In his hand, he tossed a black card, the very projection device of the X-ball. Sophie's heart sank as she realized they had encountered some troublemakers. And who are we? The leader smirked. We are your worst nightmare. The tall figure was the first to speak, his voice sharp and grating, provoking a sense of nausea. Sophie furrowed her brow. The Yasha team? So, such individuals have also entered the preliminary selection? Exball is not a weapon for you to wield against others. Karl, disregarding the pain in his shoulder, pushed past Sophie and confronted the three men with a shout. A cacophony of mocking laughter erupted from the leader, known as Luther, who derisively taunted, "Ah, the little hero. How gallant of you to save the damsel in distress." He then turned to the silent, muscular man beside him, Rudolph, and inquired, "Is this the group seeking Victor?" Rudolph, the man named, nodded affirmatively. Karl, Sophie, and Fan froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Victor? They were aware of Victor's existence? Before Karl could respond, Luther interjected. "Are you little brats friends of Victor?" Caught off guard, Karl instinctively nodded. "All right, enough already, I get it," Luther said, dismissively waving his hand and turning his back, adopting a nonchalant pose as if to disregard the impending chaos. "Go ahead." The two thugs behind him stepped forward, cracking their knuckles ominously. "Oh, and make sure to leave that ponytailed beauty intact. Don't damage her," Luther added. The tall man chuckled. "Understood, I know the boss's preferences." Fan was in a state of utter confusion as the tall figure rushed toward her, extending his claws with malicious intent. In a panic, she attempted to flee, only to find her legs trembling and immobilized. "No." Her voice quivered, tinged with despair. "Don't touch her," Karl and Sophie shouted in unison, ready to rush to her aid. However, a powerful punch whistled past them, swift as lightning and thunderous in strength. The consequences of being struck would be dire. They hurriedly dodged, colliding with one another and tumbling to the ground. Immediately, the fist roared toward their defenseless faces. Karl and Sophie rolled aside just in time, the fists crashing into the earth beside them, sending stones flying and echoing painfully. Despite this, Rudolph remained unfazed, effortlessly restraining both of them. They were unable to protect themselves, let alone Fan. What a dire predicament. It was truly their misfortune. They had merely mentioned Victor while walking peacefully, and yet found themselves subjected to such inexplicable treatment. This was their first encounter with such a scene. What should they do? "Stop!" A commanding female voice rang out. At that moment, the tall figure was poised like an eagle preparing to snatch a chick, a wicked grin on his face as he reached for Fan's delicate wrist. In his eyes, Fan resembled a delicate little rabbit, vulnerable and at the mercy of others. However, just as he was about to seize his opportunity, a powerful flying kick struck his precious face with great force. In an instant, the features of his face were contorted, and he found himself tasting the dirt and grime from the sole of his assailant's shoe. The laces of the assailant's long boots left vivid and glaring marks upon his visage. The tall man, clutching his swollen face, was still reeling from the shock when he sensed that his body was no longer under his control. He was being kicked and struck in the abdomen, waist, arms, and shoulders. It was as if gravity had been thrown into disarray, causing him to tumble uncontrollably. He executed a flawless somersault midair before crashing into a nearby trash bin. A girl stood protectively in front of Fan, her black hair billowing like a banner, imposing and magnificent. Startled, Fan lifted his head and incredulously called out the name of this sudden savior. "Andrea?" Everyone was momentarily frozen, clearly bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Luther turned around in shock, craning his neck to scrutinize the intruder, then crossed his arms and, adopting a feigned tone of mockery, exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this Sister Andrea?" His bravado, however, was evidently lacking. "Luther, you truly live up to your name as a loser," Andrea remarked, typically reticent but striking the mark when she spoke. She uttered a single word, "Get lost." Although Luther held a certain apprehension towards Andrea, he was not about to concede so easily. "Didn't Sister Andrea retire from the game? What brings you back today?" He emphasized the honorific with palpable sarcasm. This mockery, however, fell flat against Andrea. "Get lost. I do not wish to repeat myself for a third time." The tall man struggled to climb out of the trash bin and staggered back to Luther's side, sweat beading on his forehead. "Boss, with Andrea here, do you think Victor—" "Shut your mouth." Luther snapped, visibly irritated. He glanced around and noticed Sophie pulling out her terminal, preparing to call the authorities. He knew that prolonging this confrontation would only be detrimental to the three of them. Having failed to exact revenge and unable to win over the girl, he found himself in a rather troublesome predicament. "Bah!" Luther spat vehemently, not forgetting to issue a final threat. "Andrea, remember this." He then turned to beckon his lackeys before fleeing, as if in a panic. Chapter 21. Not bad at all, Fan. Are you all right? Karl and Sophie hurried over, concern etched upon their faces, despite their own disheveled appearances. "I'm fine." "You two should not always be so concerned for others," Fan said, feeling a warmth in her heart, but also a bit embarrassed. She quickly pulled out some wet wipes from her bag to share with them, so they could wipe the sweat from their brows. "Wow, Fan, you're truly wonderful." Karl gratefully accepted the wet wipe, carelessly smearing it across his face. The previously neatly folded, pristine cloth was instantly crumpled and stained with yellow sweat and dust. Truly, a quintessentially masculine character. Sophie discreetly nudged Karl, urging him to be more mindful of his appearance. However, it seemed Karl was oblivious to her hint. It was rather perilous. As Sophie took the wet wipe, her gaze shifted to the black-haired girl standing beside Fan, who was indifferently looking away. Fan, is this your friend? Fan glanced back at Andrea, hesitatingly nodding. I suppose so. It's up to you. Andrea replied nonchalantly. Yet this time, it was indeed thanks to Andrea that they found themselves in this situation. Fan gently grasped Andrea's arm. A flicker of surprise crossed Andrea's face, but it was fleeting. She didn't seem to mind this gesture. Are you Andrea? That was incredibly cool. Karl beamed, flashing his signature smile, extending his still dirty hand towards Andrea. Andrea glanced down, but had no intention of shaking it. I heard you were looking for Victor? She said, crossing her arms and changing the subject. Upon hearing this, Sophie felt an overwhelming curiosity arise within her. What was so special about Victor? They couldn't glean any information from passers-by, yet Luther and Andrea seemed particularly invested in him, even going out of their way to seek him out. Yes, he is our friend, and we plan to recruit him for our team to participate in the mech preliminary selection. Karl exclaimed. Could it be that you have some leads on Victor, Andrea? Wow, this feels like a puzzle to solve. Karl's response was delightfully carefree. Victor's friend? Andrea looked at Karl with surprise, her gaze filled with confusion, but she quickly understood. This friend was likely a one-sided affair. Andrea's next statement left Karl and the others astounded. I advise you not to seek him out any further. Karl disagreed vehemently. Why not? He exclaimed loudly. After searching for so long, they had finally received a lead, only for the informant to suggest they abandon the pursuit? Is it because you are all delinquents? Sophie interjected suddenly. She had observed for quite some time. It was evident from Luther and his companions and Andrea's various behaviors that she too was a girl of violence. Therefore, it was not difficult to surmise that Victor, who mingled so closely with them, must also be a delinquent. Moreover, judging by their reactions, it seemed Victor was a particularly high-risk delinquent. However, could he possibly be more dangerous than a GenexⅡ-infected individual? Andrea corrected her, saying, It should be noted that we all were once. I have long since left that life behind. She reiterated that Victor was indeed a highly dangerous presence. I strongly advise you not to provoke him. What kind of reasoning is that? Karl shouted. Beside them, Fan lowered his head and spoke softly. My intuition tells me that Victor and Andrea, both of you are truly good people, entirely unlike that group of Luthers. Andrea appeared somewhat taken aback by Fan's statement, a flicker of unusual emotion shimmering in her eyes. The reason for her surprise was not solely this. To my knowledge, Victor had never played Exball. He didn't even possess an Exball projection card. Karl and Sophie exchanged glances. Karl asserted emphatically, that is impossible. The memory of the previous match is still vivid in my mind. His lightning-fast dribbling, effortlessly outmaneuvering opponents, precise interceptions, and powerful, well-angled shots. Such feats could not possibly be accomplished by someone who has never played Exball. Indeed, while I was squandering my youth with them, Victor had never once engaged with Exball. We had invited him to join us, but he had declined every time, displaying a clear disdain for the game. I refused to believe it. Victor could not perform at that level if he truly loathed Exball. Karl insisted. I must confront him directly. I will not accept it until I hear him say he detests Exball with his own lips. Andrea seemed profoundly affected by his fervent conviction, nervously tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Fan unexpectedly seized upon another critical point. Andrea, do you also play Exball? In this era, there are few who do not. I suppose my skills are decent enough, she replied. Decent enough? Sophie recalled the series of moves Andrea had executed against the thugs. Indeed, the ability to perform such maneuvers suggested her Exball skills could not be lacking. Upon hearing this, Karl's attitude underwent a dramatic transformation. Wow, Andrea, you also enjoy Exball? How wonderful. How about this? You should join our team, and we'll have enough members, plus we can bring Victor along, allowing you two old friends to reunite. That would give us 5 players, and with Fan, we'd have 6. Perfect. Andrea was bewildered by Karl's train of thought. What does this have to do with anything? Why are you trying to recruit Victor? Now it seems I am being roped in as well. The term pyramid scheme flashed through Andrea's mind. Even so, Sophie interjected to alleviate the situation. How about this, Andrea? You're quite familiar with Victor, aren't you? You must know his contact information. Just share it with us, and we'll reach out to him ourselves. We won't trouble you further. Andrea then revealed another astonishing fact. Victor had no contact number. He didn't even possess a terminal. What did it mean for a modern individual to lack a terminal? It meant he was unable to attend school, make payments, or even procure a meal. His identity could not be recognized by anyone or any machine. He is unable to communicate with others beyond face-to-face interactions, rendering him oblivious to the latest news, and he remains entirely ignorant of the outside world, which in turn knows nothing of him. Ultimately, he has been forsaken by the entire world. To put it bluntly, he is akin to a person living off the grid. Yet, I am aware of his whereabouts. Upon uttering her words, Andrea realized she had inadvertently let slip information, thus embroiling herself in unnecessary trouble. Indeed, Karl began to pursue her relentlessly. Really? Really? Tell me his address, quickly. Andrea pursed her lips. She had merely intended to pass by and offer a casual reminder. But she did not anticipate being held up and questioned for so long, nearly getting ensnared in a pyramid scheme. Honestly, she had previously declared her desire to disengage from anything concerning Victor. They were not close enough to warrant sharing secrets, were they? However, Andrea chose to relent, proposing a decisive challenge. If you win, I shall join your team and divulge information about Victor. If I win, this matter shall end here. Agreed? The park's lawn, an old haunt, was chosen as the battleground. A black card ascended into the air, shimmering with an eerie glow. The surrounding energy field had subtly shifted. This time, the contest was a one-on-one match, lasting 5 minutes, with the victor being the one who scores the highest within that time frame. The Divine Team dispatched Karl to face Andrea. The format of the match remained largely unchanged, utilizing a park bench as the goal. Hitting the bench or passing beneath it would count as a score. Due to one bench being occupied, only half a field would be used, and the goal would be shared. You both must give it your all. Ching Fan shouted from the sidelines, exerting his utmost to cheer for them. Sophie stood with her arms crossed, observing the match with a cool demeanor. If Andrea were to join the team, it would comprise Karl, Andrea, the yet-to-be-tried Ilian, manager Ching Fan, and herself, totaling 5 members with 4 players. Intriguingly, Karl would be the sole male among them, creating a notable gender imbalance compared to most teams. Karl could almost be considered the lone male sprout in this ensemble. Through this competition, Sophie sought to gauge Andrea's true abilities. Should her skills prove commendable, even in defeat, she would find a way to recruit Andrea. Furthermore, if both Andrea and Victor were to join, the team's composition would possess a unique quality. Sophie recalled Andrea's spectacular flying kick that had sent a tall thug soaring, indicating tremendous power in her legs. It was highly likely that Andrea was adept with her feet. Just before Karl stepped into the center of the field, Sophie imparted this advice to him. Andrea is a dominant left-footed player, as are Karl and Victor, resulting in a trio of left-footed athletes within the team. Although the roster is not yet complete, this figure surpasses the typical number of left-footed players in most standard teams. What defines a left-footed player? In truth, there are only 2 archetypes: strikers who possess the sheer power to forcefully breach the goal, and midfielders capable of delivering long passes that surpass the reach of a hand throw. Generally, right-handed players enjoy a significant advantage when facing left-footed opponents, both in ball control and interception. However, when it comes to passing distance and shot power, left-footed players excel beyond the capabilities of right-handed counterparts. This explains why many teams opt to recruit 1 or 2 left-footed players. To mitigate the imbalance between these 2 types of players, the organizing committee of Exball has instituted regulations. Excluding goalkeepers, physical contact with the ball must not exceed 3 seconds. And challenges for the ball can only occur when it is airborne, indicating that possession is contested. During matches, a signal light is employed to display ball possession, thus preventing actions such as forceful pulling or ball holding, and placing greater emphasis on skill. Chapter 22. Long shots with the sharp sound of the electronic referee's whistle. The countdown clock begins to tick down, and the match commences. Exball materializes at the center of the field, descending from a height. Roar. Karl, invigorated, propels himself forward with fervor, leaping high to seize control of the ball. Indeed, in the initial scramble, Andrea finds herself at a disadvantage. This is not due to a lack of reflexes or jumping ability on Andrea's part, but rather the physical disparity. Standing at 1.78 meters, Andrea is tall for a girl, yet Karl, at 1.83 meters, holds a significant 5-centimeter height advantage, which directly influences the dynamics of the opening play. Excellent. This round has started off well. Karl thinks to himself, relishing the rare opportunity to gain an early advantage. Not bad, Andrea scoffs slightly. As Karl lands, he forcefully brings his hand down, preparing to transfer the ball to his foot, aiming to create a height differential. Typically, the opponent would rush towards the ball in his hand, and if he deftly switched feet at that moment, the opponent would miss entirely. Karl feels a tinge of pride. for he is not one to overlook even the slightest of tactics. However, this clever ruse meets its end. Andrea swiftly strikes the ball with her palm, sending it flying with a speed reminiscent of a lethal blow. Not only that, but she appears to have anticipated the trajectory of the ball, dashing forward to intercept it just before it spirals out of control, skillfully transferring it from one hand to the other. With this adjustment, the chaotic path of the ball regains its order, allowing her to firmly seize control of the rhythm of play. She has seen through him. Moreover, following a series of almost violent maneuvers, Andrea had already distanced herself from Karl by nearly 2 body lengths. The situation had dramatically shifted, and possession of the ball was firmly in Andrea's grasp. To Sophie's astonishment, the intensity of Andrea's hand movements suggested that she resembled a player who predominantly favored her hands. Did this imply that her footwork was wasted? However, this puzzlement was soon resolved. Karl was no fool. After losing the ball, he instinctively knew to pursue her. Surprisingly, Andrea did not advance with the ball, but instead halted, releasing it to the ground, and skillfully caught it with the back of her foot as it fell. Was she truly a foot-dominant player? Indeed. Whether one is footed or handed, both hand and foot techniques require simultaneous training, albeit with varying emphasis based on individual circumstances. It is not impossible for a predominantly footed player to execute the series of actions just displayed. It is a consensus that footwork is more challenging to master than hand techniques. Since Andrea had voluntarily transitioned to using her feet in an unobstructed situation, it indicated her confidence in her footwork. She was still a foot-dominant player. Just as Sophie contemplated this, she was abruptly proven wrong. 1 second, 2 seconds. Andrea pointed her toes, allowing the ball to rest steadily between the back of her foot and her calf, motionless. What did this mean? Typically, foot-dominant players, after switching the ball to their feet, either display flashy footwork to dazzle their opponents or dribble the ball forward. Even if they pause, they rely on juggling to evade fouls. How could one simply let the ball stick to their foot like this? If this continued, a foul would surely be called. Karl, too, was perplexed by Andrea's actions. He only recognized that this was an opportune moment for interception. Although the ball was adhered to Andrea's foot, according to the rules, Karl could not touch it. The possibilities were limited. Either Andrea would exceed the time allowed for stopping the ball, resulting in a foul and possession reverting to Karl, or she would be compelled to juggle the ball to avoid a foul, thereby giving Karl the opportunity to intercept. It seemed that all present, aside from Andrea, could envision no other outcome. 2.5 seconds had elapsed, and the electronic referee's buzzer was poised to sound the warning for a foul. Just then, Andrea sprang into action. With a swift backward flick of her leg, the ball appeared to defy the pull of gravity, momentarily suspended in midair, before Andrea forcefully swung her leg, striking the ball with the back of her foot. Astonishingly, this was a shot on goal. The standard dimensions for an X-ball playing field are 58 meters in length and 37 meters in width. Although this grassy area was located in a park, it still afforded a reasonable expanse from where Andrea initiated her strike. The distance to the bench was no less than 30 meters. It is generally inconceivable for anyone to attempt a goal from such a distance. Yet, Andrea was capable of doing so. The force of the ball was so tremendous, and its speed so rapid, that Karl had no time to react. It whizzed past him, sweeping up a massive gust of air, resembling a spear as it surged forward with unstoppable momentum. The ball struck the uppermost left corner of the bench, bouncing high off the backrest, only to dissipate into thin air like a fleeting bubble. The electronic scoreboard flipped, 1-0, Andrea in the lead. The audience was left in astonishment. Sophie discerned the truth. In terms of overall technique, Andrea was indeed a dominant player. However, unlike other dominant players who directly used their hands for passing and scoring, Andrea only switched to her feet at such critical moments, executing an unexpectedly long-range shot that pierced through defenses. Her long-range shots were not merely powerful. The angles were exceptionally crafty, enabling her to breach multiple walls in actual combat. Long-range shooting was Andrea's forte. With her kicking prowess, her scoring range extended far beyond the goal line, reaching all the way from midfield. What a stroke of luck to encounter such a formidable opponent. Yet, the current situation was undeniably dire. Having only played for less than half a minute, Andrea had already scored. The considerable disparity in skill was glaring, and Karl had an uphill battle to overcome in the remaining 4.5 minutes. Could he manage it? Fan whispered anxiously. Sophie remained silent. If this match was lost, not only would they fail to recruit Andrea, but the quest for Victor's clues would also come to an abrupt halt. It would be a shame not to become teammates. Fan genuinely wished to forge a true friendship with Andrea. Andrea tossed her hair, casting a sidelong glance at Karl, raising an eyebrow. Her style of play was an unabashed provocation, standing there as if to say, "Come at me, I fear you not." At that moment, Andrea had changed. She was no longer the troubled figure she once was, but had transformed into a fiercely competitive athlete. In Exball, she would never concede defeat. Impressive, unexpected. Instead of the expressions of frustration, resentment, anger, and shame that should have adorned Karl's face, there was only excitement, enthusiasm, and aspiration. This match held significance. Indeed, playing with full commitment brought the greatest joy. Karl remained the same, and Sophie, clearly accustomed to this, smiled and shook her head. Rather than feeling the tension she had before, she found solace in Karl's words, which always had a way of easing her mind. This was evidently the first time Andrea had encountered someone like him. She raised her eyebrows in surprise, then composed herself, nodding earnestly. She genuinely appreciated Karl's attitude. "Then let it be," she declared. On the other side of the field, someone yawned widely. He was a youth with a mane resembling that of a disheveled lion, his hood obscuring the upper portion of his face, yet his lustrous bronze skin and a long scar on his left cheek were unmistakably visible. This scar, a precise incision, was both terrifying and impressive, stretching from beneath his eyelid, across his jawline, and extending down to his Adam's apple. It was difficult to fathom the ordeal he must have endured to bear such a ghastly mark, and equally unimaginable that anyone could have survived such a grievous injury. Not only had the boy survived, but he lounged casually on a bench, observing the contest before him with an air of indifference, his arms confidently draped over the backrest. His presence monopolized the opposite bench, forcing Karl and Andrea's duel to occupy only half of the available seating. "Ah, yes, I'm over here." Nothing particularly noteworthy. Just the same group of youngsters, likely trying to enlist him for the mech preliminary selections. Huh. I watched, and their performance was utterly abysmal. They dare to recruit Victor? It nearly lulled me to sleep. Who are they? A foolish, grinning simpleton, a supporter, a soft-spoken girl, and that little girl who used to hang around with Victor. Albeit she is older than I am. What else is there? Oh, I said there's nothing significant, so don't come looking for me. I'm quite busy with basketball. You pesky bespectacled fellow, your excessive concern is tiresome. Mind your longevity. The youth muttered to himself, seemingly speaking to the air, his demeanor exuding impatience. His voice was typically resonant, yet he managed to lower it to avoid appearing foolish. Karl was oblivious to the fact that, unbeknownst to him, the messages he sent out in search of Victor, seemingly falling into the void, had garnered considerable attention. He shifted his crossed leg, settling further into the bench for added comfort. He observed Karl and Andrea's match with keen interest, his sentiment singular, childish play. It was merely trivial entertainment, while Karl shouted in awe, eliciting his amusement. However, since he was already placed here by that bespectacled fellow, truthfully, watching a while longer wouldn't be too inconvenient. After all, he had ample time to spare. Chapter 23, Reverse Thinking. The match resumed, with Karl once again seizing the opportunity to initiate the play. This time, he vowed not to lose possession. Such was his intention. However, the execution proved to be far more challenging. Andrea's swift and forceful interceptions returned with a vengeance, her aggression betraying her femininity. Alarmed, Karl leaped back 2 steps, clutching the ball tightly, striving to distance himself from Andrea's perilous reach. He was utterly hesitant to release the ball, convinced that the moment it left the protective confines of his grasp, it would be forcibly seized by this formidable girl before him. Karl gazed ahead, with Andrea positioned between him and the goal. Although Andrea was not particularly robust in stature, she exuded an immense sense of pressure. Every possible path forward was blocked, and Karl could discern no viable route. What to do? Just as he hesitated, the electronic referee blew the whistle. Holding the ball for over 3 seconds constituted a minor foul. In an instant, Karl felt the ball vanish from his grasp, dissolving into nothingness, only to reappear in Andrea's possession. The ball had been forcibly exchanged. On the sidelines, Sophie watched intently, her expression grave as she bit her right thumb. The disparity in skill seemed rather pronounced. Andrea's remarkable prowess extended beyond her exceptional long-range shots. Her ability to intercept and tackle was second to none, rendering her defense impenetrable. Such well-rounded players were a rarity. However, Sophie had encountered formidable players before. No matter how comprehensive their abilities, no one was devoid of flaws. So where lay Andrea's weaknesses? Where could one find an opening? As the electronic referee signaled the resumption of play, Karl was on guard, anticipating that Andrea might take a shot immediately. He closely shadowed her from the outset. His presence posed a genuine challenge for Andrea, hindering her ability to maneuver the ball effectively. In this scenario, she had to bypass Karl to seize an opportunity for a long-range shot. Andrea rhythmically dribbled the ball, transferring it from her left hand to her right. calmly observing Karl as she sought a breakthrough. Suddenly, she made a sharp left turn and quickened her pace. Karl reacted promptly, swiftly closing the gap and spreading his arms to block her path, forcing Andrea to halt her advance once more. He could not afford to concede another goal. Keeping pace with her, Sophie noted Karl's efforts. No, it hardly seemed fair to label it as effort. Thud, thud, thud. With each bounce, the ball's trajectory was etched into Sophie's mind. Now she understood. At that moment, Karl made a sudden interception, regaining control of the ball. Andrea, swift as ever, immediately pursued him without hesitation, sticking closely to him like a stubborn adhesive. The two engaged in a fierce struggle for possession, neither conceding ground. As the contest reached a stalemate, time was slipping away rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The match had now been in progress for 3 minutes. Prolonging this impasse was not a viable strategy. Andrea needed only to maintain her lead for the next 2 minutes to secure victory, while Karl had to score twice to have any hope of triumph. Generally speaking, during a standard 1-hour X-ball match, the total goals scored by both teams typically range between 16 and 20. This implies that achieving 2 goals within a 5-minute span is an extraordinary feat, and often, a single goal can decisively determine the outcome. Karl finds himself in an undeniably disadvantaged position. Anxious and striving to control the ball without committing a foul has become the extent of his capabilities. The prospect of a breakthrough seems unattainable. If he were to adopt a strategy akin to Andrea's, executing a long-range shot from this point could potentially yield results. As a player who favors his dominant foot, he possesses a striking strength that rivals Andrea, a player who specializes in handball. Seizing upon a gap, Karl unleashed a powerful kick. Striking the ball with the instep is an approach that maximizes speed, power, and distance. Andrea was unable to intercept it. The shot was immensely powerful, soaring through the air like a dragon igniting sparks as it ascended. Indeed, it soared to great heights, launching high into the sky. The 4 spectators gazed in disbelief as they watched the ball streak past. "Ah!" Fan exclaimed, crouching down and shielding her head. The descending ball, akin to a colossal meteor, was hurtling towards her face with unstoppable force. Standing at the sidelines, so far from the goal, how could she still be struck by the ball? What sort of magnetic field attracts the ball to her face? Just as it seemed destined to leave a massive crater upon impact, the ball suddenly erupted with a violent burst, disintegrating into a flurry of foam that vanished into the air. This exceeded the force field range that X-ball projection cards could assess, resulting in the ball being deemed out of play and annihilated on the spot. A moment of panic ensued. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Karl stammered an apology, flustered. His kicking power was adequate, but his accuracy was sorely lacking. With only a minute and a half remaining in the match, Andrea tossed her hair back, taking deep breaths to steady herself. The recent tussle had drained her energy, leaving her slightly breathless. "Give up. You have no hope left," she stated coldly. Initially, she had entertained a flicker of interest in this group, believing they might be able to connect with Victor. She even contemplated that they could potentially be the light that rescues Victor from darkness. However, it now appeared that they were nothing extraordinary. Karl rose once more, declaring, "I will not give up." To her surprise, he remained resolute. "Is there any point in continuing this way?" Andrea inquired nonchalantly. Karl's determination shone through. "There is purpose. Competing against such a formidable opponent until the very last moment is a great fortune. X-ball is truly a wonderful thing. It has allowed me to meet so many friends." His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Andrea, I wish to play alongside you and Victor, continuing this game indefinitely. Are you friends with Victor?" Upon hearing these words, Andrea was momentarily taken aback. Regardless, the game must go on. With just a minute and a half remaining, the prospect of a miracle seemed exceedingly remote. Fan felt an urgent need to take action. She summoned her utmost strength to cheer. "Come on, Karl. Just one more goal." Karl nodded appreciatively at her. As the whistle blew, the ball descended from the sky. "Karl, pass the ball to her," Sophie shouted from the sidelines. "Huh." Karl was utterly bewildered. Not only was he confused, but Andrea and Fan were equally perplexed. What sense was there in relinquishing possession right from the start? A sudden realization dawned upon Karl. At the moment Sophie called out to him, Andrea had already seized the ball. After all, one should never turn down an advantage offered. If she could bypass Karl and take a long-range shot, the match would be irrevocably concluded. A minute left, and chasing 3 points seemed impossible. It was time to widen the gap and extinguish any hope Karl might have. Andrea dribbled the ball forward. To Karl's astonishment, he slightly stepped aside. What was happening? Just moments ago, he had been resolute, yet now he appeared to have completely surrendered. Andrea sensed something was amiss, though she couldn't quite articulate what it was. Regardless, She needed to evade him and push forward. As Andrea dribbled past Karl, just as her shoulder eclipsed his, he suddenly pivoted. "Now!" Karl shouted, launching himself from behind to thrust the ball ahead with force. He accelerated, fervently chasing after the direction in which the ball flew. Clearly, Andrea had not anticipated this series of maneuvers from Karl. Nevertheless, her professional instincts kicked in, and she refused to yield, sprinting after the ball that was soaring ahead. No one is without flaws, and Andrea was no exception. Sophie had discerned a hint of rigidity in her dribbling. Each time she struck the ball, its trajectory was erratic, and the rhythm of the strikes left much to be desired. Andrea's ball control was not particularly impressive. If Karl could not breach her defense head-on, perhaps a more strategic approach would be to defend against her dribbling and identify her vulnerabilities. Andrea had completely lost control of the ball. As Karl pushed the ball forward from behind, she could no longer intercept it as she usually would, forced to passively chase after it. This was an excellent opportunity to widen the gap without a direct confrontation. Now it was a race of speed. Oh, Karl felt as though fire ignited beneath his feet, each step faster than the last. This was a rare chance, and he was determined to seize it. Andrea has always excelled in speed, never losing to anyone. However, at this moment, her legs felt heavier compared to Karl's. The exertion from their recent tussle had taken a toll on her. Struggling to keep pace with Karl, Andrea planned to intercept the ball the moment he attempted to seize it. Yet, the anticipated scenario did not unfold. The instant Karl's toes made contact with the ball, he forcefully kicked it forward once more, sending it soaring away. This could be considered an overly vigorous dribble. Karl would strike the ball far ahead, only to swiftly chase after it. Such a technique is typically regarded as a novice's blunder in regular matches, as it places the ball too far from the feet, making it susceptible to interception and difficult to control. However, at that moment, the field was devoid of any other players. With no one in front of Karl, he could advance in this manner without hesitation. It was as if Karl possessed an inexhaustible reserve of energy. No matter how intense the previous exertion, he still managed to summon his full vigor. He feared exhaustion the least. Astonishingly, he was able to accelerate even further. Karl completely distanced himself from Andrea, leaving her far behind. He succeeded. With a surge of momentum, he received the ball, executed a fluid series of dribbles, and brought the ball right up to the bench, making it impossible for Andrea to catch up. After all, he had honed his dribbling skills through years of working at Exball. With a gentle nudge, he sent the ball beneath the bench. 1-1, the score was leveled. Only 40 seconds remained in the match. Chapter 24, Halftime. With merely 40 seconds left, the outcome would either be decided by a single goal or conclude in a draw. A draw? Such a result was unacceptable to Andrea. She had rested sufficiently, and her previously depleted energy had been restored. With her fingers twirling a lock of hair, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Karl was oblivious to the ominous signal this sent, indicating that Andrea was now entirely serious. "Hey, little brother, remember, you're playing in halves," Sophie on the sidelines called out with a hint of warning. Karl was utterly bewildered by this statement. Playing in halves? What did that mean? If they were not playing a half, what had they been doing all this time? Aside from the positions of offense and defense, what difference was there between halves and full matches? The novices at Exball, including Karl, always practiced starting from half the field. Yet he had never perceived a notable distinction in all his previous half matches. The seniors insisted it held significance, yet he could not comprehend it at all. Just as Sophie was about to offer further guidance, the electronic referee blew the whistle. Only 40 seconds remained, and everything returned to the starting point. This was the ultimate showdown. Let it conclude swiftly. Karl leapt high, only to realize a shadow loomed above him. This time, Andrea's jump was even higher than his. Trouble was brewing. Due to his previous successes in initiating the game, Karl naturally assumed that Andrea would once again lag behind him. Distracted momentarily by Sophie, he unwittingly left an opening for Andrea to seize. Although Andrea's stature did not match Karl's, she exhibited an astonishing leap at this critical juncture. With great determination, Andrea propelled the ball forward and deftly maneuvered beneath Karl's armpit, racing after it with fervor. Karl's jump was delayed. By the time he landed, Andrea had already outpaced him by a significant margin, stopping the ball with her foot. Karl exclaimed in dismay, "It's too late. You have no chance left." The X-ball was struck from beneath Andrea's foot, sending it soaring. A final long-range shot. Was it truly over? Sophie sighed. "No, it is not finished yet. We have not reached our limits." Karl's voice resonated across the field. "I still want to play with you, Andrea, and Victor." With renewed vigor, Karl sprinted towards the ball, intent on intercepting it before it crossed the goal line. Andrea was taken aback. Was Karl truly going to resist? The force and speed of her shot were such that no one could possibly catch up. How could anyone move faster than a ball in flight? It seemed impossible. Yet, this was the realm of Exball, where the extraordinary became reality. Karl heard the sound of his sneakers crushing the grass, his heart pounding in his chest. Limbs pushed to their utmost, the air itself propelling him forward. His singular focus was to reach that ball, akin to chasing an elusive light. He could accelerate further. Remarkably, he matched the ball's pace. Karl's fingers grazed the surface of the ball, altering its trajectory. Yet, it continued its flight towards the bench. The collective breath of the spectators caught in their throats. It cannot score. Ching Fan whispered a prayer. Miraculously, the ball struck the leg of the bench and ricocheted back. This shot was not a goal. Karl leapt in jubilation, seemingly forgetting that the game was still underway. Wonderful. We did it. However, a dramatic twist ensued as the rebounding ball struck Karl squarely in the face, leaving him momentarily dazed, his vision swirling with stars. It took him some time to regain his composure. When he finally opened his eyes to assess the situation, the entire arena was frozen in disbelief. The ball that had hit him had bounced back, rolling beneath the bench. In that instant, the electronic scoreboard flickered to life. 2-1. This is not the crux of the matter. The real issue lies in the fact that this own goal was attributed to Karl. Meanwhile, the electronic referee blew the final whistle. Did Karl emerge victorious? Neither Andrea nor Karl anticipated this outcome. Karl was utterly bewildered, no matter how he viewed it. The goal appeared to be an own goal on his part. How could it possibly count as his score? After pondering for some time, he finally grasped the situation by noticing the possession signal light next to the scoreboard. A realization dawned upon him. Remember, you are playing half-court. Sophie's voice echoed in his mind. So that was the implication of her words. In full-court play, the criterion for determining a score hinges on which goal the ball enters. However, in half-court, the standard shifts, for both sides share a single goal. Thus, the determination of who scores depends on which team had possession of the ball prior to it entering the goal. Andrea's long-range shot initially deflected off Karl, striking the leg of a chair, and from the moment it rebounded, it became a free ball unclaimed by either side. Subsequently, as the ball made contact with Karl's body, it found its way into the goal. The system misinterpreted this inadvertent action as Karl's deliberate maneuver, mistakenly believing he had propelled the ball into the net. At the moment the ball crossed the goal line, possession belonged to Karl. Hence, the point rightfully went to him. The electronic referee adhered rigidly to the rules and protocols. How can one put it? This stroke of luck seemed almost too fortuitous. It was a clear case of misfortune for Andrea, who was understandably not entirely convinced by the outcome. Clenching her fists, her expression darkened slightly. Karl recognized that his victory was purely a matter of chance. There was nothing honorable about winning in such a manner. Rubbing the back of his head, he approached Andrea with a hint of apology. The logic of this system is flawed. It should have been your victory. Then he began, but to his surprise, Andrea interjected, "No, you won. And I accept my defeat." Although she was indeed competitive, she was not one to shy away from loss. Ultimately, it was her oversight in not being more acquainted with the rules that led to this outcome, and the system could not be blamed. After all, luck is indeed a facet of skill. Shaking her hair back, her demeanor sharpened. However, next time, I shall not be defeated. Karl felt somewhat intimidated by her fierce spirit, yet he was genuinely pleased by the determination reflected in her eyes. Suddenly, Ching Fan emerged between them, attempting to alleviate the tension. "You both did splendidly. By the way, Andrea, does this mean you agree to join our team?" It was said that associating with fools could lead one to folly, and Ching Fan nearly succumbed to Karl's habit of addressing everyone with diminutive nicknames. Andrea nodded, showing no significant discontent with Ching Fan's slip of the tongue. The feeling of joining a collective does not seem so bad after all. If it is Karl, and if it is this group of individuals, perhaps they could indeed transform Victor. For now, joining them appears to be a favorable decision. How splendid. The team now consists of 4 players. Karl joyfully leaped up, intending to embrace Ching Fan and Andrea, entirely oblivious to the fact that they were both young women. Even before Karl could pounce, Ching Fan's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Andrea raised an eyebrow, displaying her protective instincts by pulling Ching Fan behind her and swiftly sending Karl flying with a kick. Karl was unceremoniously hurled onto a bench, dazed and mumbling incoherently about how wonderful it all was, praising little Andrea as a great person. Sophie covered her face, exclaiming, "Oh, Karl, do try to be a bit more aware." On the opposite bench, a boy with a mane of lion-like hair stood up, stretching widely, his bones cracking audibly. For him, this rather trivial entertainment was finally at an end. Remarkably, he found himself harboring a modicum of interest in such a feeble team. Though they were but a swarm of ants, destined to be crushed beneath a foot, it would be intriguing to see how high they could leap. Perhaps this was not so terrible after all. Hey, Andrea, where are you leading us? Karl asked. Isn't the residential area on the second level of the city? We just missed the elevator. We've been wandering on the first floor for ages. Wow, why are the facilities here so outdated? There isn't a soul in sight. It hardly seems like a place where anyone would reside. Karl's chatter was unrelenting throughout their journey. Just follow me, and everything will be fine, Andrea finally snapped. Unable to endure his incessant comments, she acknowledged that she knew Victor's address but refrained from providing specific directions, relying on her to guide them. I can only take you there. What happens afterward is beyond my responsibility, Andrea warned them. In hindsight, her caution was indeed warranted. The location Andrea intended to lead them to was beyond mere remoteness. They traversed a river so diminutive on the map that it could easily be overlooked. As the bustling skyscrapers receded into the distance, replaced by dilapidated ruins that seemed remnants of a bygone millennium. Although the terminal's navigation remained functional, all the signs now indicated nameless streets. It was difficult to fathom that in the year 3876, such places could exist within the once thriving 2nd Administrative District. This seemed to be what they referred to as a developed wasteland, a realm where human ambition and greed had dissipated into mere illusions of wealth. As twilight approached, the sky turned a murky gray, and the lowly structures cast dark shadows under the blood-red sunset, resembling a scene favored by eerie films. This place is exceedingly peculiar. Fan recalls a case from the school's safety education course, where nefarious individuals often lured unsuspecting young girls to such locations. However, Andrea clearly does not strike one as someone prone to deceit. Just as doubts began to mount among the group, Andrea came to a halt. Here we are, she announced. It seems he has yet to return. They stood before an abandoned bridge archway. Karl curiously leaned in, only to be utterly astonished. Is it possible that someone actually resides here? A mere bedding and a cabinet for miscellaneous items. These constituted Victor's entire possessions. The surroundings were exceedingly rudimentary, yet impeccably tidy. The bedding was folded neatly, and there was not a speck of dust upon the cabinet, which was secured with an ancient mechanical lock. Andrea explained that this was indeed Victor's dwelling. Chapter 25. The darkness of Victor. Karl was eager to venture further, but Andrea restrained him. With a sigh, she said, "It's best not to intrude any further into his territory. I brought you here merely to witness his current predicament. How can this be? How does he manage to eat, attend school, and live?" Fan asked incredulously. Though her parents were stern, she at least had a complete family. Had she not seen this with her own eyes? She would scarcely believe that individuals like Victor existed, struggling for survival in the crevices of the city. The last time she saw Victor, he appeared no different from an ordinary youth. Andrea nodded. No parents, no companions, no home. There exists a term, seldom used now, that aptly describes his situation, a vagabond. At the mention of family, Sophie felt a sudden pang in her heart, though she concealed her emotions. Sophie inquired, with such a comprehensive welfare system in place, why doesn't he seek assistance at a relief station? The district government would arrange for his schooling, provide subsidies, and offer shelter. Surely that is preferable to this? Do you think we urged him? Andrea shook her head. The more we encouraged him, the more he withdrew. Karl, filled with indignation, declared, "Then I shall simply take him away. This cannot continue." He rolled up his sleeves, appearing genuinely resolved to act. Andrea scoffed. "He will return here when fate permits." Karl's face flushed with frustration as he prepared to retort. At that moment, he felt a peculiar tickling at his feet. Looking down, he was surprised to find a small, scruffy kitten, no larger than 3 fists. It had seemingly emerged from nowhere, now persistently presenting its rear to Karl's feet, its tail swaying back and forth against his trousers. "Oh no, please don't relieve yourself on my shoes," Karl exclaimed, leaping back in alarm. His thought process was indeed rather eccentric. Sophie cast him a disdainful glance. "How adorable," she remarked. Fan crouched down, extending his hand in an attempt to pet the little kitten, but it abruptly flicked its tail and leaped away. "What are you all doing here?" A cold voice resonated behind the 4. They all turned around, but Karl was the quickest to react, lunging towards the source of the voice, nearly brought to tears. "Hey, little Wei, it's me. I've been searching for you." "What do you mean, little Wei?" The individual, as anticipated, instantly recoiled in horror, raising a hand to firmly hold Karl's face, preventing him from getting any closer. "Who the hell are you?" Andrea nearly burst into laughter at the mention of little Wei, but quickly composed herself, feigning indifference. She had never heard anyone refer to Victor in such a manner. "It's me, Karl." Even with Victor blocking him with one hand, Karl persisted in waving his arms, attempting to seize the other. Victor frowned, scrutinizing Karl's face, and finally remembered, "You're that annoyingly persistent guy from last time? Please don't bother me today." The memory of nearly being drawn into a pyramid scheme by Karl sent shivers down his spine. Karl, undeterred, grasped Victor's arm, shaking it enthusiastically. Actually, we came to invite you to join our Exball team. We're already quite renowned, called the Rising Stars. Victor felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He could hardly tolerate the sentimentality, swatting Karl away. No way. His response was straightforward and unyielding. Why not? You should really love Exball. Karl pressed on. If you join our Rising Stars team, it would be beneficial for all of us. Upon hearing the phrase love Exball, Victor's expression darkened instantly. Fan joined in the persuasion. Victor, I understand that you might not appreciate our sudden appearance here, but Karl, Sophie, Andrea, and I genuinely want to play ball with you and be your companions. If you have any concerns, isn't it best to address them together with your teammates? Sophie then approached him with a heartfelt tone. Victor, given your situation, I suggest you find a shelter instead. We can assist you with other issues. Her concern clearly stemmed from a different angle. Victor lowered his head, remaining silent. His fingers trembled slightly, and his complexion turned grim. He despised arguing with others. He preferred to resolve matters without confrontation. However, today he was fervently suppressing the urge to lash out. Ultimately, he lifted his head. Fixating on one familiar face among the four, his gaze tinged with resentment. Did you bring them here? The way he addressed her was notably peculiar, indicating a level of familiarity. Andrea turned her head away. Victor pressed on. So this is all you're doing? You wish to persuade me again? Andrea shrugged, tacitly conceding. Boring. Victor uttered. In summary, Victor, we cannot simply disregard you. Regardless, you should join our team, shouldn't she? Look, your old friend Andrea is also a part of it, isn't he? Oh, and you must report to the relief station today. They will arrange for you a good place to stay and a fine school. Why not consider joining our Tianzi school? We could meet every day, and I could frequently play ball with you. Victor's voice trembled slightly. Karl, somewhat perplexed, asked what? Play ball. Victor suddenly raised his voice several decibels. It was astonishing that such a boy could produce such a sound. I will not play Exball. Now or ever. Please, leave me alone. Victor bellowed. Fan, still unable to let go of the matter, pressed on. But even if you don't join our team, you still need to go to the relief station. You can't keep going on like this. Consider our advice. Don't refuse the help offered to you. With one after another lecturing him, Victor finally opened up. Help? Huh? What help? Did I ask for your assistance? Such self-important fools. You speak so eloquently. Yet in the end, aren't they all just empty promises? He lifted his gaze and shot a fierce glare at Fan. Fan was taken aback by his expression, instinctively taking a few steps back. How can you say that to Xiaofan? Sophie interjected, unable to bear it any longer. We are all well-intentioned. Well-intentioned? Victor suddenly chuckled softly, running his fingers through his hair and then gripping it tightly. How ludicrous. He felt an urge to laugh heartily at the heavens, but someone interrupted him. I don't understand. I truly don't understand, Karl murmured, looking back at Victor. Victor, who clearly loved Exball, insisted he would never play again. His eyes brimmed with a longing for companionship. Yet he repeatedly shut himself off, utterly incomprehensible. Little Wei, I still remember the look in your eyes when you played that day. It told me you were happy. It told me you wanted to play. It told me you wished to emerge from the darkness. Join us, Victor. Karl gazed intently at Victor, his eyes ablaze like torches. Victor, feeling a surge of embarrassment and anger, found Karl's words piercing his heart like a sharp knife, putting him on display for all to see. What do you know? I don't understand, but that's all right. Karl earnestly rolled up his sleeves, adopting a pose akin to an eagle swooping down to catch its prey. I could simply carry you away. Victor was thoroughly provoked. He erupted in fury, his left fist clenched like a meteor, surging forth from his side. Unable to endure any longer, he finally revealed his true self. With this punch, if it were to strike Karl's face directly, it would undoubtedly result in a concussion. Karl blinked in a daze, seemingly still processing the situation. Get out of the way, little brother. Sophie shouted urgently. In a flash, a hand shot out from Karl's side, swift as lightning, intercepting Victor's fist just as it was about to collide with Karl's nose. The sound of impact echoed. A resounding clap as Andrea caught Victor's punch in her palm. They stood there, locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield, glaring at each other. Victor furrowed his brow fiercely at Andrea, who met his gaze with equal intensity. A slight tremor traveled from Victor's fist to Andrea's hand, and upon closer inspection, it became apparent that his entire body was shaking. Andrea remained silent. Ultimately, she was the first to relent. All right, let's go, she said, releasing his fist and letting it fall dejectedly. She cast a disappointed glance at Victor. In the end, the outcome remained unchanged. Karl, clearly wanting to say more, was abruptly pulled back by Sophie, who frantically gestured for him to cease provoking others. The frightened Qing fan was not the only one. Even Sophie found herself hesitant. Suddenly, Sophie recalled the look in Victor's eyes. It was reminiscent of someone she had encountered before. No, such a thing could hardly be called human. In any case, today's efforts to win him over had failed, and further entanglement could exacerbate the situation. She resolutely grabbed Karl and Qing fan, leading them away. She could not allow her juniors to face further threats. Andrea was the last to depart. "Think about it carefully," were her parting words to Victor. With a toss of her hair, she strode away without a backward glance. Victor stood silently, head bowed, his long bangs obscuring his face. The night had fully descended, enveloping him in an abyss of darkness. Chapter 26. Sophie and Karl pushed open the dormitory door, his face smeared with dirt. Although this day yielded some successes, Andrea had agreed to stay with the team, and Qing fan was willing to serve as the manager. The number of companions had increased by 2. And for the first day of recruitment, such results were commendable for a fledgling team. Yet, the memory of Victor's gaze lingered in his mind, leaving him unsettled. Victor's situation was more precarious than he had initially imagined. Effective communication with him was nearly impossible. Even Andrea, who was well acquainted with Victor, found herself at a loss. It's all right. There must be a way." Karl reassured himself. "I will surely bring Victor into the team." With renewed determination, he rallied his spirits once more. "Cal, why are you just standing at the door?" "The cold wind is blowing in," called out his roommate, Koyuan, peeking from the side of the table. After all, Tianzi School is a prestigious institution, and the dormitory conditions are excellent, with 3 students per room, bunk beds, a study area, independent bathrooms, balconies, and central air conditioning to regulate the temperature. Koyuan, a cheerful member of the rock climbing club and a classmate of Cal, also ascended directly from Tianzi Intermediate School, which fostered a warm familiarity between them upon their first meeting, allowing them to bond quickly. As for the other roommate, he was nestled in bed, wrapped in a blanket, engrossed in video games, a quintessential homebody who rarely spoke to Cal and Koyuan, often making his presence nearly negligible. "Oh, my apologies," Cal chuckled, shutting the dormitory door. The electronic lock clicked into place, coinciding with a loud protest from Cal's stomach, reminiscent of a long-suffering young man's grumble. Suddenly, Cal remembered he had yet to eat dinner. "Haha, Cal, even you, the foodie, can forget to eat." Koyuan laughed heartily. "Fortunately, I saved 2 buns from the cafeteria. Want one?" He waved a plastic bag containing 2 large, white buns in front of Cal. Without hesitation, Cal grabbed a bun, feeling no need for pleasantries among friends. "Koyuan, you are truly a man of honor." The buns still retained a hint of warmth. "Cal, you're acting strangely lately. Where did you learn to call me little Koyuan?" Koyuan stroked his chin. "Call me brother instead." Scram. Cal playfully kicked Koyuan's backside, stuffing a large bite of the bun into his mouth. The cafeteria hasn't tea skimped today. I can actually taste the filling." He sat down at his desk, where the automatic sensor light flickered on. Cal pulled out his terminal to check messages. With a buzz, a particularly noteworthy message popped up. He recalled that Sophia and her team, Shinchi, had created a communication group, including Andrea and Qing fan. "Everyone, let us sleep early tonight. There's no need to worry about just one person," read Sophia's message. Qing fan replied almost instantly, "Okay, everyone has worked hard," followed by an adorably animated bunny emoji with a heart. Andrea, on the other hand, remained silent, perhaps indifferent to the chatter in the group. "I understand," Cal typed, sending his response just as Koyuan leaned over his shoulder. "Let me see if you've been flirting with some senior." "Well done, my friend. You are bringing glory to our dorm. What happened to the promise of lifelong brotherhood? How dare you go solo?" Cal blinked in confusion. "What senior? What do you mean by going solo?" "Do not presume that I am unaware. Everyone speaks of Karl's flirtation with a senior in the 3rd grade. Each time class concludes, he dashes out at the mere ping of a message." Koyuan shook his head and said, "Oh, Karl, heed my counsel. This is not the way. As the saying goes, a sycophant will never achieve success, and that is precisely what you are." "What sycophant? What success? What nonsense is this?" Karl retorted. "Have I not told you? We are simply forming an Exball team to participate in the regional auditions." His mouth agape, Karl was utterly taken aback. He attempted to defend himself. "What senior? He is merely a very reliable upperclassman who transferred from another school, previously the president of their Exball club, and possesses a wealth of experience. Most importantly, he is a male. Thus, this misunderstanding remains unresolved to this day." Just kidding. Koyuan realized that Karl had taken his words seriously and could not contain his laughter. Buzz, another message from Sophie appeared. "Hold on. I'll add Ilian to the group." Koyuan, as if discovering a new continent, pointed at Karl's screen. Wow. Ilian, she must be a girl. So what if she is? It's merely about playing ball together. Mixed-gender X-ball teams are perfectly normal. Karl's mind was solely occupied with X-ball, oblivious to anything else. Group message. Ilian has joined the chat. Hello, everyone. Upon entering, Ilian greeted them and accompanied her message with a meme depicting a watchful expression. Her avatar featured an adorable creature with fox ears, distinctly anime in style. Wow, this kind of girl is impressive, Ku Yuan exclaimed, shaking Karl's shoulder. It drives me mad. Karl, you are such a fool. You're missing out on meeting so many girls. If you don't want her, pass her to me. Dizzied by the shaking, Karl surrendered. With Ku Yuan clamoring beside him, he found it impossible to focus on the messages. She'll be trying out for our team this Friday afternoon. Stop just daydreaming about girls and come join us. Karl could no longer tolerate it. Wow, I have no classes Friday afternoon. Ku Yuan took it seriously, Karl. Considering our friendship, which seems to have blossomed over the last 3 days into something profound, I have decided to personally accompany you to the recruitment activities this Friday afternoon. I will cheer for you. Go, magical team. Karl was baffled by Ku Yuan's sudden burst of enthusiasm. He merely wished to play a game. It's the magical team. Karl corrected. Just as they were playfully bantering, both of their devices chimed simultaneously. This notification sound was exclusive to school messages. Typically, the academic schedule and administrative information were sent directly to students' devices to prevent overlooked notifications, accompanied by a distinctive alert tone. They both paused for a few seconds, pondering why the school would send a message at this hour. The next moment, it dawned on them. The results of the new student entrance assessment had been released. Karl was utterly preoccupied with the affairs of the team, nearly forgetting an important matter. The results of the new student entrance examination were directly linked to the freshman encouragement scholarship and subsequent course adjustments. Should the scores be unsatisfactory, additional preparatory courses would be required. In a flurry, Karl and Ku Yuan hastily grabbed their devices to check their results. All subjects passed. I truly am a genius. Ku Yuan was the first to finish reviewing his transcript, and the weight on his heart finally lifted. Indeed, fortune favored him, as he managed to pass every subject without a single score below or above the threshold, thus avoiding the need for extra preparatory courses. Achieving such a feat was no small accomplishment. My arts class failed, Karl exclaimed in despair from the other side. Ku Yuan, reveling in his friend's misfortune, leaned over to scrutinize Karl's transcript, only to find that he had failed 3 arts courses outright, necessitating additional classes. The other subjects were dismally close to the passing mark, mirroring his own mediocre performance. Pass, pass, pass. Ku Yuan scanned the rows of results, when suddenly, as if his vision had blurred, he spotted an anomaly. Karl, stop scrolling. Hold on, he shouted. Karl's finger trembled, causing the screen to freeze on his grades. Karl, Programming Design Course Grade A. They truly were intent on recruiting Victor to the team. The lion-maned fellow sat cross-legged atop the table, grabbing a handful of chips and stuffing them into his mouth. Ray, the vice leader of the New Era children, had always been a carefree sort. This new wasabi flavor is delightful. A jolt of intense sensation surged through his mouth, numbing his entire nose. Yet, he merely shivered slightly before continuing to jam chips into his mouth, completely indifferent to Wells, the president, who frowned disapprovingly at him. He was deliberately trying to annoy this fastidious, bespectacled fellow. This was Ray's own room, and Wells couldn't impose any penalties on him here. The office system within Eden had concluded its operations for the day. It was now nighttime, and the remaining trivial matters were being handled privately in their own rooms. Behind Ray, a massive virtual screen replayed the segments from that afternoon, its flickering light casting shadows upon him. Interesting, Wells adjusted his glasses. We have been attempting to recruit Zero for 3 years now, yet he remains obstinately resistant. Thus, it appears our efforts to entice Zero into playing are futile. Ray crunched on the chips. Not necessarily. Suddenly, Wells froze the image on the screen, pausing it on Victor's face obscured by bangs, a hint of uncertainty in his demeanor. Ray nearly spat out the crumbs of chips. What on earth? We've been at it for 3 years. Our enthusiasm met with indifference. And they've only met a few times, yet they can sway Zero? This is absurd. You know the reason Zero has stopped playing X-ball. Lay, do you recall our time in the military? Wounds exposed to the air sometimes heal faster than those concealed beneath bandages. Hidden injuries can fester more deeply. Wells' words carry profound significance. As his gaze shifted, Victor's attention was once again drawn to Karl's face, a look of suspicion emerging. This youth appeared somewhat familiar, reminiscent of someone, but who could it be? Victor circled Karl's head with his laser pointer, pondering whether he had overlooked anything during their previous investigation. Lay also recognized it. If you put it that way, it does ring a bell. Ah, now I remember, it's him. Wells suddenly had an epiphany. The laser pointer halting at Karl's brow. Quite intriguing indeed. I didn't expect it to be him. A hint of excitement, usually absent from Wells' calm demeanor, flickered in his voice, as his glasses emitted an unusual gleam. Regarding the mech preliminary selection, how does one enroll? Chapter 27. GenexⅡ's resolve today is Thursday, the second day of recruitment for the GenexⅡ team, and the penultimate day for registration for the mech preliminary selection. Currently, alongside Ilian. The GenexⅡ team comprises 4 members and 1 manager. They must recruit 3 more official players to meet the registration requirements. Following yesterday's superficial discussions in the group, the members have tentatively settled into their respective positions. Karl is in midfield, while Ilian plays defense. The newly joined Andrea, upon inquiry, has experience as both a forward and a defender. Sophie contemplated that playing as a forward might be slightly beyond her capabilities, thus relinquishing the forward position to Andrea, allowing her to cover midfield or defense instead. Sophie's earlier advertisement posted in the public channel had seemingly vanished without a trace, apart from Ilian. No additional recruits had surfaced. Simultaneously, the endeavor to persuade Victor to join the team had also hit a snag. The recruitment situation remains quite grim. As Karl stepped out of the dormitory today, Kyuin approached him, offering assistance. Karl felt a surge of gratitude, praising his friend's loyalty. However, upon checking the time, Kyuin quickly realized it was still Thursday and not Friday, and promptly made his exit. Karl, feeling somewhat at a loss, arrived at the designated meeting spot as requested by Sophie, only to find Andrea and GenexⅡ already present. We want to be seeking out Victor today. Sophie's opening statement left Karl utterly astonished. Wait, why not? He raised his hand in inquiry. GenexⅡ clearly hadn't anticipated Sophie's declaration either, though Andrea seemed unfazed by her decision. Sophie elaborated, we are running out of time. We cannot pin all our hopes on Victor. It is more prudent to first gather the other 3 members. Senior, you're not thinking of backing out, are you? Karl asked inadvertently. As if struck by an unspoken truth, Sophie shook herself but quickly regained her composure. Of course not. If he could join us, we would have an exceptionally strong teammate. I can't even begin to express my delight. At this moment, there truly isn't any time to spare. I must set this aside for now. Andrea interjected, stating that there was no need for such delicacy. Indeed, someone like Victor is hardly worth the expenditure of time. Her words remained as acerbic as ever. Upon hearing this, Karl became quite displeased, exclaiming that it was not a waste of time at all. If we could just endure a little longer, perhaps he would consent. Victor is undeniably fond of Exball. As the topic emerged, an immediate tension enveloped the team. GenexⅡ swiftly intervened to ease the atmosphere. Never mind, Karl. Consider this. Even if we manage to recruit Victor, we will still need to find 2 more players. Let us first secure the remaining spots, and then we can dedicate the remaining time to persuading Victor. Andrea countered her with a remark, with just over a day left. Do you truly believe you can win over Victor? Noticing that Karl was about to become upset again, GenexⅡ grew anxious, clenching her fists, her face flushing crimson. Well, if it comes to it, you could just temporarily register me. That way, we would certainly have enough players, and before the official competition, we would have an entire weekend to persuade Victor. Surely that should suffice. Only after uttering these words did GenexⅡ realize the gravity of her statement. She had voluntarily proposed to become a player herself. Indeed, little Fong could occupy a spot as a reserve player. Sophie nodded in agreement. Although she did not hold GenexⅡ's skills in high regard, the suggestion put forth was indeed a viable solution. The immediate priority was to assemble the necessary number of players as soon as possible. GenexⅡ felt a twinge of regret, yet words once spoken cannot be taken back, and she bit her lip in silence. Karl, pleasantly surprised by GenexⅡ's rare assertiveness, quickly cast aside his previous discontent. Thank you so much, little Fong. It seems you too have felt the allure of Exball. Upon hearing Karl's words, GenexⅡ suddenly came to a realization. Her courage to volunteer as a reserve player was not a spur-of-the-moment decision born from the desire to mediate. Rather, it stemmed from her genuine yearning to participate in Exball. GenexⅡ, you need not be overly anxious. Moreover, the preliminary selection is conducted online. During the designated match times, each team will independently match opponents online. Opponents will appear as virtual projections, and teammates can also participate in this manner. Therefore, there is no need to gather physically, allowing everyone to log in from their respective locations. Thus, the venue and timing are exceedingly flexible. Should you find any aspect inconvenient, it can be easily resolved. Furthermore, there will be no audience during the preliminary selection, so you can rest assured. Sophie elaborated, clearly discerning GenexⅡ's inner apprehensions. If we can recruit enough players, you need not take the field. If it truly comes to it, having 1 or 2 fewer players on the field is entirely permissible within the regulations. There is no need for that. Since I have stated my intention to be a reserve player, I shall not shy away. Determined, Ching Fan's eyes sparkled with an uncommon intensity. What a remarkable gaze, Karl exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. After Ching Fan's statement, Karl felt a tad reluctant to continue the debate and obediently prepared to adhere to the day's arrangements. Andrea, hands on her hips, gestured towards Sophie with a nod. So, what you mentioned earlier in the group about having new ideas for recruitment, what exactly does that entail? Sophie exhaled a sigh of relief, at last. It was her turn to address the matter at hand. The essence of the mech preliminary selection is to identify the strongest teams from the grassroots level. Thus, our aim should focus on skilled individuals, particularly those who have gained some recognition yet have always operated solo. They possess talent and lack team affiliations, making it advantageous to recruit them, as it would significantly bolster our strength while avoiding unnecessary complications. During my research, I fortuitously discovered such a candidate. Sophie activated the external display on her terminal, allowing the other 4 to view its contents. The screen showcased a plethora of photographs, whether frontal, profile, or candid shots. From sipping water to tying shoelaces, spanning summer to winter attire, it encompassed a wide array of visuals. However, from the angles captured, it was evident they were surreptitiously taken. The source of these images was a social media fan club, affectionately dubbed the Starry Support Club. The subject of the photographs was a singular young man, characterized by his unruly black hair with deep blue tips and thick bangs that curled slightly upward. His pitch-black eyes resembled solidified ice. His attire was notably simple, yet exuded a gentlemanly charm, embodying a distant and aloof demeanor. The most frequently seen outfits in these photos were a white short-sleeve sports shirt paired with a black long-sleeve button-up, occasionally accented with a beige scarf. Scattered beneath the images were comments from fans, filled with various sentiments, ranging from Lord Bacon shines like the stars today to the little wolf dog is doing well, I'm hooked. I'm married, leaving the context utterly perplexing. Andrea furrowed her brow. So, which under-the-radar celebrity is this being pursued by paparazzi? Sophie scrolled down to uncover a comprehensible comment. Lord Bacon has once again triumphed. In my heart, he shall forever be the world's number 1 forward. Karl interjected. So he is an Exball star? The world's number 1 forward? Is he really that formidable? Yet, I've never heard of him. With a hint of skepticism, Andrea narrowed her eyes, tossing her hair back. Sophie clarified. He can hardly be termed a star. I researched this young man named Bacon. He merely plays Exball and has never participated in any team or major tournament. However, he is somewhat of a sensation within a niche community, likely unaware of his own fan base. Ching Fan was perplexed. How did he manage to attract fans in such a support group without ever participating in any formal teams or competitions? It was because of his prowess in individual performances. Sophie adjusted a few settings, and the screen shifted to a video segment. The scene unfolded in a park where a temporary stage had been erected. The boy, Bei-chun, who was featured in the earlier photograph, stood with his arms crossed atop the platform. Beside the stage stood a sign that read Exball Arena. The video captured the rules inscribed on the sign. Anyone willing to place a bet could challenge Bei-chun on stage, with the contest being an Exball match, where a single ball would determine the victor. Should the challenger lose, their wager would belong to Bei-chun. However, if they triumphed, Bei-chun would reward them with double the amount they had staked. The competition followed a free-play format, with the goals situated on either side of the stage. Any ball that crossed the lateral lines would score a point. The front and back edges of the stage served as the boundary lines of the playing field, and should the ball roll off, it would be considered out of play, necessitating a restart. The sign also proclaimed that since the establishment of this arena, Bei-chun had not lost a single match in an entire year, maintaining an astonishing undefeated record. No wonder. Showcasing such a platform in a public setting exuded a certain arrogance that was impossible to overlook. Ching Fan felt a pang of concern. Could this be classified as gambling? Sophie shrugged. Perhaps those female fans were drawn to this so-called audacity. The individual recording the video was clearly part of the GenexⅡ support club, stealthily capturing footage from within the crowd. The background noise was overwhelming, with the shrill screams of the surrounding female fans piercing through, creating a cacophony that was quite painful to endure. At that moment, an adult climbed onto the stage, seemingly brimming with confidence, eager to issue a challenge. The 4 of them widened their eyes and held their breath, eager to witness the true prowess of this Bei-chun, who had been so glorified. Suddenly, a fan in the front row waved her arms fervently, exclaiming, Lord Bei-chun, quickly defeat him. Their voices overwhelmed the microphone, creating an auditory onslaught. And their arms obstructed the camera's view. The girl filming the video voiced her frustration. Hey, hey, don't block my shot. The scene descended into chaos. When the camera refocused on the stage, the adult had already descended, looking thoroughly defeated, clearly having been dispatched in an instant. The four members of the GenexⅡ team exchanged incredulous glances. Did this video hold any significant value? Fans truly were a formidable crowd. After watching the video, Karl surprisingly found some insight. Although it seemed like nothing was revealed, there was an undeniable sense of awe. The opponent was an adult, and he had been eliminated in a heartbeat. Maintaining an undefeated streak for an entire year was indeed remarkable. So, Senior, are you considering bringing him into our team? That is the notion. Quite impressive. I refuse. The fans are too noisy. Andrea's eyebrows twitched slightly, and she pondered how one might deceive an individual of such stature. Sophie replied with a sense of certainty. It's quite simple. All we need to do is wager on joining the team and defeat him in the arena. Ching Fan, ever the realist, interjected. A year has passed, and no one has managed to defeat him. Is it truly that easy to best him? Sophie appeared to anticipate this question. Winking mysteriously, fear not, this venue has its limitations. I have identified a member of our team who possesses remarkable potential to defeat him. Upon hearing this, Karl's interest piqued, and he looked at Sophie with eager anticipation. However, Sophie extended her hand and pointed to another individual. That person is you, Andrea. From the previous messages of the cheering squad, the Shining team effortlessly acquired the location of the arena established by Bachin. Coincidentally, it was also in District 2, not far away. A mere 3 stops on the unmanned public transport would suffice to reach it. Sophie felt a twinge of regret, despite its proximity. She had previously overlooked the presence of such a formidable individual. Otherwise, she would have surely paid a visit long ago. Evidently, her previously established intelligence network had its shortcomings. The unmanned public transport is the most common form of short-distance public transportation on land, capable of accommodating approximately 50 people, all while being entirely controlled by computers. The arrival and departure times are strictly adhered to, not arriving a second early or late. Currently, the most popular mode of public transport remains the unmanned light rail. While the unmanned public transport continues to operate to address the last-mile issue, experiencing relatively low passenger traffic, the government designated this project as a public service, offering free rides. Considering the operational costs are negligible compared to other projects. On the unmanned public transport, the seats are arranged in pairs. As Andrea boarded, she pulled Ching Fan to sit at the back of the carriage, leaving Karl to sit with Sophie in front of them. Karl sat with his hands on his knees. His body tensed, adopting a rather stiff posture. This was not due to a sudden bout of compliance, but rather because Sophie, seated beside him, habitually lowered her head to fiddle with her terminal while swinging her legs, leaving him apprehensive of an unexpected kick that might leave a grimy shoe print on his trousers. Senior, I have a question. Since Bachin is so formidable, why hasn't he joined any formal teams? Joining a formal team would grant him direct entry into the mech competition, which should be the dream of every Exball player, shouldn't it? Karl shifted slightly in his seat. Some individuals possess peculiar personalities, preferring to play solo, which is not uncommon. Sophie replied matter-of-factly, having encountered such situations before. From the back, Ching Fan chimed in, I am also curious. Even if he does not join a team, with his arrogant demeanor, surely reputable and capable teams would extend invitations to him? Has he truly declined them all? This statement indeed served as a reminder for Sophie. She had indeed seen whispers on the forum asserting that Bachin had been invited by various Exball clubs, including the prestigious Yuhua Club in the 2nd District. The name Yuhua, among all teams in the 2nd District, stands alongside Tianzi as an esteemed entity. The mech has held 4 editions, with Yuhua participating in only 3. And in each of these, the finals of the 2nd District competitions pitted Tianzi School against Yuhua. Notably, in the 3rd mech, Yuhua even triumphed over Tianzi, advancing to the world competition and ultimately securing 3rd place, surpassing Tianzi's historical best of 4th. Even in the 2 editions they lost, they did so narrowly. It can be said that Yuhua is not merely a regional powerhouse, but can indeed be regarded as a global contender. Rumors suggest that Bachin had attended a trial training with Yuhua, but for reasons unknown, the negotiations fell through. Some speculate it was due to his arrogance, while others attribute it to his unconventional style of play. In any case, myriad conjectures abound. To be fair, if a player is so distinctive that they refuse to join any team and consequently face rejection during trials, it may indicate underlying issues in their playing style. Even if they were to be recruited, their utility to the team remains uncertain. However, it is premature to draw any conclusions. Once they witness it firsthand, clarity will ensue. Andrea mused, gazing out the window. In the midst of conversation, the four felt their bodies lean slightly forward in unison. The public electric vehicle had perfected the art of acceleration and braking, yet some inertia was simply unavoidable. They had arrived. There was no need to search extensively. Upon alighting, they merely walked a few steps forward to find a crowd encircling the very stage featured in the video. Most of the onlookers were passers-by intrigued by Exball. But the front row of girls covertly snapping photos with their devices were unmistakably members of the GenexⅡ support club. Huddled together, they occasionally displayed expressions of inexplicable excitement. Individuals sporadically joined the throng or departed from it. The youth standing on the stage was clearly the individual known as GenexⅡ. The Exball card danced between his fingers like a fluttering black butterfly. He had triumphed throughout the day, and no challengers dared to step up and squander their resources. As evening approached, he decided to wait 5 more minutes. If no one came forth to challenge him, he would conclude the day's events. Andrea. Later you should Sophie began to instruct, but was abruptly interrupted by a commotion erupting from the crowd. Almost instantly, she recognized a familiar voice emanating from the stage. Are you the world's top forward, Lord GenexⅡ? I, Karl, have come today to face you. The fellow stood with his hands on his hips, grinning shamelessly, exuding a sense of audacity. Sophie rubbed her temples, wondering why it had been agreed that Andrea would take the stage, yet this guy had dashed up on his own. Was he truly oblivious to the situation, or simply an earnest youth overflowing with enthusiasm? Regardless, since he had already taken the stage, they might as well let him have a go. With his name already known, there was no need for introductions. GenexⅡ merely responded with a nonchalant, "Oh." The girls in the audience were quick to rally behind GenexⅡ, urging, "You little rascal, if you're going to challenge, at least play by the rules. What's the wager?" Karl scratched the back of his head, clearly a novice to such events, with little understanding of the stakes involved. "How about $1?" He pondered. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. It was indeed a rather pitiful wager, the likes of which they had never witnessed. Karl promptly adjusted his bet. "Then let us make it 100. He merely intended to play a game, unaware of the complexities of the process. Without further ado, let the match commence. Though the arena typically called for some banter and bravado before the actual contest, GenexⅡ appeared weary of such formalities. With a subtle exertion of his fingers, the Exball projection card spun into the air, pausing abruptly at its apex before leveling out. The force field enveloped the area. After a prolonged wait, spectators finally anticipated GenexⅡ's display, with the front row admirers visibly exhilarated, waving their arms and cheering, "Lord GenexⅡ, annihilate him." However, the audience was not solely composed of devoted fans. Many were mere onlookers, and such fervent antics proved a significant distraction. For instance, a black-haired youth, who had just stopped to observe, quickly retreated several meters back from the boisterous supporters. Sophie and Andrea exchanged disapproving glances, clearly irritated by the shrill cries of the overly enthusiastic female fans. It seemed that both the players and their supporters were rather overzealous. Sophie shook her head. Despite Karl's evident progress over the past few days and his unmatched resilience on the court, to suggest a swift defeat was rather excessive. The electronic referee was set, and the countdown began. 3, 2, 1, fight. As the ball took shape in the air, GenexⅡ leaped simultaneously. With almost no height difference between Karl and GenexⅡ, a fair contest seemed plausible. However, GenexⅡ's reflexes clearly surpassed Karl's by a considerable margin. Upon noticing this, Karl momentarily froze. In that instant, GenexⅡ had securely caught the ball as it descended, showing no signs of hesitation as he dribbled forward with determination. Chapter 29. The arena to be completely outpaced by an opponent at the start of the match, standing idle and helpless, was an immense humiliation for an Exball player. This signifies an insurmountable chasm of strength between him and his opponent. Karl realized that his reaction was a grave blunder, a misstep that could have swayed the outcome of the match. Yet, even in light of such a realization, he remained resolute and unyielding. He swiftly retreated, attempting to intercept the advancing figure. However, GenexⅡ regarded him with utter disdain, propelling himself forward with an explosive force, his body seemingly teleporting through the air. Before Karl could fully adjust his stance, GenexⅡ had already surpassed him. He glided across the arena, as if traversing a frozen expanse, each step akin to the flash of an ice blade, leaving behind ephemeral traces akin to scars upon the ice. The ball danced rapidly beneath his touch, appearing to adhere to his palm, an extension of his very being. Wherever GenexⅡ traversed, it was as though the harshness of winter sought to engulf all obstacles in its path. There was no excess flair, only an overwhelming, pragmatic assault. GenexⅡ flicked the ball forward with a deft motion, pivoting and striding back without a glance at the ball. He exhaled lightly, raising a hand to wipe the beads of sweat that had begun to form on his chin. The ball resounded as it crossed the baseline behind him. At that moment, Karl had yet to vacate the center of the ring. The electronic referee's initial whistle reverberated through the air, still lingering when the second whistle, signifying the end, echoed forth. A decisive victory. The only term that could encapsulate such a scenario was decisive victory. The crowd murmured in astonishment, while the support team erupted into frenzied cheers. Qingfan gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. How could this be? In her mind, Karl was formidable. He had managed to score even against Victor and had exchanged blows with Andrea, ultimately securing a narrow victory. He was not a character who should be so easily defeated. Sophie's expression grew somber. Having witnessed Baichen's Exball performance, she began to question internally whether her strategy could truly prevail against him. The acclaim from the starry support team for Baichen was indeed warranted. He possessed undeniable skill. It was evident that his offense was both swift and aggressive, clearly a master of fast breaks. Sophie couldn't help but recall the newly minted ace forward, Ing Hong, from the Exball team at Tianzi School. Comparing the two, their technical prowess seemed evenly matched, yet Baichen's speed appeared to surpass that of Ing. Nevertheless, to hastily conclude that Baichen was unequivocally the world's foremost forward was perhaps premature. After all, this was not a formal arena, and this was merely a trial match, with numerous limitations on what could be discerned. Even so, Baichen's strength was beyond dispute. The question of why he had ultimately failed to enter the realm of the Bihua Wings loomed larger in Sophie's mind. Was it a matter of personality clashing with the team, or was he simply too proud to regard the team with respect, regardless of the sound of it? The notion seems rather far-fetched. Baichen does not appear to be a player entirely incapable of communication, and the insinuation of disdain toward the other members of the team is equally unfounded. The team, known as the Wings of the Other Shore, once claimed third place in the Mech World Championship. Even the world's elite players would hesitate to underestimate any of their athletes. In the year the Wings of the Other Shore reached the global competition, they were defeated by the champion team, Aurora of District 57. The match was intensely competitive. In post-game, Aurora's usually taciturn star forward, Sakurin, unexpectedly praised their opponents. Why single out Aurora's skirts in this discussion? Because, when it comes to the title of the world's premier forward, it undoubtedly belongs to Sakurin of Aurora. With 2 MVP awards from the Mech World Championship finals to his name, this accolade is a well-deserved testament earned over years, certified by various media. Rather than a mere designation from a small, niche fan club, Sophie is well-versed in all matters concerning the Exball events. What then has caused Baichen to remain in such a state of disarray? Sophie pondered deeply. My goodness, did you see that speed? That offense? Oh my, it's absolutely stunning. So powerful. I'm convinced. This money was well spent. After paying $100, Karl did not exhibit the expected demeanor of defeat, but instead reacted with exuberance. This child is beyond hope, Sophie thought, shaking her head. She has always suspected that Karl's unwavering admiration and optimism might hint at a masochistic tendency. Yes. We all clearly saw you being utterly thrashed. She felt compelled to douse his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. That aura, that strength. Senior, you should experience it too. Competing against formidable opponents is never a loss. He fervently grasped Sophie's hand, seemingly eager to express everything he had felt on stage. Sophie jolted, yanking her hand away and delivering a swift chop to Karl's shoulder. Enough. Unlike you, I don't have extra money to waste. Why must you fawn over every individual you encounter? Are you a dog? Deep down, she was acutely aware that the opponent who could easily defeat Karl could just as effortlessly dispatch her. She was not as thick-skinned as he. Karl, however, cupping his head, replied earnestly, No, I'm a rabbit. Sophie restrained herself from delivering a second blow. The essence of her previous remark was certainly not a query about his zodiac sign. Yet, she had pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to engage in frivolous banter with Karl any longer. If they delayed further, Baichen would soon take his leave. Karl's little brother was unreliable, Qingfan was out of the question, and Andrea had become the team's sole hope. Sophie thought to herself that Baichen was overly confident in his offensive capabilities. If he were to abandon the initial jump for the ball at the outset, he could easily keep pace with Baichen's subsequent maneuvers, thanks to Andrea's speed. Andrea excels in both interceptions and long-range shots. If she can seize the moment when Baichen is momentarily complacent after gaining possession of the ball, she could swiftly execute a long-range shot and potentially secure victory in one fell swoop. The confined space of the arena is the ideal setting for Andrea to showcase her talents. Moreover, in a match where a single goal determines the outcome, Andrea's unexpected long-range strike could yield astonishing results. Andrea, Sophie called out. Andrea had remained silent from the beginning, biting her lip and her eyes wide with intensity as she fixated on the arena. Her brow furrowed, and her pupils danced uncontrollably, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. Sophie surmised that Andrea had been stirred by the sight of Karl being swiftly eliminated, and thus seized the moment to encourage her. Andrea, once you get on stage. But before Sophie could finish, Andrea suddenly sprang into action. Her gaze was unwavering, and she moved through the crowd with the determination of a spear, resolutely advancing towards her chosen target. Wow, is she that excited? Sophie mused, only to be swiftly proven wrong. Andrea's target was evidently not Bächen on the stage, but rather an inconspicuous figure lurking in a corner nearby. It was the silhouette of a slender individual with short black hair. Who is that? The person seemed to sense someone approaching with fervor and turned just in time to be met with a dizzying whirl. He found himself hoisted onto the shoulder of a tall girl. Before he could even begin to resist, he was tossed onto the stage in another dizzying spin. After completing her task, Andrea casually dusted off her hands and, as was her habit, flicked her hair. The onlookers were clearly astonished by her boldness, gasping as they retreated, creating a wide space around her. Karl, Sophie, and Fan were left with their jaws agape. Goodness, how fierce! They were at a loss for words. Astonished not only by Andrea's commanding display, but also by the fact that the individual she had unceremoniously thrown onto the stage was none other than Victor. To call him a mere bystander would be an understatement. He was a familiar face. How could they have been here for so long without spotting Victor in the crowd? Clearly, Andrea's perceptive eyes had identified him quickly. What is Victor doing here? Fan voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. The sudden appearance of Victor, however, would not provide an answer. He glared at Andrea with his lifeless gray eyes. Unfazed, Andrea narrowed her eyes and met his gaze defiantly, even twirling a strand of hair around her finger. Do you still wish to escape? Andrea's words were a blatant provocation. Hey, are you here to challenge me? At that moment, Bächen approached Victor and inquired. Victor turned his head away with a dismissive sound. Being suddenly thrust into the spotlight from the crowd made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Andrea had accurately gauged his sensitivity to embarrassment. He could have easily brushed it off with a casual, "Oh, sorry, no thanks, just passing by," as he had been inexplicably thrown into the ring, a situation that should not have concerned him at all. However, he found himself unable to do so. Dozens of gazes bore down upon him like spotlights, revealing hidden smirks in the shadows. Taking a step back would mean retreat, and Andrea had pushed him to the edge of an abyss, leaving him no option to withdraw. Slowly, Victor rose to his feet. "All right, fine. Let us get on with it," he exclaimed, his shoulders trembling slightly as he nearly roared the words. Chapter 30. Instant kill. Hey, you understand the rules, right? How much are you betting? Bayuan asked. Victor appeared momentarily stunned before casually responding, 1 yuan, I suppose. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience. Is this the kind of pauper who dares to challenge us? Murmured a female fan from the support team. Even in a hushed tone, Victor seemed to catch her words, and he turned sharply, glaring fiercely at her, causing her to instantly fall silent in fright. Karl suddenly recalled Andrea mentioning that Victor had no terminal, meaning he was currently broke. Consequently, he rushed to the front, waving his terminal excitedly. "I'll bet 100. I'll lend you 100. However, Victor completely ignored him, casually addressing Bächen. "Then let us make it 10 yuan. Let us get this started." Bächen, who had previously been indifferent, now found himself intrigued by Victor. The challengers before had all exhibited caution in the face of Bächen's prowess, either coming prepared or visibly anxious. Yet Victor was different. He had kept his hands tucked into his pockets from the very beginning, and even as the match approached, he showed no inclination to remove them, even stifling a yawn. Victor appeared less like a challenger and more like a carefree passerby, merely kicking aside a pebble in his path before continuing on his way. He seemed utterly unconcerned with Bächen. Bächen narrowed his eyes. "Very well, let us see if he can maintain that swagger after the match." He snapped his fingers, reactivating the Exball projection card that had been hovering in the air, awakening the force field once more as the electronic referee began the countdown. "Xiao Wei, make sure to avenge me." Karl earnestly cheered from the sidelines, waving his flag. Victor visibly shuddered 3 times. It was evident he struggled to accept the moniker Xiao Wei. "What the hell? I'm not playing for you," he shouted, turning away. At that moment, the countdown reached 0. The outcome had been determined. Bächen leapt forward with a swift advance. He scoffed. How could they dare to be so careless? Victor, slightly delayed due to Karl's interference, was not to be outdone and jumped with determination. This was troubling. Sophie shook her head, perplexed by how these youngsters stubbornly favored direct confrontation. In her view, Had they abandoned the high jump struggle at the kickoff and focused instead on intercepting the opponent's dribble upon landing, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, Victor insisted on forcing his jump for the ball, and he was already a step too late. Moreover, with Victor being half a head shorter than Beichin, he was at a significant disadvantage, and it seemed impossible for him to seize the ball. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Victor's feet propelled him off the ground with remarkable force, akin to an arrow suddenly released from a bow, soaring upwards with astonishing initial acceleration. Just as Beichin believed his fingertips were about to touch the ball, someone above him executed a thunderous dunk, knocking the ball behind him. Victor had surprisingly claimed the ball first. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was the first time they had witnessed someone outmaneuver Beichin at the kickoff, especially a boy who was half a head shorter and had jumped late. Did Victor possess such remarkable leaping ability? Qingfan exclaimed in disbelief. Victor had leapt after Beichin, yet he landed first. The timing was impeccable, while Victor reached his apex. Beichin was still ascending, and by the time Beichin hit his peak, Victor was already descending. After landing, Victor shot like lightning towards the ball that had been knocked down, effortlessly connecting with it as it rebounded from the surface, without a hint of unnecessary motion, the ball naturally following his foot. This was unacceptable. Beichin, having landed late, hurried after him, intent on intercepting the ball as quickly as possible. Speed was his forte, and he believed catching up to Victor would be a matter of time. However, he was mistaken. Victor, even while controlling the ball, maintained his speed without any noticeable delay, his movements fluid and graceful, as if the ball were glued to his foot, perfectly synchronized with his body. Victor needed to accelerate even more. Beichin found himself outpaced. Anxiously, he attempted to exert more force, but his legs felt as if they belonged to someone else, refusing to obey his command for increased speed. His breath became erratic, and his vision occasionally blurred, with the sound of his heavy gasps and footfalls echoing in his ears. The arena beneath them was hollow, amplifying every sound. The ball bouncing and rebounding off the opponent's foot resonated like a drumbeat against Beichin's heart. It dawned on him where his limits lay. Victor truly engaged in a forceful confrontation, matching his opponent's strengths, and, astonishingly, he was prevailing. In a flash, Victor raised his foot. An X-ball soared over the edge of the platform. The audience fell into a profound silence, as if the support group had collectively lost their voices. Nakahara could only hear the sound of his own labored breathing and watch the beads of sweat plummet onto the stage, while his mind was a blank slate. Victor slipped his hands back into his pockets and, amidst the oppressive stillness, descended from the platform, his sneakers thudding against the floor. He cast a fleeting glance at Andrea by the sidelines and made a dismissive gesture. Andrea stood steadfast, silently observing him, neither angered nor surprised, and made no move to prevent Victor's departure. How splendid! Karl was the first to rush towards Victor to offer his congratulations, only to receive a swift kick to the abdomen, doubling over in pain as he rolled on the ground, helplessly watching Victor fade from view. 3 seconds. Sophie glanced at the timer. This was the entirety of the match's duration. Karl sprang up like a fish out of water and exclaimed excitedly to Sophie. That must count as an instant kill, right? It seemed he felt no sting from Victor's earlier kick. Indeed, it was an instant kill. An instant annihilation of your North Star, Sophie retorted with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Karl immediately crouched down and began to draw circles. The disparity in skill is terrifying, Qingfan remarked, reflecting on their previous game when he hadn't sensed such a gap. Sophie felt she had perhaps mocked Karl too harshly, so she softened her tone to console him. The margin for error on this stage is exceptionally low, so anything is possible. In a standard setting, the gap shouldn't be so vast. This explanation seemed to provide a comforting balm, suggesting that the fault lay with the venue, not with his abilities. However, Karl was quick to latch onto this reassurance, rising energetically once more. Indeed, negativity was never a term found in his lexicon. Qingfan turned to gently tug at Andrea's sleeve, asking, "Little Andrea, what were you thinking when you tossed Victor up there?" "Oh, I just felt that since he had been recognized, he shouldn't be allowed to coast through unchallenged," Andrea shrugged. In truth, she sought to reaffirm Victor's resolve. And indeed, Victor had responded well with X-ball. Victor, he truly desires to play X-ball, doesn't he? Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown up here. Karl articulated the crux of the matter. Ha ha ha. His performance today was genuinely surprising. I really want to play with Victor again. It's settled. I must find him tomorrow. No matter what. I will recruit him into our divine team. Sophie suddenly grasped Karl's arm, her voice taking on a serious tone. Are you really planning to recruit him? Karl clearly hadn't anticipated such a question from Sophie. Isn't that the plan? Karl, I must remind you. Do you think we can truly control Victor? Sophie finally posed the question that weighed heavily on her mind. The emotions surrounding Victor are indeed intricate. On one hand, his skills are undeniably impressive. Even without the validation of formal competitions, his potential is beyond question. It would be a blessing if someone like him could truly join the team as a friend. Conversely, Victor is akin to a double-edged sword, exuding a perilous aura, resembling a ticking time bomb that could erupt at any moment. Whether it was the kick he delivered to Karl or the punch prior, Sophie still feels a lingering unease. For someone like Victor, who is so difficult to control, Sophie finds the situation exceedingly challenging. Karl paused momentarily, then gently removed Sophie's hand, his gaze suddenly resolute. Though Victor may possess some flaws, I can perceive something different in his eyes, not merely a love for Exball, but a profound pursuit of brilliance. I believe that, at his core, Victor is fundamentally good. Sophie hesitated, unable to concur with his statement. In her memory, one of Victor's eyes was obscured by hair, while the other resembled a bottomless abyss. To her, Victor appeared indifferent to everything, his true thoughts remaining inscrutable. Karl, with a serious demeanor, patted Sophie on the shoulder, stating, "Senior, you are mistaken. It is not about controlling Victor. It is about embracing him. If we wish to be part of the same team, we must be friends. Friends ought to strive for understanding and tolerance. Surely, you have confidence in this, do you not?" Sophie sighed, feeling somewhat at a loss against Karl's reasoning, and surprisingly, she found herself slightly swayed by his words. If only it could be that simple. Who lacks confidence? Sophie pouted, retorting, "What was that shoulder pat about? Such a lack of respect. Huh, who is the senior here? Ah, my apologies. Please do not twist my ear." Ching Fan stifled a laugh. Watching the playful banter between the two, Andrea stood nearby, arms crossed, having listened intently to their conversation. Originally, she was the one most familiar with Victor, and Karl's proclamation seemed to her a display of naivety. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she felt a sudden conviction that joining this team was indeed the right choice. Chapter 31. The goalkeeper selection. My goodness, could it be true? Is your information reliable? I was present and heard him say it myself. It cannot be a lie. Is Lord Bachin genuinely joining the team? What is the background of this group? Did he not state he would not easily join teams that would diminish his level? I am unsure. It seems to be called the Divine Rise Team, a name I have never encountered before. Could it be some obscure team? How unfortunate that Lord Bachin has fallen prey to such a group. Alas, the thought of no longer witnessing the dashing figure of Lord Bachin fills me with sorrow. Unable to contain his insatiable curiosity, Karl clandestinely infiltrated the underground forum of the Starry Support Association. As anticipated, the forum erupted with excitement tonight. The exhilarating sensation of having secured a prime piece of information was inexplicably delightful. Karl chuckled heartily, pounding the bed in mirth. From the moment he returned to his dormitory, he eagerly leaped onto his bed, engrossed in his terminal. What? Professor Max assigned homework? What? There are classes early tomorrow? All these concerns were swiftly cast aside as his sole focus now lay on matters pertaining to Exball. In recent days, he had scarcely visited the Exball Club. However, the president, Sunlit, had not expelled him for this absence since Karl had not been particularly active within the organization. He merely held a nominal membership in the Exball Club at Tianzi School, with all of his energy now dedicated to his newly formed team, GenexⅡ. They were just one member short of successfully registering for the preliminary rounds. The mere thought of this sent Karl rolling with excitement on his bed. In just 2 days, this fledgling team had already established a solid framework, managing to recruit exceptional players like Bachin and Andrea, a feat Karl had never dared to dream of. Rumor had it that Ilian also possessed remarkable skills. If they could enlist Victor as well, Karl mused, their lineup would be nothing short of luxurious. With such a thought, advancing beyond the preliminary rounds did not seem like a mere daydream. Embracing his terminal with a goofy smile, he envisioned splendid prospects even before the competition had commenced, or even before their first training session. Yet, the reality was that Victor remained unwilling to join the team. The new members, Bachin and others, had yet to fully acclimate, and Ilian had only expressed interest in a trial without committing. Moreover, they still needed to recruit one more member. Sophie reminded everyone in the group chat, "We are still in need of a goalkeeper. While I can fill in, this position is rather specialized. It would be best to find a dedicated player." She added, "Goalkeepers are quite hard to come by." Bachin was the first to respond, his avatar a simplistic gray default image, epitomizing minimalism. They had previously exchanged a few words with Bachin in the group and discovered that he was not as aloof as they had imagined. He engaged in discussions related to the team and demonstrated a genuine concern for the collective. It was quite commendable for a newcomer to be so devoted. Initially, Sophie and Karl had feared he would disdain their team. Qingfan's understanding of Exball was considerably less extensive than theirs, often prompting him to ask fundamental questions. Does a team really need a goalkeeper? Absolutely, Sophie replied without hesitation. While other positions can afford to be understaffed, there must always be a goalkeeper on the field. That is the rule of Exball competitions. Many individuals perceive that in an Exball match, the total number of goals typically ranges from 16 to 20, averaging about 8 to 10 goals conceded by each team per game. Consequently, the significance of a single point seems minimal, rendering the need for a designated goalkeeper unnecessary. However, the role of the goalkeeper transcends mere tradition. It is grounded in reason. The goalkeeper serves as the final bastion of defense for the team, tasked with safeguarding the goal against incoming shots. This requires acute reflexes, exceptional judgment, and proficient saving techniques. The goalkeeper possesses the unique privilege of long ball control, playing an indispensable role in the transition from defense to attack. Some goalkeepers can swiftly distribute the ball from their area to the forward line, facilitating rapid counterattacks. Thus, the goalkeeper is an essential pillar of both defense and counteroffensive strategies, which is why their attire distinctly sets them apart from other players, complemented by specialized goalkeeper gloves. In formal Exball matches, the small penalty area is the exclusive domain of the goalkeeper, accessible only to the defending goalkeeper and the attacking player in possession of the ball. This regulation is designed to prevent chaos in front of the goal and to afford the defending team a one-on-one opportunity when facing close-range shots. In the Exball arena, where powerful skills abound, goal-scoring techniques are predominantly categorized into strength-based and skill-based, with the former being more prevalent. Therefore, the presence of a goalkeeper is paramount to counteract such formidable strength, while skill-based goal-scoring often necessitates coordination between the defense and the goalkeeper, both being vital components. Without a goalkeeper, many goal-scoring techniques would be nearly impossible to thwart solely by defenders. Every point that a goalkeeper saves holds immense significance. Some may only notice that a team concedes 8 to 10 goals per match, overlooking the fact that there are nearly 100 exchanges of offense and defense throughout the game. As such, the goalkeeper remains a captivating focal point in Exball matches. When it comes to forwards, midfielders, and defenders, these positions share a degree of interdependence, whereas the strategy and mindset of a goalkeeper diverge sharply from these three. With training regimens that are entirely distinct, it is rare for individuals to begin their journey in Exball as goalkeepers, and even fewer transition to that position later on. Thus, goalkeepers are indeed a rare breed. Goalkeeper, Karl pondered as he sat up, only to collide his head against the ceiling, producing a resounding thud. Karl, are you excited to see that lovely girl tomorrow? Koyuan's head suddenly appeared, startling Karl, who nearly sprang to his feet, only to bang his head against the floor once more. This impact was even more severe than the last, prompting Karl to cradle his head and roll around on the bed. Are you all right? Koyuan reached out to pat Karl's head, feigning genuine concern. However, in the next moment, Karl's hair was tousled into a disheveled mess. Why do you always do this? I'm at my wit's end, Karl exclaimed, clutching his head as he kicked Koyuan playfully, urging him to roll away. His kick landed perfectly, striking Koyuan's face. Accompanied by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, Koyuan's head suddenly disappeared from the edge of the bed. Karl felt as though that kick had just brushed against Koyuan's front teeth, and he could still sense the lingering warmth of saliva on his soul. A sudden thought struck Karl. Wait, the dormitory beds were all on the second level. Would Koyuan be hurt from his fall? Xiaoko, are you all right? Karl anxiously leaned over the railing of the bed to look down, only to find Koyuan unscathed, standing upright on the floor with a mischievous grin directed at Karl. In truth, Koyuan had not climbed up onto Karl's bed, but was instead standing beside it, gripping the upper railing with both hands, and effortlessly performed a pull-up, raising himself to eye level with Karl. His arms were perfectly straight, maintaining that position for an extended duration, even switching to a one-handed grip without faltering, as if he were defying gravity. When Karl kicked him, he simply released his grip and landed safely on the ground. Such grip strength, such arm strength. Truly, a testament to his prowess in the climbing club. Koyuan, do you play Exball? Karl shouted down. To his surprise, Koyuan nodded without hesitation, of course. Who in this day and age doesn't he know how to play Exball? What is up? Karl nearly toppled off the bed in disbelief. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? I've never seen you play Exball. You only asked if I knew how to play, didn't you? Exball is a required physical education subject in elementary school, right? As for the basic skills and rules, I am familiar, but I've never participated in an official match. Occasionally, when there are fewer players, some classmates invite me to join in. Exball is an extracurricular sport since elementary school. I have primarily been an enthusiast of rock climbing. At this point, Kuyuan suddenly had a mischievous idea. Karl, how about you join our climbing club? We have no ridiculous thresholds, rules, or competition. Climbing is the romantic challenge of passionate young men. We regularly form teams to tackle cliffs and crags, where the stones are real, unlike Exball, which is merely a projection on a card. And let me tell you, our president said that once he steps down, the responsibility will fall to me. You would then be the brother of the future president, ensuring a life free of worries about food and drink. However, Karl remained unmoved and promptly messaged the group. I think I've found a candidate. Add him to the group. Sophie, brimming with confidence, believed wholeheartedly in her little brother. Naturally, if he brought anyone unsavory into the group, she would simply kick them out. Karl turned, cupping Kuyuan's hands with both of his eyes filled with warmth. He inquired, "Are we brothers?" Kuyuan seemed blissfully unaware of the peculiar atmosphere and the disarray of the conversation, eagerly responding with enthusiasm. "Of course, we are brothers. True brothers. Good brothers walk together for life. Whoever slips away first is a dog." Karl rejoiced. "All right, it's settled then." Kuyuan anticipated that Karl's next words would be his agreement to transfer to their rock climbing club, but instead, Karl exclaimed, "Kuyuan, why don't you join our divine team as a goalkeeper? I'll add you to the discussion group right away." A profound silence ensued, broken only by the sound of their third roommate tapping away at his terminal and muttering curses under his breath. "What kind of teammates are these? I've secured 13 kills. Do you think I'm here to hand out kills? What is the point of playing ranked?" Kuyuan released Karl's hand, tucked his chin, and quietly turned away. "Farewell, I'm off," he murmured. Hey, Karl called out, waving. "Didn't we agree that whoever slips away first is a dog? If I'm a dog, then I'm a dog. If you're not a dog, I'm not a dog. But someday, we'll all become dogs." Kuyuan barked softly. He was the top seed of the rock climbing club and had no time for other extracurricular activities. "Wait. If you have any questions about your programming courses in the future, feel free to ask me. In other subjects, I might be a slacker, but in this one, I am exceedingly confident. I guarantee I know it all." Karl extended his hand in a dramatic gesture. The coldest winter cannot compare to the insincerity of a brother's affection. Kuyuan turned his head away. "Just wait a moment. Our team has plenty of girls. Tomboys. Violent ones. I've seen through it all. Hey, don't leave. Oh, remember that girl you liked? Right, Eliane. She's in the group too. With spring flowers blooming, there's no need to worry. Young man, don't be a simp." The moment those words escaped his lips, Kuyuan halted. Karl thought he was about to deliver another profound statement, but Kuyuan suddenly dashed back to Karl's bedside, raising his terminal. "Brother, send me the group code, quickly." On the opposite bed, their portly roommate, who had been engrossed in a game, glanced at the glaring failure displayed on his terminal screen and uttered a frustrated curse. Chapter 32. Reserve projects. A ball hurtled through the air like a missile, cutting through the atmosphere with a sharp whistle, almost sparking fire as it relentlessly charged toward the goal. From any angle, it appeared that the goalkeeper would be directly knocked aside upon contact. Yet, the figure in front of the goal shifted slightly, as if testing the waters. Suddenly, he discerned the trajectory of the ball and positioned himself directly in its path. The ball collided with him, and the goalkeeper embraced it with both arms, using the friction of his arms and chest to halt its advance. The goalkeeper was robust, every inch of his physique sculpted perfectly, subtly outlined by his athletic wear. He steadied his stance, exerting every ounce of strength, and at last, the furious shot ceased its tumultuous spin, securely caught in his grasp. "Cohen, that was a decent shot, powerful indeed, but it lacked a bit of angle." The goalkeeper, named Nathaniel, remarked as he tossed the ball back. A boy with a small braid, clearly dissatisfied, crossed his arms and stepped on the returned ball, exclaiming, "Captain, you'd better watch out. I'm sure I can score the next one." You've already claimed that 10 times," interjected a girl with shoulder-length hair. Unable to contain herself, the boy, referred to as Cohen, turned back with a hint of annoyance. "Huh? Senyuchi, what did you say?" Senyuchi shook her head, evidently not wishing to engage in an argument. "Do you think we'll be reprimanded by the principal for registering for the competition without permission?" The alert level has been heightened lately. A boy with light chestnut short hair inquired from the sidelines. "Regardless, we registered using special means. The antiquated systems of the Exball Association 1T detect any issues." Another boy, who exuded an elder brotherly aura, replied with a smile. "Moreover, I've heard that both the principal and vice principal are leading teams to participate in the mech preliminary selection themselves. So, we needn't worry at all. Wait, does that mean we have to compete against those two formidable figures for a spot in the regional competition? We've already signed up. We can't change the district." exclaimed the boy with light chestnut hair. That won't happen. The principal registered for the preliminary selection in District 3, while the vice principal registered for District 15. Precisely to avoid facing each other right from the start, another tall boy replied coolly while tossing the ball between his hands, seemingly detached from the conversation. Cohen tossed his head back confidently. Exactly. With our abilities, the regional competition will be a walk in the park. Upon hearing this, Nathaniel interjected, I must remind you all. During the competition, we cannot utilize our powers. We must compete honorably according to the rules. It's indeed a rare opportunity to set aside our duties and relish the pure joy of athletic competition. Understood, Cohen made a face. Even so, the outcome will surely be a landslide victory. Finally, the timid girl who had been nervously twisting the hem of her shirt spoke up. The principal and vice principal are coming. The 7-member team simultaneously lifted their heads towards the steps of the audience area. Indeed, one person donned a cyan trench coat and glasses, while another boasted a mane of hair and bronzed skin, both descending the steps with a slow, deliberate grace. Are you saying that the Libra Council has sent representatives to participate in this competition? Absolutely. Now, aside from the preliminary selection spots, the list of teams qualified for the various district competitions has been released. Among the list for District 1 is the Exball Club from Libra Military Academy. Though to avoid public scrutiny, they did not use Libra as their team name. Instead, they adopted the moniker Judgment of the Tribunal. Goodness. This year truly seems to have summoned all manner of extraordinary characters. Indeed, there is an unsettling premonition of impending events, necessitating a degree of preparation for unforeseen circumstances. The two individuals were engaged in hushed deliberation, yet the 7 participants on the field remained oblivious to their conversation. They merely acknowledged the approach of the duo, adhering to the customary salutations. Good evening, Chief and Vice Chief. Vice Chief Lay, turning to the court, momentarily paused his dialogue. Good evening. Oh, practicing, I see. His voice resonated robustly. Chief Wells added, I was hoping to ascertain whether the field was available, as I would like to gather my team for some practice. It has been quite a while since they last trained together. However, it seems someone has indeed beaten us to it. Just as Nathaniel was about to convey that they had completed their training and the field was now at Wells' disposal, Cohen interjected, forming his hands into a trumpet shape and proclaiming, first come, first served. Even the chief must adhere to the rules. Wells, rather than expressing irritation, nodded in acknowledgement, reassured. Being the most attuned to order, he would never disrupt it himself. Consequently, he and Lay settled down nearby to observe Nathaniel and his team's training. This place is Eden. Despite the severe scarcity of space resources, a dedicated Exball court has been constructed, complete with spectator seating capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals. It is entirely feasible to host an official match here. The players on the field continued their vigorous exchanges, repeatedly engaging in offense and defense, with each individual wholeheartedly participating. Even the most reclusive and taciturn among them began to blossom with smiles amidst the fervor of the game. On the court, all focus was directed toward the ball. All worries and pains could be momentarily cast aside, leaving only the pure contest of victory and defeat, a joy universally shared. This is the allure of Exball. This is the charm of athletic competition. The ball's lively motion reflected in Wells' eyes, while the shouts and laughter from the court reverberated in his ears. Exball is not merely thriving externally, it is also the most cherished endeavor within Eden. Nearly everyone here can partake in a game. During leisure moments, impromptu teams are formed for spontaneous matches, all conducted on this very field. Gatherings of infected individuals congregate here, sitting side by side in the stands, fervently cheering for their chosen teams. This has nearly become the last vestige of entertainment within Eden. Exball has remained a staple for the infected. It has been flourishing since the inception of Eden, long before its establishment, during the tumultuous times of the Fifth World War, as the world lay in ruins. And while Wells and Lay's cohort of infected individuals spent their days confined in straitjackets and cages, subjected to countless experimental tubes, Exball continued to thrive. Wells vaguely recalls a time when he could only clandestinely rise in the dead of night with his companions to engage in a few fleeting moments of play, only to hastily return to bed, for if caught by the vigilant guards, he would be unceremoniously thrown into the electric room for the entire night. Such a simple sport, a pastime that should be accessible to all, was cruelly denied to them solely because they were deemed outsiders. Along with this deprivation came the loss of freedom. Despite this, many still played Exball, which could be regarded as the sole pillar of hope for all the infected. Wells had imposed numerous prohibitions, yet he never banned Exball. The vigor of the youth today is truly remarkable. He squinted against the light, adjusting to a more comfortable position, Wells propped his chin on his hand, observing everything on the field. He declared, "I shall ensure they can play freely on the boundless land, basking in the radiant sunlight." At the highest point of the stands on the opposite side of the court, a small boy halted his escape, gripping the back of a chair, straining to peer over the edge, utterly captivated by the game below, as though something had stirred within him. "Oh my goodness, my little ancestor, you finally decided to stop," he thought, exasperated by the responsibility of caring for such a mischievous child. The girl with the orange ponytail, who had been chasing after him, finally found a moment to breathe, leaning against the chair, utterly exhausted. This was Shirley from the 10th Department. The chief, Wells, had designated her as the primary caretaker for Miller, who was anything but obedient, constantly defying their guardians. Miller even incited other well-behaved children from the 10th Department to rebel alongside him, truly considering himself the emperor among the children. Those who followed him, regardless of their previous good behavior, fell into mischief. Unfortunately, recently, Lay had summoned Shirley for training in Exball, leaving her in a state of unrest. Shirley felt utterly drained, despite managing to sleep a full 8 hours each night, as she believed she was suffering from insomnia. She could envision that if this worrying continued, her youthful beauty would fade, her hair might thin, her skin would break out, dark circles would persist, and she would inevitably become a haggard woman. How tragic, she thought, and tears welled in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks. Indeed, boys of this age could be the most exasperating. Yet, Miller remained unresponsive, fixated on the field, as if he wished to etch this moment deeply into his memory. From this vantage point, everything appeared minuscule, the players reduced to mere dots upon the expansive court. A gust of wind, inexplicably, tousled his golden locks, though the enclosed Eden should not have harbored such a breeze. At that moment, Miller's eyes reflected the vastness of the stars and the sea. Chapter 33, Starlit Radiance. After a deep slumber, Friday arrived swiftly. Tonight at 23:59 marks the final deadline for registration in the MEC preliminary selection. The mere thought of it instills a sense of urgency in Karl. During his primary and secondary education, the curriculum consisted solely of foundational mandatory courses, with the school meticulously arranging the class schedules for students. However, upon reaching higher education, students are required to select their courses based on their chosen paths, allowing them to arrange their class times independently, with courses being filled on a first-come, first-served basis. Naturally, classes taught by Professor Max, known for his stringent requirements and low grading, are typically the last to be chosen. This morning, both Karl and Sophie had only the first 2 periods scheduled, leaving their afternoon free. Yuan, having chosen the same courses as Karl, posed no concern. However, upon inquiring, they learned that Bachin and Andrea had their classes during the 3rd and 4th periods, directly conflicting with theirs, while Qingfan was fully booked on Fridays. Fortunately, the extracurricular activities at Bachin and Andrea's school occurred on Friday afternoons, unlike Tuesday afternoons at Tian's school, which means they could still gather in the afternoon. Consequently, the free time in the morning would solely be occupied by Karl, Sophie, and Yuan. This presented an ideal opportunity to assess their roommates' capabilities. Suddenly, Karl's terminal vibrated, and a message from Sophie popped up in the upper left corner. Instantly, his drowsy mind became alert. Without replying, he hurriedly dismissed the notification. He was still in Professor Max's introduction to general relativity class, and few dared to engage in any activities unrelated to the lecture. Before class commenced, all terminals must connect to the podium, and should anyone use their terminal for non-educational purposes, Professor Max would immediately notice. If caught, the consequences could range from being called upon to answer a question to receiving an additional 10 pages of assignments. Stealing a glance at Yuan, seated beside him, Karl observed his friend sitting upright, the content on his terminal screen aligned perfectly with Professor Max's lecture. With his left hand propping up his chin and his right hand gripping a stylus, he embodied the ideal posture of a diligent student, save for the fact that his eyes were closed. No matter how strict Professor Max might be, he could not suppress the drowsiness of those languishing in the back row. Currently, all cultural education courses are conducted via terminals. Before classes, instructors distribute lesson plans to students' terminals, and textbooks are directly downloaded onto these devices. Assignments and quizzes are also submitted electronically. Students can take notes on electronic lesson plans and textbooks using keyboards and styluses, eliminating the need to carry heavy textbooks. If the screen proves too small, they can project the content onto a larger canvas, allowing for an expanded workspace. Notes made on the virtual projection are promptly synced back to the terminal. Each note can be segmented, rearranged, and modified, culminating in a flawless set of study notes. Furthermore, students can access a search bar at any time to clarify any uncertainties. However, Max vehemently criticized the ubiquitous devices during the first lesson. These terminals are perpetually connected to the internet, yet the number of individuals who utilize them for genuine learning is alarmingly small. The majority often engage in trivial pursuits during class, severely undermining the efficiency of instruction. Max reminisced about his own schooling, where tablets were employed, convenient yet devoid of the myriad distracting features that modern devices boast. He even referenced ancient scholars who relied on archaic paper books and ink pens for their education, asserting that learning was equally attainable through such means. It was noted that Professor Max had repeatedly petitioned the administration to revert to this vintage method of learning, insisting that all students surrender their devices before class. He believed this would significantly enhance students' focus, yet his requests were consistently denied. Did you know that nearly 2 millennia ago, humanity's most formidable weapon was the atomic bomb? At that time, a nation in what is now the 9th District was also developing atomic weapons. There were no quantum computers, no AI algorithms, nothing of the sort. What they relied upon was an ancient calculating tool known as the abacus, and they achieved success nonetheless. If only you young scholars possessed half the spirit of those old scientists. This is a favorite example of Professor Max. As he recounted this, he would often strike the lectern with a resounding thud, lamenting the stagnation of technological advancement, asserting that many concepts proposed thousands of years ago remain unrealized, largely due to the moral decline of the youth. Each day, they seem preoccupied with their devices and games like Exball. Truly, this generation pales in comparison to the last. In reality, Professor Max's classes were relatively lenient. Other instructors were not as stringent, allowing students to chat, shop, and play games during lessons. These individuals would often cram all night before exams, hoping to scrape by with a passing grade. Regrettably, Karl was among them. However, regardless of the prohibition against using devices, if a lesson fails to engage, it remains ineffective. At least with a terminal, one can pass the time. Karl pondered that the stagnation of technological progress does not solely stem from the decline of youth. Such a sweeping generalization is unwarranted. He has listened to various media outlets express concerns over this stagnation and conspiracy theories suggesting humanity is on a downward trajectory for over a decade, with the same narrative reiterated annually. Take the recent case of the GenexⅡ virus, discovered at least 8 years ago. 8 years. One could say even a sow could climb a tree by now. The Balance Council has consistently pledged that the Research Association would exert every effort to devise an effective treatment, yet to this day, no tangible progress has been made. Infected individuals remain isolated and under strict control, utilizing only the most primitive means of quarantine. Reflecting on this, Karl felt a sense of pity for those often vilified as Gen X carriers, who among them would willingly choose to contract such a peculiar affliction. In the end, human capability is inherently limited. Over the years, humanity has achieved nearly all it can. Yet, Karl has resolved not to torment himself over such matters any longer. At present, he has ample engagement with his Exball team. Such distressing and anxiety-inducing thoughts are detrimental to one's mind when pondered excessively. The mere mention of Exball instantly revitalizes Karl. Indeed, Exball is a source of joy. As Karl feels invigorated, he straightens his back, rising above the lethargic crowd in the back row. He yearns to see Sophie, to witness the skills of brother Kyuin and sister Ilian, and to observe the entire team united as a cohesive whole. He also hopes to chance upon Victor once more. He began to fidget with his legs, eagerly anticipating the end of the class. "Stop fidgeting," someone nearby murmured in protest. Karl quickly composed himself, clasping his hands together in apology. I'm sorry. The speaker was a petite girl with beige twin tails, her gaze often radiating a disdainful look reminiscent of someone observing a fool. Karl felt a sense of familiarity with her. Such distinct features seemed to have crossed his path before, possibly as a classmate, yet he could not recall her name at the moment. "You are the Xinhua dictionary," Karl exclaimed, a light bulb moment striking him. "It's Xinhua Guang." The girl shot him a disdainful glance, pouting as she muttered to herself, I must remain calm. Karl awkwardly chuckled as he turned his head. Xinhua Guang then inquired, "Karl, I heard you're forming an Exball team to participate in the mech preliminary selection. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Karl's eyes sparkled with excitement. After tirelessly promoting his endeavor within the class, this was the first time someone had engaged with him, and it was initiated by her. Yes. What about it? Do you wish to join? However, Xinhua Guang resolutely declined. No. Well then, why bring it up? Karl's forehead bore a line of annoyance. Yet, Xinhua Guang wore a mysteriously enigmatic expression. You must strive diligently. Don't lose right from the start. Her words left Karl perplexed. Despite the competition not having commenced, he was already receiving a fan. Yet, Observing Xing Huaguang's indifferent demeanor, her eyes forever harboring a trace of contempt, it hardly resembled the expression of a true admirer. Karl scratched his head in contemplation when suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. The red-haired boy in the last row? What is the answer to this question? Karl sprang to his feet, frantically rifling through his reference book on the terminal, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was utterly oblivious to what the lesson was currently addressing, let alone capable of answering the question. In a sudden mishap, Karl inadvertently pressed the terminal's power button, plunging the screen into darkness. Thus, his final lifeline vanished. In an instant, Karl stood there like a wilted straw, dumbfounded and speechless. Ah, how frustrating. Why didn't you call on Xing Huaguang instead? Karl turned to see the reason clearly. This is a grand lecture hall accommodating over 100 individuals. With Xing Huaguang's stature, she finds herself seated in the last row, effectively submerged within the crowd, rendering her invisible to Professor Max. He scoffs disdainfully, chastising the inattentive students for speaking during class, and announces that they must come to him for additional assignments after the lecture. Beside her, Kuyuan, who had been dozing off until now, is abruptly roused, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Huh, Karl, is class over? Can we go look for some girls? Professor Max bellows again, addressing the boy adjacent to Kuyuan. I have already covered page 59, yet your textbook remains stuck on page 37. Startled, Kuyuan's mind suddenly clears. The two roommates exchange a knowing smile before collapsing into tears, embodying the saying, fellow wayfarers in the world of misfortune. Chapter 33. The Skill Ball. When Sophie encounters Karl and Kuyuan, she nearly fails to recognize Karl as her younger brother. The two lean on each other as they shuffle forward, their legs still shaky, appearing as though some malevolent force has drained them of vitality, resembling individuals suffering from exhaustion. Truth be told, Kuyuan longs to return and catch up on his assignments. Upon viewing the dense array of tasks that Professor Max transmitted to his terminal post-class, he feels an impending surge of hypertension. Were it not for brotherly loyalty, he would have absconded long ago. What's wrong? Young men ought to possess some youthful vigor, Sophie exclaims, playfully slapping Karl and Kuyuan on their backs. The night prior, Kuyuan had engaged in lively conversation with them, and though he had briefly excused himself to take a shower upon joining the group, he bore no resentment, knowing they would meet eventually. His amiable nature facilitated a swift integration into the group, and given his close rapport with Karl, Sophie treated him as one of their own. Under ordinary circumstances, a playful slap from Karl would invigorate him, yet at this moment, he nearly stumbled from the impact. Goodness, have you two been up to something clandestine? Sophie hurriedly supports Karl, only to see Kuyuan topple over on the other side. The pair resembles gelatinous creatures, and at this rate, how can they continue to play? Have you been assigned extra work? Sophie vaguely recalls that Karl's first class was an introduction to general relativity. Indeed, Karl and Kuyuan respond weakly. As someone who has been through similar trials, Sophie sincerely empathizes. It's quite the struggle. I senti it. However, merely joining in their lamentation would not resolve their predicament. Sophie knows precisely how to rejuvenate their spirits. Are you both foolish? You can simply ask me about the assignments. I've studied this material before. There aren't many new questions each year. I can review the previous question bank and provide you with the answers. Upon hearing these words, Karl and Kuyuan were truly invigorated. They clung to Sophie's legs and began to weep, resulting in each of them receiving a shoe print on their faces. Kuyuan quietly remarked to Karl, I believe your older sister, though somewhat flat-chested, is quite attractive. Karl's face darkened. Brother, your attitude has shifted remarkably since yesterday when you were crafting rhymes to mock her as a tomboy. Now you're suddenly flattering her. It's quite amusing. Karl insisted. She is not my sister, merely a senior in the 3rd grade, and a male at that. Did you not notice he wasn't wearing a skirt with his uniform? This joke, however, fell flat. All right, enough of this idle chatter. Let us commence the trial training. Sophie grasped one of their uniform collars and dragged them both to the training ground. As they all attended the prestigious Tianzi High School, and with little time left in the morning, it was deemed unnecessary to seek another venue. Thus, they borrowed the playground of Tianzi High School. The Exball Association's training facility was open for all students and faculty when not in use by the association. Most students had classes to attend, so there were few idle bystanders on the field. While Sophie was adjusting the Exball projection card, she turned to Karl and inquired, So, can your roommate truly play as a goalkeeper? It is not a position one can simply fill at random. Who are you calling random? Kuyuan interjected sharply. I have not forgotten the rules of Exball. Sophie expressed her concern. So you only remember the rules? Hey, do not underestimate me. When my classmates called upon me to fill in, I always played as the goalkeeper. Karl chimed in. I believe Koyuan can manage. What do you mean by can manage? I am exceptionally skilled, you know, Koyuan exclaimed, raising his arm to threaten Karl by squeezing his head under his armpit. All right, Karl quickly acquiesced. Young man, do not be so hot-headed. Talking without action is mere pretense. Sophie had adjusted the equipment and tossed the card into the air. A force field unfurled, swiftly generating the goalposts and boundary lines on the ground, resulting in a standard X-ball field being established for the first time. They had played in free mode for so long that the fields had either been grass with benches or arenas. This was their initial experience on a proper field. The dimensions of a standard X-ball playing field are 58 meters in length and 37 meters in width. It is considerably larger than a basketball court, but slightly smaller than a seven-a-side football field. The longer lines of the field are referred to as the sidelines, while the shorter lines are known as the goal lines. A central line connects the midpoints of the sidelines. At the center of the field lies the midpoint, around which is a circle known as the center circle, with a radius of 3 meters, designated for one player from each team to contest for the high kickoff area. The goal specifications are 4 meters wide and 2 meters high. The goalkeeper's area, or the small penalty area, is defined as a semicircle with a radius of 2 meters from the goal line, within which a maximum of one player from each team is permitted. In extreme circumstances, should the goalkeeper be unable to return, another player from the defending team may enter the goal area. The goal area line, commonly referred to as the inner penalty line, is a straight line measuring 4 meters in length and situated 3 meters from the goal, complemented by 2 quarter circles with a radius of 3 meters. This delineates the region from which the goalkeeper may execute a goal kick. The penalty area, known as the larger penalty area, bears resemblance to this, with the only distinction being its distance of 9 meters from the goal. This area allows the goalkeeper to hold the ball for an extended period. If the goalkeeper ventures beyond this boundary, they are subject to the same regulations as other players. The standard playing field for formal competitions is typically a solid, bare patch of ground, devoid of any weeds, treated with specialized sprays to prevent dust and mud accumulation, ensuring it does not impede running or affect the ball's bounce. Although the surface appears hard, the soil beneath is relatively soft, supplemented by a safety system that cushions falls, thereby minimizing the risk of injury. Official X-ball matches are divided into 4 quarters, each lasting 15 minutes, with a 3-minute intermission between the first and second quarters and the third and fourth quarters, and a 15-minute halftime break. The third quarter serves as a bonus round for altering the map, during which both the field and scoring rules undergo slight modifications. This is one of the unique features of X-ball competitions. Koyuan swiftly dashed into the small penalty area. He believed that even without goalkeeper gloves, he could manage a slight test. Bring it on, he declared confidently, assuming a stable stance and extending his arms, projecting an impressive demeanor. Sophie snapped her fingers, and the X-ball materialized beneath her feet. She gently lifted the ball onto the back of her foot, and, with a subtle flick, it landed in her hands. Here I come, she announced, immediately dribbling the ball forward. Koyuan stood ready, fully aware that Sophie had diligently honed her dribbling skills, executing them with remarkable fluidity as she swiftly advanced into the inner penalty area. For players who favor their dominant hand, the standard range for preparing to score is typically within this area. Due to the nature of the goal, hand throws are generally executed in a straight manner, emphasizing speed and surprise, with an effective range that is not overly distant. The slow, high arc throwing technique has largely fallen out of favor. Let's try this, the most fundamental inner penalty area throw. The ball slipped from Sophie's hands. In the absence of interference, such throws are easiest to catch. This distance is not too close, allowing for adequate reaction time, and the force behind the hand throw is moderate. The speed of this throw was swift, constituting the utmost effort Sophie could muster. Koyuan reacted promptly, leaping high to the upper left corner of the goal, successfully deflecting the ball with his palm. Sophie nodded slightly, acknowledging his commendable jumping ability. However, this was merely the beginning. If he could not handle even the inner penalty area throw, there would be little point in testing the subsequent challenges. Not finished yet. Let us assess this. Sophie caught the rebounded ball and launched a second attack. She leaped slightly, feigning an intention to throw a high ball over Koyuan's head from the left side of the goal. As anticipated, he took the bait and moved a distance to the left of the goal. However, just as Sophie seemed poised to make her move, she suddenly pressed the ball down and dashed sharply to the right front. Koyuan shouted in alarm, extending his arms towards the right. With his impressive leap and considerable reach, it appeared he could intercept her shot before she released it. Yet, with a swift flick of her wrist, Sophie directed the ball forcefully to the left, beneath Koyuan's outstretched hand. He could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the goal. Indeed, such a novice would reveal their shortcomings in moments like these. It was just a fluke, Ku Yuan hastily exclaimed. However, Sophie proceeded to execute several similar skillful shots, and the chances of Ku Yuan successfully blocking them dwindled to almost nothing. In one-on-one situations within the goalkeeper's domain, he had never succeeded. The more they played, the more dazzled Ku Yuan became, feeling as though his hands and feet were no longer his own. He could see the trajectory of the ball, yet was always a step behind, completely led by Sophie. Damn, why does playing a game feel more taxing than tackling the intricacies of general relativity? Ku Yuan was utterly bewildered. His lack of agility indeed proved that a novice like him struggled significantly with skillful shots. It required keen judgment, analytical prowess, and extensive experience to handle such challenges. Ku Yuan, unfamiliar with Exball, could only follow the opponent's lead, charging blindly after them, which would forever prevent him from mastering skillful throws. And this was merely a one-on-one scenario. One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue with multiple distractions. Sophie paused, having reached a conclusion. Chapter 34. Barehanded against the blade. I apologize, Karl. It seems my predecessor is somewhat disappointed in me. Ku Yuan sat on the field, hugging his legs. After a flurry of activity, a normal person would undoubtedly be exhausted, yet he felt relatively fine, albeit with some fatigue. He considered his recent performance to be quite poor, leading him to temper his enthusiasm. Ultimately, he was merely an amateur, not a professional. Sophie, having once served as the president of the Exball Club, would surely not be bested by a novice like him. Nevertheless, Karl continued to encourage him. It's all right. It's just the beginning, and you're still getting the hang of it. I see great potential in you, little Ku. This praise only deepened Ku Yuan's sense of guilt. His roommate had assembled an Exball team to participate in some mech competition, which had little bearing on him. He had been coerced into it through various means. If he were to be left out, it would hardly matter. Yet, Ku Yuan felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Karl's belief in him implied a certain recognition of his abilities. In truth, Ku Yuan had initially shared this belief, but now he realized that official Exball matches were leagues apart from the informal games played with classmates. The daunting nature of this unfamiliar terrain instilled a sense of trepidation within him. However, it was he himself who had previously vowed to assist his brother with this task. And if he were to abandon it now, it would not only be a disservice to himself, but also to his brother. The promise made to a dear friend must be fulfilled. He must take some action. He cannot simply retreat in defeat. Shall Ku rise? Karl has summoned the ball again. Let us see if you can impress. Should the senior be observing from the sidelines, perhaps a different perspective would emerge. Sophie found herself in a quandary. She had witnessed Ku Yuan's skills, yet such talent could not merely be honed through practice alone. The mech's schedule was demanding, with opponents of varying caliber. There was no match that could be taken lightly, especially for a novice in the pivotal role of a goalkeeper. Moreover, tonight marked the deadline for the selection process, and goalkeepers were notoriously difficult to find. The likelihood of securing a better candidate was almost non-existent, forcing Ku Yuan to participate just to fill a spot. Given his connection to Karl, was a possibility, yet it felt irresponsible towards both the team and Ku Yuan himself. Consequently, she acquiesced to Karl's suggestion and retreated to the sidelines. You can do it. Karl positioned himself at the penalty line, waving at Ku Yuan. As a player accustomed to using his feet, this distance was optimal for unleashing maximum power. Ku Yuan slapped his face and sprang back to his feet. Come on. He brushed his thumb across his nose. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Karl's technique was never flamboyant. He channeled all his strength into his right foot, launching one powerful strike after another. Though his power paled in comparison to Andrea's, and his angles lacked her finesse, he possessed a raw force that was equally threatening. These shots, while straightforward and devoid of aerial tricks, boasted remarkable speed and intensity, demanding quick reflexes and strong hands. Being struck by them could be quite painful. Without protective gear, the receiver would likely end up with bruises, should one be slow to react. A direct hit to the face could easily lead to a broken nose and bleeding. Sophie was taken aback. She had not anticipated Karl's unrelenting force. She believed such shots were beyond her capability to either execute or catch. Even an average professional goalkeeper would struggle. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Ku Yuan darted back and forth, expertly deflecting each ball with his fists, transforming their formidable power into something as soft as cotton upon impact. This was due to the force of Ku Yuan's fists counteracting the ball's velocity. Sophie seemed to have an epiphany. How was that? Not too shabby, eh? Ku Yuan beamed with pride. It was passable, Sophie conceded, refraining from outright contradiction, acknowledging that these were merely 3 brute force shots. Yet, she continued, if you can successfully catch the next ball, I shall fully recognize your prowess. Upon halting the conversation, Kuyuan felt a surge of excitement. Come on, come on. However, Sophie remained unperturbed. She dashed to the sidelines and rummaged through her backpack, producing a rather tattered pair of goalkeeper gloves, which she tossed to Kuyuan. Although she had initially hesitated to reveal such worn-out gloves, they were indispensable for the ensuing segment. Donning them, albeit slightly snug, Kuyuan shook the gloves in a manner akin to a child playing with clappers. Surely these aren't necessary? Isn't it just one ball? Yet, Sophie's demeanor was resolute. Put them on. Reluctantly, Kuyuan complied. It struck him as odd, after having intercepted numerous balls without anyone insisting he wear gloves. He was now commanded to do so for the final shot. The gloves indeed felt a tad small, pinching at his fingertips, but they were sufficient for wear. The previous owner must have been a girl. Little did he know the challenge that lay ahead. Sophie turned to Karl, issuing a directive for the last shot. It's your turn. Execute a whirlwind shot. Karl appeared incredulous at Sophie's words, leaning forward, raising his hands in bewilderment, and widening his eyes, furrowing his brow in disbelief. Surely this isn't necessary? His hesitation was palpable. Oh, come on, there's a safety system in place. Why are you worrying? Just follow through. After a moment's hesitation, Karl finally directed his foot toward the ball on the ground. The surrounding force field underwent a dramatic transformation. If the ordinary force field of the X-ball arena mimicked reality, then the current alteration transcended the natural order. At the instant Karl's foot made contact with the ball, the air currents around them began to swirl intensely, converging upon the ball at his feet, infusing it with tremendous energy. At the peak of this energy accumulation, Karl unleashed a powerful strike. The ball hurtled toward the center of the goal, enveloped by a colossal whirlwind, sweeping away all obstacles in its path. This was not merely a miscalculation in shooting angle. The very essence of this shot was to embody a force capable of tearing through all. It was a bona fide finishing move. Company X had archived several preset finishing moves within Xball's database, and the whirlwind shot was among them. They had made the usage rights and source code of these finishing moves available to the public as templates for programming and execution, serving as an introduction to the finishing move system for all who delved deeply into Xball. These preset moves were remarkably simple. A skilled practitioner could draft one within 5 minutes, thus lacking the power of most self-created techniques. However, they shared a common advantage: low memory consumption, swift execution, minimal duration, and almost negligible cooldown time. Consequently, even in the highest echelons of competition, these preset finishing moves would be utilized in conjunction, with some advanced techniques being derived from modifications and combinations of these presets. The force field of X-ball had already adjusted the parameters of the real-world force field, allowing even ordinary shots to surpass the strength found in reality. However, the reason why a finishing move is termed as such is due to its qualitative distinction from these augmented standard shots, having attained a level that transcends the natural realm, even contravening the principles of physics. Such feats cannot be accomplished through ordinary maneuvers devoid of background programming. Under normal circumstances, without a crushing superiority in strength, a finishing move exists at a level that utterly dominates non-finishing moves. Given Koyuan's rudimentary understanding of X-ball, a game of novice caliber, it is inconceivable for him to execute a corresponding preset goalkeeping finishing move. This implies that Koyuan must confront a shot that a human at natural capacity could scarcely withstand. What an overwhelming gust! Even before the ball approached, Koyuan could already sense the extraordinary force bearing down upon him, a pressure that nearly overwhelmed him, making this 8-foot man feel astonishingly diminutive. The fierce wind battered against his face, roaring in his ears, sweeping his hair back. He could scarcely keep his eyes open and nearly faltered, as an invisible force pushed him backward. A warning from the safety system about the peril of facing this shot head-on. Nevertheless, he rotated his ankle, lowered his center of gravity, and firmly established his stance. Resolute to receive the impending shot, he abruptly brought his arms together, thrusting them forward in a straight line, palms touching, forming a colossal pincer that ensnared the incoming ball within his grasp. Yet, the ball did not cease. This minor obstruction was utterly futile against it. It stubbornly revolved, conjuring a vortex, intent on breaking free from Koyuan's grasp. In an instant, the ball nearly slipped from his control, compelling Koyuan to tighten his grip. His wrist, elbow, and shoulder joints trembled violently, protesting against what appeared to be a futile resistance. The safety system activated, attempting to alleviate the damage coursing through Koyuan's body. However, in the interest of fairness, it refrained from mitigating the pain perceived by the athlete, transferring every ounce of expected pain directly to his mind. Perhaps he should not push himself too hard. Karl exclaimed, expressing concern for his roommate's safety, although a safety system was in place. The number of injury cases arising from overestimation of one's abilities had only increased over the years. The wind may have been too strong, for Koyuan seemed oblivious to Karl's cries, stubbornly engaging with the ball. The force of the ball remained overwhelmingly immense, and Koyuan's arm finally bent uncontrollably, the ball inching forward. From a distance of an arm's length to nearly pressing against his chest, ultimately getting lodged at his waist. Koyuan could no longer maintain a proper and steady stance. His feet slipped continuously, his entire body being pushed backward by the ball, transforming his stance from a steadfast horse stance into a bow stance. His upright torso leaning to the side, all in an effort to thwart the dominance of this audacious shot. This posture was nearly at its limit. Yet how could he possibly allow this ball to enter? He recalled the days of rock climbing, with the abyss yawning beneath his feet and no support behind him. While the fierce mountain winds relentlessly lashed at his nerves, he could only cling desperately to the protruding bare rock with his hands. Although secured by a safety rope, the journey remained perilous and arduous. The interminable cliff sapped his strength, his arms began to tingle, and his fingers grew numb. As some team members began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Yet, undeterred, he pressed on towards the summit. Just the previous summer, he had led the climbing club members to conquer the formidable Itamaka Peak in the 13th district, a mountain that daunted many adventurers. They hoisted the school flag at the summit, an achievement that even made the news. This was also the reason why the former president wished to pass the leadership to him. Upon reaching the peak, the members embraced tightly, roaring joyfully into the vast, empty valley, while they cooked a small hot pot in the biting cold wind, their laughter echoing down to the foot of the mountain. Everyone reveled in the fruits of their success, the hardships they had faced seeming to vanish into oblivion. Exball, much like rock climbing, is a sport that pushes the limits. Ultimately, challenges are merely small hills before us. The powerful winds from the valley and the swirling forces of the ball are not dissimilar. In this world, there exists no mountain that Koyuan cannot conquer. With a fierce roar, Koyuan leaned forward, leveraging the friction between his feet and the ground, channeling all his strength into the ball. His palms pressed together with determination, aiming to generate greater friction against it. Moreover, his wrists exerted force in the opposite direction of the ball's spin, striving to counteract its power. As his palms made contact with the ball, the friction against his gloves was so intense that even his protected hands felt the searing sting, let alone if he had caught it barehanded. However, the longer he persisted, the duller the pain became. Perhaps numbness had set in. The ball was finally halted just as it was about to slip past his heel over the goal line. It fell from his grasp, and in that moment, Koyuan collapsed to his knees, utterly spent. He extended his hands, gazing at the palm of his gloves, which had become scalding hot and even charred, wisps of smoke rising from them. He had stopped it. It was then that he fully grasped this truth. Karl rushed over, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace, shouting excitedly as if he were the one who had done the remarkable feat. My goodness. You really caught it. Incredible. Well done, brother. Meanwhile, Sophie nodded slightly, a smile gracing her face. This was a result that delighted her. Karl had indeed not misjudged him. Koyuan had given her a tremendous surprise. Even professional Exball goalkeepers cannot guarantee a perfect catch without employing their signature techniques. Yet, this rookie named Koyuan had achieved it. He had demonstrated an unexpectedly remarkable talent while receiving a powerful shot. If nurtured, he will undoubtedly blossom into an exceptional goalkeeper capable of standing alone. Thus, the team will gain another remarkable companion. Welcome to the GenexⅡ team, Karl and Sophie declared in unison. Chapter 35. Misunderstanding the meal after exercise is the most delectable. Even the oft-overlooked school cafeteria transforms into a banquet of culinary delights at this moment. Karl and Koyuan, true to their shared dormitory reputation, are the quintessential comrades, exhibiting a remarkably similar dining style. They each ordered a colossal triple-layered burger, so immense that it could scarcely be contained by both hands. With a single bite, they devoured nearly half in an instant, the crisp layers of the burger crackling under their enthusiastic chewing. Their table was also laden with a generous platter of fries, accompanied by 3 bowls of dipping sauce, which seemed barely sufficient. Sophie, with an exasperated flick of her wrist, popped open a can of beer, casting a bemused glance at the two seated across from her. She had chosen a pork cutlet rice bowl, her favorite dish to pair with beer, knowing full well that she could indulge without the risk of inebriation. Playing Exball is indeed physically demanding, so Sophie found herself understanding Koyuan's ravenous consumption. It has been said that a person's abilities resemble an iceberg, where the portion visible above water represents the skills most can utilize. while the vast potential submerged beneath the surface remains largely untapped. The former is minuscule, while the latter is immense. The essence of Exball's mechanism is to unveil this submerged potential, enabling feats that would otherwise be unattainable. Consequently, the physical exertion experienced by the players is intrinsically linked to the theoretical energy expenditure. This explains why some athletes find themselves overwhelmed after merely a few uses of their ultimate techniques. Kuyuan had just forcibly executed a decisive move, resulting in significant energy depletion, despite his considerable physical prowess. At the very least, his grip on the burger remained steady. In contrast, for an average person, receiving such a ball would leave their arm trembling and fatigued for at least half a day. As for Karl, his whirlwind shot, as a preordained ultimate technique, requires minimal energy. Thus, Sophie leaned towards the notion that he merely embodies the literal essence of a glutton. At this moment, the cafeteria buzzed with life, reaching the peak of mealtime chaos, with almost every seat occupied. The Tianzi Advanced School boasts 15 cafeterias, yet during mealtimes, the crowds remain dense. This scenario exemplifies the drawbacks of centralized management following population expansion. The trio considered themselves fortunate. They had just settled into their seats when a throng of students surged in. Had they arrived even slightly later, they would have faced an interminable queue, a benefit of having a few classes freed up. What a coincidence, Karl. I didn't expect to find you here. May I sit? A voice chimed from above. Karl looked up to find it was none other than Sunlit, the president of their Exball Club, beaming with a smile, his tray sizzling with a curry dish on a hot plate. The tables and chairs in the school cafeteria are predominantly arranged for groups of 4, and it is evident that one spot has been vacated. President, of course it's fine. Upon encountering the president, Karl suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort, which, rather than stemming from the customary nervousness of addressing a senior, was more related to the guilt of having neglected recent gatherings of the Exball Society. Haha, there's no need to be so tense. In school, you needn't worry too much about hierarchies. Sunlit placed his tray down and took a seat, surveying the table to find his companions, Koyuan and Sophie. Are these all your friends? Karl introduced them. Yes. This is my roommate Koyuan, and that is Sophie, a senior who transferred from Wujing High School. Koyuan, senior. This is Sunlit, the president of our Exball Society. Koyuan and Sophie waved at Sunlit in acknowledgement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation dwindled, and they each began to enjoy their meals. After all, Sunlit and Karl were not particularly familiar with each other. They were merely sharing a table during lunch. Koyuan discreetly pulled Karl aside and inquired, "Has the president of your Exball Society changed? It wasn't him before, was it? Wasn't it someone named Koichi Kazukita?" Karl appeared somewhat taken aback. "How did you know that?" "How could I not? Your Exball president is a good friend of our climbing club president and often joins our gatherings." He continued, "It's been a year since the change, right?" Karl's response was rather vague. "That's nonsense. I recall that Koichi Kazukita hadn't yet reached his graduating year, had he?" Koyuan exclaimed. Why not just ask your president? Since they are good friends, he would surely know more." The cafeteria was bustling with noise, and it seemed Sunlit had not caught their conversation. He continued to shovel spoonfuls of curry into his mouth with an unflinching demeanor, despite the dish being exceedingly spicy. Sophie, possessing keen hearing, picked up fragments of their dialogue. With Koyuan's remark, she recalled that in the previous year, the one in which Tianzi reached the top 4 in the world, her research indicated that Sunlit was not the captain at that time, but rather a midfielder named Koichi Kazukita. During that season, Koichi organized the attacks while Sunlit scored the goals, their synergy being nothing short of flawless, earning them the moniker of the twin stars of Tianzi School. However, after that season's mech semifinals, Koichi seemed to vanish without a trace. Any news about him was utterly absent, with even his closest friends rarely mentioning him. Initially, she had thought it was merely a standard turnover, that he had graduated and left the club to focus on academics. Yet, judging by Karl's reaction, there seemed to be more to the story. By the way, President, how is the integration of your new lineup progressing? Karl clearly wished to evade further inquiry from Kuyuan. Thus, he forcefully engaged Sunlit in a seemingly trivial conversation, attempting to divert attention from the original topic. Sunlit was taken aback, evidently not anticipating Karl's initiative to converse. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "The current lineup is not dramatically different from previous ones. We have merely replaced one midfielder and one forward. By the way, do you remember Sakura Hiro? That fellow is truly remarkable, possessing immense potential. He always wears a stoic expression, resembling an iceberg, which makes communication somewhat challenging. Alas, it shouldn't pose a significant issue. In any case, thank you for your concern. That's just how he is." As the conversation shifted towards this topic, seeing Karl, and discussing Sakura Hiro suddenly reminded Summit of the first day of the selection trials. Coach Ricardo had asked him, "Summit, have you learned?" The mere thought cast a shadow over his countenance. However, it was imperative not to display such futile worries in front of juniors, so Summit quickly replaced his grim expression with a smile. "By the way, Karl, how is your X-Ball team shaping up? The deadline for the auditions is approaching tonight, isn't it?" At the mention of this, Karl became animated. "We have nearly met our recruitment goals. Oh, and by the way, senior Sophie and Karl are also in the team." Summit nodded. As expected, most of the recruits were familiar faces from their school. To be honest, he held little hope for such a hastily assembled team, but out of courtesy, he cheered Karl on. "Do your best. Strive to advance past the auditions. Who knows, we might even meet in the finals of the District 2 competition." Karl was immediately invigorated, exclaiming, "Thanks for the encouragement, President. We will certainly put in the effort. Let us all strive together." Unbeknownst to him, Summit had already finished the curry on his plate and bid farewell before departing, ambitious to progress from thousands in auditions to the finals. "Truly my brother." Ku Yuan clapped Karl on the shoulder. Sophie interjected nonchalantly, "That depends on the match schedule, doesn't it? What if you encounter a strong team in the first round?" She did not hurriedly douse their hopes of reaching the finals. After all, which team participating in this competition did not aspire to this goal? Lost in thought, she felt her terminal vibrate in her pocket. Sophie retrieved the device, glanced at the screen briefly, and then turned it off. "You two should stop rambling and eat quickly. Ilian just messaged me, saying he has arrived at the meeting point. Where's that cute girl? Let us go." From the moment Ku Yuan stepped out of the layered elevator, he surged forward like a wild stallion, unstoppable. Despite feeling exhausted from the previous game and overly full after lunch, upon hearing news about Ilian, it was as if those sensations had vanished, and an inexhaustible energy erupted within him. His true nature was laid bare. Take it easy, take it easy." Karl and Sophie struggled to keep pace with him from behind. My goodness, if only this fellow could exhibit such enthusiasm while playing. However, after a brief dash, Ku Yuan returned in a dejected manner. "Where's your meeting point?" After some twists and turns, they finally arrived at the designated location, a vacant area in the park. That patch of grass had essentially become the exclusive domain of their team. "Where's everyone? Didn't she say she would come?" Ku Yuan scanned the grassy expanse, jumping up and down, even bending down to lift the turf, hoping to uncover if Ilian was hiding beneath. "Hey, were you looking for me?" A voice unexpectedly chimed from behind him. Overjoyed, Ku Yuan was about to whirl around and grasp the girl's hand. But then he reconsidered, meeting her for the first time. He certainly didn't want to frighten her or leave a poor impression. A gentleman must maintain his decorum. Yet, why did this girl's voice sound so unexpectedly deep? He brushed aside his concerns. A low voice could suggest that she was a lowly with a mature heart. This thought even stirred a flicker of excitement within him. With utmost restraint and elegance, he turned around as if performing a waltz, placing his right hand over his chest and bowing. He attempted to mimic the etiquette of ancient nobility, though his execution was rather clumsy and awkward, verging on comical. However, when he lifted his gaze, the scenario was not as he had envisioned. The person before him was of modest height, appearing rather frail, possessing a cherubic face that bore a constant smile, with eyes reminiscent of emeralds. Her soft, short brown hair added to her charm, and around her neck hung a protective amulet embroidered with a little fox. She was indeed quite adorable. Yet, the most pressing issue was not her appearance. Ku Yuan scrutinized her from head to toe, lingering particularly on her chest and certain other areas. This shoulder width, this frame, and various other attributes. There was no mistaking it. After 16 years of life, he was not so blind as to overlook the obvious. The individual before him was undeniably endowed with genuine characteristics. "No, not you," Ku Yuan dismissed without a second thought. "I am looking for someone named Ilian." "Oh, you are searching for Ilian?" The cute boy seemed to come to a sudden realization, but his next words were, "But I am Ilian." Huh. Ku Yuan blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Sophie approached and engaged Ilian, saying, "You are quite early. We should have arrived first. Sorry to keep you waiting." No, Ilian smiled. "I just arrived 2 hours early on my own accord because I was eager to meet my future teammates." Haha. Whether one can become a teammate depends on the results of the trials. Ilian, however, exuded confidence. "I believe I will be just fine." "Wait a moment." Ku Yuan finally shouted. "So you all knew beforehand that Ilian is actually a boy?" Sophie calmly replied, "Yes, I've chatted with him quite a bit privately. He's quite a charming young lad." Ilian continued to smile. "This name was given to me by my parents. Is there a problem with that? Brother, may I have a word?" Ku Yuan unceremoniously threw his arm around Karl's shoulder and dragged him aside. ensuring that Sophie and Ilian were engrossed in conversation and could not see them. Then he seized Karl by the collar and, in a fit of despair, shouted, "Why did you tell me Ilian was a girl?" "Huh," Karl protested, "that's not on me." "Hey, I never said that. You've just been assuming that all along." Although he had also briefly thought Ilian was a girl before their formal meeting, Karl's reaction was far less intense than Kuyuan's. "Oh, for goodness sake." Karl thought Kuyuan was about to hit him, but the next moment, Kuyuan embraced him, turning his back to Ilian, and wept bitterly. "We're going to be teammates, seeing each other frequently. We must not leave a strange impression on the first meeting. If Ilian thinks I'm interested in men, that would be a catastrophe. He is not. He doesn't. Stop making wild claims." Peeking back, Kuyuan caught sight of Ilian seemingly stifling a laugh. Ilian had long since grown accustomed to such misunderstandings and had seen through Kuyuan's little schemes, which only deepened Kuyuan's sense of shame. He felt utterly defeated, believing he could not possibly survive in the team moving forward. Chapter 36. You again? Oh, you all have arrived. At this moment, Andrea and Bachin also made their way to the meeting point. It seemed that Bachin's fan club had not stealthily followed him, as bystanders were indeed scarce. Ever since Bachin was defeated by Victor, the Exball arena had concluded, and the fan club had temporarily lost track of Bachin's whereabouts. After all, monitoring his private life would be a bit excessive. Thus, it appeared that all personnel expected to gather this afternoon had arrived. "Andrea, Bachin, this is Ilian. And the tall fellow is our new goalkeeper, Kuyuan," Sophie introduced them. Since they had previously communicated in the same group, they recognized each other quite swiftly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There were 6 individuals in total, plus Ching Fan, making 7. This was the initial list of applicants. If only Victor were here, Karl thought. He was not the only one reminiscing about Victor. Bachin, who had just arrived, stretched his neck and looked around, appearing somewhat distracted. "Wait, isn't that fellow called Victor supposed to be here?" He remained deeply troubled by his defeat at the hands of Victor, believing that had it not been for Victor, he would never have joined this obscure team. His intention in joining Victor's group was to ascertain their capabilities, with the hope of eventually challenging Victor again to redeem his honor. However, upon joining, he found the reality to be quite different from his expectations. Firstly, in the group of the Divine Team, he scrolled through the member list and found only 7 names, none of which belonged to Victor. Logically, even those like Kuyuan and Ilian, who had completed their trials, were allowed into the group, and according to Sophie, Victor had long been a member, so his absence was puzzling. He privately messaged Sophie to inquire about this, but she explained that Victor had a rather solitary disposition, disliking notifications, and had left when he was added. This explanation left Bachin feeling skeptical. Furthermore, today's assembly saw Victor's absence. He hadn't even cast a shadow. Doubts crept in, and he questioned whether he had been deceived. Bachin despised the sensation of being misled. Yet, Sophie, without batting an eye, remarked, "Isn't Ching Fan also absent? I've told you before, that guy is notoriously eccentric. Skipping training is his usual practice. Perhaps he genuinely had something preventing him from coming." Bachin wore a face of uncertainty. Knowing the truth, Andrea couldn't suppress a chuckle, but refrained from exposing Sophie's grand deception. Meanwhile, Kuyuan and Ilian remained oblivious to the discussions surrounding Victor, listening in confusion. Nevertheless, Ilian maintained a polite smile, refraining from interjecting, despite being the intended focal point of the day. Observing the awkward atmosphere, Karl felt compelled to steer the conversation elsewhere, but before he could speak, something dark seemed to drift into view. Behind a tree more than 10 meters away, a figure appeared to be watching them discreetly. Upon closer inspection, the black hair, the exceedingly simple gray t-shirt, and the familiar tattered jeans. Could it be Victor? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. "Hey, shall we?" Karl exclaimed, springing up and waving his arms enthusiastically. His call caught everyone's attention, and they turned in unison to look. There was no mistaking it. It truly was Victor. Bachin, who had just been in doubt, now felt as though he had been swiftly slapped in the face. Karl recalled that nearly every encounter with Victor had been a serendipitous glance, which seemed rather too coincidental. If one were to call it luck, Karl himself could hardly believe it. Why did Victor happen to appear there? Why was he covertly observing the happenings in this area? Karl seemed to grasp the answer, but desired to confront Victor directly, wishing to hear him admit it in person. With great joy, Karl waved and hopped over to Victor. Victor was evidently startled. He never anticipated that he would be discovered even after hiding so far away, prompting him to swiftly turn and flee. "Don't run, little Wei," Karl exclaimed, refusing to be outdone as he pursued him. "Don't you dare call me little Wei." In mere seconds, the two vanished from the crowd's sight, leaving the remaining 5, still reeling from the dramatic turn of events, in utter confusion. Ku Yuan stroked his chin and mused. It seems they share quite a bond, don't they? Karl has found a new flame and hasn't he even bothered to inform me. How unbrotherly. What should we do? Andrea asked Sophia. The only two privy to the truth. Let them be, Sophia shrugged. Given Karl's nature, he'll undoubtedly employ every means to bring Victor back. Elian inquired. Is that person named Victor? Is he part of our team? She was the most bewildered by the situation. He should be considered part of the team, I suppose. Who can say for certain? Sophia paused, reflecting before clarifying. No, he is indeed our teammate. Bei-chan, having overheard this, cast a meaningful glance at Sophia and nodded knowingly. All right, let Karl handle this. Our immediate priority is the trial. Show us your strength. Elian, Sophia clapped her hands. Unbeknownst to them, Karl and Victor had already dashed outside the park. Victor navigated through alley after alley. The modern city, with its towering skyscrapers and dizzying array of identical structures, bustling with diverse crowds, should have made it exceedingly easy to lose track of his pursuer. Victor had lost all sense of time, only aware of the rapid thumping of his heart as he exerted himself. I should have shaken him off by now. Little way, wait for me. Just join our shining team. Yet that voice, relentless, echoed once more. Oh, come on. This is ridiculous. Why is this fool so persistent? What tenacity! Victor hastened his pace, nearly losing his mind. To him, Karl had transformed from a stubborn youth into a bizarre entity, akin to a zombie. No matter how hard he tried to shake him off, Karl would rise again, flailing about energetically, hot on his heels as if under the influence of some stimulant, endlessly reciting the mantra, Little way, join our shining team. Victor felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were trapped in an apocalyptic parkour film. How unfortunate he was. Victor found it utterly baffling. He had always been confident in his speed, believing no one could surpass him in that regard. Previously, during their basketball games, Karl had struggled to keep up. Yet today, Karl seemed transformed, not only keeping pace, but also vociferously urging him on. Dear brother, do you not have the potential to pursue girls? Victor felt quite vexed. Despite having run such a distance, the gap between Victor and Karl remained virtually unchanged. This tug of war seemed to stretch on indefinitely, with victory likely to be determined only when one side succumbed to exhaustion. However, when Victor turned to glance at Karl, he found him brimming with energy, exhibiting no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Had he anticipated this outcome, he would have struck Karl with a well-aimed punch the moment he charged in, ensuring he could not rise again. Yet, Victor knew he would not truly act on that impulse. Why should I fear this fellow? A sudden question leapt to his mind, causing Victor to pause momentarily. He sensed something was amiss, his pace gradually slowing until he came to a halt. Karl, however, failed to stop in time and collided with Victor's back, nearly sending the slender young man flying. Yet, rather than feeling anger at the impact, Victor steadied himself and silently gazed up at the gray sky, squeezed into a narrow slit by towering walls. A web of densely packed aerial corridors and fleeting spacecraft wove together to form this narrow opening. Breathless and drenched in sweat, Karl exclaimed, "You run remarkably well. Why have you stopped? Have you come to a realization?" Victor, with an impassive expression, turned to Karl and stated, "We are lost." Today, as the team had managed to gather in greater numbers, Sophie decided to conduct a collective practice session to assess Ilian's skill level. Following the predetermined positions within the team, Bei-chan and Andrea formed a pair of forwards, serving as the attacking side, while Sophie, Ilian, and Kyuin constituted the defenders, simulating the conditions of a match. If Karl were here, placing him in the midfield would create a fair 3-on-3, Sophie remarked. I believe this is sufficient for now, Bei-chan replied confidently. With his doubts regarding Victor dispelled, he could fully immerse himself in the team dynamics, for he was a person of strong responsibility. Once he committed to aiding others, he would see it through to the end. Andrea casually swept her hair back, making it easier to move during practice. With two players now in the forward position, it introduced a comparative element. Those who faltered would feel the embarrassment, and she was determined not to lose to the newcomer. Ilian pouted, "Do not be overly confident. Boasting and then being proven wrong would be quite awkward. His true strength has yet to be revealed." Thus, this trial practice commenced amidst a lively atmosphere filled with playful banter. Chapter 37. The little demon Ilian. The five of them took their positions, and indeed, they appeared quite impressive. Ku Yuan couldn't help but pay extra attention to the delicate figure of Ilian standing before him, his mind swirling with thoughts. Indeed, his assumption that Ilian was a girl was misguided, yet it illuminated a broader issue. The feeble connotation of her name was, to some extent, mirrored in her physique. From any angle, Ilian epitomized the fragile, slender build reminiscent of a sprightly bean sprout, her height scarcely reaching 1.70 meters, rendering her short among her male peers. To label her as a diminutive figure would not be an exaggeration. She appeared particularly frail, devoid of any intimidating presence. Even someone as inexperienced as Ku Yuan had witnessed several formal Exball matches and possessed a modicum of essential knowledge. Typically, defenders were characterized by their tall and robust physiques, enabling them to endure vigorous confrontations, contest aerial balls, and exert immense pressure on the opposing offense. Particularly when assisting the goalkeeper in intercepting shots, a defender must unflinchingly serve as a human shield. However, observing Yi Lian in her current state, Ku Yuan genuinely worried that she might be carried off on a stretcher mid-game. Was it truly wise to assign such a person to the defensive line? Surely, Sophie, known for her meticulousness and strict standards, would not overlook this aspect during recruitment. He discreetly shared his concerns with Sophie, but he was swiftly met with a rebuttal. There were indeed various types of defenders. Those with a superficial understanding should refrain from showcasing their ignorance. Sophie cast him a disdainful sidelong glance, her eyes seemingly conveying, "Just take a step back, little brother." Ku Yuan was left perplexed when the electronic referee blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of the match. The ball was initially placed with the attacking side. This training exercise did not involve a kickoff scramble, but rather focused purely on the organization of offense and defense. Bei-chun deftly scooped the ball into his hands and, with a slight flick of his wrist, gestured to his companion, Andrea, indicating, "Watch me carry us. Don't hold me back." He had previously learned from Sophie that Andrea was the one originally intended to defeat him on the arena. He held a significant pride, believing that within this modest team, aside from Victor, no one could surpass him. Andrea's competitive spirit was ignited as she raised her eyebrows at him, a silent challenge exchanged. In the next moment, both of them dashed forward, akin to twin bolts of lightning streaking across the field, their speed astonishing and their movements remarkably agile. The ball was exchanged back and forth between them in a dazzling display, rendering it nearly impossible to discern who possessed it at any given moment. The sound of the ball bouncing echoing like a tempestuous storm. Together, they advanced, instilling an overwhelming sense of intimidation upon the defensive line, as if they aimed to seize the match in a single breath. They had not previously undergone any coordinated training. This was their inaugural game on the same court. Yet they moved with the familiarity of seasoned veterans who had played together for years. Their synchronization was almost astonishing, with neither lagging behind the other. Their passes flowed effortlessly, as natural as breathing, seamlessly integrating into their fluid movements, causing scarcely a hint of disruption, rather than mere coordination. This was an instinctive response from high-caliber players on the court. As one anticipated the opponent's move, the other instinctively knew the subsequent action to take. A testament to their profound understanding of Exball, facilitating such acute situational awareness. The duo's fast break capability was remarkably formidable. The concept of 1+1 transcended mere addition. "I will restrict Andrea, while you seek opportunities, Ku Yuan. Be vigilant to their potential shooting actions," Sophie reminded, showcasing her instinctive tactical acumen. However, Ku Yuan was utterly bewildered. The two players, with their 4 hands and 4 legs, executed unpredictable movements that left him dizzy, blurring the lines between facing the goal and the court. "Fool, there is only one ball," Sophie had to remind him again. With this nudge, Ku Yuan refocused his gaze on the ball. The ball zipped back and forth between Andrea and Bei-chun, leaving a blurred trace in the air, rendering its precise position nearly imperceptible to the average observer. Ku Yuan widened his eyes, holding his breath and concentrating intently. In an instant, the rapidly moving ball crystallized into a series of still frames before his eyes, allowing him to discern a clear trajectory. This path even bore a hint of discordance. Andrea and Bei-chun's offensive strategy was not devoid of flaws. Their speed was impressive, yet their haste compromised their rhythm and timing. Sophie recognized this as well. She vaguely recalled Andrea's weakness in maintaining stable ball control and resolved to target her first. However, a significant issue hindered Sophie. Her physicality lagged behind her mental acuity. As she attempted to intercept, Andrea did not even glance sideways, effortlessly passing the ball to Bei-chun and deftly maneuvering around Sophie. This exemplified a classic 2-on-1 scenario, and Sophie's attempt at interception seemed to pose little challenge to their offensive surge. With Bei-chun's collaboration, the ball was passed swiftly rather than dribbled, minimizing the time it lingered in Andrea's hands and thereby significantly mitigating her control weaknesses. Even without glancing at Bei-chun's position, Andrea appeared to fully anticipate his movement. The angle and speed of her pass were impeccably executed, landing precisely where Bei-chun needed it for his next step. Bei-chun had to concede that within this team, there were indeed individuals of remarkable skill, With the support of high-caliber teammates, his offense became increasingly seamless. Bachin naturally stepped forward, prepared to receive Andrea's pass. Upon noticing the impending danger, Kuyuan quickly assumed a defensive stance, ready to thwart any sudden shot from Bachin. Just then, a shadow unexpectedly surged forth, intercepting the pass. It was Ilian. How had he, who had just stood in front of Kuyuan, suddenly appeared here? Bachin and Andrea were both taken aback. This play had been meticulously calculated, the ball traveling at great speed over a short distance. This meant that the ball was airborne for merely a fraction of a second, a mere moment too brief for anyone to cover the distance and intercept. Ilian seemed to have teleported. What incredible speed! He smiled smugly, clearly reveling in his heroic intervention. As if he were a little narcissist. Competing in speed? He would not concede to anyone. Once Ilian seized the ball, he was visibly exhilarated, sporting a mischievous grin. He was eager to showcase his skills once more. In the next moment, he charged toward the opposing side with the ball. Sophie shrugged her shoulders, murmuring, "Here we go." She chose not to pursue, instead standing with her arms crossed, observing intently. During her previous exchanges with Ilian, she had sensed that this seemingly innocent-faced boy was not as easily intimidated as he appeared. Curiosity piqued. She was eager to see what Ilian would do next. Having just lost possession of the ball, Bachin was understandably displeased. He frowned slightly and turned to chase after Ilian. The dynamics of the game had seemingly reversed. Now Bachin and Andrea were on the defensive, while Ilian remained the aggressor. A fleeting illusion of being able to catch up washed over Bachin. However, just as he was about to reach Ilian's heels, Ilian flashed a triumphant smile and suddenly accelerated, effortlessly pulling away from him. It was intentional. Bachin gradually slowed his pace. Feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, even when outsmarted, he found it impossible to be angry at Ilian's innocent visage. Was this style of play not a tad juvenile? Ilian raced across the field with the ball. His speed was astonishing, almost rendering him invisible while in motion, leaving only a blur as he darted from one corner to another like a wily little fox. It was as if he were playing, showcasing his skills with abandon. While traditional defenders rely on their robust physiques to contest aerial balls and establish impenetrable defensive networks, there exists another breed of defender. This type safely transitions the ball from the back line to the front, delivering it to teammates at opportune moments, thus playing an indispensable role in orchestrating the team's offense as a primary assist contributor. This is the duty of a speed-oriented, skillful defender like Ilian. Suddenly, Andrea charged in, forcefully snatching the ball from Ilian's grasp. The impact sent Ilian staggering backwards several steps. He found himself at a loss against such a brute force. Ilian was interrupted mid-performance, her lips slightly pouting in discontent. Andrea released her grip and executed a powerful shot mid-air. True to form, she struck the ball as soon as she intercepted it. This was her signature strategy. The shot was remarkably distant, and Kuyuan had ample time to react. He leaped and extended his palms to firmly block the ball. However, at the moment his hands made contact, he was taken aback. Despite the greater distance, the force of this shot surpassed even the one Karl had delivered earlier. Surprised, Kuyuan quickly reinforced his grip, managing to prevent the ball from slipping away. Though he succeeded in blocking it, the ball rebounded off his hands. He could feel a sharp ache in his wrist. Bachin, with an astute sense for the game, evaded Sophie's defense and rushed toward the rebounding ball. "This one is mine." A figure suddenly darted in beside him. Ilian. She had raced from Andrea's position and arrived almost simultaneously with Bachin. Yet, she was a mere fraction of a second too late, allowing Bachin to claim the ball, an impressive feat in itself. Ilian, a little irked, defiantly positioned herself in front of Bachin, who had already secured the ball. "This is quite a stretch," Sophie murmured. From her perspective, Ilian excelled in speed, adept at exploiting vulnerabilities, intercepting passes, and securing advantageous positions. However, her direct confrontational skills were somewhat lacking. Yet, Ilian's expression was earnest, her eyes wide open. "You weakling. Bean sprout. Little runt. You think you can play defense? Huh." It seemed he could hear those taunting voices echoing from the depths of his mind, each one prodding at his nerves, trying to drag him down into despair. "No way." Ilian shook her head vigorously. "I will intercept and show you all. Just wait. I will prove it." Unbeknownst to Bachin, who was oblivious to Ilian's inner turmoil, he felt his own performance today was far from stellar. When he joined the team, he was filled with the ambition to lead. What a joke. This was simply unacceptable. The ball danced between Bachin's hands and body, dazzling to behold. As if it were an extension of himself, he showcased top-tier X-ball techniques, his movements becoming increasingly assertive as he surged forward, seizing the gaps with ferocity. Ilian was startled. Her balance was inadvertently disrupted by the momentum, and she fell to the ground. This kind of frontal interception was still too daunting for her. Reluctant, truly reluctant. Ilian's ears flushed slightly as her hands, pressed against the ground, clenched tightly, crushing the blades of grass beneath her palms. Beichen had already broken through, charging into the heart of the defense. Ku Yuan, fully alert, prepared himself for the impending challenge. This distance is indeed the optimal range for a hand-thrown ball. Beichen raised his left hand, gathering strength, poised to launch with great force. Ku Yuan quickly shifted to the predicted position on the right. Just as Beichen was about to release the ball, his right hand suddenly extended outwards, and before anyone could comprehend, the ball was instantaneously transferred to his right hand. Almost without pause, as he backhanded the ball towards the lower left corner of the goal. His left hand had merely served as a deceptive obstruction. Ku Yuan appeared momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, he had irrevocably lost the chance to intercept the ball. The ball hurtled unimpeded towards the bench that served as the goal. A sharp crack echoed. Suddenly, someone emerged at the baseline, stretching out his arm with all his might. Just when everyone believed the ball was destined to strike the bench, his fingertips grazed the ball, sending it soaring away. It was Ilian again. Astonishingly, he had managed to rush over from his previous position to make the save. Was this still the speed of a human being? Everyone was left in shock. The ball had been knocked out of bounds, signifying it had crossed the theoretical baseline, dissipating into nothingness. Ilian had charged so fiercely that he could not halt his momentum, stumbling forward and sprawling flat on the ground, akin to a dog rolling in the mud. However, he lifted his head, presenting a triumphant smile, whether directed at Ku Yuan, Beichen, or anyone else. That's a foul, Beichen murmured quietly, raising his hands in exasperation. According to the rules, Ilian's actions should indeed be deemed a foul. In such a confined area before the goal, within a standard field, it undoubtedly falls within the small penalty area, where both Ilian and Ku Yuan had been situated. The regulations stipulate that at most one player from each side may occupy this zone. In formal matches, it is not uncommon for other defensive players to intervene at the last moment on the goal line. But this is predicated on the fact that professional goalkeepers do not remain immobile within the small penalty area, as Ku Yuan did. In fact, over 80% of interceptions are executed by goalkeepers rushing out of the small penalty area, allowing another defender to step in. Most teams also conduct specialized training for player movement within the small penalty area. If a goalkeeper loses track of the ball in front of the small penalty area and is unable to return swiftly, a defender positioned near the baseline can cover for him, enabling 2 interceptions within the small penalty area simultaneously. This is fundamental to the Exball defensive organization tactics. Ku Yuan, being a novice, did not comprehend this and had not yielded his position, hence Ilian's actions would be considered a foul in a standard setting. Unfortunately, this was not a formal field, the lines were not fully drawn, and the goal was far from standard specifications, rendering any discussion of rules somewhat meaningless. Ilian evidently heard Beichen's words and feigned indifference, turning his head with a dismissive huff. Beichen shrugged his shoulders, opting not to dwell on the antics of this prideful little demon. Ilian, in a state of bliss, flaunted his nose in self-admiration, reminiscent of a little fox wagging its tail. The burdensome memories that once plagued his heart were cast aside. He was not oblivious to the rules. He simply felt an unwavering desire to intercept the ball, no matter the circumstances. He was determined to prove something, and he succeeded. In terms of speed, he would not be outdone by anyone. Chapter 38. Dead End. With a sharp crack, someone suddenly appeared at the baseline, stretching their arm forward with all their might. Just a bit faster, just a bit faster. They had to catch up. At the moment when everyone believed the ball would strike the bench, that individual's fingertips finally grazed the ball, propelling it forcefully away. It was Ilian again. He had somehow managed to rush back from his previous position to make the save. Was this truly human speed? Everyone was left in astonishment. The ball, struck by Ilian, flew out of bounds. This meant it was out of play. The moment it entirely crossed the theoretical baseline, it dissolved into nothingness. Ilian charged so fiercely that he could not halt in time. Tumbling forward, limbs sprawled on the ground, akin to a dog rolling in the dirt. And it certainly looked painful. Yet, just as everyone gasped in concern, Ilian lifted his head, his face, stained with mud, bearing a triumphant grin, whether directed at Kian, Beichen, or no one in particular. That's a foul, Beichen muttered quietly, raising his hands in exasperation. According to the rules, Ilian's actions indeed constituted a foul. The small area in front of the goal was, in a standard field, part of the penalty area, and both Ilian and Ku Yuan were within this zone, where the rule stipulates that only one player from each side may occupy it at a time. In formal matches, There are instances where other defensive players make last-minute interventions on the goal line. But this is predicated upon the fact that professional goalkeepers do not remain stationary within the penalty area, as GenexⅡ did. Over 80% of interceptions are executed by goalkeepers rushing out of the penalty area, allowing another defender to step in. Most teams also engage in specialized training regarding player movement within the penalty area, preparing for scenarios where a goalkeeper may lose track of a player near the front and struggle to return swiftly. In such cases, another defender positioned near the baseline would be ready to assist, enabling the goalkeeper to dash out and allow for 2 interceptions within the penalty area. This forms the foundation of Exball's defensive organizational tactics. GenexⅡ, being a novice, was unaware of this and did not yield, making Ilian's actions a clear foul by standard field regulations. However, it was unfortunate that this was not a formal field, the lines were not clearly marked, and the goal was far from standard specifications, rendering discussions of rules somewhat meaningless. Ilian clearly heard Bachan's words and deliberately turned her head away with a disdainful hum. Bachan shrugged his shoulders, choosing not to engage with this proud little demon. Ilian was currently in high spirits, her nose held high in a somewhat narcissistic manner, casting aside her past burdensome memories. He was not oblivious to the rules, he simply felt a resolute determination to intercept the ball, an unwavering commitment to prove something significant. He succeeded. In terms of speed, he would not concede to anyone. What a predicament. Where on earth are we? How do we get out of here? Karl tugged at his hair in frustration. I couldn't care less. Victor calmly turned his head aside, even whistling nonchalantly. Xiaowei, I concede. You truly are a genius. Previously, in his frantic attempts to evade Karl, Victor had taken a haphazard route, turning down every winding path and squeezing through crevices between walls and abandoned spaces between floors, convinced that avoiding the wrong path was a stroke of luck. Now, however, they found themselves before a dead end, and upon glancing back, they were confronted by a myriad of diverging paths. Who could possibly remember which route they had taken? Victor was unfazed by this predicament. He had often wandered aimlessly in the past, frequently choosing the wrong paths. This was a common occurrence for him. At times, he even intentionally ventured into such places, for the areas that could confuse him were equally capable of bewildering his adversaries. It intrigued him that, unlike the ruffians who sought revenge for having been bested by their leader, no one had ever pursued them to this extent as Karl had. For Victor, extricating himself from such terrain was relatively simple. Yet, the individual beside him was another matter entirely. Victor cast a bemused glance at Karl, who was frantically scratching at the walls, and an inexplicable impulse compelled him to suggest, why not activate the navigation system? After all, where can it not guide us now? Karl slapped his forehead, an expression of epiphany dawning upon him as he hastily retrieved his terminal. Victor could hardly contain his disbelief. This was beyond mere obliviousness. It bordered on incompetence. Using the terminal for navigation when one is lost is a fundamental principle, even known to those without a terminal. Even though they currently found themselves in a location that theoretically should not appear on any map, modern navigation systems utilize panoramic imagery, with an accuracy measured in millimeters. If they could access the panoramic view, even the most peculiar locations could reveal an exit. However, what followed left Victor even more exasperated. The terminal was out of battery. Karl raised the device, an innocent expression plastered across his face, as the screen displayed the shutdown animation. The terminal, once charged for 2 hours, theoretically could operate continuously for 100 hours, and during that time, it would inevitably soak up sunlight, continually replenishing its power. Thus, for the majority of individuals, their devices seldom require charging more than twice a year, functioning almost like perpetual motion machines. Heaven knows how Karl's device could suddenly run out of power at such a critical moment. Indeed, modern people are rendered utterly inept without their devices. Just wait while I recharge. Karl, however, possessed a keen sense of self-awareness. Yet, this location hardly seemed conducive to wireless charging. The only feasible option appeared to be solar energy. However, their current position seemed to be nestled between 2 towering buildings, with the sky compressed to a mere line, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. Fortunately, it was still early afternoon, and the sun had not yet dipped too low. Sunlight still graced the tops of the towering piles of discarded containers. It was astonishing that such abandoned containers remained here, signifying that someone had indeed visited this place. After surveying the area, Karl ultimately resorted to climbing atop the container with both hands and feet. Hey, be careful. Victor stepped forward, positioning himself within reach in case Karl were to fall. He was unsure why he felt compelled to caution this fool. I think it's fine. Karl's voice echoed down from above. The container appeared fragile but was surprisingly well sealed and sturdy. Its material was a mystery. Initially, he had presumed that this container had been long abandoned, yet to his astonishment, it bore not a speck of dust. Karl easily scaled the top of the container and placed his device upon it. With just 10 minutes of sunlight, the device would spring back to life. All set. Karl leaped down, clapping his hands. He casually inquired, "Hey, Victor, what do you think is inside this container?" "How would I know?" Victor retorted, throwing a punch in warning. Wishing to dissuade Karl from using that nauseating nickname, he intended to deliver that punch and leave, no longer wishing to engage with Karl. Suddenly, a wave of inexplicable nausea washed over him. A ringing filled his ears, drowning out all surrounding sounds, as the cacophony of the apocalypse engulfed his senses. His head began to spin, leaving him disoriented. The Karl standing before him seemed to split into two figures, a number that continued to multiply. His fist, inexplicably, lost its strength, gently grazing Karl's chest. What is happening? His body suddenly betrayed him. Victor retched a few times, one hand clutching his head while the other braced against the wall, gradually sliding down. It felt as though something akin to puppet strings was tugging at his very soul. Attempting to extract it from his body, Victor bit down on his lip, hoping that pain would help him maintain his awareness. But it proved futile as a more intense dizziness surged over him like a tidal wave crashing against the rocks. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Karl sensed something was amiss and swiftly caught hold of Victor. Karl was astonished to discover that Victor's entire body was convulsing, as limp as a puddle of mud. Victor's eyes were bloodshot, his pupils gradually losing focus. Although he still had his eyes open and his chest rose and fell with breath, he resembled a tattered doll, devoid of consciousness and vitality. Karl was utterly panicked. He had never encountered such a situation before. He was genuinely frightened that, if this continued, Victor would suffer even graver consequences. Karl wished to continue playing ball with Victor, to foster their friendship, for he felt he did not know Victor well enough yet. He longed to show Victor the sunshine. He did not want Victor to be like this. How had Victor transformed so suddenly? Was this some new affliction? Or was there an external disturbance? If it were an external disturbance, it could be handled by simply eliminating the source. Yet, if that were the case, why was Karl himself unharmed? His mind was now a tumult of confusion. In any case, it was imperative to leave this place swiftly and seek the aid of professional rescuers. Thus, he climbed atop a storage box in a hurry and grabbed the terminal. Though 10 minutes had not yet passed, he would make do with whatever charge it had for now. There was no time to ponder further. A life was at stake. Chapter 39. Secrets. At the very moment Karl secured the terminal, someone below seized his ankle with a forceful grip and yanked him downward. In a blur, Karl fell to the ground, the impact causing him to cry out in pain. Fortunately, the box was not excessively high. Otherwise, he might have fractured his coccyx. Before Karl could fully express his distress, he was pushed again, his back crashing against the ground. Small stones protruded from the surface, digging painfully into his back, causing him to gasp for breath. Suddenly, he found it difficult to breathe. Someone was clutching his neck tightly with both hands. It was Victor. Victor was squeezing Karl's throat with an intensity that was far from playful. It was a force intent on ending his life. "Victor!" Karl shouted his name, straining to pry Victor's hands apart. However, Victor's grip was like a vice, unyielding. How could this slender figure suddenly exhibit such strength? This was not the Victor Karl knew. "Hey, what is wrong with you? Let go." "Victor." Karl was clearly struggling to catch his breath. He could not fathom how his simple intention to recruit someone for the team had spiraled into such a terrifying confrontation. Victor showed no sign of recognition. His grip only tightened mechanically. His expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze vacant, eyes wide and bloodshot, resembling a grim reaper wielding a scythe. His lips moved soundlessly, as if reciting a curse from the depths of hell, while his eyes burned with an infernal flame. Karl suddenly froze in terror. "Help me." This is Victor's expression. On his impassive face, one could sense that he might burst into tears at any moment. Karl, with his face flushed crimson, felt the blood rushing to his head. A clear indication of severe oxygen deprivation. He needed to snap back to reality. Veins bulged on his neck as he seized the terminal in his hand and swung it at Victor's head like a brick. This was an instinctive survival response. The blow stunned Victor, causing him to release his grip and gaze vacantly at Karl, who lay on the ground, clutching his neck and gasping for breath. Victor's eyes regained their focus, and it seemed he finally realized what he had just done. He sprang to his feet, retreating a few steps with an expression of profound uncertainty, as if he were trying to escape a disaster scene. "Victor, are you all right?" Karl managed to catch his breath, the first words out of his mouth expressing concern for the other. "You scared me half to death just now. Thankfully, you're okay, huh?" Victor lowered his gaze, his expression somewhat grim. His fingers, tucked within his sleeves, trembled slightly, still tinged with the sensation of Karl's skin against them. After a lengthy pause, he managed to utter a single phrase, "I'm sorry." Having said that, he turned to flee. Karl reacted swiftly, grabbing hold of him. "Hey, don't go. Do you even know where to run?" He fumbled with the device. "Let me see if the power is still functioning." "Okay, it's on. Navigation, where are you?" Victor's lips quivered as he endured Karl's incessant chatter. Eventually, he spoke. "Why do you care about me?" "Huh." Karl scratched his head. "Of course, because we are friends. Even if we weren't friends, I would still help you, haha." The notion of friendship was something Victor found hard to articulate, especially after nearly causing Karl's demise. Karl slapped his forehead. That. I don't hold it against you. I won't tell anyone." Surely, it wasn't little Victor's intention, right? Haha. His tone was so matter-of-fact, as if he naturally assumed a place in Victor's life, proclaiming their friendship and barging into his tightly shut heart. Even so, Karl skillfully sidestepped any discussions that might touch upon Victor's secrets, instead offering his unwavering trust to someone who had never fully embraced the concept of friendship. Such feelings were quite bothersome. The navigation is ready. This way, I'll lead you out." Karl, oblivious, pulled on Victor's arm, dragging him along. Victor shuddered and abruptly shook off Karl's grip, turning away. "You really should stop meddling in my affairs," he muttered. "After all this eagerness is merely an attempt to recruit me into your team. I isn't it?" Karl lowered his hand, reminded by Victor's words of the true purpose behind his visit. "It's not like that. I care for you because we are friends. Naturally, I would be delighted if you truly wish to join our team. I firmly believe that Victor will undoubtedly become an exceptional asset." Karl chuckled heartily, revealing his teeth. Victor scoffed, feeling a peculiar sense of discomfort within. He stubbornly retorted, "Your words are merely grandiose. You are simply valuing my abilities. I appreciate your kindness, but that is where it ends. I have no interest in the weak." Karl sighed, exasperated. "Why do you always have to be like this? Such words can be quite hurtful." Victor mused silently. "Would you listen if I didn't speak harshly?" He could intentionally utter even more cutting remarks. "Aren't you all playing just to win? Winning is akin to proving oneself as a strong individual, seeking admiration. I see through you. Humanity blindly pursues strength. After all, anything lacking strength holds no value. Exball is merely a tool for this competitive spirit." Victor pronounced these words with deliberate clarity. Indeed, humanity can be as grotesque as Adele once described. There is no denying that. However, the most ludicrous aspect is that she ultimately doubted herself. Victor reminisced about the past. Karl paused, then donned a cheerful smile, seemingly unaffected by the blows. "Well, perhaps some of what you said holds truth. However, for me personally, the joy of playing with you is what has motivated me to invite you. My initial intention for playing was simply to be with friends, nothing more." "Victor, you shouldn't always wear a frown. Lighten up." Again, the notions of joy and friendship. Just as Victor was about to scowl, 2 fingers unexpectedly jabbed at his waist, tickling him. The sudden sensation disrupted Victor's entire demeanor, leaving him in a state of indecision between laughter and tears. Upon turning, he found Karl, grinning mischievously. Victor swallowed his words, retreating several steps to evade further assaults. This is such childish behavior. Victor felt utterly speechless at Karl's antics. Karl stroked his chin, gazing at the sky as if unfazed. "Honestly, I believe you are much like me, right? When playing Exball, you forget all your troubles, don't you?" As if struck by a truth, Victor scoffed and remained silent. It seemed that no matter what, Karl would remain unwavering. Victor felt a surge of frustration. He detested the sensation of being seen through, akin to having a glaring knife poised at his heart. Previously, only that person could see through me. Perhaps this is merely my own delusion. Karl forced a chuckle. "Victor, if you truly do not wish to join, I will not pressure you. However, I believe it would be a tremendous pity. Regardless, the Divine Team's doors will always be open to you." Victor seemed to have finally lost his patience, abruptly interrupting with an almost explosive outburst. "I get it. I know. Fine, I'll join your pathetic team, all right? Consider it an apology for what just happened." After shouting, he swiftly vanished from sight. Karl blinked in astonishment, standing frozen until Victor's figure abruptly disappeared, allowing him to fully comprehend the situation. Having faced rejection far too often in the past, he found himself somewhat unprepared for this turn of events. Did Victor truly just say he agreed to join the GenexⅡ team? Wait a moment. Victor has finally consented to join the team. Success at last. Karl joyfully leaped and cheered, only to collide with a wall. Oh, he had forgotten. He was still trapped in the alley, having barely traversed half the route to freedom. How long had he been out? Would Senior Sophie and the others be anxiously waiting for him? Once the most significant matter was resolved, a multitude of trivial thoughts surged into Karl's mind. Yet, The mere thought that the most crucial task had been accomplished filled him with a sense of worth. Victor would now be his teammate. After a while, as Karl gazed at the navigation terminal, a trivial question suddenly arose in his mind. Wait a minute, without navigation, would Victor be able to find his way to Eden? Wow, that gave me quite a shock. I thought that kid was about to go berserk. I almost had to step in myself, Ray remarked, casually reclining with his legs crossed, intently watching the screen with an amused expression. This kid is truly a handful. We always have to clean up after him. You going might not help. I reckon it'll have to be Shirley, Wells coldly interjected, cutting into Ray's banter. However, he had little time to listen to Ray's boastful chatter, as he was busy on a call with Logia from Department 08. Has the trace of Zero been fully cleared? Wells inquired. Logia remained silent, visibly exhausted from the recent high-intensity work, slumped over the console with only one hand weakly signaling an OK gesture. Extra chapter. That person Victor hid behind a tree until he saw Karl bouncing out of the alley. He sighed in relief, finally rid of the unrelenting nuisance. He glanced around, taking stock of his surroundings. He had only sought refuge from Karl without truly observing the area. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Wait, this place is. That sense of familiarity. Compelled by an unseen force, he walked along the street, and unsurprisingly, at its deepest end lay a grove of trees. Victor's body tensed. Should he venture into the woods? He had come this far. No, he mustn't go. He had promised never to return. Yet at that moment, a figure emerged from the woods. They both caught sight of one another. The man softly called out his name. Damn it! Victor endeavored to compose himself. He had resolved to leave this place swiftly. It was the same as ever. The man approached him. What are you doing here? Victor lifted his gaze to regard the individual, with his sharp hair, donned in rectangular glasses, tall and upright as a pole, clad in a shirt and trench coat. Yes. Who else could it be but Wells? I came to visit an old friend. Wells glanced toward the woods, where those who had buried him would never return. He must be so lonely down there. Shut up, Victor exclaimed, losing his composure. Wells turned back. Right? It seems you haven't changed your mind after all. Lately, you appear to be quite familiar with a few ordinary humans. None of your business. I have no intention of joining you. Wells adjusted his glasses. Indeed. The predecessor left a will, and I cannot compel you. So, we shall not meet again. Victor turned to depart. Wells remained silent for a moment, then suddenly sighed. You are all so alike, so callous. Huh. Victor did not pause. I would have thought the most callous in the world is you, Mr. Chief. No. It's more accurate to say you are heartless. Wells gazed skyward, speaking to himself. The predecessor single-handedly built the organization, yet abandoned the mess. Claiming to seek a way to coexist with ordinary people, how can one accept that? Then, with a sudden shift in tone, Wells shot Victor a cold glance. You caused the predecessor's death, yet pretend to be the victim. Victor felt as though struck by lightning, abruptly halting. In the next moment, he seized Wells by the collar and forcefully pushed him against the tree trunk. What did you just say? Victor roared. Wells remained expressionless. You are responsible for the predecessor's demise. What? Do you truly believe that a mere traffic accident could have claimed the life of someone like the predecessor? Wells allowed Victor to grip him. Who do you think exposed the predecessor's identity? Victor's gaze faltered, gradually lowering his head. No, it's not like that. He unconsciously released his hold, then abruptly turned to flee. Wells wiped his collar and the back of his neck with a wet wipe he carried. He was a germaphobe. Hey, is it really all right to discuss such matters with a child? Lay appeared silently beside Wells. By the way, haven't you all failed to find a precise answer to this incident? That is true, but it is still better for him to know early that something is amiss. Continuing like this for 3 years and 3 years is meaningless. Wells adjusted his collar. That fellow could indeed become a god capable of overturning the world. There was no need to worry that he would genuinely wish to relinquish his identity as the child of the new era, for they were entirely different. Wells turned toward the woods and saluted with utmost respect. The cross in the woods has become askew. Chapter 40. The scientist, a scientist clad in a white lab coat, abruptly lifted his head from the instruments, as if he had caught a whiff of something exhilarating. He was no longer young. His hairline had retreated to the back of his head, revealing a forehead reminiscent of an ostrich egg. His left eye had long since gone blind, replaced by an electronic prosthetic that emitted a mechanical sound as it focused. His back was somewhat hunched, and his attire was disheveled, his pant legs and sleeves perpetually unrolled, and his collar perpetually wrinkled. Yet, none of this hindered his spirited demeanor. He held his head high, brimming with an inexhaustible passion for research. Even at this age, his fingers danced over the experimental apparatus as deftly as a pianist, far surpassing the agility of his younger assistants. He appeared to be a man born solely for the pursuit of scientific inquiry. once a revered expert in his field. Those days were now but a memory. However, here, he enjoyed the respect of his past, as no one dared disrespect him. After all, he was a favored individual of the boss. I can't shake the feeling that the 8th testing point has reacted. He squinted at the large screen, adjusting the bottle-bottom glasses perched on his nose. The bottom edge of those glasses was already chipped, yet he continued to use them, for his right eye's vision was also quite poor. Perhaps I should consider removing my right eye and replacing it with an electronic one as well. He had contemplated this for a long time, yet he felt he lacked the time. He spent nearly 20 hours a day in the laboratory, and even so, he felt it was insufficient. "Report, Dr. Frank, we have not activated any testing points," replied a young assistant beside him. No, that is far too imprecise." The scientist, known as Dr. Frank, raised a finger and shook it. Look closely at the waveform. It just fluctuated unexpectedly for about 5 seconds. He climbed onto the table, leaning over the screen with his face pressed against it for a clearer view. Indeed, this is it. The 8th testing point just exhibited abnormal fluctuations for 6.78 seconds. Remarkable. A great discovery, Dr. Frank suddenly exclaimed with fervor. The assistants exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unable to grasp the significance of this supposed revelation. Dr. Frank crouched down, poking the forehead of the nearest assistant. "Use your brains for a moment. If there is no remote control, then why did it fluctuate? Why? Someone must be interfering. The testing point's dormant state has been disrupted. It's in a semi-activated state." Dr. Frank pondered aloud. What could cause such interference? Electromagnetism, sound waves, or perhaps the resonance of souls? With a sudden burst of energy, he stood up, arms outstretched, his tones soaring like that of a dramatist, with the table serving as his stage. However, he clearly exerted himself too forcefully, forgetting that he still held several test tubes in his grasp, causing the viscous, blood-like liquid within to spill forth. The assistants hurriedly dispersed, seeking refuge. My apologies. Dr. Frank descended from the table and carelessly discarded the test tubes into the box of unused instruments. One of the assistants tentatively spoke up. "Doctor, are we not going to test these samples?" "Test? Why would we test?" Dr. Frank leaned in closer, his eyes wide, scrutinizing the assistant's mechanical eye up close. A truly terrifying sight. "Alas, you still fail to comprehend my intention. It appears this delight is to be mine alone." Dr. Frank shook his head and began to pace, delivering his oration anew. The resonance of the soul. What caliber of soul can truly resonate with the testing point? Is it B, A, or perhaps S? None of these. They are all beneath us. Foolish. Only the divine. Only a being of such exalted status can infect all of this. Divine? Who is the divine? Does such a being truly exist in this world? Indeed, it must exist. I have even fashioned a god with my own hands. Yet my most perfect creation was thwarted at the final step by some blonde-haired wretch. A god stripped of its radiance either perishes beneath the sun or descends into the abyss of darkness. The divine has returned. Could it be my most perfect creation? Is this event truly real? Quickly, identify the source of influence. I wish to witness it with mine own eyes. He continued his deranged monologue, oblivious to the confusion of those around him. The assistants, trembling, activated the instruments and commenced their analysis. Though they understood little, they knew the tasks at hand. If they hesitated even for a moment, they could only dread the consequences that awaited them. Before long, the results emerged. It appeared to be merely a simple electromagnetic disturbance, likely caused by someone inadvertently placing a terminal atop it. The voice of the researcher was barely audible, clearly hesitant to dishearten the doctor. Impossible. How could the terminal's energy be so immense? Dr. Frank kicked the researcher aside, monopolizing the screen, pressing his eyes against it. Indeed, a calamity triggered by a single terminal. When the terminal was placed upon the testing point, all non-confidential information had been entirely extracted. The terminal's owner was identified as Karl, a student whose photo exuded an air of naivete. Dr. Frank's disappointment was profound. Isn't this that fool? No, this cannot be my creation. Truly, my work has been utterly annihilated. Were all my hopes mere illusions? Undeterred, he sought the surveillance footage from the surrounding time frame. The boss had granted him ample permissions, allowing him to manipulate this information at will. He refused to believe it, until he witnessed the remnants of his creation's destruction with his own eyes. He would not accept that his most perfect work, into which he had poured so much effort, had been completely obliterated. He clung stubbornly to this hope. His most perfect creation. He relentlessly sought any scrap of information. Yet, there was nothing. No image contained the object of his obsession. Despite the inexplicable dissonance that pervaded these scenes, it remained an undeniable truth. After so many years, the flicker of hope had once again been extinguished. Dr. Frank sat despondently in his chair. This situation feels highly irregular. Wells suddenly remarked. How long has it been since Subject Zero last went berserk? I don't know. Ray shrugged, genuinely unaware, as he had never been one to oversee such matters, and thus couldn't recall the details. As Wells perused the records, he asserted, since that incident, there has been no further outburst. Ray grasped the implication. So, you are suggesting that there are other factors at play? Wells nodded, his expression growing increasingly grave. This was no trivial matter. It was alarming that someone could conduct clandestine operations right under their noses, while the global surveillance network, Eden, remained oblivious. The situation was terrifying. Wells had initially believed their extensive preparations had reached an optimal level, but now it seemed woefully inadequate. They had merely scratched the surface. Moreover, the potential dangers related to the monitoring of Subject Zero were far too great for them to bear. It appeared that something sinister was beginning to surface. A thorough investigation was imperative. Wells's voice was icy, leaving no room for dissent. The whistle blew sharply across the expansive training ground as the supervisors, hands clasped behind their backs, meticulously monitored every trainee's movements scattered throughout the arena. 1 minute until the 3-kilometer warm-up ends. Those who do not meet the standard will face an additional 100 push-ups. At the sound of such admonition, all those yet to reach the finish line instantly quickened their pace, even as their physical limits were nearing exhaustion, their legs feeling as if they were no longer part of their bodies. Yet, this was merely the warm-up. Too slow. Kappa, the team leader, stood sternly at the finish line, the first to arrive. Yoda, the sibling at the finish, called out, "Time is running out." Yoda finally crashed across the finish line, gasping for breath, unable to utter a word. Fortunately, he managed to pass, though only with 2 seconds to spare. However, the assistant instructor's voice thundered down. "Who allowed you to lie on the ground? Stand up." With no other choice, Yoda struggled to rise. "No one may assist him." The assistant instructor barked at Shi, who was about to lend a hand. Meanwhile, the last participant, Epsilon, had only just crossed the finish line. His physical capabilities had always been the weakest among them, making him the only one in the group to fail to meet the standard. He could no longer endure. He collapsed onto the ground, his calves twitching uncontrollably. The teaching assistant showed no mercy, delivering a swift kick. "Get up, you wretch. Do it quickly," he barked. And as punishment, an additional 100 push-ups. Epsilon was knocked to the ground, and if it weren't for the fierce rise and fall of his chest, he might well have appeared lifeless. His teammate Sigma urged him softly, "Come on, get up. Who knows what consequences will arise from angering the instructors?" Epsilon was not ignorant of this truth, yet despite his efforts to raise himself, he immediately crumpled back down. He truly lacked the strength to rise once more. This was the Libra Military Academy, situated in the heart of the Global Political Center, Zone 1, funded directly by the Libra Council. This military institution was dedicated to cultivating the finest soldiers in the world. All students here were active military personnel, some having already ascended to the rank of officer, and they routinely participated in missions as legitimate soldiers, all pledging their loyalty to the Libra Council. The academy implemented a grueling 12-year program of closed, intense training, selecting the cream of the crop from their peers during childhood, subjecting them to rigorous and specialized military training from a young age until adulthood. One could say they were born to be soldiers. Those who graduated from this institution emerged as formidable figures within the military realm. Chapter 41, Marshall Stand Today. The assembly comprised nearly the most elite cadre of this military school, with ranks no lower than second lieutenant, and Kappa had already attained the rank of captain. They had received early morning notification to gather for special training related to a new mission. This new task was to participate in the mech competition. It was a well-known fact that the stringent Libra Military Academy did not indulge in extracurricular activities. The so-called Exball was merely a hastily established initiative for this mission. With the backing of the Libra Council, securing a place in the mech competition was a trivial matter. When they first received this news, astonishment rippled through the ranks. Their sole purpose for gathering at this school was to become the most exceptional military talents loyal to the people. To that end, they had endured layers of brutal trials. Bathed in the blood and gore of battle, advancing over the corpses of comrades, their hands calloused from gripping their weapons. They were comrades and fellow soldiers, but certainly not friends or partners. Emotions, that weakness, were a burden that must be cast aside at the Libra Military Academy. Thus, the sudden nature of this announcement felt akin to a scientist laboriously crafting an atomic bomb only for it to be used as a firework, a bewildering absurdity. No previous mission had ever seemed so nonsensical. Strangely, this assignment had been issued directly from the Libra Council, carrying immense importance and priority. While no explicit reasons were provided, it evidently involved significant secrets, and those in authority clearly regarded this mission with utmost seriousness. What they faced was merely an X-ball, a mere recreational sport. Yet the specialized training program imposed upon them surpassed the intensity of conventional military drills. At times, it was indeed perplexing to fathom the thoughts of the higher-ups. Nonetheless, they adhered strictly to the regimen. Obedience, absolute obedience, constituted the fundamental quality of a soldier. At the rear of the formation stood Luo and Omicron, clandestinely engaged in hushed conversation. Such audacity was remarkable. Should they be discovered, a severe reprimand would inevitably follow. However, they employed a meticulously trained silent code, supplemented by a few discreet gestures, a method typically utilized to deceive adversaries, yet here repurposed to confound their instructor. Today, the assistant instructor seems particularly irritable, one remarked. I suspect he has always been this way, another replied. Epsilon is in dire straits, came the response. In comparison, it is indeed quite tragic. So, has GenexⅡ skipped training again today? How many sessions has she missed? Honestly, the assistant instructor doesn't dare utter a word against her. Word has it that an important figure is visiting today, yet she still chooses not to appear. Is that truly acceptable? Perhaps it's best to refrain from further comment. After all, what is her background compared to ours? Their conversation continued, seemingly unnoticed. Kappa observed the scene quietly, before suddenly stepping forward. Instructor, I am the captain here. It is my oversight regarding Epsilon, and I am willing to accept the punishment in her stead. Everyone was taken aback, in their minds. Kappa was incapable of uttering such words. Kappa was known for his absolute adherence to orders, executing tasks with precision that often led one to believe he was akin to a machine. It was well known that he held a profound disdain for those who flouted rules and exhibited weakness. The assistant instructor, clearly taken aback, scrutinized the finest student in the entire institution. Well then, when did it become your place to educate me, Kappa? You must remember that a soldier does not require superfluous emotions, particularly pity. Just as he was about to continue his admonishment, a junior soldier rushed over, appearing eager to deliver a message. Upon receiving the notification, the assistant instructor's expression shifted noticeably. Very well, I shall withhold punishment for now. Stand at attention, all of you. However, be cautious in the future. Such leniency will not be granted again. He turned back, delivering a few harsh warnings before departing. As the others pondered the sudden shift in the assistant instructor's demeanor, the doors on the opposite side of the training ground swung open. Emerging from the shadows was a middle-aged man. His deep brown hair, subdued by a military cap, framed a face of iron, perpetually furrowed brows suggesting an unyielding demeanor. Beneath a crisply tailored uniform, his tall and robust physique was evident. Leaning upon a silver cane, his gait appeared somewhat unsteady, yet he walked with an air of confidence, exuding an undeniable authority. The sentries along the way raised their hands in salute, as if a wave of respect surged forth. Truly, the newcomer commanded a remarkable presence. As they drew closer, the crowd collectively widened their eyes in astonishment, for according to protocol, the soldiers in formation were not permitted to move. They were taken aback to discover that the middle-aged man before them bore the insignia of a marshal on his military uniform. Eventually, this man halted before the neatly aligned row of Kappa and his companions. I am Stan, former commander of the Black Hawk Special Operations Team, currently a marshal of the Joint Forces and vice-chairman of the Liber Council. From this day forth, I shall serve as your chief instructor and head coach of the Judgment Team. His voice resonated like a rusted magnet. He lifted his gaze, revealing a pair of steely, iron-gray eyes beneath the shadow of his cap. As soon as the class ended, Qingfan packed her belongings, eager to reach the assembly point of the Shinchi team. It was already quite late, and she hoped that Karl and Sophie had not departed, wishing to catch a final glimpse of them. This was a rare opportunity for a potential gathering of the entire team, and she was determined not to miss it. Her terminal vibrated in her pocket. Without glancing at it, she knew it was another message from her parents. Dear father and mother, I have a performance coming up, and my instructor has advised me to practice longer in the piano room, so I might be home late. After replying, she tucked the terminal back into her pocket. Qingfan felt somewhat disoriented, her heart racing as if a small rabbit were nestled within her chest, and she nearly walked in the wrong direction upon exiting. Only someone as directionally challenged as she could almost get lost in her own school. This was a blend of excitement and anxiety, tinged with a thrill. It was her first time pursuing her own desires and doing what she wished, even if she was currently the least skilled member of the team. She resolved to ensure she would not lag behind. She had wholly immersed herself in this group, which, despite their brief acquaintance, was the first place she felt the warmth of camaraderie. Rather than merely seeking companionship and enthusiasm from her peers, it seemed she sought an escape from something else. Beneath the surface of any well-behaved girl may lie a heart yearning for positive rebellion. She vowed that this time, she would excel. Suddenly, Sophie halted, turning to Eliane and asking, "Eliane, why did you choose to join our team? Your previous school, the Blue Flash Senior High School, had a formidable Exball club with qualifications for regional competitions. Given your abilities, you could easily be a starter there. Why opt for an unfamiliar team and start from the preliminary selections?" Time flew by, and Sophie and her teammates had already played several rounds with Eliane. Throughout the training, they gradually acknowledged the capabilities of this seemingly delicate, diminutive boy with a round face, including the proud Baichin. Undoubtedly, Eliane's speed and exceptional skills would significantly enhance the defensive line's agility. However, the more they witnessed Eliane's prowess, the greater the questions grew in Sophie's mind. Even Eliane could not fathom why such a talented player remained unclaimed by any team. She pondered how even the captain of the Blue Flash, the genius strategist Qianyu, could let such a prized asset slip away. When Sophie posted a recruitment advertisement on the public screen, Eliane was among the first to sign up. Upon reviewing the historical records later, Sophie discovered that Eliane had also left messages under other teams' recruitment posts, indicating his genuine interest in joining a squad. Yet, in the end, no other team responded to him. Only the Shenyang team welcomed him. What circumstances led to this situation? How could such a skilled player go without a team, ultimately allowing Shenyang to benefit from this oversight? Upon hearing Sophie's inquiry, Eliane thoughtfully stroked his chin for a considerable time before tilting his head with a smile and declaring, "That is a secret." Sophie found herself at a loss for words. How was this any different from evading the question? Why take so long to think? She retorted. However, Eliane added, "But I believe that if I were to lead a weaker team, to forge ahead through adversity and become the pivotal figure in its salvation, that would be quite remarkable. Wouldn't it?" Though Eliane maintained his cheerful demeanor, it could not mask the hint of childish narcissism in his eyes. Sophie, hearing this, was even more speechless. Eliane, noticing her reaction, stifled a laugh, repeatedly assuring her, "All right, I'm just joking. I genuinely like this team. And there are indeed some remarkable players who have exceeded my expectations. In any case, I am very pleased to join Shenyang." As if on cue, Baichin glanced over at them. Eliane quickly turned his head away, huffing in an exaggerated manner, pretending as if he had said nothing, feigning an air of arrogance. In truth, the remarkable player he referred to was none other than Baichin. Eliane had always harbored a slight sense of self-admiration. Initially, he had little faith in the abilities of this ragtag team. When Sophie first earnestly called him to try out, he secretly scoffed. Eliane had approached the situation with a facade of friendliness, while secretly intending to dominate them. It was only after the tryouts that he began to change his perspective. Although Shenyang was an unconventional team, it surprisingly harbored hidden talents, particularly this impudent lad named Baichin, whose aggressive playing style and astonishing individual skill often left Eliane at a loss. Zhengwan, Wathpan, Mimi Xingdong Department 07, Yishir Mo logged out. Department 08, Hai Yi, logged out. Department 09, Shire Diaz, logged out. Department 10, Ji Shui Feng, logged out. The system's notification sounds rang incessantly. Dinner arrangements at school were approaching. Suddenly, a prominent channel burst forth, instantaneously silencing all notification sounds, leaving only the call window. "Report, Commander. This is Kazami Aki from Department 06. We have just made a breakthrough regarding the secret chamber. It involves a boy with purple-black hair, wearing wristbands, who appears quite exhilarated." Wells, however, could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. "Is that so? Any progress?" The kaleidoscope project of the new era's children pervaded the globe, seemingly omnipresent. Yet, several weeks prior, Wells had stumbled upon a conjecture regarding an unknown underground chamber located beneath the National Scientific Research Institute, based on mechanical structures. Subsequently, the existence of this chamber was confirmed. But the kaleidoscope could not penetrate it. The chamber appeared to have been fortified specifically against the new era's children. Consequently, intelligence from that location had become void. Department 06 established a dedicated team to breach this sealed chamber. We had just managed to create a small opening in the chamber, but it was sealed again within 10 minutes. During that brief interval, we received a continuous signal from within, consisting solely of the 3 letters, SOS. Analysis indicated that this signal originated from the new era's children, suggesting that one of our comrades might be trapped inside. "I understand. You have worked hard. The next assignment will be dispatched within an hour. You may log off temporarily. Another mission?" Ji complained from the other end, having hoped for a brief respite. However, Wells paid him no heed, his expression grave as he closed the window. It had long been anticipated that the government officials would not honor the New Era's Children Treaty willingly. It would be prudent to avoid prolonging this matter. If those peculiar individuals at the Scientific Research Institute had indeed acquired some significant secret, it would spell trouble. A specialist must be dispatched to investigate the chamber personally. Why not send our Department 01? Someone proposed. Give us a minute, and we can obliterate the place. Lei suddenly poked his head from behind the screen, grinning broadly. It seemed he was finally eager to take action. It was indeed the conclusion that mattered most. Department 01, directly under the deputy chief, was the most leisurely unit within the organization, inhabited largely by characters like Lei, each itching for action. The New Era's Children Treaty, established after World War III, hereafter abbreviated as WW3, mandated that nations must release the New Era's children, previously utilized as weapons, under adequate supervision. Nations were strictly prohibited from violating the treaty to conduct clandestine research on the New Era's children, especially for military purposes. Such actions could jeopardize international relations and potentially incite further conflict, necessitating extreme caution. The Research Institute presented a considerable dilemma. Wells glanced at Lei and remarked, "Even if I were to send Department 01, I would not allow you to lead them. Do not forget, as a punishment, you are still to serve as my assistant." Lei howled in protest. How can this be? Wells scrolled through the personnel list on the screen, seeking assistance in task arrangement. Most individuals had already logged off, leaving only Lokia in Department 08. Thus, Wells opened a communication window with Lokia. "Commander, what do you require of me?" Lokia replied, visibly pleased to have been summoned at last. "Immediately notify the other members of the department that upon returning from lunch, an urgent meeting shall convene to formulate a comprehensive operational plan. Please assist me in disseminating the materials and requirements I will send forth to the rest of the team." The list of personnel has already been established. Execution officers include Sichuan Qiyin from Department 01, Dia Luku from Department 02, Ba Shunhuier from Department 03, Huakuha Boda from Department 04, Mingwang Beidou from Department 04, and Yi Yuan Baiyi from Department 05. The commanding officers are Wei Er-si and Hai Yi from Department 08. Intelligence support will be provided by Feng Jianzi from Department 06 and Yishir Mo Jio from Department 07. Equipment management is the responsibility of Qian Yihe from Department 10. Any alterations to personnel shall be determined during the meeting. Notably, Department 08 operates directly under the chief. Why does such a task require so many individuals? The chief will personally oversee the operation. Lokia appeared taken aback, yet Wei Er-si had already severed the call. The absence of his name from the list stirred a sense of disappointment within Lokia. That individual always seemed so engrossed in work, as if he possessed no time beyond his duties, leaving one to stand in astonishment, watching him depart with unwavering composure. Surely, one whose abilities oscillated between B and B was not what he sought. "Come with me," Lokia implored. "Is there truly nowhere else to go? Regardless, I long to follow you." Having modified the terminal, it now could interpret brainwaves, automatically generating and transmitting text. As long as one remained nearby, we could receive your messages, thereby conserving time. This feature could be deactivated when not in use to prevent unnecessary information from interfering with judgment. GenexⅡ presented 6 terminals to the 6 individuals before him. In fact, once this project received approval, everyone would be able to utilize the new terminals. Dia Luku took hold of his terminal, skeptical of its authenticity, yet upon receiving it, the screen promptly displayed a transmission symbol. The recipient was automatically set to the chief, causing D to panic and hastily press the termination button. Sichuan Qiyin, Dia Luku, Ba Shunhuier, Huakuha Boda, Mingwang Beidou, and Yi Yuan Baiyi received the mission and were currently in Department 10's exhibition hall examining the equipment for this task. The spokesperson for Department 10, GenexⅡ, along with the equipment manager, Qian Yihe, was responsible for the mission. The default contact was set to the chief. So remember to manually change the recipient when exchanging messages. Qian Yihe wore a mysterious expression. "I even brought a small gift. Remember to keep it a secret." "What gift?" Baiyi inquired, opening his assigned terminal to discover it had been loaded with 3 timeless classics: Candy Bear, Tetris, and Angry Bunny. It was well known that such frivolities were prohibited on their terminals. Feng sighed. Initially, he had intended to prevent the erratic Qian from speaking, but it seemed now he could not stop him. Observing the 6 individuals reveling in their amusement, he refrained from engaging in self-sabotaging behavior and could only advise, "You'd best conserve battery life." Yet, it appeared that no one was heeding his counsel. The wind presented a box of thumbtacks. These are microcameras. When necessary, Simply affix one to the wall, and it will automatically commence operation, transmitting the effects directly to your terminals and headquarters. Dia picked one up and scrutinized it. It looks no different from a regular thumbtack. Impressive, isn't it? Chiba leaned closer. It also possesses eavesdropping capabilities, so remember to use headphones when receiving images on your terminal. Additionally, it has a self-destruct feature, with a blast radius of approximately 2 meters. The detonation program is embedded within your terminal. It feels as though we are akin to spies, Bai Yi scoffed. Why not just charge in? Summer Chuan, hailing from Department 01, was rather impulsive. The Department 01 fire group was equipped with this type of firearm in addition to standard submachine guns. The Wind tossed a compact handgun to Summer Chuan, who expressed her dissatisfaction. What is this? How much power can such a thing possibly have? I could use a cannon instead. She aimed the handgun, with a barrel diameter of less than 1 centimeter, at the wall of Department 10. Before the Wind could intervene, Summer Chuan squeezed the trigger. The handgun emitted a thunderous sound that was incongruous with its size, and the recoil nearly sent her sprawling. A dark hole was left in the wall of Department 10. Ahem, I did nothing, Summer Chuan remarked, concealing her hands behind her back. Chiba rushed to the wall, exclaiming, it took forever to get that out. And you just made a hole. Incredible. I never imagined it could penetrate our wall. The wall of Department 10 had previously withstood a detonation by an unstable bomb handled by an intern without sustaining a single crack. This device could breach any ordinary wall with a shot to the upper corners, while sturdier walls required shots at all 4 corners. This gun is unwieldy, but its sole drawback is its loud noise. Exercise caution while using it, Chiba explained. This is self-contained. He then displayed a box of red reagents to Summer Chuan, who was thoroughly astonished. If it's so remarkable, both of you shall bear the cost, the Wind stated, striving to maintain his composure. The subsequent demonstration would be conducted by the team from Department 02, equipped with a sniper rifle, albeit a compact one. Just as Dia prepared to take the firearm, the Wind halted him. I will demonstrate next. Dia attempted to snatch it away. Stop that, the Wind said, exasperated. Ignoring Dia, he aimed the rifle at a nearby test target. A current surged from the barrel, striking the bullseye, yet the target remained unscathed. What a tedious weapon. It's merely an ordinary electric stun gun, Dia remarked, utterly disappointed. The Wind remained silent, flipping open a cover on the sniper rifle, revealing a display screen that had already scanned a full 360-degree image. He enlarged the image repeatedly, pinpointing the bullseye on the target, then aimed the barrel at the ceiling and fired again. The current arced in midair, striking the bullseye. This is self-calibrating, allowing precise targeting even when obstacles are present. One can also employ a reverse method, selecting objects that do not need to be hit. The gun will then emit a substantial electric current, striking other objects and thereby eliminating unexpected entities that may suddenly appear. This particular function will not be demonstrated further. Feng retracted the gun, exhibiting a playful demeanor. Dia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this merely for amusement? Feng appeared slightly exasperated. It seems that the 10th Department is not the only gathering of eccentrics. This combat group requires 3 days of adjustment. What will be the initial state around the Scientific Research Institute after 3 days? Wells is currently in communication with the 6th Department, while the 7th Department is convening a small meeting to establish the operational timeline and conduct a preliminary review of the combat plan. The Scientific Research Institute is set to undergo a governmental review on the 6th, with no significant developments on the 7th and 8th, and on the 9th. Several scientists are scheduled for field investigations. Report from the 6th Department indicates that after being assigned to this task, Kazami Azuki's responsibilities have intensified. He is occupied not only with the secret chamber, but also with other intelligence matters. Were it not for Wells' promise of a lengthy vacation after this assignment, he would be reluctant to continue. There are no notable events on the 6th. On the 7th, reporters are expected to conduct interviews at a nearby hospital. On the 8th, a wedding procession will pass through during the mission, and on the 9th, an mech lottery ceremony will take place at a club 300 meters away. The originally scheduled participant from the 7th Department, who was to attend the meeting, has taken a sudden leave, necessitating a substitute. After some contemplation, Wells concluded that while a larger crowd might facilitate chaos and allow for easier integration, a smaller group would be less conspicuous. The date is set for the 9th. On the 7th, a detailed report of activities within and around 500 meters of the Research Institute on the 9th is to be submitted. Although the lottery ceremony will attract a crowd, being held indoors 300 meters away should not interfere with the mission. Yoshi, vacation time. Chiba, he stretched lazily as he exited the research room of the 10th Department. His task was to develop weaponry, and with the project completed, he was granted a 3-day respite. He took a few steps forward, only to collide with someone. "Ah, it's Xiaoya," Chiba greeted. The person remained expressionless. It was Hai Yi, from the 6th department. Their names, surprisingly similar, bore no relation, though they shared a decent rapport. Which was somewhat perplexing. Perhaps it was due to both having the character for Leaf in their names. Taking a stroll together? A voice suddenly interjected. Chiba and Hai Yi turned to find Yuan Bei. "Hey, Xiaobai, training concluded? Are you still adept with the weaponry?" Chiba inquired, surprisingly not denying the previous comment. "Who is Xiaobai?" Bei frowned, and then turned to Hai Yi. "Why are you with Butterfly?" Hai Yi regarded Bei coldly, remaining silent. "Oh, come on. Butterfly and Moth shouldn't be so distinct. We're all one big family." Chiba attempted to mediate. "Your input is unwelcome," Bei retorted, brushing her hair back as a warning. Clearly oblivious to the situation, Chiba felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. At that moment, Hai Yi grasped Chiba's arm and led him away without uttering a word. "Ah, that little white one, farewell. One must persevere in their tasks." Chinya deemed it necessary to offer an explanation, lest it appear discourteous. Bai Yi quietly observed the two departing figures, suddenly feeling a pang of discontent. Why could that individual smile so freely? Recently, Lei had been incessantly chattering, only X days until the match, to the point of irritating Wells. Wells had studied the mech and felt that such a grand affair could hardly be devoid of ulterior motives. The monitoring target, designated as 0, had been inexplicably socializing with a group of individuals. For precaution's sake, thorough surveillance was warranted. Thus, he ventured into the realm of Department 10. Wells rarely interacted with the eccentric members of Department 10, let alone pay them a personal visit. Yet this time, he approached, entering through an inconspicuous small door. Inside, books were strewn across the floor, leaving little room to stand, while a boy sat atop the heap, engrossed in a hefty tome. The boy possessed long, dark hair tinged with blue and striking purple eyes, clad only in a white shirt and long trousers. Despite the chaotic surroundings, Wells, who harbored a penchant for cleanliness, remained remarkably composed. "By now, Jin, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. The infiltration route has been transmitted to your terminal. The mission shall officially commence in 3 minutes. Please adhere to commands during the operation and report any circumstances promptly. Wishing you good fortune." Wells's voice faded from the Bluetooth earpiece, and a conspicuous image appeared on the terminal, showcasing a winding red line. "What? We must traverse the sewers?" Bai Yi exclaimed, clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction. Natsukawa attempted to follow the red line, but after mere seconds, he erupted. Truly. I'm completely disoriented. I say we should simply charge in through the front door?" Yagami chuckled helplessly. There's no other option. After all, this is the optimal route. Jiao was intently manipulating the terminal, the sound of an irate bunny occasionally emanating from the device. There were also 2 lethargic individuals, nearly forgotten. One huddled in a shadowy corner, while the other methodically polished a short blade. Their odd behavior was strikingly out of place. Light detested the situation, lowering his gaze to the sewer entrance before him, silently counting the seconds. A multitude of images, videos, and audio files flooded Wells's computer, as several red dots steadily advanced on the central map displayed on the large screen. Thus far, the plan had unfolded seamlessly, a testament to the meticulous nature of the operational meeting. At that moment, the communication channel for Department 07 activated. 3 individuals were approaching the mission site, expected to arrive within 10 minutes. Subsequently, an image file was transmitted. They had already infiltrated the interior, and external disturbances posed no further threat, nonetheless. Wells scrutinized the images received. In the image, 3 individuals are depicted, one with a wild mane of red hair, playfully pulling along 2 others. One sporting an oddly matched purple ponytail in a school uniform, and the last with short black hair, displaying an air of reluctance. Wells gazed at this photograph for an extended period, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "How amusing," he remarked to a certain someone indulging in a feast behind the screen. "Ray, divert their attention." Ray poked his head out from behind the screen, still clutching a bowl of instant noodles. "Why me? I haven't finished my noodles yet. Didn't Ayu and Chiyu already chase after them? I've instructed them to return to their posts. Compared to them, you are acquainted with 2 of them, aren't you?" How do you know that?" Ray began to tidy up his noodles, a look of dismay on his face. What is there that Wells does not know? Hurry there and back. Wells cast a sidelong glance at Ray through his glasses. "If you dare use this opportunity to blow up the science park, there will be consequences." Ray shuddered, mockingly saluting. "Yes, sir." Then, just before exiting, he squeezed Wells' cheek in a fit of pique and darted away before Wells could retaliate. Wells turned his attention back to the screen, expressionless as he touched the spot where he had been pinched. "The oil from the noodles is quite filthy. Did you hear that sound?" Bai Yi suddenly became anxious. Before anyone could listen closely, she abruptly hid behind Sichuan, pointing ahead, her fingers trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. She despised this place. Its darkness evoked unwelcome memories from her past. Dia, scouting ahead, shone the flashlight in that direction, revealing a fluffy little creature scurrying past. "I say, miss, are you all right?" Sichuan felt quite uncomfortable being tugged by her. Bai Yi immediately released her grip, feigning calmness as she tousled her hair. Who is afraid of mice? Really? Dia suddenly leaned closer, illuminating Bai Yi's face from below, her mischievous grin taking on an eerie quality. "Hey!" Bai Yi quickly reacted, delivering a swift chop to Dia's hand. Dia staggered, dropping the flashlight, which extinguished upon hitting the ground. Yagami approached to mediate. All right, enough of this. Making too much noise will draw attention. "I suppose I can forgive this lowly being," Bai Yi remarked, but as the flashlight flickered out, an unsettling sensation enveloped her, as if tiny insects were biting her in the dark. "Hurry and turn the light back on, you fool. Where's the flashlight?" Dia mumbled, cupping his head while fumbling on the ground. "Right here," a voice suddenly spoke from behind. "Thanks." Dia took it, but upon turning around, he only saw a shadow. He instantly leaped back, exclaiming, "A ghost! A ghost!" Yagami chuckled helplessly. "It's just a shadow, don't scare him." The shadow remained silent, drifting back into the background. "How annoying." The short blade muttered to himself, continuing to polish his knife, stroke after stroke. He stepped forward slightly, and suddenly, a door appeared ahead. Yagami cast a glance at the terminal. The known route ended here. Dia leaned against the door, peering through the crack. Why would there be a door like this in the sewer? It defies logic. Bai Yi looked up to see the numbers beside the door continuously changing, incrementing from 5 upwards. It was an elevator. 5, 4, 3, 2. Everyone suddenly realized someone was approaching. With a chime, the elevator doors opened. Natsukawa, gripping a loaded handgun, was poised to rush out, but Bai Yi swiftly restrained her, exerting effort to push her weapon down before shoving the impulsive girl to the rear. All held their breath in anticipation. Yagami switched the flashlight to his other hand and turned to signal everyone to prepare their weapons just in case. 3 figures emerged from the elevator. One was a middle-aged man in a suit, unmistakably an official. The other 2 wore the military uniforms of the Liber Council, both youths but holding significant ranks. It was indeed peculiar to encounter 3 high-ranking officials of the Liber Council in a sewer. "By the way, Kappa, how is the situation with that A-level new era child being handled?" the middle-aged man inquired. "Minister Yu Mao, as of now, we have yet to find any leads. But we will exert every effort to identify the perpetrator," Kappa replied, the question weighing heavily on him, as a week had passed with no clues. Minister Yu Mao nodded, seemingly asking casually, then shifted the topic back to the original subject. "I am quite satisfied with the research results. Doctor, how long until it can be put to use?" Another young soldier flipped through his notes and responded, "Just 1 more month." Minister Yu Mao nodded slightly. "Very well, this will completely turn the tide in our favor." Suddenly, Kappa halted, turning his gaze behind him. Dia gasped, nearly triggering the stun gun, for Kappa was staring directly at him. Yagami quickly steadied him, silently urging him to remain calm. "Kappa cannot possibly see us." "Kappa, what is wrong?" Minister Yu Mao sensed something amiss. "No, it's merely a rat." Kappa redirected his gaze and continued onward. Once the 3 figures had moved on, Yagami adjusted the flashlight from high to medium. Dia sprang out from behind, sticking out his tongue, exclaiming, "That was close." Yagami hastily reminded him to lower his voice, for the sewer was vast and sounds could carry far. Natsukawa rolled her eyes, finally breaking free from Bai Yi's grip, who had nearly suffocated her with his hand over her mouth. In this nearly barren sewer, with a large group of living beings standing by the passage, how had those 3 not noticed them? The secret lay within Yagami's flashlight. It had been modified, with medium mode providing ordinary illumination, while high mode refracted light, creating a visual illusion that rendered objects within a 2-meter radius behind the flashlight invisible. A slight delay occurred. Yet there is still time. Yagami cast a glance at the terminal. The intelligence currently available suggests that clandestine research is undoubtedly being conducted here. Everyone gathered around the elevator, searching left and right, but they found no means to open the elevator doors. This realization doused their spirits with a chill. Could it be that they truly had to resort to explosives? Bai Yi observed that Xia Chuan's hand, which held the gun, was becoming increasingly restless. Eden. Yu Mao Yanjiulang, the head of the 7th Department of the Liber Council, oversees various operations concerning the children of the new era. Kappa and Sig are soldiers under his command. Wells closed the data window. This information had become largely irrelevant. The intelligence team was now bustling with activity. As Wells could discern from the large screen, A shielding system lay ahead. Our signals cannot penetrate it, making remote operations impossible. Inform them to manually install the signal transmitter, placing one every 10 meters. The electronic key has been developed. It should temporarily deceive the elevator. All personnel, prepare. We are about to proceed to the next stage of strategic deployment. Monitoring teams, remain vigilant for any unforeseen events. Everything was progressing in an orderly fashion under the direction of the commander. Yet, no one knew that at this moment, Wells was propping his head with one hand. Suffering from a splitting headache, the old migraine affliction had returned. He was uncertain how much longer this body could endure. Haitian Xiaolin could feel water filling his nasal cavity, oral cavity, and chest cavity. It was as if he were gazing upward through the water's surface, witnessing the mesmerizing dance of red and purple lights, sinuous as sea serpents, swirling around him. Flames erupted from below, tearing through the water's surface. Burn, ignite, consume everything. Haitian coughed painfully, his body trembling. High-voltage electricity crackled violently, sending sharp sparks that caused his eardrums to bleed. Suddenly, all fell silent. Haitian seemed to lose all vitality, remaining motionless and slumped in the chair. A massive steel helmet enveloped his head, intricate wires coursing through his nerves, his arms and legs bound to the seat, leaving bloody indentations. In a daze, he heard the man's voice. Heavens, this is nothing short of a miracle. What are you waiting for? Hurry, take notes. Excellent work. My puppets. The revulsion was overwhelming. He longed to kill him, yet Haitian now lacked even the strength to lift a finger. Save me. Who will save me? 2 tears, tinged with crimson, slipped from the corners of his eyes, trailing down his expressionless face and falling onto his clothing. In the vast laboratory, over 20 children, like him, were bound to their seats, their expressions vacant. They were arranged in neat rows, while the madman gesticulated before them, as if orchestrating a grand sacrifice. It was unclear how many meters they had descended. All he knew was that he finally heard a chime. The elevator had reached its destination. Time to clock out for lunch. See you later. A figure clad in a white coat emerged from the opening elevator doors, turning to greet a colleague. Oddly, I had not yet swiped my card. How could the elevator be functioning? As he turned his gaze back towards the elevator, he was struck squarely on the forehead and fell unconscious. Yagami promptly caught him, and the others utilized the elevator doors and the white coat as cover, ensuring that those outside could not discern the presence of anyone within. Shadow and Short Knife had just installed a signal transmitter and 2 pinhole cameras in the elevator, one positioned on the ceiling to capture the interior, while the other, mounted above the cabin wall, provided a view of the area outside the elevator doors, right above the white coat's head. Shadow controlled the 2 cameras through a terminal, synthesizing the footage to deduce that the colleague who had just greeted him had departed. Only then did Yagami drag the unconscious figure into the elevator. The group swiftly exited the elevator, which shut with a decisive thud. To err on the side of caution, Yagami adjusted his flashlight to a higher setting. From this moment onward, they ceased verbal communication, opting to convey all messages via text. The underground facility was unexpectedly vast, yet contained only 2 laboratories. Thus, they resolved to first venture towards the smaller of the 2. Yagami led the way, while Shadow and Short Knife were tasked with installing the signal transmitter and cameras at the rear. Joe was responsible for guarding against lateral attacks, and Bai kept a watchful eye on Natsukawa. Stealthily, they approached, and Yagami cautiously opened the laboratory door a crack. Inside the small laboratory, an array of bulky, intricately designed instruments filled the space, with several individuals in white coats busily engaged in their work. At the center of the room, a peculiar chip hovered above a table, evidently the subject of clandestine research within this underground facility. Hurry up and analyze that chip. We need a break for lunch, shouted a figure who appeared to be the team leader. The remaining researchers, sporting dark circles under their eyes, frantically manipulated the instruments. Jia raised his terminal and captured several photographs, unbeknownst to the researchers, who believed their secrets were securely hidden from the world. Even from an apocalyptic revelation, they were now being closely observed by a group of intruders. In Eden, a report from Department 07 indicated that a member of the Libra Council, Yumo Yenichiro, had just emerged from a sewer entrance. He entered a black sedan and drove westward. The voice of Department 07's historian echoed through the broadcast. Wells was busy organizing the main control panel, as vast amounts of information surged towards him like a tidal wave. The homepage continuously refreshed, necessitating a systematic approach to slow the flow. Otherwise, the overwhelming data would be as good as unreceived. Upon hearing the news, Wells was taken aback. Only one person? He switched to the surveillance feed from Department 07 and replayed it, confirming that indeed, only Yumo Yenichiro had exited the sewer. It was incorrect. Just moments ago, there were indeed two individuals accompanying him, so their sudden disappearance was implausible. Wells swiftly scrolled through each camera feed, and soon spotted two young soldiers in military attire moving rapidly across the screens. A sharp pain throbbed in Wells' head. How had they discovered their presence? Clearly, others in Department 09 had also realized the situation, as a voice urgently instructed, quickly informed the task force that the enemy is approaching from the rear. Prepare weapons and ready for combat, but strive to avoid confrontation and retreat promptly. Suddenly, the camera feed revealed Kappa abruptly halting, drawing his weapon, and aiming at the signal transmitter in the elevator. If even one transmitter were compromised, the command center would cease to receive any information from the task force. Furthermore, video feeds from ahead would be cut off. Clearly, there was no time left to relay this information via text. Kappa's finger tightened on the trigger. Wells fought against the throbbing agony in his head, trembling as he extended a finger toward the keyboard and precisely pressed a key, send. In the final second, the message pierced through multiple barriers. The following moment, the camera in the sewer captured the transmitter engulfed in flames before extinguishing. Kappa and Sig descended swiftly in the elevator. Dozens of video windows transformed into static. The cacophony of information windows fell into silence. The overwhelming noise of static plunged everyone's hearts into despair. Why had the commander not yet issued orders? Were they to remain in limbo? Bai Yi impatiently glanced at the terminal, noting only one message in the inbox. A mass notification from the command center. It bore a single letter, F. Switch to Plan F. Instantly, everyone understood. Weapons were swiftly readied. Plan F, or free, indicated that the combat team was now authorized to act independently. Such a directive from the commander was rarely issued casually. The initiation of Plan F signified that the command center was in dire straits, temporarily unable to establish communication. Typically, this was when the enemy would strike. Eden. Wells felt his mind shrouded in darkness, overwhelmed by the surrounding clamor. Should they dispatch an operative to repair the signal transmitter? No. The sewer cameras indicated that Kappa and Sig had also installed surveillance, and any intrusion would be detected. What then? Stalemate. The only option was to wait. Secret room team. Hey, is the secret room team still operational? What are you shouting about? Do you think we can breach the barrier in mere moments? As Wells regained a semblance of composure, he fumbled for a red button on the main control panel. Perhaps it was time to rely on him. Hey, four-eyed kid. What made you think to contact me? I'm currently purchasing tickets for Mech in advance. Is the mission proceeding smoothly? Haha. The familiar, raucous yet reassuring voice echoed in his ears. Oh, what is wrong with you? Another migraine? When suffering from a headache, one should not persist in showing off one's resilience. For such bravado may lead to dire consequences, leaving me to deal with the ensuing chaos. Lay, respond to the command and proceed to the Academy of Sciences. It is rare for Wells to feel so feeble, so engage in your most favored pursuits. Boom, boom, boom. Flames unfurled like a colossal crimson lotus, manifesting a fire dragon in a place revered by numerous scientists. The rows of windows, regardless of the high-quality glass from which they were crafted, shattered into powder. How ostentatious. A solitary figure squatted before the structure, wearing a black stocking in a most unorthodox manner, which even sported an opening. The individual munched on a string of spicy tofu, moving at a leisurely pace. What is the point of this explosion? It prevents me from purchasing a ticket. Surely tomorrow's on-site sales will be seized by scalpers. He tossed the now empty bamboo skewer onto the ground, remarking, well, not bad. It has been a while since I showcased my skills. The explosions intensified, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass and collapsing buildings. How delightful. Come, let all be annihilated. Yet below, there was no tremor felt. As Yagami and the others conferred about forcibly entering and seizing the location, they observed the red lights above the laboratory flashing erratically, causing the researchers to scurry about like headless chickens. How could there be a sudden fire? The fire suppression system has been compromised. And there are so many confidential documents. Thus, a swarm of white coats rushed out, and in a mere 5 seconds, the laboratory was vacated. What is the situation? Jia wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered. Yagami led the way into the laboratory. Forget it. Let us conduct our investigation swiftly. After all, there's no one here now. And he switched off the flashlight, rendering text communication unnecessary. The assignments were established. Shadow and Shortblade were designated as sentinels, while Yagami, Jia, and Bai clustered around various machines, tinkering with them, and Zayakawa wandered casually, as long as he did not damage anything. Even the most meticulous can falter. The researchers had forgotten to log out upon exiting, granting unfettered access to their accounts, where they could view the confidential files without hindrance. "Oh my goodness," Jia exclaimed. Though he could not comprehend all the content, one thing slowly became clear to him. These lunatics are tasked with creating a chip capable of controlling the new era children, capable of eliciting their latent abilities, enabling them to unleash 10 years' worth of power in an instant, thus forging an invincible army. If such a device were to be completed, it would lead to the implantation of these chips in all new era children housed in shelters. In that case, we would not even reach the age of 20. Yagami, while backing up data, trembled with anxiety. Do they intend to instigate a fourth war? Baiye's brows furrowed in concern. Zayakawa felt it was finally his moment to shine. Hey, once the copying is complete, let me, Xiaoyan, destroy all of this. Click. The gun was loaded. Aim. The short blade suddenly moved, its cold gleam carving a circle in the air. The clash of metal resonated with a thunderous roar. With a bang, a bullet struck the overhead light, causing it to flicker and short-circuit, plunging the entire room into darkness. Ah, not too shabby. In the shadows, the acrid scent of gunpowder lingered, and I had initially intended to test the possibility of hitting 2 targets with a single shot, but alas, my aim was askew. Who is there? Instantly, everyone pointed their weapons at the doorway. Libra Council G00047, Sigma reporting. In the darkness, the flash from the gun illuminated his face. Eden number 0, Execution Department. Having just concluded a pivotal mission, the higher-ups were preoccupied, leaving the Execution Department rather idle of late. One must understand the perilous nature of that moment. As Jia boasted to others, striving to enhance her own image amidst the mission's chaos. That day, in a state of complete communication blackout, while being besieged by regular troops, the operational team maneuvered through the underground laboratory, engaging in skirmishes, ultimately reaching the central lab. There, they discovered dozens of new era children imprisoned. They liberated these captives, and with the assistance of a new era child named Haechelin, they disabled the restraining apparatus confining the abilities of the new era children within the entire underground facility. Thus, fear was vanquished. Now, these new era children were undergoing inspection at headquarters. The collective jailbreak of dozens of new era children must have dealt a significant blow to the Libra Council. Baiyi observed Jia, who appeared unfulfilled yet apprehensive. Such a mission should never be undertaken a second time. It wasn't merely the fear of combat with the Libra Council, but the oppressive darkness of that place evoked an unpleasant memory. Moreover, this mission had brought them face to face with the Libra Council, undoubtedly exposing their presence. How long could the tranquility of this Eden endure? Currently, they were merely hiding in the crevices between spaces, relishing the scant freedom and dignity they possessed. Would this mission obliterate all the efforts that had been made by those here? Eden number 0, as its name suggests, was merely an Eden. Initially a narrow passage constructed between 2 spaces. However, it was later expanded by the previous leaders, allowing for temporary refuge. With the relentless efforts of successive new era children, this once tightly confined corridor had transformed into an almost new space, capable of sustaining an expansive operational framework. Yet, it remained just an Eden, one that could vanish without warning. Hiding here was not a sustainable solution. At that moment, several individuals from the execution department entered. Day and Night immediately recognized them as the new era children they had rescued. Leading them was a girl with pink hair, Kuramaki Mayori from Department 09. She clapped her hands together and announced, "Hey everyone, listen up. We have new companions joining us, so let us all get along." With short white curls and black eyes, a 12-year-old boy, somewhat apprehensive, introduced himself. "I am Haechelin, and this is Jack Hux." The sparse self-introduction concluded. A smattering of applause echoed through the execution department. Most gazes were fixed upon the newcomers, their left eyes adorned with a crimson ring. The newly discovered individuals, having emerged only after the Third War, displayed mere curiosity, while the veterans who had participated in the war exhibited a collective unease. What are the examination results? Wells connected to a private channel. Typically, during this time, the children of the new era would be gathered together, yet this solitary boy remained isolated in a small room, surrounded by a multitude of substantial tomes, which appeared quite sophisticated from their covers. Wells generally refrained from seeking him out unless the matter was particularly intricate. Director, it appears that some of them have undergone explosive capability analysis through detonation experiments aimed at stimulating the abilities of the children of the new era and identifying conditions for loss of control. The subjects of these experiments are referred to as abandoned children. The success of the experiments necessitates detailed growth data from the subjects, careful observation, and appropriate adjustments. By extracting and refining the neuroendocrine substances from those who lose control, the ability core chip was developed, which is then tested on a carefully selected group of the children of the new era. Initially, the test subject was the young Hatemelin, who demonstrated the principles on screen. He paused briefly before revealing the crux of the matter. They were preparing to recreate more advanced weapons of the children of the new era. Do you wish to return to the children of the new era accord? Wells reclined in his chair, contemplating whether to initiate the Fourth War. Such information had been intercepted, and the Libra Council could only swallow their grievances, incapable of conducting an overt investigation due to the nature of the clandestine experiments. In any case, thank you. With this information, we hold leverage. Leverage? What leverage? Although the talented individual was perplexed, he refrained from questioning further, only commenting, "You've become more cautious recently. Yet the error rate of your missions has increased. Discovery of such secrets, while not warranting a grand investigation by the Libra Council, would certainly prompt a thorough inquiry by specialized departments. Everything is proceeding according to plan." Wells smirked slightly, revealing an enigmatic smile, thereby concluding the discourse. A small window on the main control interface broadcasted the situation in Department 11, where Miller was earnestly plotting a childish yet absurd coup, while Phi and the other children listened attentively, occasionally clapping with starry-eyed admiration, exclaiming how impressive it was. Surely we can secure a place for ourselves. In the main text, an epilogue titled Team Formation began as Sophie presented a folder addressing everyone. We must also consider other aspects for the time being. First, the team emblem. She passed the folder around for them to examine, having previously drafted 5 emblem designs. What is this? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Karl gazed at the 5 items for quite some time, unable to discern what the drawing depicted. It was a sight most distressing. Andrea, quite bluntly, remarked that even Koyuan held such an attitude. Is it truly that dreadful? Sophie furrowed her brow. However, since this was the consensus, let us temporarily set these 5 aside. Next came the team uniforms. Sophie turned to the next page, where 5 proposed designs awaited. This time, the reaction was markedly different. Karl pointed to the 3rd design, exclaiming, "I believe this one is splendid." Koyuan glanced over and exclaimed, "Isn't this the uniform of the Chinese team? Ah, the lace is different. The first resembles the South Korean team, the second echoes AC Milan, and the fourth." Andrea summarized, "The lack of originality is quite disheartening." Sophie crouched beside them, doodling in frustration. Do I truly possess no design talent whatsoever? Xingfan took the folder and perused its contents. It contained the team emblem and uniforms. She yearned to offer her assistance to Sophie, but hesitated, fearing it might embarrass Sophie or come off as presumptuous. Hence, she kept her thoughts to herself. Sophie soon regained her composure and turned to the next page. Now we must address the issue of funding. A dense list of company names filled the page. Funding? Karl was taken aback. He had never considered this aspect. In the Exball department at school, everything was readily available. Funding is necessary for numerous facets, such as equipment, venues, transportation, accommodation, gear, medical care, and even hiring a coach requires financial resources. Only then did Karl recall that they currently lacked even a coach. However, Mech had not explicitly mentioned the need for one. Yet, without a coach, it was certain that no one would train earnestly. Sophie continued, "As for the equipment, we refer to Exball. I believe each of us possesses an Exball, so it would be convenient to bring them for training. Nonetheless, even with that, the number of Exballs available would be limited, thereby restricting our training activities. If we had the means, I would like to purchase a serving machine. Currently, we must rely on public transportation, which is relatively economical. However, it becomes quite conspicuous when an entire team boards a bus together. Making it difficult to gather as a group, and waiting for various buses can lead to delays. Regarding accommodation, since we are not conducting a training camp, everyone will return home and dine separately, so we need not consider this for now. As for the venue, we will continue using our usual spot, although that patch of grass is not an official training ground, and is considerably smaller. Moreover, being a public area, it attracts bystanders, making it preferable to rent a proper Exball field, which no one is likely willing to lend us. Equipment refers to jerseys, shin guards, and shoes. For now, we will not be providing tracksuits, but insist that the jerseys must be uniform. As for pants, shin guards, and footwear, each member may use their own. In terms of medical supplies, we need to procure pain relief spray, disinfectant, gauze, cotton swabs, and bandages. As for a coach, we shall have to seek out any acquaintances who might be willing to assist. In summary, all of these expenses will be borne by us. Even under the harshest circumstances, we cannot solely rely on personal funding. If we truly wish to achieve effective training results, self-financing alone is insufficient. Are we really in dire financial straits? Andrea posed the question succinctly. Bingo. We must secure a small to medium-sized enterprise as our sponsor. Sophie pointed to a folder, revealing a list of potential sponsors. However, it seems unlikely that anyone would be willing to sponsor us, unless they are either completely deranged or a relative of yours. Therefore, we must excel in our first match, showcasing our worthiness as a team deserving of investment. Karl and Kuyuan were invigorated by the prospect. Andrea muttered, "Isn't that a bit too far-fetched?" Days later, Sophie casually grabbed something, and a piece of paper tumbled from the folder. Bending down to retrieve it, she discovered it was not one of the original documents. Instead, it featured a design sketch of a badge and 2 uniforms, which instantly captivated Sophie. The team emblem was shield-shaped, primarily red with a yellow border, and prominently displayed a coiled dragon, its mouth wide open in a fierce roar, with striking blue eyes that contrasted sharply with the surrounding colors. Although the dragon was of Eastern design, the creator audaciously added Western-style skeletal wings, resulting in an impressive effect. There were 2 uniform designs. One featured a white base with a red collar and trim, adorned with a red pattern that appeared to emanate like flames from the lower left to the center. The other was predominantly red, with golden patterns, while maintaining the basic design elements. Typically, a team should have 2 sets of uniforms to avoid clashing colors with opponents. The emblem and uniforms were entirely new to Sophie. As for how the sketch ended up in her folder, it was evident that someone on the team had overheard her discussing the emblem and uniforms a few days prior and had kindly taken the initiative to design them. But who could it be? Sophie couldn't quite place it. If this were indeed the final design for the uniforms, it would be splendid. For some reason, she felt an overwhelming anticipation for that day to arrive. Chapter 42. The initial 7, however, Ilian would never admit to being outmatched by Beichun. Such outcomes were mere accidents, mistakes. All these grievances were meticulously noted in his little notebook, safely tucked away in his heart. Now, this is starting to get interesting, Ilian thought, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. A soft, melodious voice resonated from the sidelines. I hope I'm not too late." Upon hearing that voice, Sophie immediately abandoned Ilian and rushed over, embracing the girl's shoulders. "Xiaofan, you finally made it." It was puzzling how quickly they had grown so familiar with one another. Perhaps being around someone like Karl had a way of assimilating one into his circle. Having just finished a match, Sophie had a light sheen of perspiration, yet there was no unpleasant odor. Instead, she carried a warm, sun-kissed fragrance. Qingfan stood close enough to catch a whiff of this delightful scent, instantly flushing with embarrassment, as she discreetly lowered the arms Sophie had draped over her shoulder. Andrea glanced over, giving a slight nod, a silent acknowledgement of their greeting. She had grown quite familiar with Qingfan, and their relationship was undeniably close. However, she always maintained a cool demeanor, never as carefree as Sophie. Upon hearing that a normal girl had arrived, Kuyuan's eyes instantly brightened. He discreetly observed Qingfan, who was indeed a stunning and refined young lady, with a slender figure and long hair cascading like silk into a ponytail. Her features bore a gentle beauty reminiscent of ancient Eastern aesthetics, making her seem perfectly suited for the arts and humanities. Yet, upon further reflection, he felt a twinge of disappointment. No matter how beautiful she was, a lack of connection rendered it futile. Regrettably, Qingfan's demeanor was too quiet and shy, which was not to Kuyuan's taste. He preferred a more playful and charming girl, ideally with a touch of tsundere personality. Perhaps one who used a chibi avatar as her profile picture. He peered around, entirely oblivious to the fact that he was hiding behind Ilian, his hand resting on her shoulder. Ilian wore a serene smile, her expression seemingly fixed in a mild manner. Yet she exuded an aura that suggested she could easily knock Kuyuan into the sky like a shooting star. Beichun observed them silently, tugging at his collar. He had little interest in such matters. Rather than concern himself with the girls' appearances, he found it far more practical to focus on their abilities. Finally, the 6 of them had gathered, yet one person was still missing. Where was Karl? Qingfan scanned the vicinity, realizing that the person who should have been there had not yet appeared. As if on cue, a boisterous voice echoed from a distance, growing nearer. "Hey, I'm back," Karl exclaimed, waving his arms and leaping into the air with every couple of steps. Sophie was puzzled. Why had he taken so long to chase after Victor? And why did he return looking so elated, as if he were under the influence of something? Surely, he hadn't truly persuaded Victor, had he? No. In Sophie's mind, the arrogant Victor would never agree to Karl's silly antics. She guessed that Victor had likely beaten Karl up and then made his escape. Just look at that fresh red mark on Karl's neck. He must have been thoroughly thrashed. Yet, despite the evidence of his beating, Karl wore a beaming smile, leading Sophie to genuinely worry about his potential inclination towards masochism. "Success!" Karl exclaimed, his face alight with joy and his voice soaring. Ender turned to him. her expression a mixture of incredulity and curiosity, though she said nothing. Success? Sophie's eyes widened in disbelief. Little Wei personally told me. He said he agrees to join our team. Karl declared proudly, thumping his chest as if he were a peacock strutting its feathers. After days of grappling with this major challenge, he had single-handedly resolved it, and he was understandably eager to revel in his triumph. However, Sophie doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. But where is he? He ran off. Did he tell you how to contact him afterward? No. Have you informed him about our training schedule and the location of the preliminary competition the day after tomorrow? Sophie admonished herself fervently to remain calm, reminding herself that anger could lead to baldness. Oh, I forgot. Karl blinked innocently and scratched his head. What on earth are you doing? Are you sure you aren't just imagining things? Furthermore, even if he truly agreed, can we rely solely on his verbal promise? What if he merely pretends to concur with you to avoid confrontation, while secretly planning to stand you up? Sophie was seething with rage. Karl, however, responded swiftly and with conviction. No, I assure you, I distinctly heard him say he agreed, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Moreover, dear colleague, it is not prudent to speculate recklessly about others. I believe Victor is exceedingly trustworthy. Sophie felt as if she might burst with frustration. Her caution had seemingly turned against her, and now she was being lectured by Karl, which was infuriating. I think. Just your thoughts are not enough. I'm utterly speechless. With your demeanor, even a cooked duck could be set free. How can one possibly feel secure? He lacks a terminal. How do you propose we contact him in the future? You should have forcibly brought him here, ensuring he signed a binding contract. We absolutely cannot let him go. Sophie vented her frustrations, growing increasingly agitated. A binding contract might be a bit excessive, don't you think? I've heard that they used to be drawn with blood from a fingertip. That seems inappropriate. We are merely an Exball team, not a pyramid scheme. Karl took her words seriously and pondered for a moment. As a leader of a pyramid scheme, perhaps you shouldn't be making such comments. Sophie was left speechless. It's tragic. My brother is suffering immensely. How did he end up with such a tomboy? Ku Yuan shook his head inwardly, his tone heavy with disappointment. Elian turned her head, and rather than smiling, her expression resembled a grimace. So, could you kindly release your grip? Following Elian's gaze, Ku Yuan realized he had been gripping her shoulder and shaking her. This petite figure could hardly withstand such rough treatment. The shirt that was already slightly oversized on her was almost pulled down to reveal her delicate neck and trapezius muscles. It was nearly an indecent exposure. My apologies. Ku Yuan felt his face flush as if struck by lightning, hastily withdrawing his hand and covering his face. What a disaster. I've done something foolish again. And with all my previous blunders, I truly feel I might not be able to remain in this team any longer. Elian pouted and calmly adjusted her collar. Ku Yuan was not keen on exploring the depths of his embarrassment. Rather, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the person named Victor, whom Karl and the others held in such high esteem. He must be quite a remarkable individual to garner such respect from fellow players. This team was far more captivating than he had initially imagined. Meanwhile, on the other side, Beit-shun, out of boredom, had begun to juggle the ball by himself. Sophie and Karl were embroiled in a heated argument, with Sophie's face flushed in frustration, while Karl remained unfazed, scratching his head in a daze, occasionally uttering words that only incited Sophie's ire further. Qingfan found himself caught between the two, awkwardly attempting to mediate their dispute. Just then, a suppressed laugh broke the tension, prompting both Sophie and Karl to turn in unison. Andrea immediately adopted a serious demeanor, pretending as if nothing were amiss. Aware of the intense gazes fixed upon him, Andrea felt compelled to speak. Fear not. Based on my understanding of Victor, he is a man of his word. Whatever he has promised, he shall fulfill. Even if he is not present now, I am certain he will appear when we truly need him. With Andrea's assurance, it seemed unnecessary to prolong the argument and provide further entertainment for onlookers. Very well, I shall place my trust in Andrea's words, Sophie remarked, crossing her arms and turning her head away. This not only provided Karl an opportunity to save face, but also allowed her to retreat gracefully. Although the matter concerning Victor remained unresolved, the fact that they were now gathered as a group of 7 signified the importance of their next steps. With all 7 present, they were finally eligible to register. The registration process for the mech preliminary selection was not particularly complicated. One merely needed to access the official Exball Association website. Proceed to the registration portal, input the team name and registration area, and the team would be duly recorded. As Karl typed and sent the name GenexⅡ team, Sophie had already completed the registration on the website. Submitting the team name promptly was a strategic move to prevent other teams from claiming it. In theory, Teams were not permitted to register across administrative districts. However, a team could include players from different regions, in which case the competition area would be determined by the captain's registered location. As for the question of who would assume the role of captain, who would dare to claim such a title, Qing Fan and Qiyuan, being novices, certainly did not presume to elevate themselves, while Beichen showed little interest in such a title. Andrea and Ilian felt similarly. Sophie surveyed the group and noticed the 5 others were all looking expectantly at her and Karl. It was only natural, as the team had been founded by the 2 of them. Without their involvement, Shinchi team would not exist. If a captain were to be chosen from their ranks, there would surely be no dissent. A captain is not necessarily the strongest member of a team, but they are undoubtedly its soul. This position is not merely an honor, but a weighty responsibility. Historically, Sophie would have confidently and assertively appointed herself as captain, and there would have been no opposition to her decision. However, this time, she hesitated. In recent practices, she had begun to recognize certain truths. Her performance had been far from stellar. A voice deep within her echoed, "You are no longer capable." Chapter 43. Welcome to the realm of extreme warfare. In contrast, Karl, that seemingly oblivious junior, exuded boundless energy. Many people consider Karl to be somewhat foolish. Indeed, he currently lacks skill, and those who have encountered him often comment on his earnestness and effort, yet lament his deficiency in talent. However, Sophie holds a different perspective. She senses that Karl's potential is akin to an iceberg, with only a tiny portion visible above the surface, not even a corner truly revealed. Sophie's acute sensitivity to data analysis and her unique ability to discern character have enabled her to establish the Exball Club at Wujing High School from scratch and to identify talents like Beichen and Ilian. Typically, she can gauge an individual's capabilities through a single match, but Karl is an anomaly. This young man exhibits a peculiar blend of novice-like inexperience and, at times, astonishing bursts of ability in a remarkably short span. She remains perplexed, unable to fathom the true magnitude of the potential that lies beneath the surface of Karl's being. Within him, there seems to be a colossal energy akin to a solar storm, a brilliance capable of illuminating the darkest night. Upon reflection, Victor was persuaded by Karl. Qing Fan was invited by him, and Qiyuan was discovered through his insight. Even Sophie herself found her passion for Exball rekindled by Karl's encouragement. Nearly everyone gathered here shares some form of connection with him. Although Sophie often expresses disdain for her seemingly brainless junior, she secretly harbors great faith in him. Despite the seemingly absurd actions he may take, Karl possesses an inexplicable ability to instill a sense of comfort in others, though he is merely a first-year student. If he were to assume the role of captain, the seniors might say, "You have more experience, it is best for you to lead." However, Karl preemptively articulates his thoughts on the matter. Beichen is indifferent to such decisions, while Qiyuan, who had previously been humiliated by Sophie, offers no objections. Ilian, recruited by Sophie, naturally aligns with her. Qing Fan has no strong opinions of his own, and even Andrea acquiesces. It appears that everyone concurs with this proposition, and the outcome seems to be a collective consensus. Sophie feels a sudden warmth in her heart. It dawns on her that no one deems her unworthy. Perhaps she has been overly sensitive. Thus, Sophie momentarily assumes the role of captain. "Yes, I will do my utmost," she affirms with a resolute nod. Typically, a team possesses its own distinctive uniforms and emblems, serving both to differentiate players on the field and to symbolize the team itself. For instance, the uniforms of Taiyan School are characterized by blue and white, symbolizing the boundless sky, with their emblem featuring a stylized eagle's claw. However, most teams in the preliminary rounds are independent squads. While some may creatively design their uniforms and emblems, the majority lack the funds and resources for such endeavors, often competing in their respective athletic wear. The system marks each player's position with a colored circle beneath their feet, differentiating the 2 opposing teams with distinct colors for identification. Though devoid of a team emblem and uniforms, the jersey number remains an essential hallmark, symbolizing each player's identity, generally fixed and rarely altered. The primary players select their numbers from the range of 1 to 14, while substitutes choose from 15 to 28. Each number, from 1 to 14, signifies a position transitioning from defense to offense, whereas the latter range reverses this order. The number 13 is seldom claimed. However, its adjacent number, 12, represents the core of the team, a coveted designation. These customs are well established, yet some may opt for more unconventional numbers, a personal choice. During registration, each player's number must be finalized in advance. I desire the number 12. To everyone's surprise, Beichen was the first to raise his hand. Filled with pride, he cared for little else besides becoming a star forward. Securing the number 12 was his sole aspiration, with only Andrea and Bei Chun as forwards in the team. As long as Andrea consented, others would likely voice no objections. Bei Chun's prowess was acknowledged by all. Suit yourself, Andrea shrugged, brushing her hair back. She held no strong preferences in this regard. Apart from the seldom used number 13, the remaining forward numbers were 11 and 14. Andrea found 11 more appealing and claimed it. Next, it was time for the midfielders. Karl eagerly interjected, "I'll take number 10. It was a perfect sequence," he chuckled. This cheeky lad swiftly snatched the number 10, the most coveted among midfielders. The numbers 10, 11, 12, and 14 are reserved for the most significant talents within the team, representing identity and status. Sophie wore an expression akin to having swallowed a durian. She had hoped to claim number 10, as it had always been her number during her time at Wujing School. Alas, this pesky Karl beat her to it. Nonetheless, reflecting on her current role as a defender rather than a midfielder, she conceded that number 10 was not meant for her. Oh well, seeing his foolish grin. I might as well let him have it, Sophie thought helplessly. Meanwhile, Ching Fan timidly raised her hand. Well, my skills are still considerably lacking compared to yours, so I'll just choose from numbers 15 to 28. Sophie was astonished. They had precisely 7 people, yet someone was willingly opting for a substitute number. Karl encouraged, "Come on. Xiao Fan, don't be so uncertain." Ching Fan repeatedly waved her hands. No, I'm well aware of my abilities. Besides, I'm merely here to fill a spot. Given my circumstances, I likely won't be of much assistance in the upcoming matches, so I won't take a primary position. Since Ching Fan was resolute in her decision, others had no choice but to acquiesce, and her number was confirmed as 22. As for the defenders, Sophie would not be so modest. She swiftly claimed number 6. This number had a particularly smooth ring to it. Ilian maintained a serene smile, refraining from competing with Sophie for the number 4 jersey, which she took with effortless grace. As for the team's sole goalkeeper, Koyuan, there was no doubt he would wear the number 1, an exclusive designation for the starting goalkeeper. With all the details meticulously arranged, they were ready to officially register. The information for the Xinchao team had already been recorded in the Exball Association's official backend, so now, each member simply needed to log into the system using their terminal, linked to their team, and the system would automatically input their player information. Once the number of valid players bound to a team reached 7, the registration would be considered successful. At this juncture, Sophie suddenly recalled that Victor did not possess a terminal, which meant he was unable to complete the registration process. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Victor's previous promise to Karl was either a jest or a misunderstanding on Karl's part. Furthermore, any future additions to the team would follow the same procedure. As for the removal of players, that could only be executed by the captain, coach, or team leader. Speaking of which, the Xinchao team still lacked a coach. Thus far, all planning had been solely orchestrated by Sophie, who was both the captain and the team leader. Nevertheless, this was not a hindrance, as most mech selection teams operated without a coach or leader, making it non-essential for registration. The registration process was straightforward, completed within mere seconds. And shortly thereafter, each member received an automated message in their email from the organizing committee. Chapter 44, The 8th Player, Extreme Battlefront. Karl struggled to articulate the lengthy string of text. What was this? Unprompted, Sophie had not given it much thought. No wonder she felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance regarding this email. It stemmed from that final statement. Hadn't the previous registration emails for Extreme Battlefront omitted such a phrase? Why had the organizing committee suddenly adopted such a whimsical tone this year? Clearly, no one took the term to heart. Perhaps it was merely a peculiar promotional slogan for this edition. Why take it so seriously? Koyuan remarked. Thus, everyone concurred with this interpretation. Temporarily casting aside the concept of Extreme Battlefront, Sophie proceeded to open the attachment for a final verification. The attachment contained a list of successfully registered members, and she needed to ensure that everyone was indeed registered. She projected the contents of the attachment for everyone's convenience to check for any discrepancies in the entered information. To her astonishment, Sophie immediately noticed something amiss. The first line of the personnel list clearly stated, Xinchao, team current total number of members, 8. Ching Fan evidently noticed this anomaly as well. Why was there an extra member? Just moments before their registration, the team list was undeniably empty. Ilian speculated, surely, it cannot be that someone from another team registered incorrectly? Such a situation could indeed prove troublesome. However, there is no need for alarm, as the information of all registered personnel is meticulously recorded below, allowing us to identify this unexpected individual. Thus, Sophie and her companions scrolled through the records, which were exceptionally detailed, rendering each individual's information dense and lengthy, making the task somewhat arduous. Suddenly, Karl let out a piercing cry. Everyone swiftly turned their gaze toward him, inquiring, "What's wrong? Have you already discovered something amiss?" Karl's face drained of color as he pointed a trembling finger at the screen, his body shaking uncontrollably as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease, as though he had stumbled upon something that shattered his worldview. The group was filled with anticipation. How could this be? However, Karl continued to tremble, his eyes darting uncertainly. "Stop teasing us, just speak," Ku Yuan urged, moving closer. Startled by Ku Yuan's sudden approach, Karl finally blurted out the words he had been holding back. "My goodness. Senior Sophie, you're actually a girl?" He pointed at the gender column in Sophie's information sheet, his voice hoarse, nearly a roar. Resembling a fervent zealot from the Renaissance whose faith had been challenged, the group erupted in laughter, scattering in all directions. He attempted to make a dramatic gesture, trying to retain their attention. "Wait, you all knew about this?" Perhaps it could be said that only he had maintained such a belief all along. One might ponder whether Karl's reflexes were simply too slow, or if he genuinely lacked insight. It was astonishing that he had clung to such an outdated stereotype for so long. Karl appeared to be stripped of his essence, beginning to question his existence. Ku Yuan could no longer contain himself, collapsing onto the ground in fits of laughter, screeching like a pig. "What are you laughing at?" A sinister aura loomed behind them. As Sophie glared menacingly, Ku Yuan shivered at the sight. Moments later, he received a swift kick to his backside, rolling away like an X-ball, clutching his knees. "What about your emojis?" Sophie's expression darkened as she lunged forward. Fortunately, Fan managed to catch her just in time. Otherwise, given her fervor, Karl would have been in grave danger. Sophie was livid, wishing to throttle Karl. She had never intended to address her gender, only to have it loudly proclaimed by this troublesome boy, which was utterly humiliating. In her fury, she hurled her terminal to the ground. Fortunately, they were on grass, and the current terminals were remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding impacts that would otherwise shatter 100 walnuts, so it remained intact. "Let go of me, you insolent brat. If you utter another word, I swear I'll smash you." Sophie's true nature was fully revealed. In an instant, the composed and sagacious image she had meticulously crafted over the past few days crumbled to dust. "If you truly are a girl, you should have just said so." Karl, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, scratched his head and chuckled, naively suggesting that it would have been much better for her to admit it openly. "Do not utter that word. I am not a girl. Your entire family are girls," Sophie shouted vehemently. Fan tightly embraced Sophie's waist. Feeling as if she could no longer endure the strain, she cried out, "Stop! You all, cease your actions. Do not continue this. Please, stop." The others silently turned their backs, feigning ignorance of the unfolding scene between the two. They began to experience profound regret for their hasty enlistment moments prior. Ilian and Bachin seemed to comprehend why the individual named Victor had consistently avoided their presence. Enough. Andrea suddenly appeared, delivering a swift kick to each of the two. Sophie and Karl gasped in unison from the pain, forcefully swallowing the fiery blood that surged within them, and simultaneously regained their composure. At last, the world fell silent. Fan expressed her concern. Was the kick too harsh? She observed their reactions, noting the sharp intake of breath. To her surprise, Andrea merely tossed her hair and strode away with purpose, indifferent to their plight. Once they settled down, it became evident that the argument need not persist. Sophie retrieved the terminal that had fallen to the ground, swiftly brushing off the debris and projecting the player information sheet anew. During this process, she cast a disdainful glance at Karl, who, in his naivety, scratched his head, believing that his senior had let him off the hook. As she continued to scroll through the document, an unusual form finally emerged before the group. At first glance, rather than being overly concise, the sheet appeared utterly blank. Both personal history and historical Exball ratings were devoid of any entries. Even a novice like Fan would have expected some details to be included. This was decidedly odd. Was it possible that the system had encountered a glitch, resulting in the entry of a blank form for their team? The group lifted their gazes toward the top of the sheet, where they finally discerned 3 entries filled in. Date of birth, 386100101. Gender, male. Name, Victor. Andrea seemed unfazed by this outcome, subtly curving her lips into a smirk. As for Bachin, he finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had sensed previously that there was considerable friction between Victor and this team. Bachin had even worried that he might have been duped. However, as Sophie gazed upon this line of information, she felt as if 2 words were emblazoned upon her forehead: slap in the face. Yet, it was a delightful slap. Undoubtedly, the fact that such a formidable individual as Victor was willing to join their small, ragtag team was an exceedingly positive development. It was undeniable that Karl possessed a remarkable talent for persuasion. Nonetheless, the mystery remained unresolved. How could Victor, who clearly lacked a terminal, have registered through such channels? It was perplexing, a riddle that eluded her grasp. While she pondered this, a familiar voice broke through her thoughts. Look, Senior, Little Wei truly did not deceive me. He really registered. This is the evidence, Karl exclaimed, shaking Sophie's shoulders in his excitement. Due to their established familiarity, even upon realizing that Sophie was a girl, he remained rather rough around the edges. Goodness, the previous grievances had yet to be settled, and here he was again. Sophie found herself swaying under Karl's vigorous shaking, growing increasingly exasperated, and delivered a swift chop to the top of his head. Ouch! Karl crouched down, cradling his head, and finally settled down. It was quite satisfying. Sophie felt a surge of pride. However, upon witnessing the tears welling in Karl's eyes from the pain, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Had she truly struck too hard? Unable to resist, she leaned closer to assess his condition. Yet, in the next moment, Karl sprang back to life, leaping from the ground and nearly colliding with Sophie's chin. Goodness, what was I fretting about? This fellow is as resilient as a cockroach. Why should I worry? Sophie was left speechless. Chapter 45. The egg yolk hero. Ah, what a relief. Ku Yuan emerged from the bathroom, bringing with him a waft of steam infused with the fragrance of shower gel, having just sweated profusely. This Exball, although it seemed to require little exertion, felt more exhausting than climbing a mountain. He placed a towel atop his head, his slippers slapping rhythmically against the floor, leaving a trail of water marks behind. Even though modern shower rooms are equipped with a one-button bathing system, which allows one to stand inside for just a minute while the machine automatically washes and dries them using high-pressure air and steam, claiming to be cleaner than manual washing and perfectly suited for a fast-paced lifestyle, Ku Yuan preferred the traditional approach of using a handheld showerhead. After all, isn't bathing meant for relaxation? Can one truly call it a bath if they are not submerged in water? Moreover, washing oneself by hand brings a sense of achievement. This was precisely why he indulged in an hour-long shower. After a day filled with activity, he successfully registered for the mech preliminary selection just before sunset, completing his tasks for the day. Both Karl and Ku Yuan returned to their dormitory. At that moment, Karl was intently focused on the terminal, his fingers occasionally tapping away at the virtual keyboard. Stop staring at the terminal. Hurry up and shower. Don't let the dormitory reek of sweat, Ku Yuan admonished as he approached and playfully slapped Karl's backside. Startled by the sudden contact, Karl's hand jerked, and he instinctively clicked the close button, nearly shutting down the window. Fortunately, a prompt appeared asking if he wished to save his work. Otherwise, all the text he had just typed would have been lost. Could you not be so abrupt, Xiaoko? Karl retorted without even glancing back, returning the slap. However, after delivering the blow, he felt something was amiss. His hand had encountered an unexpectedly slick sensation. Turning around, he was met with a rather shocking sight. Ku Yuan was clad only in a pair of briefs, fully exposed otherwise, showcasing his youthful, hormone-laden physique under the dormitory lights. Shocked, Karl could hardly believe that Ku Yuan possessed a chiseled six-pack. It was utterly unexpected. Though the sight was indeed jarring, Karl had spent his entire life in a dormitory, and he had witnessed countless instances of boys expressing their freedom. He even recalled an occasion when his dorm mates had engaged in a naked dash, which had become a rather mundane affair. However, what struck him as particularly bizarre was that Ku Yuan's shorts were a peculiar shade of egg yellow, adorned with the imprint of a muscular figure on the rear. This was something Karl found utterly unacceptable. He nearly burst out, Xiaoko, what on earth is your aesthetic? What's wrong? Ku Yuan shamelessly turned to glance at his own posterior, feeling quite pleased with himself. This is the latest trend, the superhero egg yolk man. I'm one of his biggest fans and have a complete set of official merchandise. This pair of underwear is a limited edition. You can't even buy it anymore. Are you serious? Is this really a superhero? Karl scoffed. I've heard enough about this. How is it that superhero films from thousands of years ago continue to resonate with audiences today? The concepts are becoming increasingly absurd. Karl felt utterly incapable of articulating his frustration. Covering his eyes, he insisted, regardless, just put on some clothes. This is quite inappropriate. But Ku Yuan would not relent. Why so formal? We're practically brothers. We can share a pair of underwear. Karl inwardly rebutted that they actually could not. Instead of retreating, Ku Yuan leaned closer, peering at Karl's screen. Let me see what you're up to. Are you chatting with some girl behind my back? What greeted him, however, was a dense array of code that could induce anxiety in anyone. Ku Yuan immediately felt overwhelmed. He found the sight of code dizzying, and he couldn't comprehend a single line of what Karl had written. Logically, One would assume that two academically challenged individuals would share a kinship. Yet Karl was a serious scholar, dedicated to his studies, even sacrificing his Friday evening to write code, a notion that Ku Yuan found utterly incomprehensible. Please, carry on. Ku Yuan dryly complimented, before darting to his bed and burying himself in his soft, cozy blankets. Karl scratched his head, seemingly relieved. Ku Yuan could not decipher what he was working on. Oh my, you gave me quite a fright. I thought you were plotting against me. Suddenly a loud, greasy voice erupted from the dormitory. Startled, Karl hastily switched off his screen. However, after a while, there was no further commotion. It dawned on Karl that it was merely his roommate's boisterous outburst while gaming. What a false alarm. What was I so afraid of? Karl chided himself for harboring such feelings. He ceased scratching his head and withdrew his hand, only to discover that his fingertips were coated in oil from his hair, with flakes of dandruff nestled beneath his nails. All right, it's definitely time for a shower. He sealed the terminal in a waterproof bag and casually grabbed a change of clothes before stepping into the bathroom. Sophie leaned against the bar, appearing lost in thought with one hand propping up her head, yet her eyes were fixated on the terminal concealed beneath the bar counter in her other hand. With the disbandment over, it was nearly time for her shift, so she changed into her bartender uniform and made her way over. The bar, poetically named the World Tree, was where she worked part-time as a mixologist. In today's society, nearly all entry-level labor has been supplanted by machines and programs. People used to joke about waking up to move bricks, suggesting they might as well return home to farm. But now there are no bricks to be moved or fields to be tilled. Most shops and restaurants utilize automated terminals for transactions, employing robotic servers. The simplest professions have transformed into those of machine maintenance technicians and code debuggers. Yet, as with all things, there are exceptions. Bars are one such exception. They are inherently places for meeting diverse individuals, where time is squandered or indulgences are embraced, and where conversations about life and dreams unfold among friends or strangers alike. The presence of warm-blooded human servers engaging with patrons is evidently more fitting for such environments than cold machines. Thus, the World Tree remains one of the few establishments still hiring waitstaff. Most of the time, the bar is rather desolate, but as midnight approaches, patrons flood in, downing drink after drink and swaying to the music until dawn breaks. This is when the establishment truly thrives. At this early hour, as twilight descends, there are still few customers, and business is not particularly brisk. Nevertheless, during working hours, if caught by the boss playing with the terminal, one would still face a deduction in wages. Though one might say she is playing with the terminal, that is not entirely accurate. In truth, she was meticulously analyzing the performance of each member of her team, GenexⅡ, to formulate strategies for future training and competitions. As captain, in this unstructured environment devoid of coaches or team leaders, it fell upon her to consider every aspect of the team. Once she assumes a responsibility, she dedicates her utmost effort to fulfilling it. Sophie is indeed a workaholic, particularly when it comes to Exball. What if they qualify? With over 1,000 teams competing for merely 3 coveted spots, advancement is a dream most dare not entertain. This year's team, GenexⅡ, is unlike any she has previously led. On a surface level, it even gives the impression of possessing elite capabilities. Beichun, donning the number 12 jersey, is a genuine ace. Based on his performance, Sophie can confidently assert that he rivals Sakura Hiro, a key forward for the formidable Tianzi team. While Andrea and Elian exhibit noticeable shortcomings, their strengths are equally pronounced, and in their respective domains, they exert considerable pressure on opponents with impressive confidence. Sophie believes there is significant potential for growth in both of them. Yet, simultaneously, their deficiencies are painfully evident. Ku Yuan is relatively better. Although his understanding of Exball is superficial, he possesses formidable athletic prowess and has his own areas of expertise that merely require further honing. Qingfan, on the other hand, is an unequivocal novice. While it may be disheartening to admit, the truth is that aside from her extraordinary talent in dribbling, she is lacking in all other aspects, serving as a vulnerability for the team. Nonetheless, it is important to acknowledge her efforts. Her willingness to step in demonstrates considerable resolve, and it is unnecessary to impose further expectations upon her. As for Sophie, she harbors a sense of uncertainty. The phrase plummeting in skill at the speed of light aptly encapsulates her recent condition. Sophie struggles to identify the cause and finds herself unable to reverse the situation. However, rather than succumbing to anxiety, she ought to utilize her intellect to contribute to the team within her current capabilities. Fortunately, her mind remains sharp, unaffected by her physical decline. There are 2 individuals whom Sophie finds perplexing. The first is the elusive Victor. His failure to engage with the team has led Sophie to question whether he has genuinely joined their ranks. Victor's abilities are unquestionable, yet he remains an unpredictable element, akin to a concealed explosive, the detonation of which is uncertain. Given his propensity for disappearing, it remains to be seen whether he will participate in upcoming training sessions and competitions. Sophie cannot place her full trust in him. Thus, her strategies cannot hinge upon his involvement. The second individual is Karl. In terms of experience, Karl is considered a veteran. However, his erratic behavior suggests he may be less competent than a newcomer. It is unclear whether this stems from a genuine lack of talent or some other factor. Yet, there are fleeting moments when Sophie senses that Karl's capabilities should not be confined to his current performance. Consequently, she remains unable to discern the true extent of his abilities. The team's current state is a juxtaposition of brilliance and naivety. The gifted soar like fledgling eagles, filled with infinite potential, while the peculiarities of their composition may yet yield miraculous outcomes. Sophie harbors an inexplicable hope, an elusive yearning that remains ungraspable. Once Sophie hastily organized the materials, she found a moment's respite to peruse her social media. Recently, she had added several new acquaintances. GenexⅡ and Andrea were not ones to frequently post. In contrast, Karl had a penchant for sharing every detail of his life. Ilian occasionally posted pictures of her cats, while Fan would share a few piano pieces now and then. Suddenly, amidst the myriad of messages, she spotted a familiar figure long unseen. The morning sunlight was delightful. Even the mornings in the kingdom of nights exuded elegance. Accompanying the post was a picture of a breakfast basking in sunlight. A glance at the timestamp revealed it was from her old friend, Long Chi. From her days at Wujing High School, Long Chi, a peer of Sophie's, was a remarkably composed individual, often wearing a serious expression, and possessed a profound admiration for knights. He had once been a cornerstone of the Exball community before pursuing studies abroad in the 10th district. The very realm he had longed for, the kingdom of knights. Even now, when the notion of nationhood has faded, he still prefers to refer to it as such. They had not been in contact for quite some time thereafter. Sophie reminisced about her time at the turnip school. It is worth noting that she was the founding force behind the Exball Society, which bore striking similarities to the current Shinchi. Back then, although Exball was rather modest, everyone was fervently dedicated to their aspirations. However, with a sigh, Sophie chose not to dwell on the past. "Hey there, could I have a margarita?" came a voice, accompanied by a gentle rap on the bar. It was not the first time Sophie had been mistaken for a young man. Her strikingly handsome features, complemented by her bartender attire, only added to the androgynous impression. Standing at nearly the same height as the average male, her physique blurred the lines of distinction. Typically, patrons would not immediately discern her gender based on her small braid, given that many male bartenders sport similar hairstyles. Sophie herself was quite content with such a designation. To her surprise, a customer had arrived so soon, prompting her to quickly slide her terminal into her pocket. Despite the recent demands of managing the team consuming much of her energy, she remained committed to her job, as she would soon need to start repaying her student loans. Every little bit earned counted. The newcomer was a middle-aged woman with striking, voluminous red curls cascading down her shoulders. Dressed in a tailored suit, she carried a leather bag and wore a business-appropriate makeup that still bore traces of fatigue around her eyes. This woman exuded the aura of a seasoned professional, accustomed to the rigors of the marketplace. "Excuse me, could you change the channel? This movie is a bit loud." She leaned in and gestured toward the electronic screen on the far side of the bar. Had the woman not pointed it out, Sophie might not have noticed that. Due to the sparse clientele, one of the staff members had taken the liberty to play a loud superhero film, the latest sensation featuring a character known as Egg Yolk Hero. At that moment, the film's protagonist was given a close-up. The man donned in a bright yellow hood, puffing out his chest. His tight-fitting suit accentuated his muscular physique, resembling a figure inflated with foam, seemingly on the verge of bursting through his attire. Egg Yolk Hero proclaimed with fervor, "For the future of humanity, I shall eradicate all prejudice and barriers." The decor of the World Tree establishment embraced an elegant style, with faux ivy adorning the walls and vintage wallpaper adding a touch of nostalgia. The lighting was a soft, warm yellow, and the tables and chairs were crafted from natural wood, creating an ambience of sophistication. The superhero action film clashed utterly with this refined atmosphere, leaving Sophie feeling somewhat embarrassed. She promptly switched the channel to a classical music station. Sophie expertly prepared the margarita, a classic cocktail made with tequila as its base. After inserting the final slice of lemon, she completed the drink and presented it to the woman. Just as Sophie was about to explain how to enjoy the drink with salt and lemon, The woman lifted the glass and downed it in one swift motion. After finishing, she blinked and then emphatically slapped her terminal onto the bar. "Another one," she exclaimed. Sophie was indeed taken aback by the audacity of the scene before her. It was her first encounter with someone consuming cocktails in such a manner. Moreover, Margaret's base spirit was tequila, a potent liquor that often leaves many in a stupor after just one glass. Yet this woman downed it in one go. "Excuse me, madam. Might you have mistaken your drink? If you were seeking ergo too, I could check if there's any behind the counter. May I inquire if you are here alone?" Sophie asked with utmost politeness. It would be rather troublesome if a woman were to become intoxicated alone in the establishment. Sophie, possessing a modicum of conscience, would not exploit a situation for a mere commission on drinks. To her surprise, the woman showed no appreciation for her concern and slammed her device onto the counter once more. "Spare me your pleasantries. Bring forth as much liquor as you have. I can afford it. Today, I am here to revel in joy and enjoy my own company. Enough of your chatter. Leave me be." "Oh." The shift in her tone suggested she had likely indulged beyond her limit. Nonetheless, this was the customer's request, and Sophie fretted that if this continued, the woman might wreak havoc upon the bar. Reluctantly, she prepared another drink. With no other recourse, Sophie discreetly heightened the alcohol content, hoping that this glass would send the woman into a deep stupor, avoiding the peril of her remaining in a state of half-drunkenness. Gulp. The woman consumed her drink with vigor. Sophie scrutinized the woman's expression, noting the furrowed brow and tightly shut eyes. It was evident that the previous drink had overwhelmed her senses, requiring a moment to recover. Surely, she would now settle down. Sophie breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Yet, unexpectedly, the woman's eyes flew open again. She blinked her brilliant amber gaze, pounded the table, and exclaimed, "Excellent drink. Bring me another." With that, she became animated, swaying her head and fiddling with her device, seemingly oblivious to whom she was messaging, all while humming a dissonant tune. Sophie barely recognized it as a classic love song, narrating a cliched tale of two souls entwined, only for the boy to abruptly vanish, leaving the girl behind. Originally a sorrowful melody, this woman rendered it into a joyous refrain. Goodness! More? Is there no end to this? Sophie felt herself on the brink of despair. Chapter 47. Mother. As Karl dressed, he caught sight of the marks on his neck in the mirror. Victor, though appearing slender, possessed an unexpected strength, his nails having embedded deeply into Karl's skin. In that moment, Karl truly believed he was on the brink of death. To maintain a cheerful demeanor in such circumstances was a trait unique to someone like Karl. Victor's gaze at that time resembled that of a cornered animal. Ironically, despite being the aggressor, he wore an expression of victimhood. Such eyes were familiar to Karl. He had encountered them numerous times before. Without a doubt, Victor was a secret Karl wished to keep hidden. At the very least, this matter must remain undisclosed for now. Just then, a series of notifications from the waterproof device interrupted his thoughts. Karl assumed that Sophie had sent some notification in the group chat and quickly picked up his phone to check. To his astonishment, as soon as he illuminated the screen, a deluge of messages flooded every corner, continuously updating like bubbles from a goldfish. What was happening? Confused, Karl's first reaction was to suspect that his device had been infected with a virus. This could not be allowed. There were invaluable documents on his terminal. Despite having established the most stringent firewall, how could it still succumb to a virus? As he focused carefully, Karl soon realized that all these messages were from a single individual. "Get up. Today is the day of 4 monkeys." A voice message lasting a full minute erupted with a cacophony of wails. "Dead ghost. Come here with your excrement." 3 consecutive red envelopes followed, each containing 10,000 yuan. With the message reading, "Let us get hyped." Karl double-checked the contact's name and cautiously replied, "Mom? What on earth are you talking about?" Almost immediately, 3 replies came back. "What's with you, Sakata? Why aren't you paying attention? What's with you, Mayrin?" After pondering for a while, Karl deciphered the phrase, realizing it meant, "Why has no one acknowledged me for so long? Goodness, how could one's fingers be so clumsy as to type the same phrase incorrectly 4 times? Finally, Karl understood. "Mom, have you been drinking again? What time is it now?" On the other end, seemingly oblivious to the words, she continued to spam with various emojis. Utterly nonsensical. "Is it a man? Dear sister, please restrain yourself. Your little darling has suddenly come online. Hold back, steady me." Unable to bear it any longer, Karl hastily typed a line. "Where are you? Send me your location, and I will come to get you." His mother, however, showed no appreciation and instead erupted with curses. "You little brat, stay put. What business do you have here?" Then came a 30-second voice message filled with vulgarities. "Mom, I'm not joking with you." Karl felt utterly helpless. This woman, who one moment was demanding he come out, was now telling him to be quiet. What was he to do? Didn't I tell you to hold back? Suddenly, she sent a large red envelope containing 50,000 yuan, with the words hush money boldly written on it. Great. His mother, in her drunken frenzy, was not only making a ruckus, but also generously throwing money around as if it were water, without a flicker of her eyes. It was utterly exhausting. Karl could only be thankful that she had sought him out this time. At least the money remained within the family. Otherwise, if it had been a stranger, who knew how much could have been lost? After a while, however, his mother fell silent, not sending any further messages. Although the quiet was a relief, Karl's anxiety only deepened. The lack of communication meant he could not ascertain her whereabouts. In such circumstances, how can one allow his mother to continue down this reckless path? Surely nothing disastrous could occur, could it? Unable to bear the suspense any longer, Karl resolved to make a phone call to clarify the situation. Just as he was about to press the dial button, the screen unexpectedly changed. His mother took the initiative, calling him before he could make the call. Karl answered the phone in an instant, and before the other party could utter a word, he poured forth his pent-up concerns. Mom, where are you right now? I'll come pick you up. Honestly, I've told you repeatedly that you can't handle your liquor. Why did you venture out to drink alone again? You truly scared me. It's far too dangerous. If you want to drink in the future, at least call me to accompany you. There was no response on the other end, only a cacophony of noise, with what seemed to be a woman weeping, accompanied by the sounds of a scuffle. Upon hearing this, Karl's heart clenched in trepidation. Surely, nothing grave had happened? Bang, bang, crash. It seemed the phone was being slammed down repeatedly on a table, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, as if it had been seized in midair for quite some time. Karl pressed the receiver tightly against his ear, nearly deafened by the din, managing to discern two phrases amidst the chaos. Give it back, and stop causing trouble. After a while, the tumult subsided, and a hesitant, neutral voice finally spoke into the microphone. Is this Karl? Karl was taken aback. This was not his mother's voice, yet the caller knew his name. In his mother's contact list, she had always referred to him simply as son, hence it was implausible that someone had gleaned his name from the address book. Moreover, the voice sounded eerily familiar, as if he had heard it not long ago. Sophie? Karl stammered. What was going on? How could this connection be made? This world felt remarkably small. Clearly, Sophie was equally bewildered by the situation, finding herself at a loss for words. It was no wonder, upon reflection, that the woman bore a striking resemblance to Karl, with a whimsical personality that seemed to be a family trait. This is the World Tree Bar, where I work. Your mother is here, intoxicated. Please come and collect her. In a little while, the place will get busy, and I would prefer that she doesn't disturb the other patrons. Sophie succinctly explained, pausing briefly before adding, in a tone of utter exasperation, I beg you. Please come quickly and take her away. I can't handle this any longer. Karl nodded vigorously. All right. He ended the call and hastily threw on the last few articles of clothing, not even pausing to change his slippers, clutching the phone as he dashed out of the bathroom toward the dormitory door. Seeing Karl emerge empty-handed, Yuan poked his head from the upper bunk, calling out, Hey, Karl, where are you rushing off to? After your shower, you need to toss your dirty underwear into the washing machine. You didn't leave it on the toilet lid again, did you? I'm not cleaning up after you. Without even glancing back, Karl slammed the dormitory door shut, his voice trailing off. We'll talk later. The sound was abruptly cut off by the door. Chapter 48. Anniversary. Sophie truly had not anticipated that this woman would become so wildly intoxicated, and what was more alarming was that her madness showed no signs of abating. She could only be grateful that this woman had not broken anything in the store during this period. Mom, let's go. There are so many people watching, Karl said, restraining the woman's arms. Though he was younger, he had grown sufficiently strong for a boy of his age to hold back a drunken middle-aged woman. Don't touch me. I can take care of myself. His mother twisted her body, attempting to break free, looking quite ridiculous. After a struggle, she managed to free one hand and immediately pinched Karl's arm, leaving a bruise. Karl seemed unfazed, having grown accustomed to her antics. He grasped her wrists again and pulled her towards him, turning slightly to shield her from the onlooker's gaze. I'm not drunk. I can walk by myself, she declared. But as she took a step forward, her body turned as limp as a rag doll. If not for Karl holding her wrist, she would have certainly collapsed onto the ground. All right. Be good now. Don't make a fuss. Karl lifted her up, holding her tightly as one would soothe a child, gently stroking her head. To the unknowing observer, it might have appeared as though a young couple was merely having a quarrel. Surprisingly, the drunken woman responded positively to this treatment, letting out a soft hum and quieting down. She had no choice but to settle, her energy depleted after such a lengthy outburst. Her eyes fluttered open and shut, and ultimately, she could no longer resist the drowsiness. Resting her head on Karl's chest and gently closing her exquisite eyes, drifting into a hazy slumber. Sophie was genuinely taken aback by Karl's unexpectedly tender side, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. "What is so funny?" Karl asked, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Oh, nothing, just complimenting you." Sophie quickly deflected. Karl, bewildered, responded, "Huh? Is laughing a compliment?" Sophie opted for a change of subject. "Your mother certainly has a vibrant spirit." She phrased it delicately. Karl understood her implication, scratching his head again. "I usually don't allow her to drink, but since I've been living at school, I can't always keep an eye on her. She always behaves like this when she drinks. I'm used to it. After all, she is my mother." A fleeting look of melancholy passed over Sophie's face at the mention of family. She quickly replaced it with a smile. "But it seems your mother has been holding back for too long. She kept saying today is a good day. Is there a special anniversary today that makes her so joyful? Did she sneak out to drink behind your back?" The mention of an anniversary sparked a realization in Karl, and he seemed to ponder for a moment. "Ah, perhaps that's it. Haha, I'll be more mindful of this time in the future." His gaze shifted, as if he wished to brush it off casually. Just then, Karl felt a light thump against his chest. When he glanced over, his mother appeared to be peacefully asleep once again. "Well then, Senior, we shall take our leave now. During this period, I have troubled you all. Truly, I am quite sorry." Karl cradled his mother in his arms. This woman, who had been quite frenzied moments ago, was now completely asleep, her steady breathing audible, and she unconsciously nibbled on her thumb, resembling a curled-up infant. Karl gently removed her hand to prevent her from continuing this habit and asked Sophie to assist in draping his recently removed coat over his mother. The woman had been in quite a state, utterly disregarding her appearance. One of her shirt buttons had inexplicably popped open, and her collar was awry, hinting at an unseemly display. Now, Karl's coat concealed her disarray. Stray strands of hair fell across her cheeks, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the age spots hidden beneath her foundation and the delicate wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She slept peacefully, seemingly reminded of something joyful, her lips curving into a gentle smile, yet this did little to mask the weariness that lay beneath her exterior. Indeed, she was no longer young. Karl ceased to speak, clearly wishing to avoid waking his mother. With an apologetic glance, he implored Sophie to assist him in opening the store door, as his hands were occupied. Sophie escorted Karl out, watching as his broad back gradually receded into the enveloping darkness of the night. "How lovely," she murmured, lowering her gaze. Karl adjusted his posture, twisting his hips until the terminal in his pocket scanned the access control. With a beep, the security lock disengaged, and the door swung open. He kicked it ajar, wedging his body inside to prevent it from closing too quickly. Thus, he carried his mother into the home he had not returned to for a week. He had always lived on campus. During his junior and intermediate years, he managed to return home once a week, but now, having just advanced to senior school, the demands of both his studies and the Exball team left him utterly swamped. He had not intended to return this weekend. His original plan was to squeeze in training for next week's mech auditions. Unexpectedly, he found himself stepping back through the door due to these unforeseen circumstances. "Oh, Karl, you truly are oblivious. You should have anticipated such a day when your mother would spiral into chaos, and you ought to have been prepared." The house was dim and eerily silent. The moment he stepped inside, the hallway light flickered on, casting a soft, warm glow that imbued the space with a semblance of home. The air was thick and musty, evidently having not been ventilated for quite some time, and it felt warmer than outside. Carefully, Karl laid his mother on the bed, finally freeing his hands to open the windows for fresh air. The trash bin overflowed with takeout boxes that had accumulated over several days, releasing a faint odor. Karl pressed a button, and suddenly, four small wheels emerged from beneath the trash bin, rolling out of the room to automatically package the refuse and transport it to the designated waste collection point. Karl extracted his terminal and sent a message to Ku Yuan, informing him that he would not be returning to the dormitory that evening. Once these matters were settled, Karl found himself at a loss for what to do next. A sudden gust of night wind unexpectedly lifted the curtains, carrying with it the acrid scent of alcohol emanating from his mother. The wind soon subsided, leaving behind a profound silence, an oppressive stillness akin to death itself. With his mother in such a state, he could not find solace in retreating to his own bedroom for sleep. With nothing else to occupy his time, Karl began to tidy up the disarray in the room. His mother had always been careless, scattering her belongings haphazardly about. One by one, he picked up the dresses strewn across the floor, folding them neatly in an attempt to place them in the wardrobe. However, upon opening the wardrobe, He discovered that it had been repurposed by his mother as a makeshift storage bin, crammed with a chaotic assortment of items, leaving no room for the dresses. At that moment, Karl noticed a picture frame tucked away in a corner of the wardrobe. Such printed and framed photographs had become a rarity, overshadowed by the prevalence of electronic frames that projected images onto crystal panels through cold data. In this age, a photograph rendered in tangible form was likely to capture a moment of significant sentimental value. The frame held an image of a young boy with his parents, the trio having just attended an X-ball match, a scene that should have radiated joy. The boy, clutching a tangible X-ball souvenir, was in the midst of losing his baby teeth. Gaps evident in his smile, yet this did not hinder his broad grin. The woman in the photograph appeared youthful and vibrant, her eyes sparkling with boundless anticipation for the future. Standing behind the boy and woman was a man who unmistakably fulfilled the role of father within the family. He was tall, with a straight posture. Even in a casual shirt, he exuded an air of meticulousness and calm authority. However, the father's face had been torn away, leaving a void. As Karl became lost in thought, his mother, lying on the bed, finally stirred. He hastily closed the wardrobe door, shrouding the photograph in darkness once more. "Am I home?" His mother struggled to open her eyes, attempting to prop herself up. Having just awakened from intoxication, she was suffering from a splitting headache, and everything appeared hazy. Once sober, she seemed relatively normal, devoid of the erratic tendencies that often accompanied her drunken state. She gazed around in confusion, striving to recall the events that had transpired, but her mind was a blank. Karl replied softly, pouring her a glass of water. She accepted the cup gratefully. "I'm sorry, Karl. I've troubled you again. I really am not a competent mother." "Not at all. Don't think too much about it," Karl insisted, shaking his head earnestly. Just as he hoped to offer further comfort, his mother abruptly inquired, "Are you still playing that game, X-ball?" Karl hesitated slightly before nodding. "So, are you still working on that wretched program?" his mother inquired, her tone laced with a hint of derision. Karl fell silent. In the ensuing stillness, the only sound was the gentle slurp of his mother sipping water. Observing Karl's reaction, it was evident that she had already arrived at her own conclusion. "It's getting late. You should rest," she advised, crumpling the paper cup into a ball and tossing it towards the trash can, though it missed its target and landed outside. She paid it no mind, turning onto her side to face away from Karl. After a few moments of contemplation, Karl scratched his head and broke into a broad smile. Even though his mother did not see him. "Good night," he said, extinguishing the light. Chapter 49. The first day another Monday dawned, destined to be extraordinary. The preliminary selection week for X-ball had finally arrived. Typically, the selection process lasts no longer than 7 days, and if fortune smiles upon them, the final list may be determined by the 6th day. The MEC event, renowned for its prestige, commanded significant attention even from the school. Students participating in MEC competitions are automatically excused from classes on event days, ensuring their attendance is not counted as absence. The academic schedule undergoes considerable adjustments during the X-ball selection week, as classrooms are often sparsely populated. After all, the journey of competing in X-ball aligns with the educational curriculum. And for the elite who achieve success in X-ball, these classes represent mere trifles. It is said that members of the GenexⅡ Exball Club will cease all classes a week prior to the regional competition to engage in intensive training, fully preparing for the MEC event. Their aspirations this year are firmly fixed on clinching the championship title at the MEC World Competition. Notably, the X-ball Association has long maintained a profound partnership with the educational department, whereby the results of the MEC events, including the preliminaries, are factored into the final assessments at a specified ratio. Furthermore, players who advance past the regional group stage will be exempted from physical education and programming courses for the academic year, receiving top marks instead, a privilege not afforded to other sports. These two subjects carry significant weight, each contributing 5 credits to the academic tally. Consequently, despite each region being allotted only 2 spots, densely populated areas like District 2 may yield just 1 additional opportunity, yet young aspirants eagerly flock to register for the selections. Who wouldn't wish to tempt fate? Perhaps contrary to common perception, while other sports primarily revolve around professional adult leagues, X-ball stands apart, with the youth category drawing the most attention. This is partly due to X-ball bridging the physical divide between adolescents and adults. Adult competitions do not surpass the professionalism found in youth matches. On the other hand, the unique correlation between X-ball and performance has rendered the competition among the youth division increasingly fierce and vibrant. With a plethora of new faces emerging from formidable teams each year, adolescents are in a phase of extensive knowledge acquisition, leading to a deeper understanding of X-ball's core system. In contrast to the more established and arguably stagnant adult leagues, the youth division embodies both vitality and creativity, often unveiling unexpected strategies and signature moves, significantly enhancing the spectacle of the matches. Statistics indicate that the viewership for the MEC Youth Division, U18, stands at a remarkable ratio of 6-to-1 compared to the adult division, a figure that is steadily increasing. As the registration deadline approached, an astounding total of 278 teams successfully registered for the auditions in the 2nd District, amassing a total of 315 participants, thus setting a new historical record. Karl returned to the dormitory on Sunday and found himself sleepless that night. The thought of the day's competition filled him with such excitement that he could not rest, springing out of bed at 5:30. His roommate and teammate, Kuyuan, evidently did not share his enthusiasm. At that hour, he was still snoring, mouth agape. His sleeping posture left much to be desired. As he was clearly one to toss and turn throughout the night, his face contorted against the railing. If not for the barrier, he would surely have rolled off by now. "Hey, Ku, rise and shine," Karl called from the lower bunk, poking Kuyuan's distorted face through the railing's gap. However, Kuyuan was utterly unfazed. Where did that mosquito come from? He mumbled incoherently. Thus, Karl wasted no time, climbing onto Kuyuan's bed and yanking off the covers. "Get up. Today is the first day of auditions. Have you forgotten that our senior told us to gather by 7:30? Karl shouted into Kuyuan's ear, startling the sparrows perched outside the dormitory window into flight. "For heaven's sake, who's making all that noise so early?" Came a chorus of curses from the neighboring room. As expected, Kuyuan was sleeping in the nude, clad only in a pair of briefs. The moment the covers were lifted, the chill of the air invaded his body, robbing him of warmth as if he had been flung from a fragrant spring paradise into a frigid abyss. The tactic proved effective as Kuyuan jolted upright. Though his limbs were now in motion, his mind had yet to fully awaken. Seizing the moment, Karl coaxed the drowsy Kuyuan into getting dressed, brushing his teeth, and washing his face, then dragged him out of the dormitory. As for their other roommate, the couch potato had no intention of participating in the Exball competition. Nonetheless, he benefited from Karl and the other participants, as the school schedule had been largely adjusted that week. Originally, he had a full slate of classes on Monday, but miraculously, his schedule had been changed to leave only the 3rd, 4th, and 5th periods. Thus, the couch potato was once again at ease, playing video games all night long with the mindset of "I'll sleep after I win a game," and indeed, he ended up playing through the entire night. As Karl dragged the barely awake Kuyuan out of the dormitory, his chubby roommate had just settled down, grinning contentedly at the large word "victory" displayed on the terminal screen. At precisely 8 o'clock in the morning, the selection corridor opened. Upon entering the park, Karl was taken aback. Unlike the usual sparse crowd, the park was teeming with people, a veritable sea of heads. It was evident that everyone had come to prepare for the upcoming selection, eager to secure their spot from the very start of the day. Karl wasn't the only one brimming with excitement. Nearly all the participants shared his enthusiasm, all striving to be among the first to enter the competition. A flicker of worry crossed Karl's mind. He hoped their usual venue hadn't been claimed by others. However, upon arrival, he discovered that his concern was entirely unwarranted. Others had indeed arrived earlier to stake their claim. "Good morning, senior." "Oh, I mean Captain," Karl exclaimed, one hand clutching Kuyuan while waving cheerfully with the other. "Hey, don't call me that so deliberately," Sophie replied, evidently a bit uneasy with the sudden change in address. Her early arrival suggested she had anticipated this situation. Karl scratched his head. "Then I'll just stick with senior." "Suit yourself," Sophie said, and Karl beamed with joy, suddenly recalling that he was still dragging someone along. He hurriedly pulled Kuyuan forward, shaking his collar and shouting, "Wake up, little Ku. We've arrived." Logically, Kuyuan should have been taller than Karl. Yet at this moment, the large man resembled a rag doll, his head lolling from side to side. Remarkably, Kuyuan managed to continue sleeping despite the commotion, which was nothing short of admirable. Sophie scrutinized Karl from head to toe. He was still the same sunny, carefree boy she remembered, seemingly unaffected by the recent troubles concerning his mother. This revelation eased her worries. Karl had missed their scheduled training session that weekend, and although he explained it was due to the distance from the meeting point and his need to care for his mother, it had left Sophie anxious for quite some time. Indeed, Karl remained unchanged. Ugh! Kuyuan finally stirred awake, groggily surveying his surroundings before slowly grasping the situation at hand. "Hey, I know you're excited, but look around. Not everyone is here yet. Can you let me grab some breakfast first?" He weakly raised his hand and pleaded. To Karl's credit, he had completely overlooked the necessity of breakfast until Kuyuan's reminder. Caught up in his excitement, He had rushed out without a thought for the school cafeteria. Competing on an empty stomach was hardly advisable, and at that moment, Karl's stomach audibly grumbled in agreement. Sophie sighed, having long anticipated the unreliability of such dreamers. Seemingly prepared, she rummaged through her backpack and produced a rather large thermos, tossing it to Karl. "Eat up. I picked this up along the way." Upon hearing there was food, Kuyuan immediately ceased his charade, eagerly opening the container. "Goodness, this hardly resembles something casually purchased. It is evidently meticulously prepared. From whole grain bread to nutty granola, from boiled eggs to fruit salad, the assortment was nutritionally balanced," causing Karl and Kuyuan's mouths to water. "Well then, we won't be polite." Sophie nodded in satisfaction as she observed their ravenous consumption. "Do be careful not to choke. There's soy milk over here as well." Chapter 50. The preliminary selection process. Once Karl and Kuyuan had relished their breakfast, the remaining members gradually arrived. The fourth to arrive was Ilyan, who had recently joined but was unexpectedly proactive. "Good morning," he greeted with his usual unwavering smile. The fifth was Baichin, who appeared rather indifferent, yet sported a complete set of Exball gear, unlike others who donned mismatched athletic wear, hastily marked with washable ink. Baichin, however, was outfitted in a cohesive ensemble from jersey to shorts to shoes, all branded with a prominent number 12 on the back, exuding professionalism. As he was not a foot player, he required no shin guards. The sixth arrival was Fan. "Ah, am I late?" she inquired, visibly flustered upon seeing a considerable number of people already present. "Not at all, it's only 6:50, Sophie reassured her while glancing at the terminal. Fan sighed in relief and began rummaging through her backpack. "Here." She distributed chocolates and sports drinks to those who had already arrived, emphasizing the importance of maintaining ample energy for the competition. Having purchased these herself, she had a total of 8 portions, reserving 1 for herself and 2 for those who had yet to arrive. Although Fan was currently a reserve player, her primary role remained that of a manager, and she was diligently studying to become a competent one. The last to arrive was Andrea, who showed up before 7 o'clock. However, she seemed unfazed by the fact that others had arrived earlier than her. Still, she was slightly surprised when she received a chocolate from Fan. Sophie surveyed the group and nodded. "Everyone should be here now." Karl interjected, "But senior, isn't Xiao Wei still absent? Shouldn't we wait a bit longer?" Fan quietly added, having prepared a chocolate for Victor that she had yet to distribute. Sophie hesitated, glancing at the terminal. All along, she had excluded Victor from the team, as he had not shown up for training and remained conspicuously absent even now. Sophie found it difficult to place her trust in someone like him. Andrea replied softly, "If he wishes to come, he will appear on his own. If he does not wish to come, no amount of calling will suffice." Instead of dwelling on that individual daily, it would be more prudent to focus on the upcoming matches. Today is merely the first day of competition. We can perform without him. Sophie nodded in agreement and then proceeded to address the main topic of the day. With considerable time before the competition corridor opened, I reiterated several key points. Given the overwhelming number of competing teams, a centralized venue was unfeasible. Thus, the MEX preliminary selection adopted an online format. Most opponents were, in fact, distant, merely presented before us through virtual projections. Although teammates could log in and communicate remotely, gathering in person facilitated better interaction and organization, which was the purpose of our assembly today. The online format also ensured fairness and randomness. Each team, once properly formed and logged into the Exball device's competition mode, could enter the MEX zone. Once ready, they could simply click the Start Matching button to be randomly paired with an opponent. The matching algorithm was designed so that, theoretically, 2 teams that had already competed would not face each other again. During the initial 3 days, the selection corridor would be open daily from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., allowing each team to arrange their matches at their discretion. Each team needed to complete 10 matches within the time limit. If they failed to meet this requirement, each unplayed match would incur a penalty of 6 points. This format would continue in the following days. Although the opening times might be adjusted as the number of competing teams dwindled, each match would consist of a 15-minute round. Once the corridor closed at 10 p.m., the total net goals for the day would be calculated as points, with teams accumulating negative points being immediately eliminated and barred from the next day's competition. Points reset daily, recalculating afresh each morning. If, on any given day, 10 or fewer teams remained, those teams would engage in a round-robin format to determine the final roster, concluding the preliminary selection early. Conversely, if more than 10 teams persisted by the 7th day, the system would schedule matches with teams that had not yet competed against one another, ensuring that all teams remaining on the final day had faced each other at least once throughout the week. The scoring algorithm on the final day would differ. It would take into account the historical matchups against all remaining teams, not limited to just the seventh day. Thus, every match demanded utmost diligence, for no one could predict who would advance to the final day. Should an opponent with whom you had previously competed also qualify for the last day, your prior match record would significantly influence the final scoring standings. Ku Yuan listened, thoroughly bewildered by such a lengthy exposition. Yi Lian, Qing Fan, and Andrea had all conducted their own research on the competition format prior to this, yet even they remained somewhat confused. Karl raised his hand and asked, "Senior, is this competition format truly fair? In the event that a team encounters particularly unfortunate circumstances, despite possessing the skill to reach the final rounds, it would indeed be lamentable if they were to face numerous formidable opponents on the very first day." Sophie shrugged and elucidated, "There's nothing that can be done about it. Ultimately, the true purpose of the mech preliminary selection is to identify the most exceptional 2 or 3 teams. It is inevitable that the scoring for those teams lacking sufficient skill may be skewed. The points are recalculated daily, and the final roster is determined solely based on the points accrued during the last day's matches among the competing teams. These measures are implemented to prevent teams that are significantly weaker from excessively contributing to the score, thereby affecting the accuracy of the data. The adoption of a points system rather than a single elimination format serves to evaluate the teams comprehensively, thereby avoiding the predicament of a single match determining one's fate. This current system has proven to be the most efficient and equitable under these circumstances." She offered a somewhat resigned conclusion. "That sounds rather convoluted. Can't we simply win continuously?" Beichen furrowed his brow and remarked. Sophie gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Young man, you possess great ambition. In the first 4 editions, I have never heard of a team maintaining an undefeated record in the preliminary rounds." Her statement was not intended as satire towards Beichen. Rather, she aimed to help them recognize a stark reality. The mech preliminaries are not as easily conquered as one might think. An unblemished record? Such naivety. Everyone is prone to stumbling at times. The Pegasus team from District 50, which secured the runner-up position in the 4th Mech World Championship, is currently the most accomplished team known to have emerged from the preliminary rounds. Their origins were humble, as they began as an amateur grassroots team. Generally speaking, amateur teams, even if they advance from the preliminaries, struggle to compete against professional teams due to issues related to experience, funding, and organizational management. Achieving advancement to the group stages is already a remarkable feat, while progressing to regional competitions is exceedingly rare. However, the players of Pegasus are exceptionally gifted, advancing effortlessly through both the preliminaries and regional tournaments. They have now secured sponsorship and transformed into a professional Exball club. The journey of the Pegasus team represents the aspiration of every team emerging from the preliminaries. In the mech preliminaries, the presence of Pegasus was akin to a massacre. Nevertheless, historical records indicate that Pegasus has also drawn 2 matches and suffered 1 defeat during the preliminaries. Just strive to enjoy the competition and do not bear too much burden. Karl continued to smile, exhibiting no trepidation towards the imminent challenges. Nothing could intimidate him. Go Divine Rise Team. Chapter 51. Divine Rise vs. Yasha, Part 1. With half an hour remaining until 8 o'clock, Sophie reiterated the critical points regarding the impending competition. With merely 15 minutes left, the anticipation was palpable. Even without Sophie's prompting, everyone began to warm up. Some engaged in high knees while others stretched their limbs, ensuring they would be in peak condition for the forthcoming match. Sophie, believing that Victor would not be joining them, called upon Qing Fan to prepare as well. Qing Fan pressed her hand against her chest and exhaled deeply, attempting to calm her racing heart. While the others had all experienced the thrill of athletic competitions, she was venturing into this realm for the very first time. Despite Sophie's individual guidance during the weekend training, she remained apprehensive about the efficacy of last-minute preparation. Determined not to hold anyone back, Qing Fan silently resolved to keep her nerves in check and perform as she usually would. "Don't be anxious. Just play like you always do," a voice resonated from above. Turning her head, Qing Fan discovered it was Andrea. She nodded gently and offered a smile in response. With 5 minutes remaining until 8 o'clock, Sophie glanced at the time and clapped her hands. "We can log into the team system now." She retrieved the Exball projection device card, activating it by pressing the central sensor, causing a web of silver circuits to illuminate, indicating that the device was now live. Sophie adjusted the system settings on the screen, accessed the team feature, and swiped her terminal against the card's base. Instantly, her information appeared in the team list. The requirements for online competitions were quite stringent, and for this audition, Sophie had specifically upgraded her card with her part-time earnings. One by one, the others followed suit. swiping their terminals to log into the team system. Karl seemed momentarily distracted, gazing into the distance, still waiting for someone. "Hey, little bro, you're the last one," Sophie prompted. Oh, Karl jolted back to reality, absent-mindedly swiping his terminal. A sense of disappointment lingered within him. Victor had not shown up after all. Everything was prepared, yet the button to begin matching remained grayed out, with only a countdown timer in red beside it. 10 seconds remaining. The once bustling park fell eerily silent, the only sound being the distant broadcast of a fitness program for elderly morning exercisers. Every participant held their breath, eyes wide in anticipation of the final moment. 5 seconds left. The captains of all teams placed their hands upon the start matching button. 3, 2. Suddenly, the screen erupted with fireworks effects, and a line of subtitles emerged as if surfacing from the depths, only to dissipate into shimmering golden dust moments later. "Welcome to the ultimate battleground." A ripple of astonishment coursed through the crowd. Was this the surprise for this year? However, there was no time for further contemplation, for as the subtitles vanished, the countdown reached 0. The instant the button illuminated, countless fingers descended upon it simultaneously. It was not just the second district. Innumerable streams of data transformed into intangible electromagnetic signals, collectively transmitting to the Exball terminal servers from all corners of the globe. Remarkably, the servers held firm, unyielding under the influx of information. A myriad of messages converged into a stream, transforming into an ocean of data. People from all corners of the world commenced their respective battles. A successful match was announced as a mechanical female voice emanated from the card. At this moment, the participating teams reached a peak, resulting in their opponents being swiftly eliminated. Simultaneously, the setting screen flickered before being instantly retracted, and the card ascended high into the air. It projected an extraordinary glow, swiftly tracing white lines upon the ground, while the goalposts gradually materialized from the base upwards. A grand screen emerged high above, parallel to the center line, displaying a scoreboard, ball possession indicators, and the lineup information for both teams, including each player's name, jersey number, and position. However, the data for the players had yet to be fully loaded, leaving the roster blank for the moment. A red circle appeared beneath the feet of the GenexⅡ team, pulsating before finally settling. This served as a marker to distinguish the players in lieu of their uniforms. Due to the reconstructed internal force field of the Exball arena, external wind and light disturbances were entirely eliminated, rendering the selection of half the field relatively inconsequential. The system assigned these randomly. Even in a standard four-quarter match, the teams would not switch sides again, and the content of the two halves would not be entirely identical. Clearly this time, the system had randomly placed their team on the red side, marked by a red indicator on the goalpost. The players of the GenexⅡ team immediately took their positions. Beichen, responsible for the kickoff, stood at the center circle, close to the midpoint. The field was fully constructed, and the force field confirmed accurate. The data for both teams was now loading. Instantly, 7 blue markers appeared on the ground of the blue half, and blue character models materialized within the circles. Light flowed over the character models, and the details of the opponents became increasingly clear. Initially, only 7 humanoid figures could be discerned, but gradually, their hair, facial features, and attire became recognizable. Who would their first opponents be? What level of skill would they possess? This was a question on everyone's minds. Suddenly, Fan gasped in surprise. Karl and Andrea also displayed astonishment towards the opposing side. Not to mention, the lead figure, with a tuft of green hair, was unforgettable to anyone who had seen it even once. Could it be a coincidence? Sophie incredulously raised her gaze towards the large screen. At the moment the opponents' images were fully rendered, their roster information was also presented on the screen. Red side, GenexⅡ team. Forwards, Beichen 12, Andrea 11. Midfielders, Karl 10. Fan 22. Defenders, Ilian 4, Sophie 6. Captain, goalkeeper, Kyun 1. Blue side, Yasha team. Forwards, Luther 12, Captain, Falcon 14, Cecil 11. Midfielder, Hongshin 10. Defenders, Cook 5. Joyce 3. Goalkeeper, Rudolph 1. Is that not the same group of unruly youths we encountered on the road? Sophie put her hand to her forehead. Ilian blinked and inquired, "Do you know them?" Rather than knowing them, it would be more accurate to say we have a grudge, Sophie replied weakly. The Yasha team seemed to have recognized their opponents as well. Their leader, Luther, stood at the forefront, grinning as he stepped forward a couple of steps, mockingly elongating his tone. "Oh, what a coincidence today. Isn't this Andrea's team? You've actually gathered enough people, huh? Impressive, truly impressive." Beichen, with a stoic expression, asked Andrea, "Are they your friends?" "No, I don't know them," Andrea replied, her face darkening. She had clearly stated she never wanted to see this group again. But alas, fate had conspired against her, and these rural delinquents were indeed persistent phantoms. With the presence of the Yasha team, Andrea suddenly felt the prestige of this mech competition plummet. The enthusiasm that had just ignited alongside the team was extinguished in an instant. Everything seemed utterly tasteless. Andrea, why didn't you bring that lad Victor along? Luther leaned in closer, wearing an infuriatingly smug expression. I didn't expect that boy to be so cowardly now. The tall companion with heavily lined eyes chimed in, affirming Luther's taunt. According to the roster, this individual should be Falcon. It was indeed the most disgraceful moment for such a fierce bird. Sophie silently scoffed. At that moment, Andrea stepped forward, a powerful aura enveloping her. She stood before Luther and suddenly lifted her leg, delivering a high kick aimed at his jaw. Luther, with a chuckle, did not flinch. The anticipated scenario of this despicable character being kicked out of the solar system did not unfold. Andrea's foot passed directly through Luther's projection. This phenomenon of passing through is not a glitch, but rather a protective measure implemented by the safety system for participants in online competitions. After all, virtual reality projections are exceedingly realistic, and the force of physical collisions would be genuinely felt. Hence, if the system deems an action to pose significant danger, it temporarily disables the force field in the affected area, resulting in such a glitch-like occurrence. Indeed, the electronic referee blew the whistle, issuing Andrea a penalty for a moderate foul. Although the match had not yet commenced, standing on the field placed her within the referee's monitoring range, meaning any breach of sportsmanship would be penalized. Andrea's kick was deemed a dangerous action. However, since no actual harm was inflicted, it was only classified as a moderate foul. The electronic referee is rigid and unyielding, adhering strictly to the rules without consideration for circumstances. Andrea found herself utterly speechless. For a fleeting moment, she was bewildered. The virtual reality technology was so strikingly lifelike that she momentarily forgot her opponent was not physically present. It became clear to her that Luther and his companions had anticipated that Andrea would not only fail to reach them, but might also incur penalties, which emboldened their audacity. How strong-willed they are. The other members of the Yasha team erupted into hearty laughter upon witnessing Andrea's penalty. For them, witnessing her misfortune was immensely gratifying. They had long endured oppression from both Andrea and Victor, and now, at last, they could turn the tables. Let's just forget it, Qingfan urged, grasping Andrea's arm, anxious that she might act out of line again. A second warning for a moderate foul would lead to her immediate expulsion, and the match hadn't even commenced. Andrea, evidently aware of the limits, refrained from acting impulsively and quietly returned to her position. Poor thing, she muttered softly, though unaware of the events that had transpired. A sense of indignation lingered within her. Kyuin struck his palm with a fist, vowing not to let those who bullied his friends escape unscathed. Leave it to me. I certainly won't allow them to score a single point, he declared. Karl turned back, giving Kyuin an enthusiastic thumbs up. Go for it, little Kyuin, we've got your back. Enough with the idle chatter. Let's begin, Bachin interjected impatiently. He had grown weary of the insipid pre-match banter and simply wanted to conclude the game swiftly. After all, they were merely a group of ruffians. Defeating them would be a trivial matter. He held the Yasha team in utter contempt. Sophie, too, recognized that the taunts from their opponents had significantly impacted their morale. It was imperative to mitigate the damage before her teammates' spirits collapsed. They could not allow the opposition to run rampant any longer. Sophie signaled to the electronic referee, indicating that their team, Shinshi, was ready. Luther shot back defiantly. Huh? Do you dare to underestimate us? I still remember what happened last time. If it weren't for that treacherous sneak attack by that wretched Andrea, how could I possibly have been defeated by you? This time, I shall not let you escape. I intend to utterly vanquish you, allowing you to witness the might of our team, the losers. Indeed, we are the most formidable street team in District 2, with our leader, Loser, present. Should not the opposing team hastily surrender and prepare to return home? The swift one beside him echoed in agreement. Having relished the flattery, Loser strutted into the center circle, his gait reminiscent of a crab scuttling sideways. Coincidentally, he was the one responsible for initiating the kickoff for the Yasha team. Hello there. You seem to be taller than me, he remarked with a mischievous grin, leaning closer to Bachin. Bachin, feeling revulsed, cast Loser a disdainful glance, his expression indicating utter contempt. Although he refrained from physical confrontation, he resolved not to show mercy should the provocation continue. Loser snapped his fingers, signaling to the electronic referee that the Yasha team was ready. Consequently, a large red countdown appeared at the center of the field, marking the final signal before the match commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the sound of the whistle, the ball descended from above. The first match of the mech preliminaries, the GenexⅡ team versus the GenexⅡ team, officially began. Due to the prior provocation, Beichen was unwilling to relent. The moment the whistle blew, he leapt into the air, forcefully securing the ball in his embrace. The progress was even smoother than anticipated. Loser seemed completely caught off guard, lacking any indication of an impending jump. It appeared to be reminiscent of the previous encounter with Karl, as Beichen brimmed with confidence in his capabilities, assuming this would again result in an overwhelming advantage, thus dismissing the anomaly entirely. However, the reality was far more intricate than he perceived. Just as Beichen prepared to land, an unexpected figure emerged at his designated spot. It was Cecil, the third forward of the GenexⅡ team, who completely obstructed Beichen's landing. Even as Beichen descended, Cecil showed no signs of yielding, instead sporting a devilish grin. Time was of the essence. At this rate, a collision was inevitable. If this continued, both would suffer significant falls. After the match commenced, the safety system would relax its constraints, and such instances of spatial anomalies would no longer occur. This was to simulate the authentic conditions of the playing field and ensure fairness. Sports have always been accompanied by danger, as long as severe consequences were avoided. The safety system permitted a certain degree of necessary injury. Instinctively, Beichen twisted his body to evade. At that moment, Cecil sprang into action. He appeared to have only just recognized Beichen's movements, charging towards him with the intent to snatch the ball, entirely oblivious to the potential peril. Akin to a novice lacking awareness. In a moment of miscalculation, Cecil collided with Beichen's knee. The balance of Beichen's body was disrupted, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, the ball slipping from his grasp and falling to the earth. Simultaneously, Cecil, unable to halt his momentum in time, inadvertently stepped on Beichen's hand that was braced against the ground. Cecil today donned a pair of cleats, perfectly replicated by the X-Ball's virtual reality system. Beichen's eyes widened in shock, nearly stifling a cry of agony due to the sudden, intense pain. Just before lifting his foot, Cecil unexpectedly increased the pressure, grinding down even harder. My apologies. I was brought here by the boss for numbers, and I seem a tad out of practice. Cecil bent down and, before the immobilized Beichen, picked up the ball from the ground and tossed it to Luther. It was deliberate, absolutely intentional. While Beichen was assaulted, the other teammates did not merely stand by. Karl attempted to rush forward to assist him. However, the opposing team had evidently anticipated this, keeping a watchful eye on the remaining players, rendering them unable to intervene. In that moment, Beichen comprehended the meaning behind Luther's ambiguous smirk prior to the match. The electronic referee did not blow the whistle. The electronic system could not determine whether this contact was intentional or accidental. The system categorized this situation as a normal physical conflict. Once such a conflict occurs, even if one party is injured, as long as no one calls for a pause, the game continues. The mech qualifiers allow only 15 minutes per round, hence calling for a pause is prohibited. The opposing team had astutely identified a loophole in the rules, resorting to unscrupulous tactics to secure victory. Such gameplay is undeniably filthy. Luther, satisfied, cradled the ball in his hands, preparing to launch an attack. Just then, the ball, which should have been in his possession, mysteriously vanished. Andrea had suddenly evaded her marker, intercepting the ball. Yet, surprisingly, Luther did not appear the slightest bit vexed. "Andrea, you're still formidable." Upon uttering this, he abruptly extended his foot. Andrea, unable to evade, tumbled to the ground, sliding a considerable distance. The surface scraped her knee, causing beads of blood to emerge. Just as the match commenced, both forwards of the GenexⅡ team fell one after the other. Chapter 53, GenexⅡ vs. GenexⅡ, Part 3, Beep. The whistle sounded, signaling a halt in play. Luther's action was too conspicuous. The electronic referee was not oblivious, promptly deeming it a moderate foul. Nevertheless, Luther appeared utterly unconcerned by the judgment. "That kick was for you, Andrea," he chuckled maliciously. Andrea, silent, struggled to rise. A large patch of red marred her knee. Even the slightest bend elicited a sharp pain as if the wound were tearing open, the exposed flesh stinging in the chilly air, occasionally exacerbated by a gust. Yet, this degree of injury was all too familiar to her. It would not incapacitate her. She steadied herself and grasped Beichen's arm, pulling him up as well. "Are you both all right?" The other five rushed over from the backfield, anxiously inquiring about their condition. Beichen attempted to move his severely stomped right hand, which bore deep crimson imprints. In that moment, he even feared his hand might be shattered. Moreover, his ankle had been twisted slightly, but fortunately, after attempting to shake his legs a few times, he found that he could still move. The subtle ache was gradually dissipating, yet in this condition, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the forthcoming match. I'm all right. Thankfully, I didn't injure the bone, he remarked. Andrea nodded in agreement, feigning nonchalance as she adjusted her hair. Don't worry too much. We are not fragile, she reassured. Sophie's expression was grave. You two should not overexert yourselves. Those guys have gone too far, Karl exclaimed indignantly. Their playing style is nothing short of an insult to Exball. Complaining was futile now. They could only finish this match and then contemplate if a complaint was warranted. Sophie sighed. The mech preliminary teams indeed varied greatly in quality, and such occurrences were not uncommon each year. This year, they had simply drawn the short straw. Suddenly, Fan appeared to have an idea, rushing to the sidelines to retrieve a spray bottle from his backpack before hastily returning. I brought some medication. Let me tend to your wounds. The cool white spray enveloped the injured areas of Bachin and Andrea, filling the air with a faint scent of alcohol. This spray, possessing properties for disinfection, hemostasis, pain relief, and swelling reduction, was an essential logistical supply for any sports team. The spray's chilling sensation was remarkably effective against their stinging wounds, and both Andrea and Bachin were astonished to discover that the pain had significantly subsided. Fan, as a manager, truly exhibited great attention to detail. On the Yasha team side, Hayabusa rubbed his hands together, leaning toward Luther with a mischievous glint in his eye. Boss, it seems the lesson we imparted was a bit lacking. I feel like the other side isn't affected at all. Luther scoffed. They'll have a show to watch next. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed. Since the previous foul was committed by the Yasha team, the ball was handed directly to the Shinkai team for a free kick. The ball landed at Andrea's feet, and this time, she would not take it lightly. Who knew what tricks the Yasha team might employ next? She calmly surveyed her surroundings for a breakthrough, only to find that all passing routes were completely blocked. The Yasha team might lack in other areas, but their man-to-man marking was exceptionally skilled. They had no qualms about abandoning any semblance of gentlemanly conduct, pressing their bodies against their opponents, ruthlessly using their strength to force them out of position. Little sister, after you lose the match, how about playing with your big brother? Luther shamelessly leaned in close to Fan. The moment Fan caught sight of his face, her composure shattered. As goosebumps spread across her body, her ponytail almost standing on end. Instinctively, she attempted to evade him, yet Luther persisted in his proximity, even trying to rub against her. Fan was determined to avoid any contact with him, feeling as if she were being pushed toward the sidelines by his relentless closeness. Upon witnessing this scene, the members of the Divine Ascendants team felt an intense surge of indignation. How could they possibly endure such behavior? That scoundrel Luther had blatantly disregarded the spirit of the game. He had the audacity to exploit the system's inability to discern between genuine defensive efforts and deliberate provocation, leading him to act with such reckless abandon. Moreover, his actions were a deliberate baiting tactic. Should any member of the Divine Ascendants team succumb to the temptation of retaliating against him, they would undoubtedly face a warning, especially for Andrea, who was already carrying a moderate foul. Another infraction would result in her mandatory expulsion from the game. They could not fall prey to such treachery. Sophie gritted her teeth in frustration. Andrea, you pass. Before Sophie could finish her command, the ball was suddenly launched with tremendous force, slicing through the air like a cannonball aimed directly at Luther's face. Andrea had struck. The power and speed of the shot were formidable. Luther, lost in his self-satisfied arrogance about exploiting minor advantages on the court, had no time to react as the ball collided squarely with his face, distorting his features grotesquely. Had the force been any greater, it might have shattered his eye. The ball rebounded sharply off Luther's face, soaring high into the air in a fierce arc. The audacity of this shot left the entire arena in stunned silence. However, the members of the Divine Ascendants team felt a collective sense of vindication. Bewildered, Luther touched his nose, only to realize it was askew. Bright red blood began to drip uncontrollably from his nostrils. How could the electronic referee possibly determine whether this was an accidental miscalculation or a deliberate act? Boss, the players of the Night Demons cried out in dismay. The ball was still in play. The match continued. Seize the opportunity to launch an attack, Sophie urged. Predicting the ball's descent, she noted that the area was completely unguarded. This was an exceptional chance. The first to spring into action was Lien, a diminutive figure who, from the defensive line, appeared almost inconspicuous. The Night Demons had dismissed this seemingly fragile boy entirely. Yet, unexpectedly, he dashed across half the field, intercepting the ball with astonishing speed, as if teleporting, leaving his opponents in the dust. Player number 5 from the Night Demons, Cook, momentarily distracted by Luther's injury, allowed Bachin to slip from his grasp. Fox leap. Yi Lian executed the match's first special move. The ball slipped from his hands, gliding through the air with the grace and agility of a spectral fox. Soaring over the defensive wall and traversing a significant portion of the field, landing precisely in Bei Chen's possession. Chapter 54. Divine Ascendants vs. Night Demons, Part 4. Wow, what a beautiful pass! Karl exclaimed in admiration. Bei Chen had penetrated the inner penalty area. Stop him quickly. This guy is about to shoot. Luther fumbled in a panic, clutching his nose while trying to direct the play. Upon hearing the call, Joyce, the defender number 3 of the Yasha team, swiftly positioned himself in front of Bei Chen. Goalkeeper Rudolph, number 1, promptly adjusted his position to cover the gap left by Joyce. Both were tall, robust individuals, forming an impenetrable barrier akin to a formidable copper wall that effectively obstructed the goal, instilling a significant sense of intimidation. Joyce thought to himself, "There's no way out of this." Just as he made a decisive move to seize the ball, Bei Chen unexpectedly executed a back pass. Andrea quickly followed suit and intercepted the ball. Joyce's movement had inadvertently created a massive opening at his original position, through which Andrea could see the goal wide open before her. Andrea took her shot. The powerful strike whizzed past Joyce's head, tearing through the Yasha team's defense. The exquisite coordination had completely deceived Yasha's backline. Andrea's strength was already formidable, and with this shot taken from within the penalty area, the distance was closer than ever before, making it nearly impossible for the ball not to find the back of the net. An absolute barrier. At that moment, the goalkeeper of the Yasha team unleashed his ultimate technique. He abruptly drew his outstretched arms together, as if forcefully shutting a massive gate. Simultaneously, the air within the goal solidified, clogging every corner of the net. With a dull thud, the ball collided with this invisible wall of air before the goal. The ultimate technique possesses an overwhelming suppressive force against ordinary attacks. No matter how powerful Andrea's shot was, it could not penetrate this air wall and was securely caught. Generally, an ultimate technique comprises 3 components: the startup, the charge time, and the recovery. The startup refers to the time taken from issuing the command to the moment the technique takes effect, while charge time is the preparatory phase of gathering strength for the execution. The longer the charge time, the more powerful the technique upon release. But there is also a peak to this charge. During the startup and charge phases, the ultimate technique is at its most vulnerable and can be interrupted. Almost all ultimate techniques cannot avoid these phases, and typically, the more powerful the technique, the longer the startup and charge times. However, exceptional ultimate technique programming will optimize these aspects, which is crucial for the technique's competitiveness. Techniques with excessively long startup or charge times, regardless of their strength, are ill-suited for the field. The renowned shooting skill of the world's foremost striker, Sakaki Ran, known as Heart of Ice, has an almost non-existent startup, and even without it, its power is unrivaled, earning it repeated recognition as the best ultimate technique of the year. The casting time naturally refers to the actual duration in which the ultimate technique takes effect, limited by the computational power of the program and the athlete's skill. The power curve of a technique follows a normal distribution, with its effectiveness peaking at the apex. Therefore, ultimate techniques are not infallible. They demand precise timing and accuracy to be effective. The goalkeeper, Sophie, was slightly taken aback. Opposite us is a group of delinquent youths, typically regarded as aimless individuals lacking in skills, unworthy of any sophisticated techniques. Yet, this goalkeeper stands apart. Not only has he achieved remarkably high physical attributes, but the design of his signature move rivals that of professional teams. His timing in executing the skill is impeccable, yielding a perfect effect that only a seasoned player could accomplish. This Rudolph is the taciturn, tall, muscle-bound man from the trio we encountered earlier. Sophie never anticipated he was a formidable player. Damn it, how dare you kick me in the face, you worthless coward. Teach them a lesson. Luther, having finally stopped his nosebleed, shouted in exasperation. Rudolph nodded, raised his arm, and launched the ball with great distance. Watch out. Fall back, Sophie warned. But it was too late. The ball soared at a perfect 45-degree angle, arcing high into the air before plummeting down like a meteor. To everyone's astonishment, it landed squarely in the middle of the penalty area for the Divine team. Rudolph's strength is astounding. Simultaneously, Hea, Cecil, Homesheen, and Luther charged toward the goal. The entire arena was stunned as the tide of the game shifted in an instant. The abrupt transition caught Karl and Qingfan off guard, as the opposing quartet forcefully shoved past them. Bei Chen and Andrea, still in the Yasha team's half, were unable to return in time, leaving a significant gap in the Divine team's defense. Sophie leaped desperately to contest the high ball, but just as she ascended, she was forcefully knocked down by Cecil, who had also leapt from the Yasha team. Hey, Cecil caught the ball midair and passed it swiftly. We cannot allow that pass. Ilian accelerated towards the ball, nearly intercepting its trajectory when suddenly, someone crashed into her from the side. Being petite, she was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground. Hey, watch where you're going. Luther, the culprit, audaciously blamed her. Hey, Ilian, are you alright? Koyuan, positioned near the goal, could no longer remain passive and urgently inquired about his teammate's condition. Seeing Koyuan distracted, Heia's lips curled into a confident smile. Heia's assault. He shouted the name of his ostentatiously named move, reminiscent of a rural flamboyant style, and struck the ball with ferocity. This technique was essentially a variant of the system's preset skill, Whirlwind Strike, with a personal flair added, depicting a hawk diving towards the goal with the ball. As a side note, within the Exball system's evaluation, the visual effects of skills account for a mere 10% of the total score. Thus, even if a simple falcon model is added to the ball, appearing more like a common chicken, this addition, out of humanitarian considerations embedded in the judging criteria, grants the strike slightly more power than the standard Whirlwind Strike. The Whirlwind Strike, a hand-hit skill, possesses a touch less strength than the more formidable Whirlwind Shot, which Koyuan had previously executed. Logically, this strike should still be manageable for him. However, by unfortunate coincidence, the Falcon seized upon the moment of his distraction. By the time Koyuan refocused his attention, it was too late. The ball slipped past his fingertips, and he could only watch helplessly as the chicken flapped its way into the net. The first point was scored. Astonishingly, the underdog Yasha team took the lead, 1-0. The primary contributor to this point was undoubtedly Yasha's #1 goalkeeper, Rudolph. A mere 6 minutes and 7 seconds had elapsed in the match. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for the Shinchi team. Andrea glanced back at Rudolph, her expression laden with complexity. Rudolph, why are you still associating with Luther? Despite his intimidating physique, Rudolph was, at heart, a straightforward individual. It baffled Andrea that someone of his caliber would willingly subordinate himself to someone like Luther. Andrea, I apologize for what the boss has done to you all. This goalkeeper, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his voice calm and magnetic. However, Luther has shown me kindness, and I have resolved to follow him unwaveringly. Andrea, you are a former player. You have no right to interfere with my choices. Upon hearing such words, Andrea felt her head spin. Yet, there was nothing she could do but turn away and return to her position, pretending as if nothing had transpired. The other members of the Shinchi team had already gathered, striving to devise strategies before the countdown for the next ball's kickoff reached 0. Their tactics are too dirty, Koyuan exclaimed, striking the ground in frustration. Although it was merely one match, the thought of losing to such a team left a bitter taste. Ilian pouted. Fortunately, being small in stature meant he hardly suffered any force. Having rolled away a distance, he only bore some minor scrapes. However, he meticulously noted this grievance in his mental ledger. Everyone, let's not be hasty. Remain calm. It's only 1 point. Karl attempted to restore morale. Beichin coldly doused the optimism. 1 point? If we can't even score sufficiently against this mediocre team, how do you expect the upcoming matches to be any easier? Please, don't argue. Qingfan interjected, flustered. She dared not raise her voice, knowing that she had achieved nothing just moments before. She felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. If it were merely a matter of ordinary setbacks or a deficiency in strength, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. However, they are confronted by a team of ruffians whose skills, aside from that of the goalkeeper, are rather lackluster. Yet, through cunning and brute force, this team has managed to gain an advantage, subjecting them to taunts and provocations that they must endure in silence. This indignation is unbearable. The more they yearn for victory, the more their frustration mounts, leading to a decline in their performance. Sophie perceives a dark cloud looming over the entire team, a rather ominous sign. Let us not be overly ambitious without the requisite skill, Sophie suddenly interjects, urging everyone to reflect on the errors that have led them into such rudimentary traps set by the enemy. Qingfan, alarmed, glances at Sophie, perplexed by her approach. With morale already in freefall, she chooses to deride rather than uplift. This is utterly unacceptable. If you are not strong enough, do not seek excuses, Sophie adds, igniting further discontent. Chapter 55, Divine Rise vs. Yasha, Part 5. Sophie, what do you mean by this? Beichin raises an eyebrow, clearly displeased. It means nothing. One should merely focus on the game during competition. Such a simple principle, Sophie shrugs, the atmosphere growing tense. I never expected you to be so stern, Koyuan whispers to Karl. Having thought her merely a source of humorous commentary, Karl scratches his head, oblivious to the inappropriateness of Sophie's words. Instead, he begins to contemplate the next steps for the match, aligning himself with her perspective. Andrea speaks up. How long will you discuss this? The countdown for the restart is only 30 seconds. Her reminder prompts everyone to look up, realizing that only 6 seconds remain. Reluctantly, they assume their positions to resume the game. Such a nuisance. Sophie hears someone mutter nearby and glances at Ilian, only to find him nonchalantly whistling. While there may be grievances within the team, Sophie does not regret her words. Is it truly acceptable for things to continue like this? Qingfan voices her concerns softly. The team has only recently been formed, with some players having been recruited through dubious means. Now, having faced such a significant setback right at the outset, she worries that the Divine Rise team may soon disintegrate. She does not wish for this. She longs to continue this journey with her companions. As a fellow midfielder, Karl evidently hears Qingfan's murmurs. He calls out to her, flashing a broad smile. Don't worry. The senior must have her reasons. Little fan, you must give it your all as well. Ah. Oh. Qingfan nods in startled acknowledgement. Her heart was fraught with doubt, given her current abilities. She almost wished everyone would overlook her, thus sparing her from becoming a target and causing a disturbance. As long as she did not make any fatal errors, it would suffice. She could not afford to complicate matters further. The whistle had already sounded. Frustration gnawed at Bei-chan, who felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. His unease was not solely due to Sophie's harsh words, but rather stemmed from his own stubbornness and obstinacy. 6 minutes had elapsed, and to his dismay, they were trailing behind their opponents. Although the match was not yet over, Bei-chan could not bear the thought of his team losing to such a mediocre squad. Even by a single point. It was true that he had agreed to join the Shining team after being defeated by Victor. Even though Victor had yet to make an appearance in the team, and despite the considerable disparity in skill between them. Nevertheless, Bei-chan still regarded performing well in every match as his responsibility. Once he had resolved to assist others, he would see it through to the end. However, it was undeniable that Sophie's words had stung his feelings. At that moment, seeing the malicious grin on Luther's face, it seemed that the Yasha team intended to repeat their previous tactics. Consequently, Bei-chan deliberately delayed his jump to better assess the opponent's movements, wishing to avoid a collision like the last time. Yet, the unfolding scene was not as he had envisioned. Luther had leaped directly to seize the ball. Damn it! Bei-chan, who presented himself with a gentlemanly demeanor, unwittingly cursed aloud. Stop daydreaming. Andrea shouted at him before turning around to defend. Bei-chan clenched his teeth. While he acknowledged his significant blunder, he detested being criticized so openly. Ha! Are you all scared of me? Luther cackled incessantly. The Yasha team, employing a 3-1-2 formation with 3 forwards, was undeniably aggressive, their style characterized by a relentless onslaught centered around Luther, with Cecil and Hoon on the flanks, and the midfielder Hongxin providing support. They stormed into the Shining team's half like a colossal bulldozer. Number 14 was the fastest among them. Ilian, keep an eye on him. Karl instructed. That green-haired guy yells the loudest, but is the least capable. Sophie commanded. Cecil is power-oriented, so avoid direct confrontation with him. Just keep an eye on Kuyuan. Most likely, only Hoon will have a special move, so the next shot will probably be his. Be cautious. She remained vigilant, monitoring the movements of the Yasha team's number 10, Hongxin. All right. Ilian complied with Sophie's directives and sprang into action. Karl, needless to say, was already in position. Kuyuan was following Karl, and thus had no choice but to comply with Karl's obedience to Sophie's commands. This time, the Yasha team's offensive would not be allowed to run rampant. Bei-chan was slightly taken aback. Had this seemingly underwhelming captain, renowned for his verbal prowess, actually discerned the characteristics of each player on the opposing team throughout the previous matches? Boss, that androgynous fellow seems to be cursing at you, Swan said, winking at Luther. Upon hearing this, Luther erupted in outrage. Damn it. Who's the dead green hair? That Seema fellow. Does he even understand the romance of society? In his fervor, he impulsively launched the ball towards the goal. You say I lack skill? I must show you all. I am determined to score. Let our actions speak for themselves. Big brother, we haven't even entered the penalty area yet. Hongxin cried out in despair. Alas, the ball had already been thrown. To be fair, it wasn't impossible for someone to score from that distance. Just look at their teammate, goalkeeper Rudolph, who had the strength to throw the ball accurately from his own goal to the enemy's penalty area. However, this particular shot by Luther was clearly destined to miss. Though it appeared fierce at first, it was merely a display of bravado. Initially, it seemed intimidating, but just a few meters later, the ball fell limply to the ground. It was not only lacking in power but also had a rather peculiar angle. It veered off course the moment it was released, resembling the blunders of a novice. Oh, Sophie casually raised her hand, and the ball gently fell into her embrace. Pondering why her strategy had not yet fully taken effect, she was puzzled as to why the opposing team appeared so rattled. Did the Yasha team truly think so little of their opponents that they would pass the ball to them mid-game? Incredible. Luther had indeed demonstrated the truth, albeit in a manner quite different from what he had initially envisioned. He was, without a doubt, the least capable member of the Yasha team. Chapter 56, Shinshi vs. Yasha, Part 6. Isn't my green hair handsome? Isn't it stylish? What a lovely color. How trendy. Do these people not understand fashion? Luther seemed oblivious to the unfolding situation, grabbing Swan by the collar and shouting. Swan nodded vigorously. Very stylish, very stylish. Boss, the game is still ongoing. Hongshin continuously reminded. Luther nearly forgot the game in his excitement. He craned his neck, searching for the ball. Where was it? Upon focusing, he realized that the ball was in the hands of Sophie, the one who had just spoken ill of him. Quick, retrieve it. Luther commanded, his face flushed with urgency. His voice was loud, but it could not mask his embarrassment. The other three, upon hearing their leader's orders, dared not delay and surged towards Sophie. Startled by their aggressive approach, Sophie quickly passed the ball to Ilian. As the trio realized that the ball was no longer in Sophie's possession, they swiftly turned to pursue Ilian. The moment Ilian acquired the ball, he dashed forward, as a support defender. He was always poised to advance rather than remain stagnant in the backfield, though Ilian was of diminutive stature and lacked long limbs. His speed surpassed that of the towering figures, Hongshin, Cecil, and Swan, by a considerable margin, resembling a nimble fawn that, with a few bursts of speed, left Hongshin and Cecil far behind. Only Swan, the vigilant pursuer, remained steadfastly on his tail. Ilian pouted in annoyance. Things were not unfolding as smoothly as he had envisioned. However, when it came to speed, he would not concede to anyone. Ilian accelerated once more, on the verge of breaching the Yasha team's half. The Yasha team valued aggressive offense, yet their midfield was notably weak. Their sole midfielder, Hongshin, primarily followed Captain Luther in attacks, creating a disconnect between the front line and the defense should their offense falter. Thus, the midfield area was left utterly unguarded, allowing Ilian to advance as if traversing uncharted territory. Beichin, acutely aware of this prime opportunity, recognized that as a forward, he could not lag behind. He too sprinted forward with vigor. An attack was imminent. One should never squander a gift of opportunity. With Ilian carving out a breakthrough, the offensive line of the Shinshi team surged ahead. No directives from Sophie were necessary. This was an understanding shared by all. In that fleeting moment, the entire team was fixated on a singular objective, to mount an offensive. What on earth are you all doing? You can't let a mere bean sprout get past you. Luther was somewhat flustered. After receiving a reprimand from their captain, the members of the Yasha team felt both ashamed and irritated, eager to demonstrate their capabilities. Leave the goal to me. You all focus on support, Rudolph, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, determined to assist Luther. The defenders, Cook wearing number 5 and Joyce in number 3, could no longer contain themselves. In an attacking team, remaining anchored in defense was stifling. Even defenders possessed a yearning to advance, and Ilian's audacity only spurred them further. Upon hearing Rudolph's words, they immediately nodded to one another and rushed forward to encircle Ilian. In truth, it was well understood that the team's competitiveness was not solely due to Captain Luther's organizational prowess, but rather the formidable strength of Rudolph guarding the final line. Thus, they confidently entrusted the goal solely to Rudolph. No matter how swift Ilian was, facing two imposing figures head-on would pose a challenge, yet retreat was not an option, as Swan was close on his heels. Unfortunately, Ilian's skill, Fox Leap, was still on cooldown, rendering it inactive. Typically, a finishing move comes with a cooldown period. Due to the high requirements for executing a special move, the mechanism of Exball allocates equal segments of the central processing unit to each player. All actions and special moves of a player are processed by this fixed portion of the CPU, without sharing resources with other players. The execution of a special move consumes an immense amount of energy, causing the CPU to overheat during high-speed operations. Consequently, after each special move, a period of cooldown is necessary for the processor to dissipate heat and clear its cache before it can be activated again. The cooldown duration of a skill can also be optimized through code adjustments. Generally speaking, the more powerful or convoluted the code of a special move, the longer the cooldown period. Conversely, moves that are less potent or highly optimized experience shorter cooldowns. Ilian's Fox Leap is a rudimentary special move that has not been extensively optimized. Hence it remains in a cooldown state since its last execution. However, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, they must be met with soldiers. when waters come, they must be met with dikes. There is always a solution to the current predicament. Ilian swiftly passed the ball to Karl, who was close by. What the heck? Is this never-ending? The group encircling Ilian suddenly halted and redirected their attention to the next target. Despite their fervent efforts and aggressive demeanor, they failed to touch the ball even once. Sophie thought of a phrase, walking the dog. The weaknesses of the GenexⅡ team gradually became apparent. Clearly, they were a disjointed squad, relying solely on brute force. They charged after the ball without strategic consideration, displaying a lack of coordination. Is my presence truly that imposing? They're all coming after me. Karl appeared somewhat bewildered. At that moment, the encirclement from the GenexⅡ team was about to completely trap him, making any breakthrough impossible. He needed to find a way to pass the ball as far as possible. Karl was acutely aware of the situation. With 8 minutes and 14 seconds on the clock, the GenexⅡ team had a rare opportunity. Karl would not allow such a chance to slip through his fingers. Where to pass? Where to pass? Andrea seemed to have some personal grievance with Luther, who had been particularly attentive to her throughout the game, now fixating on her even more. In this scenario, utilizing Andrea's long-range shooting advantage to score was impossible. As for Beichen, he was too far away, and Karl couldn't be assured that his mediocre skills would deliver an accurate pass. Meanwhile, the GenexⅡ team's goalkeeper, Rudolph, was poised and ready. A mispass would lead to a swift reversal of the situation. Passing back was out of the question. Having advanced this far, he was unwilling to concede. Who else? Who else? How could he have overlooked someone from his own team? Xiaofan, Karl shouted, kicking the ball just before the opponents could seize it. The pass was remarkably precise, so much so that it seemed beyond the capabilities of someone like Karl. Upon hearing her name, Qingfan instinctively reached out her hand. With a light thud, the ball collided against her, bouncing back and forth in her embrace. The impact was not severe, yet it resonated subtly with her heartbeat, evoking an unusual sensation within her. Flustered, Qingfan hurriedly clutched the ball, desperate to prevent it from slipping away. What? Me? She could scarcely believe that someone would willingly pass the ball to her. The disbelief was palpable, not just for her, but for everyone present. Sophie, considering Qingfan's skill level, had deliberately limited her involvement to spare her any undue psychological burden. Conversely, the GenexⅡ team had consistently underestimated Qingfan, assuming they were merely facing 6 opponents, dismissing her as a mere decorative presence, utterly lacking in threat. Entrusting such a pivotal moment to a novice like her felt questionable. Qingfan hesitated, caught in uncertainty. Don't stop. Don't stop. Andrea urged repeatedly. Standing frozen with the ball, it seemed as though she could remain in that position for an eternity. Yet the match continued, and the signal light for possession remained steadfastly red, indicating the impending approach of danger. This was a perilous signal. In Exball, players other than the goalkeeper were prohibited from holding the ball for more than 3 seconds. Xiaofan, run. You can do it. You are one of us in GenexⅡ, Karl shouted, nearly losing his voice. In that instant, all her doubts shattered. Her teammates stood behind her, placing their trust in her. Just give it a try. Qingfan pressed her lips together, steeling her resolve. At the last moment, she released the ball. It soared high, rebounding back into her grasp. The ball was in her possession, but it was not the same as before. As it struck the ground with a resounding thud, it echoed within her heart. Without hesitation, Qingfan charged forward with the ball. Advance. Advance. At that moment, the only thought in her mind was that singular word. She ran, her heart pounding furiously in her chest. While she may not excel in other areas, Qingfan possessed an astonishing talent for dribbling. Driven purely by instinct, her limbs moved with remarkable coordination. Each step as natural as breathing, her movements fluid and graceful, reminiscent of a seasoned player. Chapter 57, GenexⅡ vs GenexⅡ 7. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Sophie's eyes. Perhaps Qingfan's dribbling could turn the tide. Xiaofan. Sophie called out her name. Qingfan. Xiaofan. Her teammates rallied behind her, cheering her on. Their shouts, infused with collective expectation and trust, coalesced in her ears, transforming into the most electrifying command. Charge forth. Qingfan could sense the weight of the ball, heavy as 1,000 pounds, yet in her hands, it felt as light as a feather. Her teammates needed her. She was indispensable. She ran, continuing to surge forward, casting aside all doubts. The exhilaration coursing through her was unparalleled, mingled with a hint of anxiety and an unprecedented thrill. Her blood surged with fervor. Perhaps this was the allure of Exball. However, not everything unfolded smoothly. The ball had traversed a series of exchanges, inevitably slowing down the pace of GenexⅡ team's offense. Hey there, you're holding your own pretty well, aren't you? The swiftest member of GenexⅡ team, the Falcon, quickly returned to this position. To him, she appeared to be nothing more than a naive little rabbit, completely unworthy of his regard. His only thought was to snatch the ball and claim credit from Boss Luther. True to GenexⅡ team's usual tactics, the Falcon prepared to charge directly at her. Despite her being a girl, he showed no mercy. If anything, he was even more eager to take advantage of the situation. Upon noticing someone closing in beside her, panic surged through Fan. The mere thought of being touched by such a greasy boy sent shivers down her spine. No way. This singular thought consumed her mind. As if jolted awake, Fan suddenly found herself in a state of heightened alertness. The ball became one with her movements as she deftly shifted her steps, evading left and right like a nimble rabbit darting through a thicket. Just as the Falcon was about to collide with her, she executed an almost impossible maneuver, bending low to slip past him. Fan showcased her agility as a girl, breezing past the Falcon like the wind. She navigated through the throngs of opponents, untouched. Such a display. This was hardly the performance of a novice. The Falcon was utterly taken aback, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. A cornered rabbit can bite. GenexⅡ team had decisively penetrated GenexⅡ team's backfield. The goal area was alarmingly vacant, with only goalkeeper Rudolph standing guard. Fan, over here. Beichen waved his hand. Huh. Oh. Okay. Without hesitation, Fan tossed the ball toward him. The preceding sequence of dribbling had nearly pushed her to her limits. Any further advance would surely diminish her performance. It was wise to pass the ball to a more dependable teammate. The distance between her and Beichen was now sufficiently close. At this range, even a complete novice like Fan would not miss pass. Goalkeeper Rudolph was already poised, brimming with confidence despite being the sole defender against GenexⅡ team's advance. His goalkeeping skills cooldown has just ended. Now, if he seizes the optimal moment to counter the opponent's shot and unleashes his ultimate technique, he possesses a 100% probability of making a successful save. This goalkeeper is not easily dealt with. Although the GenexⅡ team currently enjoys a significant offensive advantage, Sophie cannot fully relax, as scoring in the subsequent attempts remains exceedingly challenging. The GenexⅡ team's goalkeeper, Rudolph, wields the formidable skill known as absolute barrier, an all-encompassing interception technique that renders any shot futile, regardless of the angle. The only chance to exploit this skill lies in creating an opening that forces Rudolph to miscalculate and misfire his timing, though such an opportunity is rare. As a powerful goalkeeper, Rudolph will not deploy his ultimate move unless absolutely necessary. He is not easily deceived. Another glimmer of hope exists. The GenexⅡ team possesses a more powerful scoring technique, relying solely on the rudimentary preset ultimate skills, such as whirlwind shot or whirlwind strike, would make breaching the absolute barrier nearly impossible. Sophie recalled the database of ultimate skills she had organized earlier, noting that while individual players' skill codes are confidential and encrypted, the external information of skills can still be shared within the same team. To date, only Beichen has a scoring ultimate skill, and he possesses two distinct techniques, each file indicating immense potential. Given this rare opportunity to attack, they must not relinquish it easily. They must ensure a 100% chance of scoring. Beichen, unleash your ultimate skill to score, Sophie called out. Upon hearing the words ultimate skill, Beichen's body momentarily stiffened, but this was merely a fleeting moment, quickly masked by his accelerated pace. Rudolph stood like a mountain before Beichen, his brow furrowed, the gleaming surface of his bald head and chiseled jawline reflecting the eerie blue light of the Exball spotlights, resembling a living Buddha monk. Regardless of the circumstances, they must breach the opponent's goal. This is the duty of Beichen and his fellow forwards. Whirlwind strike. Beichen gritted his teeth and made his move. He chose not to use his own ultimate skill. Sophie felt a brief surprise. Typically, players with their own ultimate skills prioritize them over the system's presets, as familiarity and power of self-created techniques far exceed those of the predetermined ones. Rudolph swiftly activated Absolute Barrier to counter Beichen's whirlwind strike. As the two skills clashed violently, Rudolph's expression shifted. Even the same skill can produce different effects in the hands of different individuals. During a previous training session, Rudolph effortlessly intercepted the Falcon's swift strike. However, this time, Beichen's shot surged forward with unprecedented speed and ferocity, wielding a power that seemed almost frenzied. Even a goalkeeper of Rudolph's caliber found it challenging to perfectly time his skill. With such prowess, had he employed a different special move, he might have already breached the goal. The ball collided violently with the air wall crafted by Rudolph, igniting fierce sparks as it struck. What appeared to be a solid defense was now quaking, as if on the verge of yielding a grievous crack. According to Exball regulations, during the stalemate phase where both sides' skills collide, no third party is permitted to interfere until the system determines a victor. Could this shot be the turning point? Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the unfolding drama. Rudolph, stop it! Luther shouted hoarsely. The shot was not as easily thwarted as anticipated. Rudolph instinctively took a step back, grounding himself anew, summoning additional strength. He could not let Luther down. Beads of sweat began to form on Rudolph's glistening forehead. Amid the tense standoff, the system finally rendered its verdict. Rudolph had narrowly prevailed. Yet, he was utterly exhausted, unable to secure the ball completely. It rebounded off the weakening air wall and soared back into play. There's still a chance for a follow-up, Sophie exclaimed. Almost magically, Karl had appeared at the ball's return location, unleashing a powerful strike with his leg. Nevertheless, Rudolph, a seasoned veteran, quickly regained his composure, pivoting to intercept the shot. Although Karl's positioning was impeccable, the shot lacked both angle and force, rendering its success uncertain. In this critical moment, the inadequacies of Karl's fundamentals became glaringly apparent. Must score. In this crucial instant, the outcome teetered on a knife's edge. The ball flew into the small penalty area. Rudolph's hands inched closer to the ball. Just then, an unexpected foot emerged from nowhere in the ball's path. It was an uninvited guest, utterly disrupting the flow of the game. The ball struck this foot, rebounding at an alarming speed and altering its trajectory instantaneously. Even the slightest change in velocity and angle could prove fatal. Rudolph was caught off guard, yet he could not alter his forward momentum. Inside the small box, it was a one-on-one situation. Even though his teammates had returned to assist, they could offer no help to Rudolph. While the Shinchi team's offense could rely on someone for a follow-up, the Yasha team's defense found itself utterly helpless. "Oh no!" exclaimed the owner of the foot in alarm. She was unable to halt her momentum and stumbled directly over Rudolph's outstretched arm, tumbling comically and rolling, both player and ball, into the goal, crashing into the net. To her astonishment, it was Ching Fan. This typically shy girl had unexpectedly found herself in such a pivotal position. It was simply unbelievable. The whistle blew, and at 9 minutes and 37 seconds, the Tenlong team had leveled the score. 11-11. Chapter 58, Rising vs. Yasha, Part 8. Wait, does this count as my goal? Ching Fan sat dazed within the goal, feeling somewhat awkward and uneasy. It certainly does, Xiao Fan. You were incredible. Karl rushed before her, exuberantly pumping his fists and shouting. Ching Fan lifted her gaze, eager to see the scoreboard, but was obstructed by the imposing figure of Rudolph. He paused momentarily, yet unlike Luther and the others, he was not unreasonable. He quietly stepped aside. To her surprise, this seemingly intimidating muscle-bound man exhibited a gentlemanly demeanor. Once she had a clear view, the scoreboard clearly displayed Rising Team vs. Yasha Team, 9 minutes and 37 seconds. Scorer, Rising Team's Ching Fan. Ching Fan's mind went blank. She had felt compelled to act as the team's south offensive drive reached its peak, and she could no longer remain a passive observer. Regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to ensure that goal was scored. This thought had consumed her, leading her to that position almost instinctively. Her movement had been entirely unplanned, yet it fortuitously resulted in a perfect shot. This was her first goal, Ching Fan's inaugural triumph. Moreover, it marked the first goal for the Rising Team since their participation in the mech. It was utterly unexpected that the first strike for the Rising Team had been made by someone as unassuming as herself. Ching Fan pressed her hand against her chest, her heart racing as she gradually composed herself from the overwhelming excitement. For some here, scoring might be a routine affair, but for a novice like Ching Fan, this goal held profound significance. It was not only a powerful counter to the incessant harassment from the Yasha team, but also a validation of her own worth. In this moment, no one mocked her clumsy, awkward movements. No one would chastise her for minor errors, belittling her into insignificance. The supportive and encouraging words from everyone enveloped her, and she felt the waves of expectation, trust, and the unparalleled warmth of camaraderie. For the first time, she felt a genuine sense of belonging and value. Here, she could boldly pursue her aspirations, no longer needing to shrink into a submissive role. Because the people around her were her teammates, she, Ching Fan, was an indispensable part of the Rising Team. This is the power that Exball imparts. Thank you all. Ching Fan smiled as she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. You did wonderfully. Andrea gently wrapped an arm around Ching Fan's shoulder. Beichin turned away, cautioning. We've only just managed to equalize. Do not let your guard down. Although he should have been the focal point of this offensive, no one came forth to commend him. Nevertheless, Beichin feigned indifference, for he truly did not mind. Rather, witnessing Ching Fan's smile brought an involuntary lift to his lips. This fervent sentiment inevitably permeated every member of the Shenyang team present, regardless of how stifled and angered they had felt by their opponents earlier. All those emotions were now cast aside. In retrospect, it seemed rather absurd that such a minor setback had led to their morale fracturing. They had fixated too much on matters outside the game, which hindered their ability to concentrate on Exball. If they could not give their all, how could they attribute their failures to their adversaries? In the hearts of the entire GenexⅡ team, only the desire to exert their utmost for victory remained. If GenexⅡ could pursue triumph with such fervor, what reason did they have not to strive diligently? Ultimately, the matters of the game must be resolved within the arena. The team's enthusiasm had been ignited. Sophie was exceedingly pleased with the current outcome. This was precisely the purpose behind her earlier stern remarks. Had she merely indulged their grievances at that time, the entire team would have sunk deeper into a mire of self-pity, spiraling out of control. It was imperative to employ vigorous language to make these young men recognize their situation, reflect deeply, calm down, and discern what they truly desired and lacked. Forging a path to break through amidst their current circumstances, which could potentially lead to a turning point for success. Soft, comforting words were of no use. Nothing was more invigorating than tangible achievements. Sophie cast a curious glance at Karl, who stood off to the side, grinning foolishly. Ultimately, the entire turnaround stemmed from this young man. Had he not unexpectedly passed the ball to GenexⅡ, the resultant effect would never have been so profound. Karl, oh Karl. Should one deem him merely blissfully naive, or does he possess a unique insight into human nature? Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of perplexity regarding another individual. Beichen, why did you not utilize your signature move earlier? The player information indicates that you possess a special shooting technique. Beichen wiped the sweat from his chin with the back of his hand, momentarily taken aback by Sophie's inquiry, yet he seemed unwilling to elaborate further. As long as I am here, a goal can be scored. Whether or not to use my ultimate technique is of no concern to you. With that, he turned and returned to his designated position. Such audacity. Sophie shrugged. If he chose not to speak, there was little she could do. On the other side, in stark contrast to the GenexⅡ team, the atmosphere among the Yasha team appeared bleak. What on earth are you all doing? Luther berated his teammates, especially targeting Rudolph. What kind of nonsense are you playing with this Jaguar defense? Did you not notice the girl who approached you? The truth is painfully obvious. She gestured animatedly towards Rudolph's nose. Rudolph stood there, enduring Luther's reprimands. Despite his larger stature compared to Luther, he lowered his head like a schoolboy admitting fault. The others exchanged glances, and it was evident to any discerning observer that Rudolph had exerted his utmost effort. That last ball was beyond salvaging, even for the most elite goalkeeper. Ultimately, it was Luther himself who had recklessly surrendered possession of the ball in the first place. Yet, they dared not utter a word of protest. They were a group of aimless individuals, lacking any discernible talent, who squandered their days skipping classes and failing exams. However, due to 16 years of compulsory education, they could not be forcibly expelled from school, leaving them languishing at the bottom tier. They could neither excel in studies nor prevail in fights, enduring ridicule and disdain daily, though, to be honest, they had brought this upon themselves. In such circumstances, only Luther would take them in, allowing them to form a semblance of a cohesive group, strutting confidently down the streets, which gave them a modicum of self-assurance. Without Luther, they were at a loss for what to do next. Thus, even though Luther incessantly spouted his so-called wisdom, they remained unwaveringly devoted to him. Chapter 59, Divine Ascendancy vs. Yasha, Part 9. The enormous red countdown clock in the center of the field was continuously refreshing, and the match was about to resume. With more than half of the game already elapsed, the number of goals yet to be scored remained uncertain. But one thing was certain. Every subsequent goal would be crucial in determining the outcome of the match. Guys, it's time to show the other side what we're made of. The Yasha team will settle the score, Luther proclaimed, raising his fist. Oh dear, Sophie remarked, her expression one of disbelief. What nonsensical declaration is this? Is this how delinquent youths behave? Andrea, whether intentionally or not, cleared his throat, unable to suppress a smirk. A mechanical voice echoed in the void, signaling that the countdown had entered its final phase. 3, 2, 1, fight. As the words left his lips, Beichen leaped high into the air. The frustrations he had felt earlier were now released. He would no longer be perturbed by his opponent's provocations or cower in hesitation. Joining the Divine Ascendancy team and growing stronger was a decision he had firmly resolved to pursue. He would exert every effort to achieve it. If he couldn't perform well, how could he succeed? Beichen's jump was even quicker than before. With little doubt, he seized the ball first. Apologies, my friend. Cecil stepped forward, intending to employ the same tactics once more. The previous attempt seemed insufficiently forceful. The lad named Beichen surprisingly managed to leap again. Cecil contemplated that this time he must exert a more ferocious strength, even if it meant incapacitating his opponent's hand. Number 12. The Ace Jersey. I shall see whether the Shinji team can maintain their arrogance once their star player collapses. After all, the first bird to emerge is the one to be shot. However, this time, circumstances appeared to differ. Bachin suddenly executed a mid-air rotation, clutching the ball tightly against his chest. Cecil could no longer strike at Bachin's knee. A worse predicament loomed, as Bachin's steel-like back was now barreling toward his face from an acute angle. In an instant, Bachin reversed the roles of attacker and defender, approaching the most perilous angle with the utmost safety. Cecil's malicious assault was effortlessly neutralized. In that fleeting moment, Cecil inexplicably recalled the image of Boss Luther, whose nose had been broken by Andrea's shot. He did not wish to share Luther's fate. This thought caused a hesitation in Cecil's actions. He abruptly halted his reckless limbs and prudently retreated a step, avoiding injury. How cowardly! Luther scoffed. Positioned in the center circle and close to Bachin, Luther realized he could not rely on his underlings, so he resolved to confront Bachin himself. Without a moment's thought, he charged directly at Bachin. Bachin had anticipated this move. While dealing with Cecil, he remained vigilant against Luther. An astute grasp of his adversary's movements is a fundamental quality of a skilled player. As Bachin's foot barely touched the ground, he pivoted his body and leaped to the right, darting through the narrow gap between Luther and Cecil like a gust of wind. What a splendid breakthrough by Bachin! Unable to halt his momentum, Luther collided forcefully with Cecil. Bachin took a deep breath and focused his gaze ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4. To the onlookers, this was the formidable defensive net of the Yasha team, but to Bachin, the players obstructing his path appeared as mere wooden stakes. Suddenly, he recalled his previous X-Ball arena. Indeed, all he needed was to perceive them as a series of challengers, having faced an entire year without defeat. How could he possibly succumb to these individuals? Obstacles? He would simply surpass them. Bachin sprang into action. The first challenger, from the Yasha team, midfielder Hongshin, number 10. This challenger was indecisive, projecting an exterior strength while being weak internally, his gaze flickering uncertainly, much like beads on an abacus. Without exerting any effort, Bachin accelerated towards him. At that moment, Hongshin was still mulling over whether Bachin intended to break through from the left or the right. The second challenger, from the Yasha team, defender Cook, number 5. The challenger possesses a remarkably imposing physique, rendering a frontal assault futile. However, his movements are somewhat sluggish and clumsy, akin to a lumbering bear. Bachin skillfully maneuvers the ball in various directions, testing his opponent, Cook, who is left dizzy and frustrated, letting out an angry roar as he attempts to seize the ball forcefully with his shoulder. This is precisely what Bachin anticipated, as Cook leaned forward. He exposed a significant vulnerability, allowing Bachin to deftly circumvent him. The third challenger, Joyce, a defender from the Yasha team, stands tall yet exhibits far greater agility than the previous contender. Nonetheless, his positioning lacks finesse, revealing a dearth of experience and consideration, leading to numerous gaps in his defense. After a brief contemplation, Bachin unexpectedly tossed the ball onto the ground. It rebounded perfectly between Joyce's legs. As Joyce stood in astonishment, Bachin had already slipped past him. The defensive web of the Yasha team was utterly flimsy, insufficient to withstand Bachin's prowess. With astonishing speed, he bypassed 3 players and stormed into the penalty area of the Yasha team single-handedly. Andrea and Karl were not idle, closely trailing Bachin's offensive rhythm, while Qingfan, inspired by the previous play, began to move energetically as well. Nevertheless, it seemed that Bachin's formidable skills rendered their assistance unnecessary. He could single-handedly dominate the entire Yasha team, leaving Karl and Qingfan struggling to keep pace. Bachin continued to accelerate. Goodness, this kid's strength is truly terrifying. Sophie exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Indeed, this team had assembled a remarkable group of talents. At this moment, Bachin was fully unleashed, demonstrating an overwhelming display of individual skill to obliterate his opponents. This was the essence of Bachin's X-Ball style. Go, Bachin! Karl shouted. Although he had not contributed significantly, the mere thought of playing alongside such an extraordinary talent ignited a fire within him. Now, the final challenger, goalkeeper Rudolph, furrowed his brow, fixated on the ball bouncing in Bachin's hands. This offensive move had come as a shock. His ultimate technique, the absolute barrier, had not yet cooled down. Consequently, Rudolph would have to rely solely on his bare hands to intercept Bachin's next strike, without the swift and powerful aid of his special skill. A manual save would demand acute perception, judgment, and reflexes, allowing no room for error. Stay calm. Despite the fierce onslaught from his opponent, Rudolph was confident in his abilities. You shall not advance any further. Suddenly, a figure interjected between Bei-chun and Rudolph. This was Infects, who had unexpectedly returned to defend. As Luther's most loyal and trusted aide, Infects always shared in Luther's victories, thus holding the second highest status within the team. Yet, this very position rendered his authority somewhat questionable. In the current situation, Boss Luther could not possibly tolerate allowing the opposing team to score again. However, at this moment, his other team members were crumbling under Bei-chun's relentless assault. Thus, if he could successfully intercept this ball, it would further highlight the disparity between him and the other miscreants, certainly earning him Boss Luther's newfound respect. Yet, in his eagerness to claim credit, he had forgotten his own limitations. With a cold grunt, Bei-chun swiftly struck. The point of impact was impeccable and remarkably precise. The ball soared through the air, tracing a menacing arc, akin to a razor's edge, signaling danger with its trajectory. Bei-chun spared no effort. Even after the ball was released, his palms still tingled with the residual ache of the strike. Ing barely had time to register that Bei-chun had taken the shot before the ball whizzed past him, grazing his cheekbone. His sudden appearance completely obstructed Rudolph's view of Bei-chun. Ying's body entirely concealed Bei-chun's presence, including the path of the ball in his possession. By the time Rudolph could once again discern the ball's trajectory, it was far too late. The ball flew into the net like a bullet. Bei-chun had single-handedly toyed with the entire Yasha team. The whistle sounded, and with just 16 seconds remaining, the Shinchi team seized the moment to score again, bringing the score to 2-1. Chapter 60, Shinchi vs. Yasha, Part 10, Useless. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Luther raged, desperately tugging at the last tuft of green hair atop his head, his voice a crescendo of hysteria. How could it have devolved into such a situation after their advantageous start? The Shinchi team had overtaken the Yasha team, and the lead was a result of one insufferable braggart's personal showcase. How could they, the Yasha team, be so utterly toyed with by a single individual? Though many delinquents often approached life as a game, Luther did not enter the mech preliminary rounds with a frivolous attitude. While it was true that this group enjoyed passing time playing Exball, Luther had a deeper motivation. He sought to use this platform to teach a lesson to those who typically looked down upon them, the so-called upstanding citizens. His plan was to pursue victory by the dirtiest means, to crush these so-called respectable individuals and shatter their naive dreams. If the team could advance, it would be even better. After all, which qualifying team did not bask in glory and become the stuff of legends? The thought that they could seize a coveted spot, long desired by many, was exhilarating. That had been their intention. This was merely the first match, and it had not even concluded, yet Luther felt utterly demoralized. This was a case of humiliation turned into a beating. Now, Luther felt as if he were the one being schooled. The thought that they were up against Andrea's team, the very team that bore a grudge against them, infuriated him even more. This was a monumental embarrassment. After venting his frustration, Luther began to feel despondent. Isn't the match still ongoing? Hongshin trembles with apprehension. What difference does it make if it has ended? With less than 5 minutes remaining, the opposing team's momentum has surged. Loser's roar silences Hongshin instantly. Rudolph speaks up. In any case, there is still a chance. Let us play our best. This marks the first time he has defied Loser's wishes. The others exchange glances and nod in agreement, their resolve seemingly stronger than that of their leader, Loser. What are you all fussing about over here? Loser shakes his head in bemusement. The desires of the leader are ours to fulfill. Since the leader wishes to shine at mech, it is only natural for us, his subordinates, to assist him in realizing that aspiration. Loser is taken aback. You all the others share a knowing smile and reply in unison, because you are our leader. Bravo, little brother. Sophie playfully slaps Bei-chun on the back, exclaiming, heavenly talents, earthly wonders, the craft of creation is truly remarkable. Now that they are teammates, there is no need for such formality. Oh no. Bei-chun is genuinely caught off guard, instinctively letting a curse slip from his lips. By the time he realizes and covers his mouth, it is too late. The others are staring at him intently. Qingfan appears somewhat startled. Her upbringing forbids any foul language, even if uttered without malice. Sophie shakes her head in exasperation, pondering how the Starlight support team would react upon discovering that their gentlemanly idol can utter expletives. Oh, and it seems Bei-chun himself remains blissfully unaware of his legion of admirers. Perhaps it is best not to inform him, lest it distract him from the match. As the saying goes, to truly connect with someone, one must engage in a game of Exball. If that fails, then play again. Previously, there was still a semblance of distance among the team during training and recruitment, but now they have seamlessly transformed into a cohesive unit. The atmosphere within the team has become markedly more harmonious. Even Beichen, once perceived as the aloof idol, has fully integrated himself into the collective, marking a significant transformation. Exball is indeed a wondrous phenomenon. Those present on the court instinctively forge connections, and these bonds deepen, drawing each heart closer together. With less than 5 minutes left, do you all still have confidence in scoring a few goals? Sophie asks half-jokingly. 2 goals, I suppose, Elian responds with a level-headedness. Noting that a total of 4 goals within 15 minutes is already commendable, so I shall add 1 more. 3 goals, Andrea states matter-of-factly, though she offers no further explanation. 4 goals, Karl exclaims, raising his arms in enthusiasm, pushing the stakes higher. 5 goals, Beichen declares succinctly. 1 goal per minute is sufficient. Sophie laughs uncontrollably, teasing. Are you all conducting an auction here? Incrementally raising the bid. Ultimately, time is running short. She gathered everyone into a circle for a final rallying call. Regardless of the circumstances, one must not slacken until the very end. It is imperative to exert every ounce of effort. Let the opposing team recognize who the true leader is. Oh, after this spirited exhortation, everyone felt invigorated and returned to their positions with renewed energy. You truly resemble a captain, commanding with such finesse, remarked Andrea, the last to depart, her voice trailing behind Sophie. Sophie raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Are you disappointed? Do you believe my temperament unfit for leadership? No, not at all, Andrea replied, unusually verbose. Although her words bore a sharp edge, they lacked any antagonistic intent, resembling more of a playful banter among friends. Sophie crossed her arms, feigning indignation. After all, I have held leadership positions several times. I possess the requisite professional acumen. Andrea covered her face with her hand, yet the tremor of her shoulders betrayed her suppressed laughter. She refrained from further comment, adopting a solemn demeanor as she returned to her position. The whistle blew, and the match resumed. Once again, Beichen seized the ball first. The original intention of the Divine team was to capitalize on the psychological impact of having the Yasha team concede 2 consecutive goals, anticipating their demoralization. Given the Yasha team's inherent weaknesses, they must surely be engulfed in a deep sense of despair, allowing Divine team to capitalize on their momentum. However, reality diverged from their expectations. At the moment Beichen received the ball, he lowered his gaze and was taken aback. The Yasha team's trio, Yun, Cecil, and Hongxin, formed a tight encirclement, awaiting his descent. The instant Beichen set foot on the ground, they would undoubtedly converge upon him. The Yasha team had remarkably regrouped, swiftly establishing an impenetrable barrier. Yes, exactly. Well done. Cut off this kid's path. He is the strongest player on the opposing side. If we can thwart him, this group of fools will have no means to launch an attack. Loser shouted urgently, convinced that no one could showcase their prowess under such a 3-person siege. In this instance, Loser was not mistaken. Even the mightiest could not flourish when confronted by a multitude. Beichen's style primarily revolved around solo dribbling, penetrating the defenses. Who knew that here, among his comrades, he could indeed find unwavering trust. Beichen has consistently relied on his ability to break through defenses with the ball, charging forward single-handedly. Who could have known that his companions here were truly trustworthy? Chapter 61, Shinshi vs. Yasha, Part 11. No matter how formidable a player may be, when confronted by the 3 burly men in a triangular formation, they are rendered utterly defenseless. Luther, Cecil, and Hongxin enclosed Beichen within an impenetrable space, leaving him with little room to maneuver. Passing the ball was out of the question, let alone advancing with it. It was only a matter of time before Beichen would succumb to defeat. According to the rules of Exball, non-goalkeepers are prohibited from holding the ball for more than 3 seconds, and dribblers must maintain a continuous dribble or bounce. This regulation enhances the skill, competitiveness, and appeal of Exball, catering to the fast-paced nature of the game. However, it also poses significant challenges for ball carriers. For instance, in the current constrained environment, any slight loss of control would immediately invite 3 different hands to strike. Unsurprisingly, Beichen soon fell, the ball being seized by the Yasha team. Now, the ball lay at Luther's feet. Unfortunately, another forward, Andrea, had already surged ahead, preparing for a subsequent offensive collaboration with Beichen. She had anticipated that Beichen would easily score, but the Yasha team's sudden cohesion took her by surprise. Alarmed, Andrea swiftly turned back to defend, only to find Yasha's number 3, Joyce, blocking her path. Good job, boys. Charge, Luther shouted, pointing emphatically towards Shinxi's goal. The rest of the Shinxi team was not idle either. Karl and Qingfan rushed forward to intercept. Qingfan's heart raced. Although she finally found the courage to confront her opponents, Her inexperience left her mind in a state of chaos, unable to devise a coherent strategy for interception. Where should she intercept? Don't focus too much. Pay attention to the movements of others. Sophie called out from behind. However, the warning only left Fan feeling more disoriented. Meanwhile, on the other side, perhaps due to the strong wind, Karl seemed oblivious to the commotion, charging ahead only to miss his target entirely. Luther had been anticipating his move. As Karl rushed forward, Luther swiftly released the ball. Hongxin. The coordination between Karl and Fan had completely faltered. The gap between them widened excessively. Their attempts at interception appeared fierce, yet were as fragile as paper. The Yasha team's passing strategy left them trailing behind. Sophie's reminder was meant to prevent them from focusing too intently on the ball carrier and neglecting other players, yet it seemed to have exacerbated the situation. She regretted not considering the operational capabilities of the two players involved. However, this was not entirely in vain, for there were always those who understood her intentions. Suddenly, Lian had dashed out. While Karl and Fan charged towards Luther, he had been keenly observing the movements of Cecil and Hongxin. Thus, the moment Luther passed the ball, he was quick to react. Sophie, too, was not idle. She focused intently on the 14th forward, the Falcon, who was most likely to score for the Yasha team. After all, defense was the paramount duty of their defenders. Luther's pass was remarkably assertive, executed with great speed, though the positioning was somewhat awkward, as it was a bit far from Lian's starting point. Nevertheless, Lian was confident in her speed and believed she could reach the ball. She suddenly accelerated, urging herself to push even faster. The ball soared towards Hongxin. With a decisive action, Lian arrived just in the nick of time. Although completely intercepting the ball was impossible, she could still manage to deflect it away. The ball altered its trajectory instantaneously, rolling upon the ground, yet it had not crossed the boundary, leaving room for further contention. Without a moment's hesitation, Lian sprinted towards the rolling ball. Player number 10, Hongxin, of the Yasha team, was also in hot pursuit. This midfielder, who had previously shown little prowess, was surprisingly keeping pace with Lian. Almost there, almost there. Lian's gaze was fixed on the ball. She had slightly lowered her body, extending her hand forward in preparation for a final strike. Just one more significant step, and she could seize the ball, or so she thought. Suddenly, a leg appeared abruptly in her path. The ball collided with the instep of that foot, seamlessly merging and being smoothly controlled forward. Lian missed her opportunity. In the preceding moments of the match, the focus had been overly concentrated on upper body collisions, causing the GenexⅡ team to nearly forget that their opponents might harbor a disruptive player adept with their feet. Hongxin was precisely such a disruptor. His presence had been so faint that even Sophie had overlooked it. Players who were foot dominant and those who were hand dominant operated within different ranges, one high and the other low. Lian, being hand dominant, instinctively bent down to touch the ball as per her usual thinking when faced with a ground ball. However, Hongxin, being foot dominant, needed only to extend his foot slightly forward for the ball to be effortlessly received, without any extraneous movement. In a mere fraction of a second, Hongxin exploited this temporal advantage. He quickly eluded Lian, then executed a long pass with a powerful kick. The ability to launch an unexpected long-range offensive is the greatest asset of a foot-dominant midfielder. The ball soared into the innermost region of GenexⅡ's penalty area. It was kicked exceptionally high, as though it could hover in the air, level with the sun. The Falcon, closely monitored by Sophie, suddenly leaped into action. "Oh no!" Sophie inwardly exclaimed in dismay. Although she had anticipated this moment, she knew that when it came to contesting aerial balls, she was no match for Hayabusa. Indeed, Hayabusa leaped to a height that far surpassed hers, his wings, long restrained by vigilant defense, finally unfurling majestically in the air. The Hayabusa strike. He struck the ball with one hand from above, sending it soaring towards the goal. Unlike before, this time it was a decisive smash, harnessing the force of gravity. This shot would possess an unprecedented surge of kinetic energy. Koyuin. Little Koyuin. The members of the GenexⅡ team anxiously called out the name of their goalkeeper. Koyuin was now the last line of defense against this formidable shot. "Leave it to me," he asserted, slapping his cheeks to steady himself. "Karl, I want to show you the fruits of my special training during your absence this weekend." Resolute palm. Koyuin bellowed the name of the preset goalkeeping technique. Hayabusa's powerful strike collided with the shield formed by Koyuin's palms. A colossal ripple emanated from his hands, showcasing the concentrated power he wielded. Koyuin's palms clashed fiercely with the rapidly spinning ball, creating a stalemate where neither party yielded ground. At that moment, the Exball system's CPU was operating at full speed, processing countless real-time confrontation data that would determine the outcome of this clash of techniques based on the continuously updated gameplay statistics. Little Koyuin, you actually managed to use a special technique? Karl exclaimed in astonishment. This week, he had indeed received thorough guidance from the formidable senior, Sophie. It was imperative to showcase his training results. Having previously been a core member of the rock climbing club, Koyuin possessed an innate athleticism and quickly mastered the execution of Exball's special techniques. However, Sophie's expression seemed less than optimistic. Mastering one special technique did not guarantee a success rate of 100%. After all, the resolute palm was merely a rudimentary system-defined technique, and the opponent was deploying a special technique enhanced with effects. From a code superiority standpoint, Koyuin held no advantage. The system's determination of the shot's outcome would consider various factors, including code functionality, the timing of the technique's release, and the player's real-time performances on the field. At present, it was too early to tell. Hold on. Koyuin struggled to maintain his ground, retreating a step before quickly regaining his footing. After all, he was still a novice with the special techniques. This was the best execution he had managed since beginning his training, yet due to a lack of practical experience, he fell slightly short in timing compared to the opposing goalkeeper, Rudolph. His arms ached, and Koyuin could even see the special effect of Hayabusa's strike. Hayabusa was fiercely pecking at his fingertips. In a situation where code superiority was lacking, Koyuin could only rely on his own formidable strength to bridge the gap, a process that would undoubtedly be arduous. Persist. The ball crazily ricocheted off the goalkeeper Koyuin's gloves. At that moment, the system's determination of the confrontation's outcome was finally revealed. It was a tie. The ball failed to enter the goal, yet Koyuin did not fully grasp it either. It bounced off his palms and flew away. Koyuin and the just-landed Hayabusa leaped once more. There was still a chance to salvage the situation. Koyuin, however, lacked a bit of experience. His distance and positioning were not quite accurate, placing him in a passive state. Suddenly, Hayabusa struck, sending the ball forward. Koyuin was caught off guard. He hadn't even managed to halt his momentum, rushing out of the small penalty area. Disaster. Just when everyone thought the ball was destined to score, a figure appeared at the goal line. The ball slammed into his chest and rebounded outward. Sophie immediately seized the opportunity to clear the ball off the baseline, interrupting the relentless assault of the Yasha team. In this critical moment, Karl had returned from the front to defend. Ouch! Karl rubbed his chest, grimacing, yet overall, his expression remained cheerful. He adjusted his headband, evidently having been too hasty in his backward sprint. However, thanks to him, the Yasha team ultimately could not equalize the score. Well done, little brother, you still have some skills. Sophie made sure to commend him when praise was due. What a close call. Qing Fan, who had been sprinting back, could finally come to a stop. She took a deep breath and patted her racing heart. Chapter 62, Shinki vs. Yasha, Part 12, Department 07, Yeshin Mahjong, logged out. Department 08, Hey, logged out. Department 09, Sherry Diaz, logged out. Department 10, GenexⅡ, logged out. The system's notification tones rang incessantly. Dinner arrangements at school were approaching. Suddenly, a leading channel emerged, instantly silencing all notification sounds, leaving only the call window. Report, Commander. This is Kazami Aki from Department 06. We have just made a breakthrough regarding the secret chamber. A boy with violet-black hair and wristbands appeared, exuding excitement. Wells, however, could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. Is that so? What progress has been made? The Kaleidoscope project of the New Era's children had a global reach, seemingly infiltrating every nook and cranny. However, several weeks prior, Wells had surmised, through a chance encounter based on mechanical structure, that there was an unknown basement beneath the National Scientific Research Institute. Later, the existence of the basement was confirmed, yet the Kaleidoscope could not penetrate it. It appeared that the basement had been specifically fortified against the New Era's children. Consequently, intelligence from that location had been rendered blank. Department 06 established a special team to tackle this secret chamber. Just recently, we managed to open a breach in the chamber, but it was repaired within 10 minutes. During those 10 minutes, we continuously received a signal from the chamber, consisting solely of 3 letters, SOS. According to our analysis, this signal was emitted by the New Era's children. It is highly likely that some of our companions are trapped inside. I understand. Your efforts are appreciated. The subsequent mission details will be sent within the hour, and you may log out temporarily. Furthermore, G over there is lamenting, as he had anticipated a brief respite. However, Wells paid him no heed, solemnly closing the window. It was anticipated that the government officials would not adhere to the Children of the New Era Treaty. This matter should not be prolonged. If those peculiar individuals at the Scientific Research Institute come to possess any significant secrets, it could lead to dire consequences. A dedicated investigator must be dispatched to this secret chamber. Why not send our Department 01? Just give us a minute, and we could obliterate the place. Lei suddenly popped his head out from behind the screen, laughing heartily. It seems this grand endeavor is finally within his grasp. The essence lies in the conclusion. Department 01 directly reports to the deputy chief, yet it is the most leisurely department within the entire organization, primarily composed of lively characters like Lei, all itching for action. The Children of the New Era Treaty was established post-World War III, mandating that nations must release the previously weaponized children of the new era, albeit under appropriate supervision. Nations are strictly forbidden from conducting clandestine research on the children of the new era, particularly for military purposes, as it could jeopardize international relations and potentially incite further conflict. Therefore, caution is paramount. We cannot simply demolish the Research Institute, as it must appear as an unfortunate accident. The government's Scientific Research Institute truly is a vexatious place. Wells cast a glance at Lei, stating that even if he allowed Department 01 to participate, he would not permit Lei to lead them. Do not forget. As a form of punishment, you are to serve as my assistant. Lei exclaimed in despair. How could this be? Wells scrolled through the personnel list on the screen, seeking assistance for task arrangements, but most had already logged out. In Department 08, only Lokia remained, prompting Wells to open a communication window with Lokia. Director, what do you need? Lokia appeared quite pleased to be summoned. Immediately notify the other members of the department that upon returning from their meal, we shall convene an emergency meeting to formulate a detailed operational plan. Please disseminate the information and requirements I am about to send to the others in the department. The list of personnel for execution has been finalized. Execution agents: Shichuan Shiyin from Department 01, Dia Luck from Department 02, Yishun Huier from Department 03, Huakuha Boda from Department 04, Mingwang Beido from Department 04, and Yi Yuan Bai Yi from Department 05. Commanding Officer: Wells from Department 08, and Hai Yi from Department 08. Intelligence Support: Feng Jianzi from Department 06, and Yi Shi Mo Jio from Department 07. Equipment Management: Chiba He from Department 10. Any changes to personnel will be decided during the meeting. That is all. Department 08 reports directly to the director. Why so many personnel for this mission? Director, you must lead personally. Lokia appeared utterly astonished, but Wells had already severed the call. The absence of his name from the list stirred a sense of disappointment within Lokia. That individual is perpetually occupied, seemingly devoid of time for anything beyond work, leaving one to marvel as they observe him depart with meticulous composure. Surely, one who oscillates between B and B in capability assessments is not what he requires. Come, follow me. Is there truly nowhere else to go? Regardless, allow me to continually pursue you. Chapter 14 and 15. The terminals have been modified to read brainwaves, automatically generating text for transmission. As long as we remain in proximity, we can receive your messages, thus conserving time. This feature can be deactivated when not in use to prevent unnecessary information from influencing our judgment. GenexⅡ displayed the 6 terminals before the 6 individuals. In truth, once this project received approval, everyone would have access to the new terminals. Dialog took his terminal, pondering the deception, and upon receiving it, the screen immediately displayed the words, "This is a trick." After a second, a symbol indicating information transfer appeared on the screen. The recipient was automatically set to the commander, causing Dialog to panic and hastily press the termination button. Xiachuan Qian, Dialog, Yagami Hikari, Huakebot, Mingwang Beidu, and Yera Bei received the mission, currently examining the equipment for this task in the exhibition hall of Department 10. The spokesperson for Department 10 is GenexⅡ, and the equipment manager for this mission is He. The default setting is the general account, so remember to manually change the contact when exchanging information later. He revealed a mysterious expression, adding, "I have even prepared a small gift for you. Remember to keep it confidential." What gift? Bei opened his designated terminal to discover it had installed 3 timeless classics: Hungry Bear, Tetris, and Angry Bunny. It is noteworthy that such games are prohibited on their terminals. Chapter 63 Reflection. What an exhilarating match. Just as the members of the Yasha team were entrenched in the camaraderie of their shared experience, a vibrant voice interrupted. Luther, still processing the situation, chimed in, Well, all is well, right? Ha ha ha, go on. Aren't you on the opposing team? Why are you here?" The interjector was Karl, who grinned foolishly. Karl's performance in this match was not particularly remarkable, and his statistics were unimpressive. However, beneath this seemingly lackluster facade, Each of his actions proved critical in moments of peril. Since we have played together, we are all comrades. Karl scratched his head, adding, your strength is not to be underestimated. In any case, thank you for accompanying us in such a thrilling match. With that, Karl extended his hand to Luther. Ilian and Beichon, who had yet to fully grasp Karl's personality, gazed in astonishment. Sophie coughed awkwardly twice, saying, it takes getting used to, just get accustomed. You. Stop with that. Luther retreated several steps, evidently at a loss. It is rather embarrassing that they resorted to such despicable tactics against their opponents and still faced defeat. Yet, their adversaries appeared unfazed by the outcome. What fortitude must they possess? The streetwise loser, who has always believed that brute strength is the only truth, finds this incomprehensible. Companions? Loser had previously thought of companionship as merely the camaraderie found in fighting and drinking together. However, in this moment, Karl bestows upon it a newfound significance. For the first time, a sense of shame stirs within Loser. Yet, he must not reveal it outwardly. That would be tantamount to admitting defeat. Do not presume to draw close to me. Do you think I can be swayed by your sweet talk? Even if you attempt to befriend me, I shall not forget this grudge. Loser huffed, refusing to shake Karl's hand. Karl scratched his head, recognizing that Loser's words contained less malice than before. Loser, Andrea approached slowly. You performed admirably in the latter half of the match. To his surprise, she offered a faint compliment. This only deepened Loser's sense of unease. After all the bravado and underhanded maneuvers prior to the competition, the outcome felt like a punch landing on cotton, painful yet without impact. Such an unsettling sensation gave him goosebumps. Something is amiss. This is all too strange. Loser wished for Andrea to deliver a solid kick to him, as that would feel more appropriate. Yet, Andrea had no intention of fulfilling that wish. She merely folded her arms and stated calmly, true strength lies in personal power. Loser rubbed his forehead, feeling the discordance in her words. The implication was clear. They were weak, relying on each other for warmth while merely posturing. The underlying message was, little brother, continue your training. Was this not a mockery? Goodness, I shouldn't have believed that Andrea would genuinely speak kindly to me. Loser's neck bulged with veins. His face flushed as he contemplated confronting her. However, Sophie intervened, stepping between them. I don't mean to interrupt your philosophical discussions, but I just wanted to remind you that the projection time for this venue is about to conclude. Upon hearing this, they lifted their heads to see the countdown in the center of the arena dwindling to single digits, an indication that the room was about to close. Once the room shuts, all special effects will dissipate, and the participants will no longer be able to communicate face-to-face, returning instead to the real world. Their time for pleasantries was drawing to a close. Conversing while immersed in this virtual reality simulation was indeed a luxury, given the considerable energy consumption of the equipment. Even if they were reluctant to log out, the tournament system would compel them to exit the team room, especially during peak competition times when server resources were scarce. The system would not squander server space on two teams that had already concluded their match. A soft blue light emanated from Loser and the other's projections, which began to disintegrate layer by layer into blue dust, gradually vanishing into the air. Andrea, Luther, in his defiance, declared that he would undoubtedly surpass you. Until his disappearance, he continued to issue bold proclamations, adding, next time, it will be a complete triumph based solely on my strength. Fair and square. Andrea replied coolly, I'll be waiting. The scene unfolded rapidly, leaving one to wonder if Luther even heard her response. Yet to Andrea, it seemed inconsequential. She harbored a hope that he might return to the right path. He was once her protege, but now they were like strangers. A fact that elicited a sense of melancholy. This encounter might well resolve a lingering grievance of hers. Victor leaned against the wall at the corner, gently rubbing his brow with his thumb and forefinger. It was evident that he had arrived in a state of urgency, failing to compose himself adequately. His slight dark circles and a few unruly curls of hair suggested he had been abruptly roused from slumber, his expression betraying an overwhelming fatigue. Initially, he intended to join the team for the first match of the first day to gauge the capabilities of the so-called Divine Team. However, unforeseen circumstances thwarted his plans. Rising at 7:30 proved too challenging, and he had overslept. Yes, you heard correctly. He had indeed overslept. Karl and Sophie were troubled, speculating about his absence. Yet the reason was simply a literal oversleeping. Nonetheless, observing the current state of the Divine Team, it seemed they could manage without him. As he pondered this, Victor stifled a yawn and pursed his lips. Was he dissatisfied? Disappointed? Yet, what did it matter to him? I didn't realize you were so concerned about this team. A voice, clear and crisp as water, suddenly resonated nearby. Can you enlighten me on the reason? Victor, having just removed his hand from his mouth. Froze momentarily before relaxing again. Although he could not see the speaker, he sensed their proximity. In an instant, he deduced the identity of the voice. "Ugh, it's you. You four-eyed bastard," Victor muttered impatiently. Wells stood on the opposite side of the corner, adjusting his glasses. His posture was impeccably straight, as if he were suffering from the after-effects of standing at attention for too long. Unlike Victor, he wouldn't lean against the wall, as he was wary of dirt. Only a wall separated them, yet neither made an effort to peer at the other. One stared impatiently at the stones at his feet, while the other gazed skyward. They appeared to be old friends, yet felt like strangers, a subtle distance lingering between them. Wells began to inquire of his own accord, "Have you been having nightmares again? Did they start after your last outburst? Aren't you taking any medication? Damn it, why do you care?" Victor replied with a frown, finally breaking his silence. "How the hell do you know everything? Are you spying on me? After all, you are the most troublesome younger brother. Special attention is warranted," Wells replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing the term older brother, Victor's pupils constricted sharply. Moments ago, he had been idly kicking at the stones by his feet, but it was evident that he had come to a halt. Victor's Adam's apple, which had only just begun to make its presence known, moved slightly as if he had much to express, yet simultaneously nothing at all. Ultimately, he relaxed his shoulders, choosing silence. A soft click of the tongue followed. "Oh, what about that matter I asked you to consider? How have you been contemplating it?" Wells chuckled lightly, attempting to shift the subject. Victor's response was succinct. "No way." "Very well, I cannot compel you." Wells adjusted his stance slightly, yet he added, "However, I must remind you of something. The upcoming Met competition is no trifling matter. It would be prudent for you to exercise caution. Should things escalate beyond control, I would be unable to assist you in mending the mess. Mind yourself." Victor scoffed. "You, the esteemed Wells, constantly admonish me to be wary and careful, yet it seems your own undertakings are far more audacious, isn't it? Dispatching several teams? 3. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that a bit excessive? This isn't your usual way of handling matters." "Oh," Wells narrowed his eyes. "Rather than fretting over a useless individual like me daily, perhaps you should concern yourself more with the young ones in Eden, with the increasing number of them. I imagine they are becoming quite a handful, aren't they?" Wells was taken aback by Victor's sharp retort, finding it somewhat amusing. "Young ones? Half of those in Eden are older than you. Do not misapprehend." Victor shrugged, clearly disinterested in further debate. Wells continued, on a serious note. "Your recent state has been rather unstable. You should exercise caution to avoid inadvertently harming others. I cannot be there for you at all times. You will receive your medication regularly. I hope you can devise your own plans. If participating in a match with a band of unknown moths is your current aspiration, I have no objection. Youth has its abundance of time. One must engage in endeavors." It was unexpected how nagging he could be. "Oh, by the way," Wells suddenly recalled something. "Would you like the tech department to provide you with a terminal free of charge? You currently lack one. And if you truly intend to play with that group of moths, having a terminal is essential. It would be quite difficult to explain your situation otherwise." "That would indeed be a bother." Victor's expression clearly depicted his refusal, as he had no intention of accepting any assistance from Eden. He irritably kicked at the stones by his feet until he had cleared the dust around him. Victor was no longer inclined to continue the conversation with Wells. At that moment, he lifted his gaze and noticed a group of people approaching, the one at the forefront sporting striking green hair. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Victor tucked his hands into his pockets and stepped away from the wall. Wells seemed to have anticipated his actions. "Very well, go ahead. Keep your commotion to a minimum. It will make it easier to erase your traces." Victor did not respond, merely raised a hand in acknowledgement, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. Wells watched him depart, letting out a helpless sigh. Why are today's children so obstinate and unwilling to heed advice? "Boss, why have we suddenly been disqualified from the competition?" Hongshin lamented, trailing behind. "Could it be that those from the divine team reported us?" Sway exclaimed indignantly. How hypocritical of them to act so saintly while resorting to such underhanded tactics. Luther, irritated, delivered a sharp blow to Sway's head. "Did you not see the email signature? It was the mech disciplinary inspection team that discovered our violation during the post-match review. How can you slander others when you yourself are guilty? Do you have no sense of responsibility?" Sway cradled his head, nodding in agreement. Yes, Boss Luther. You are absolutely right." Rudolph, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. "After all, we were the ones who violated the rules first." Luther, though aware of the truth in Rudolph's words, felt a lingering resentment. Initially, the loss did not strike him as severely, especially after Karl's enthusiastic pep talk, which had even lightened his mood. Yet, as time passed, his dissatisfaction grew. How infuriating. This is maddening. In a fit of rage, Luther kicked an empty soda can away. The can flew into the shadows of the alley, where sunlight could not reach, seemingly colliding with someone. Boss, I think you kicked someone, Hongxin timidly pointed out. Luther shouted back, so what? What if I did? Does he dare to retaliate? Who do you think I am, Luther? Hongxin took a deep breath, frightened to the core. What's wrong? I merely raised my voice a bit. Luther snapped, you've been around me long enough. Shouldn't you have learned to be a bit more clever? However, others seemed to notice something amiss, rendered speechless by fear. Boss, look behind you. Sui gestured frantically at Luther. Confused by their reaction, Luther turned slowly. What on earth has frightened you all? He exclaimed. Hang on, boss. The younger members rushed to support Luther, who was on the verge of collapsing. Standing before Luther was Victor, his expression devoid of emotion. Although Victor was still young and slender, his countenance represented the most fearsome presence in the delinquent circles. It was rumored that he had emerged 3 years prior, and within a mere week, he had dismantled every delinquent gang in the vicinity single-handedly. Legends spoke of numerous gangs uniting to confront this demon, only to find themselves sent to the hospital. Whispers suggested that Victor was elusive, his information undetectable, and that he was impervious to bribery. Yet, wherever he appeared, the surrounding area became his territory, whether these tales were true or exaggerated. Luther had faced enough setbacks at Victor's hands to believe the legends were indeed grounded in reality. At present, the most terrifying tale unfolds as the discarded soda can, recently expelled by Luther, now rests in the hands of Victor. Oh dear, trouble has arisen with a formidable figure. What gust of wind has brought you here? Luther's expression shifted instantaneously, revealing his nature of preying on the weak while cowering before the strong. However, Victor was evidently unfazed by such antics. Silence, too, can culminate in an eruption. Suddenly, Victor hurled the soda can into the air. By the time the can touched the ground, Victor had vanished from sight. In that instant, the alley echoed with the cries of unruly youths, a cacophony of distress. Moments later, Victor reappeared, picked up the empty can, and tossed it into the trash bin. Behind him lay a group of disoriented delinquents, each sporting a swollen visage akin to that of a pig. One ought to weigh their words with caution before boasting. The consequences and lessons invariably return. Those who presume to understand society often lack the necessary experience of its harsh realities. Only after facing adversity do they grasp humility, and upon realizing their folly, they must engage in earnest reflection. Has the Yasha team withdrawn from the competition? Well, that settles that. Sophie was about to submit a report when she noticed the opposing team had already vanished from the list of contenders. Clear, the manager, was distributing beverages to everyone. Here you go. Thank you, Sophie replied, accepting one casually. Ilian inquired, are we about to commence the second round? Sophie scanned her surroundings and noted the significant toll the previous match had taken, particularly on their key player, Baichen. No, let us take a brief respite and observe the progress of other teams, she suggested. With that, Sophie activated her terminal to review the leaderboard. In an instant, 6 heads leaned in closer. Given the collective curiosity, Sophie projected the standings onto a large screen for all to see. Although only a positive score was necessary for the day, it is undeniable that individuals harbor a unique interest in rankings. Let me see where our shining team stands. Karl was the first to express concern, even extending his finger to scribble across the screen. Sophie swiftly swatted his hand away and entered Shining Team into the search bar at the top right corner, causing the screen to halt at their position, 102nd. Mediocre. Yet certainly not a disgraceful result. It was only 820. Logically, all teams with points had only competed once, thus the scores were not vastly disparate, with several teams sharing the same points. The Shining Team's 3-point goal difference was already considerable, yet an abundance of teams with identical scores rendered their ranking less impressive, while a few teams ahead boasted margins of 5 or 6 points. Chapter 64. Metal Melting Fear Not. Perhaps all those ranked above are merely teams that offer easy points. Sophie endeavored to bolster the spirits of her teammates. She glanced at the total number of teams, which had diminished by several dozen. It seemed that this year there were indeed numerous violations and forfeitures. Each year, there are teams that, after enduring a single match, find themselves so overwhelmed that they question their existence and withdraw. After all, it is common knowledge that the skill levels among the mech selection teams are highly variable. What concerns Baichen the most is the score of the top team. Not only is Baichen interested, but everyone is also intrigued. Sophie perused the list and remarked, stop wondering. It's impossible for the score to exceed 7. In 2 seasons, I've never seen a team reach 8. With just a 15-minute match, even if you're dominating. How many points do you expect to earn? Suddenly, her fingers paused, and her lips sealed. At that moment, the other 6 inhaled sharply. The top of the leaderboard belonged to a team called Metal Melting, a name they had never heard before. Astonishingly, their score reached an impressive 60 points. The first day of the mech selection had passed without any significant incidents. Although the initial match against the Yasha team was somewhat challenging, the subsequent games were relatively easy, with the Shinny team concluding the first day with 7 victories, 2 draws, and 1 loss, an undoubtedly promising start to their mech selection journey. Reflecting on it, their team had been hastily assembled in just 1 week, with players of varying skill levels, and achieving such results on the first day exceeded their prior expectations. Overall, the competition within the mech selection is quite diluted, as top-tier teams remain a rarity. The Shinny team, with their somewhat mediocre skill level, could still be considered among the top tiers on the first day, given a variety of samples. The probability of encountering many strong teams on the first day is exceedingly slim. Otherwise, it would be an unfortunate stroke of bad luck. However, as the following days unfold, the challenges will intensify, as the weaker teams have largely been filtered out, leaving behind those of commendable caliber. At that point, pure strength will be the determining factor. The number of teams penalized for withdrawal, voluntarily forfeiting, or eliminated due to low scores has already surpassed half of the participating teams. This year, with a total of 278 teams, only 586 remain after the first day. At this rate, the qualifying teams could be determined within 7 days. This undoubtedly showcases the efficiency of the mech selection process. Even with such an excellent performance on the first day, the members of the Shinny team dispersed with lingering concerns. Much of their anxiety stemmed from the team known as Metal Melting. They worried throughout the day about potentially facing this formidable team on the very first day. Fortunately, that was not the case, yet the feeling remained unsettling. If they reach the finals, they will inevitably encounter Metal Melting. Scoring 60 goals in 15 minutes. What does that even mean? An average of 1 goal every 15 seconds. That's roughly the time it takes for an average player to carry the ball from midfield to the goal. There is no need to envision the scene on the battlefield. Merely hearing this figure evokes a sense of despair. It is hard to fathom how the opponents of Metal Melting endured those hellish 15 minutes. This is truly beyond human endurance. Karl lay on his dormitory bed, perusing the historical records of competing teams, noting that each match had a point differential exceeding 50. Moreover, he made a startling discovery. Every team that had faced Metal Melting had subsequently withdrawn from the competition. This is what is colloquially referred to as being beaten into silence. It is almost impossible not to fall into despair under such circumstances. A point differential of 50 to 60 means that in the remaining 9 matches, one would need to secure approximately 6 points per game to make up for it. Is that even feasible? Typically, Karl would forget the game after playing with a silly grin, rarely engaging in post-match analysis. Today, however, was an exception. It was not only him. On this very first day, the team of Metal Melting had become a legend among every participating team in the mech. Such a record is difficult to forget. Indeed, even the Exball Club of the Advanced School of Tianza was abuzz with this topic. Is this for real? Surely, they must have encountered a team that was handing out points, allowing for such a high score, right? What are you thinking? Would they meet a point-donating team in every match? Is the mech event committee that naive? In a standard match where 4 quarters are played, the combined score of both sides does not even reach this figure. How did they achieve this? Don't even mention standard matches. Even in training against bots, one cannot attain such a score. This team is undoubtedly advancing to the next round. How terrifying. Did Pegasus ever score this many points? When did Zone 2 produce such a miraculous team? Our Tianza has participated in mech for so many years, yet we have never heard of such a high-caliber team from Zone 2. It seems we are witnessing history this year. What do you think would happen if our team faced Metal Melting? What are you talking about? When has Tianza ever feared anyone? Hey. Let us not disturb the morale in the group. This is just too showy, Karl sighed, rubbing his forehead. At that moment, he noticed someone in the group tagging him. Karl, didn't you also participate in the preliminary rounds? Did you encounter them? Please share your feelings with us. Karl awkwardly scratched his head. Just as he was about to type a response, another person interjected. What is the point of asking Karl? What if he has already been eliminated? Wouldn't that just reopen old wounds? Oh right, I forgot. The preliminary rounds are not easy. It's not just a matter of casually forming a team to advance. Most are destined to be eliminated, after all. They continued to chatter amongst themselves. Although they had mentioned Karl's name, it seemed that his input was unnecessary. He was merely an inconsequential figure within the club. I recall that Karl's team had an impressive record of 7 victories today. I even checked it out. The team of Divine Rise, right? Suddenly, a distinctly different voice chimed in. Oh, President, you're actually eavesdropping? The individual who spoke moments ago is Sunlit, the president of the Exball Society at the Tianza Advanced School. After all, understanding the dynamics of the members is essential, and it is entirely reliant on the guidance of such esteemed figures. Karl harbors a deep appreciation for Sunlit, responding with utmost humility. Indeed, we must continue to strive. We cannot afford to bring shame upon Tianza. With that remark, Sunlit retreated into silence once more. Given that the president had already defended Karl, others felt it inappropriate to continue their ridicule, which left them somewhat disheartened. Before long, they shifted to another topic of conversation, steering clear of any mention of the mech preliminary selection. Karl observed the screen for a while, concluding that he had little stake in the discussion, and subsequently closed the Tianza Exball group chat, redirecting his attention to the chat of their team, Shenyang. The name of this group had been whimsically altered by Sophie to Shenyang Special Operations Squad, which sounded rather absurd. As a team embroiled in fierce competition during the preliminary selections, Shenyang clearly prioritized discussions on metal smelting far more than the Exball Society, as it directly pertained to their progression in the competition. Karl glanced over and discovered that they were already delving into strategies for metal smelting. I believe their success is likely due to swift offensive coordination, Bachin remarked. No, I think they might be launching long-range shots right from the midfield at the start, which would expedite their scoring, Andrea countered with a differing perspective. Both of them, being forwards, undoubtedly possessed considerable expertise on the matter of scoring. Qing Fan timidly interjected. Wouldn't any slight delay extend beyond 15 seconds? Ilian added. Are their opponents just standing there like wooden stakes, allowing them to pass? Consequently, Bachin's notion was dismissed. According to Andrea's suggestion, initiating from midfield and breaking through a 7-person defensive wall with a long-range shot could only be accomplished with a signature move. Yet, such a technique would typically require an hour cooldown, making it implausible to believe they could execute 60 of them in a single match. Sophie had a solid understanding of signature moves. Bachin seemed to resonate with this sentiment, indeed. Thus, Andrea's idea was also refuted. Although historical performance records are accessible, the replay of past matches remains classified as team secrets, only available for each team to review privately. Therefore, the Shenyang team was fervently analyzing the metal smelting strategy, motivated by two objectives. First, to devise countermeasures to be prepared for future encounters, and second, to explore the possibility of replicating such rapid scoring tactics for their own use in upcoming matches. However, after an extensive discussion, they found themselves no closer to a resolution. Could the 60-point lead in metal smelting simply fall from the sky? The mere thought of this caused a collective headache for the Shenyang team. Contemplating the prospect of facing such a formidable opponent in the future left them feeling quite disheartened. Were they now left with no choice but to pray that they would not match against metal smelting before reaching the finals? I cannot comprehend, murmured Ku Yuan, that they can dominate the matches, yet cannot afford to ease up a little. Earning a few less points would not hinder their advancement. His statement immediately provoked a vehement backlash. What are you saying? Competitions must be conducted with integrity. To rely on your opponents to ease their efforts is truly unbecoming. If my achievements depend on others' leniency, I would rather forego them altogether, Andrea asserted with unwavering conviction. Indeed, echoed Bachin, adopting a similarly firm stance. Others expressed their agreement in unison. At that moment, Karl heard a lament from the neighboring bed in the dormitory. I was just trying to be clever. I'm done for. How embarrassing. Once again, I feel I cannot stay in this team. Ku Yuan trembled beneath his blanket. No, little Ku. They mean no harm. Karl reassured him repeatedly, though he couldn't suppress a few chuckles. Chapter 65. Company X. Before conversing with Nathaniel, Wells had already consulted Lei. But the latter's response was, I haven't even reached 1,000 points yet. It's frustrating. Restraint is impossible. It will never happen in my lifetime. Wells felt that if this continued, he would have to contemplate infiltrating the Exball Association's system to forcibly modify the match data. However, that was merely a thought. For the Exball system was exceedingly intricate, a veritable Eden, one of the few systems they had yet to fully decipher. Could you all please exercise a modicum of restraint? Just a little, is that too much to ask? Wells emphasized repeatedly. A little restraint. Understood, Nathaniel pondered. The mech preliminary rounds were in full swing. And before they knew it, the next day had arrived. Those who had surmounted the first day's challenges had scarcely relished their victory before plunging back into the intense competition. Yet, it was not solely the players who were busy. At this moment, Company X, the developer of Exball, was bustling with activity. Employees darted back and forth in the elevators, hurrying to ensure that everything was functioning smoothly. The reception staff were also diligently attending to journalists who had traveled from around the globe seeking interviews. as well as businessmen eager to explore commercial collaborations. It could be said that Exball had transcended the realm of mere sport, sparking a chain reaction across various industries. Exball captured the world's attention, while Company X served as the lens through which this phenomenon was magnified. Thanks to Exball's economic impact, Company X firmly held its position as the wealthiest corporation globally, significantly outpacing its nearest competitor. Furthermore, in recent years, Company X had garnered substantial support from the highest governing body, the Libra Council, ensuring its smooth and prosperous development. Of course, Exball was merely the most renowned and distinctive project of Company X. The corporation also held the title of the largest terminal operator worldwide. The core technology behind the terminals people use in their daily lives originates from Company X. Company X remains the largest monopolistic enterprise in the world, so vast that its existence is intricately intertwined with that of humanity, rendering it nearly inconceivable for individuals to imagine their lives in the event of its collapse. The headquarters of Company X is situated in the heart of District 50, although its branch in District 2 is far more renowned and bustling with activity. It is indeed a company rooted in District 50. From an external perspective, the imposing structure of Company X's headquarters rises majestically, its pinnacle shrouded in clouds, obscured from view. The transparent glass windows emit a dazzling glare under the sun, generating substantial light pollution. It is unlikely that one could find another modern edifice of such grandeur on Earth. 5 years prior, amidst the despair of the Fifth World War, the people who dared to lift their heads and gaze upon the desolate ruins would never have envisioned such a building emerging in just 5 years. Notably, this towering structure is encircled by a series of rooms, yet it is hollow within, resembling an elongated Roman amphitheater. The vacant space is not entirely devoid of purpose, as the central computer of Company X resides there. Nowadays, a chip the size of a fingernail suffices to operate a high-performance workstation. However, the central computer of Company X is astonishingly colossal, illustrating the staggering volume of information processed here daily. In fact, before the Fifth World War, Exball existed in a rudimentary form, but it truly flourished in the years following the cessation of hostilities. Once a wasteland, the area is now filled with joyful individuals chasing after the ball, laughter and cheerfulness permeating the air. Company X has indeed succeeded in bringing love and joy to the world. Every morning around 8 or 9 o'clock, the CEO of Company X, Claude, takes a moment in his office to pour himself a cup of coffee, gazing out through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the scenery beyond. At this hour, the clouds have dissipated somewhat under the sun's influence, yet have not completely vanished. From his office on the highest floor, he can behold District 50 enveloped in a delicate mist, akin to being draped in a snowy veil, reminiscent of a fairyland. Sunlight streams through the windows, casting a golden reflection along the ledge. This sunlight invariably evokes memories of his days as a doctoral student, when he, alongside his mentor and another fellow doctoral candidate, would form a triangle, huddled over a sunlit laboratory bench, passionately debating over trivial data. He recalls the exterior walls of the laboratory, adorned with climbing ivy. Ultimately, the current terminal technology and the now thriving Exball both stem from the collaborative ideas conceived during that time. Presently, the technology of Exball has approached perfection. It remains to be seen how it will fare in practice. As the CEO, he is now inundated with numerous responsibilities, leaving him little energy to immerse himself in scholarly pursuits as he once did. With this thought, he downed his instant coffee in one swift motion. Although Claude, now the CEO of the prestigious Company X, is no longer in want of financial resources, he nonetheless clings to a frugal lifestyle, a habit cultivated over many years that is unlikely to change. What we do must surely be right, don't you think? Claude mused thoughtfully. On the other side, the secretary, who had been fervently reporting the day's agenda, was interrupted, momentarily taken aback and uncertain whether the inquiry was directed at her. Don't mind me. Please continue, he encouraged, before adding, by the way, would you care for a bit of coffee? The secretary found it difficult to refuse. Claude had already poured a steaming cup into a small glass and slid it across the table towards her. The coffee's hue resembled that of long-dried blood. Reluctantly, she took a symbolic sip and resumed her report. The Black Box Laboratory has requested additional funding once again. This marks their third request this month, exceeding 80% of the budget. Claude sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Allocate the funds. Have them report back when they surpass 500%. The secretary inhaled sharply but complied nonetheless. And here are the data for your review, she said, presenting a tablet. Upon seeing the information, Claude's squinted eyes widened suddenly, sparkling with an unusual light. Fascinating, truly fascinating, he exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. causing the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes to crinkle together. Chapter 66. 1 minute we've finished. Karl exclaimed, punctuating his message with 3 exclamation marks. Great job, everyone. Sophie chimed in with celebratory emojis in the group chat. Over the course of a single day, there had been 10 matches, alongside various preparations and pauses, averaging about 20 minutes per game. This meant that the Divine team had spent 200 minutes engaged in high-intensity activity throughout the day. 200 minutes equated to 3 hours, a significant expenditure of energy, indeed. Having just completed the matches, the team was evidently exhilarated, with the chat buzzing with discussions about various on-field events, as if everything was still fresh in their minds. Wow. Andrea, how did you manage to score that goal? Someone asked. It was no challenge, came the nonchalant reply. Speak nonsense. With 4 defenders in front, I wouldn't have made it through. Hey, stop showering praises on the girls. Karl, you ought to commend me as well. I blocked a fair share of crucial shots. Koyuan interjected, sending a meme of a hammer striking a person. However, before Karl could respond, Ilian doused the enthusiasm with cold water. Your so-called steadfast hand still needs practice. Wasn't he at my angle that enabled your success? Hey, you look like you have a soft girl-esque hairstyle, but your words are anything but adorable. Ha ha ha. If you ask me, Beichen is incredible, with 6 wins and 3 draws, 7 of which are attributed to his MVP performance. One cannot help but admire that. Exactly. Beichen is amazing. Voice crack. After a prolonged period of silence, Beichen finally emerged from the depths, expressing a desire for restraint and praise. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he felt increasingly integrated into the team. Sophie gazed at the chat group with a sense of satisfaction. If this momentum continued, advancement might indeed be within reach. Suddenly, it dawned on her that one individual had yet to utter a word. Qingfan, are you tired? She inquired in the group. After a lengthy pause, Qingfan replied, perhaps. You all continue chatting. I have some matters to attend to. Sophie pondered that Qingfan, being a delicate girl, did not strike her as someone accustomed to physical exertion. Accompanying them in their playful antics for the past couple of days was no small feat thus. She responded, then do rest early, and set her concerns aside. The group continued to chatter animatedly, but as the captain, Sophie felt compelled to refrain from indulging in trivial conversation, for her thoughts were laden with greater considerations. Was it time to recruit new team members? She mused. The following day's performance was noticeably less stellar than the first, despite still containing some level of ease. The team's record stood at 6 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, marginally similar to the previous day, yet their aggregate score had diminished significantly, making it increasingly challenging to accumulate points. The upcoming competitions would prove even more arduous, particularly in the final days, which could be deemed a grueling schedule. By the time the teams were narrowed down to the final contenders, everyone's skills would be closely matched, making it increasingly difficult to establish a lead, thus necessitating utmost diligence. Every single point could very well become the key to their ultimate fate. At this juncture, no aspect of the team could afford to falter. The issues of players who had been reluctantly brought in to fulfill numbers would only become more pronounced as the competition progressed. The most pressing concern lay with Qingfan. While Qiyuan was also a novice, he possessed a foundational understanding of Exball and boasted remarkable athleticism, allowing him to advance swiftly and be trained into a competent goalkeeper. Qingfan, however, lacked even a modicum of athletic ability. Sophie was not averse to exploring Qingfan's potential, but her analysis yielded a disheartening conclusion. There was none. Not a trace of latent talent. Qingfan struggled merely to keep pace with the team, and even her sole skill, dribbling, paled in comparison to that of seasoned players. Currently, she could barely manage to keep up with the team, yet as they faced increasingly challenging matches, she would likely fall further behind, creating a critical disconnection from the squad. Allowing her to persist in this manner would be detrimental, both for her and the team as a whole. As for Victor, that enigmatic and ostentatious young man, he proved to be unreliable. After 2 days of competition, he had yet to make an appearance. Were it not for the current sufficiency of personnel, Sophie might have contemplated expelling him from the team. It was imperative to recruit several new players. This matter must be prioritized. However, discussing this matter seems deceptively simple. Engaging in daily competitions, followed by meticulous reviews of each match, and then dedicating additional time to practice leaves little opportunity to recruit new members, as we once did. Do you happen to know any skilled players, like Sophie from Exball? Who inquired in the group. Andrea instantly grasped her implication. Are you suggesting we recruit a few more players? Ilian remarked that it is indeed time to bring in some new faces. I stood at the back, sensing the considerable pressure during our mid to late game. Beichen expressed a contrary opinion. Relying solely on friendships to bring in new members may not be effective. Such a statement cannot be so absolute. Ku Yuan promptly countered him, recalling that he himself was brought in through connections. Karl then proposed an idea. We could recruit players from teams we have previously competed against. This indeed provided a fresh perspective. However, among those opponents, they struggled to identify anyone particularly outstanding. The only adversary firmly etched in their memory was a certain green-haired, punk-like player. Finding a truly formidable contender is no easy feat. At any rate, we currently have 8 members, so there is no rush. Karl maintained a commendable attitude, constantly contemplating the inclusion of Victor in the team. Sophie admired his optimistic outlook, yet as the captain, the weight of leadership rested heavily upon her shoulders, preventing her from being as carefree as before. Ultimately, mere discussion would yield little. They could only proceed step by step. Suddenly, Bachin inquired in the group. It should be past 10 o'clock. The final leaderboard should have been released by now, right? His comment prompted everyone to check. Each individual opened the mech tournament's official website, eager to discover their rankings. Naturally, the first team they checked was their own, GenexⅡ, finding themselves at 46th place. This ranking was remarkably stable. Despite the daily reset of scores, they managed to maintain a position within the top 10%, which was quite commendable. The mech qualifiers typically eliminated about half of the teams each day, so if GenexⅡ could consistently remain in the top 10%, rounding up would imply they could secure first place on the final day. If that were to happen, they would wake up from their dreams with smiles. In addition to their own team, they paid special attention to another team known as Metal Refinery, a nightmarish presence in the 2nd district. After a day filled with anxiety, GenexⅡ was fortunate enough to avoid matching against Metal Refinery the following day, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. How many points would Metal Refinery score today? 500? Or perhaps 600? Without hesitation, they scrolled back to the top of the leaderboard. However, to everyone's surprise, the leading team today was not Metal Refinery, but rather a team called Blade Soul. The team Blade Soul has amassed 29 points, a score sufficiently intimidating yet still within the realm of normalcy. Sophie recalled that this team was, in fact, the runner-up from yesterday's competition. Remarkably, Blade Soul had achieved an astonishing score of 41 points. But due to the exceptional performance of the top team, Metal Refinement, they had gone largely unnoticed. Where had Metal Refinement disappeared to? Surely they hadn't withdrawn from the competition? Karl scrolled through the standings, spotting his own team's name, yet the 4 characters of Metal Refinement eluded him. Could it be that there were too many teams with 4-character names, causing him to overlook them? Reluctant to concede, Karl scrolled through the list once more, but still found no trace of them. Bachin, taken aback, expressed his astonishment in the group chat with 3 question marks. The tone of his message nearly led others to suspect he'd been hacked. A supernatural occurrence, remarked Ku Yuan. I find myself increasingly convinced that I must be dreaming. As this team seems non-existent, added Ilian, who contributed a popcorn emoji. I believe in materialism, stated Andrea. Sophie was at a loss for words. Such a trivial matter was being discussed with such mystique. After all, a simple search could reveal the truth. Yet, she too felt a sense of surprise. Given Metal Refinement's performance on the first day, their abrupt disappearance on the second was baffling. Either there had been a system glitch inflating their scores, or perhaps the prominent players found the competition too mundane and withdrew, leaving only whispers of their legacy. However, upon searching, Sophie confirmed the existence of Metal Refinement. Her astonishment grew as she discovered their score, compelling her to share a screenshot in the group chat. My goodness, what a twist. I must be dreaming. The group erupted in discussion. Today, Metal Refinement had earned a mere 1 point, barely qualifying for advancement. How could a team that had scored 60 points in the first match only scrape by the next day? Such a claim would be met with disbelief. Could this be a case of orchestrated hype? Bachin furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had been played for a fool. Chapter 67. Score manipulation. Sophie found herself increasingly unsettled by the situation. It weighed heavily on her mind. Determined to uncover the truth, she returned to the official website to investigate the historical performance of Metal Refinement. Such a peculiar occurrence demanded clarity. Upon reviewing their past matches, she experienced a moment of revelation. Indeed, this made sense. Yet, her expression soon darkened as she uncovered the reason behind their paltry score today. She captured a screenshot of the historical data and shared it in the group chat. Instantly, the special operations team of the Divine Rise fell into a collective silence. This was decidedly not good news for them. The reason Metal Refinement had only secured 1 point today was that they had participated in merely 2 matches, one ending 47-0 and the other 34-0, totaling 81 points. According to the mech qualifying regulations, each unplayed match incurs a penalty of 10 points. This regulation is, in fact, a form of punishment for in a typical match, it is inconceivable that such a significant point disparity could occur, regardless of the differences in skill. However, the metal smelting team has evidently transcended the ranks of ordinary squads. According to the rules, they have been deducted 80 points. Nonetheless, this team still managed to qualify today with a meager score of 1 point. Oh, who will come to my rescue? Akiyuki Karu exclaimed as he pressed down on the terminal screen, pouring all his strength into his fingers. Yet, no matter how forcefully he pressed the buttons, it could not alter the grim reality of his character losing health at an alarming rate. Goodness, that noise is deafening. Koen, wearing headphones, was taken aback by Akiyuki's frantic wails, feeling as though a sharp object had pierced his ears. He grimaced and removed the headphones, allowing them to hang around his neck. There's no time. Akiyuki continued his lamentations. Humph, call me father and I shall come to your aid. Koen retorted with a sense of bravado. I did not call for you. Why are you being so self-important? Akiyuki denied vehemently, his characteristically obstinate nature shining through. On the other side, Shirley spoke up. We are moving closer. Can you not hold on a little longer? Akiyuki beamed with hope. Lulu is indeed reliable. Perhaps you should refrain from that nickname, Moriyuchi. Do not assist him, Koen urged mischievously. Clearly, Moriyuchi preferred to ignore him. If Akiyuki's character were to perish at this juncture, they would likely be unable to progress through this level. Nevertheless, rescuing him seemed a harmless endeavor. After a flurry of activity, Akiyuki, in frustration, flung the terminal aside, revealing the cold black and white game over screen. So you still died. Did you not claim you would carry me to victory? How is it that you fell first? Koen's remarks were devoid of tact. Humph. Akiyuki turned his head away awkwardly. It's all because Qian Lixiao betrayed me first. Suddenly, the timid girl who had been singled out looked up anxiously. I warned you to be careful, her voice barely audible, betraying her unease. All right. It's merely a game, Shirley interjected soothingly. Nearby, Nikolai watched coldly as the 5 individuals huddled around the terminal in a squatting formation, often feeling out of place due to his own lack of enthusiasm. It was already past 10 in the evening, yet the members of metal smelting remained gathered. They had initially intended to review the matches of the day, having scored 41 points in one game and only 40 in another, a result that left everyone dissatisfied. However, just as their team was finally assembled, their captain, Nathaniel, was unexpectedly summoned by General Wells, leaving the 6 of them in a state of bewilderment. It seemed inappropriate to disperse at that moment. Thus, following Akiyuki's suggestion, the gathering transformed into a gaming session. They had attempted this dungeon multiple times together, yet never once succeeded, each time falling victim to seemingly innocuous enemies that ambushed them. Is the captain not here yet? If he doesn't arrive soon, I shall take my leave. Koen slipped the terminal into his pocket and lazily stretched. At that moment, a steady voice resonated from the doorway. Who says I am not coming? It was Captain Nathaniel. Everyone hastily rose to their feet. In this seemingly relaxed group, Nathaniel held a prominent position as the captain. At 18 years of age, he was the senior among them, having previously fought alongside General Wells and Vice Captain Lei, earning him the respect of his peers. What did the general say today? Shirley inquired softly. Not much, just the usual platitudes, Nathaniel replied. Koen sighed and shrugged. It's quite bothersome. There are so many rules for the mech qualifiers. To suppress our scores, we can only play 2 matches a day now. This makes it rather dull. Koen's words, albeit blunt, resonated with everyone's sentiments. General Wells was a commendable leader, yet he tended to be overly involved, wanting to oversee everything. This was not the first time they had privately vented their frustrations about him. Compared to ordinary humans, they, as GenexⅡ infectees, possessed significantly superior physical capabilities. This translated into a dominating performance in Exball, allowing them to achieve astonishingly high scores with remarkable ease. Their metal smelting skills had consistently secured them 3rd place in the biannual Eden internal competitions, which made participating in the mech qualifiers a walk in the park. Moreover, they were committed to integrity, refusing to engage in match fixing. Even when scores appeared wildly improbable, they exerted their utmost effort against their opponents, viewing it as a matter of respect. In matters of Exball, they were exceptionally earnest. Thus, in the face of the need to suppress scores and mitigate public opinion, their only recourse was to reduce the number of matches played each day. Chapter 68. Since the mech tournament had progressed to its 3rd day, with a total of 286 teams currently participating. Compared to the first day, instances of violations and automatic withdrawals had significantly decreased, and this trend was expected to continue. After all, having worked hard to reach this point, teams were increasingly hopeful as the tournament progressed, leading to a greater determination to persevere. The synergy within the GenexⅡ team was improving, with each match serving as a valuable practice session. They had already played 20 matches, a considerable number indeed. However, just when everyone believed this positive momentum could be sustained, a slight mishap occurred. "Xiaofan, are you not coming today?" Karl inquired, somewhat astonished, in the group chat. "It's not that I'm not coming. I just might be late and won't be able to gather with everyone today. My sincere apologies." Though conveyed through text, it was evident that Fan was filled with remorse at that moment. Sophie pondered for a moment before responding. "All right then. Considering the competition channel is open for an ample duration, from 8 in the morning until 10 at night, a slight delay today is permissible. Furthermore, if you, Xiaofan, are unable to attend in person, you can still participate online, which is quite acceptable." Andrea then posed the crucial question, "So, Xiaofan, when will you be available to compete?" "Perhaps around 8 in the evening," came the reply. "Isn't that rather late?" Koyuan exclaimed, sending 3 question marks in rapid succession. Woken early by Karl, he was utterly bewildered by such news. Calculating the most stringent time frame, completing 10 matches would require at least 3 hours and 20 minutes. 2 hours would barely suffice for 6 to 7 matches, and even that was a rather forced estimation. Although their team, GenexⅡ, had a commendable record, their maximum points per game had not exceeded 5. They were not as effortlessly adept as in metal smelting, where one could forfeit 3 to 4 matches, yet still secure a stable advancement. Sophie sighed at the terminal screen. "Is it truly that urgent? You possess the competition credentials. Can't most activities allow for a leave of absence?" She loathed the idea of disruptions to her meticulously crafted plans. Karl began to brainstorm. "Xiaofan, if you're facing any troubles, why not share with us so we can resolve it together? Once everything is sorted, we can all enjoy the matches." His thoughts were indeed quite simplistic. However, it appeared that Fan truly had some pressing concerns. "I am really sorry," she replied, and her avatar faded into gray. Previously, Fan had been one of the most proactive members of their team. Given her nature, it was impossible for her to be irresponsible, fickle, or unreliable. The fact that she was now suddenly changing her plans indicated she was indeed grappling with significant issues, seemingly of a very personal nature, which they could not interfere with. Thus, the reality was that Fan would hardly be able to compete today. Ilian muttered, "What a hassle." An immediate chill descended upon the team chat. After a prolonged silence, Koyuan asked, "So what shall we do now?" Karl raised his hand to speak. "I will go fetch Victor." "Don't even mention that guy. Are you really still thinking about him?" Sophie retorted vehemently. The mere mention of Victor's name made her head spin. She could not fathom why Karl remained so fixated on him. Victor, Victor, Victor. This individual had incessantly claimed he wished to join their team. Yet he shamelessly occupied a slot while consistently going AWOL, demonstrating a blatant disregard for their team. If Victor himself was indifferent to their group, why should she humiliate herself by seeking his assistance? She was quite stubborn in her thoughts on the matter. Yet, if Victor were not to be summoned, GenexⅡ would indeed lack any substitute players. At this hour, everyone is preoccupied. Finding an acquaintance on short notice to fill in seems nearly impossible. "Let the 6 of us complete half of the match first, and we can address the rest later this evening," Bachin declared. He is a minimalist, reluctant to expend too much energy on trivial inconveniences. Additionally, his arrogance stems from an unwavering confidence in his abilities. He firmly believes that the 6 of them are sufficient to finish today as competition, regardless of how circumstances may shift, as long as he, Bachin, can carry the team. Victory is assured. According to the mech competition rules, a team with fewer members can still participate. However, the consequences are borne solely by them. Sophie shook her head in resignation. Facing 6 against 7 is evidently a daunting challenge. Yet, for the moment, no alternative solutions present themselves. Chapter 69. The Hot Pot Restaurant. I have always cherished this hot pot restaurant. With a flourish, Karl swung open the door, the noise resonating loudly enough to draw the attention of other patrons within. The entrance was adorned with a string of wind chimes, and in his exuberance, Karl inadvertently yanked them down as he entered. The chimes collided with his nose, producing a crisp sound, and he immediately crouched down, grimacing in pain. "I don't know him. I don't know him." The other 5 turned their backs, feigning interest in the scenery. Suddenly, a round-headed, diminutive robotic waiter glided into view, its eyes resembling blinking lights. "I sincerely apologize for the disruption to your dining experience. I will attend to this immediately." A charming artificial intelligence voice emanated from the robot speakers. The robot bobbed and weaved as if to mimic human gestures of apology. Then, it extended an unexpectedly long mechanical claw from its abdomen, poised to retrieve the fallen wind chime. Oh dear, my apologies," Karl exclaimed, leaping up like a startled rabbit and snatched the chime from the ground before the robot could reach it. He meticulously hung it back in place beside the door, finally exhaling in relief. It was curious, his need to apologize to a mere assembly of cold metal and code. As technology advances at a rapid pace, the service industry has become entirely mechanized. These machines are precise and efficient, rarely erring, making the replacement of human labor an inevitability. Establishments run solely by a dining system, and a few robots are ubiquitous. Karl glanced at the smart screen facing the entrance, which displayed the dining status of the restaurant. It indicated a total of tables, the number of seats at each, which were occupied and which were not, along with estimated waiting times for those already seated. "It's all full," he lamented, gazing at the sea of red indicating occupied tables, his expression one of dismay. "The establishment remains as bustling as ever," Sophie suggested. "Shall we try another place?" Upon hearing this, the petite white robot server promptly interjected, "Table 3 is a large table that can accommodate 14 individuals, and each person will have their own small pot. Currently, there are only 7 patrons at that table, and you 6 may share it." After pondering the idea of sharing, Sophie turned to her companions and inquired, "What do you all think?" She deliberately bypassed Karl, aware that his affable nature would lead him to readily agree. However, not everyone in the group shared his extroverted disposition, and she felt it necessary to consider everyone's sentiments. The individual hot pot is a signature feature of our locale, akin to the large pot, and it allows each person to order their preferred flavors. "How delightful," the robot server chimed in. Though this robot appeared to be a rather simple-minded little creature, it was quite articulate and adept at enticing customers. Indeed, it was rather clever. "I'm on board." Yuan was the first to enthusiastically agree, as he was, after all, a close companion of Karl. "I have no objections," Andrea surprisingly concurred. "Since we're already here, looking for another restaurant would be quite a hassle. It's better to settle for this one." Ilian smiled as she spoke. Seeing that no one opposed the idea, Bachin nodded in agreement. After all, it was merely a meal, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Karl waved his arm. "All right then, let us share table 3. Perhaps it was simply the anticipation of finally enjoying hot pot that excited him. "Please hold on." The robot server's eyes dimmed momentarily, as though processing something in the background. After a brief pause, they brightened again. "I have consulted the 7 patrons at table 3, and they have accepted the idea of sharing. Therefore, the order has been successfully generated, and 6 new guests will be added to table 3. Please follow me." The little robot suddenly extended a finger's width as its wheels emerged from beneath. It rolled merrily towards the interior of the establishment, and the 6 members of the group hurried to keep up. As they walked, the robot introduced the restaurant's design philosophy and history. Although this was merely a programmed recital, it still conveyed a sense of life. The green bamboo railings around the corner were crafted from real bamboo, their roots nestled within the soil beneath the floorboards. The robot server, which once fed a now extinct creature known as the giant panda, continued to chatter away. Yuan found the informative commentary rather tedious, feeling overwhelmed. "Is there any way to make it quiet down?" he whispered to Karl. However, the robot was highly sensitive to sound, and it caught his remark, mimicking a pouty tone. "This customer has made me, the little server, feel sad. Boo-hoo." Yuan was taken aback even more. "This robot even has a name? Xiaobai? How ridiculous." The baby was not pleased, whimpering softly. The little robot abruptly halted, seemingly sulking as it retraced its steps. How remarkably human-like the robots in this establishment were. Most robotic servers in other venues operated like obedient lapdogs, yet here, one could even observe a hint of indignation. The group exchanged glances, quietly critiquing the situation. "Just kidding," they said as they arrived at table 3. "Wishing you a delightful dining experience." The server, Xiaobai, seemed to revel in its role, delivering the line at lightning speed before vanishing with a swift motion. How infuriating, to speak and then disappear. However, when the 6 members of the Shinchi team settled down and turned their attention to table 3, their expressions shifted to astonishment. The 7 individuals sharing the table with them were all girls. They appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, seemingly students from an elite school. They huddled together, engaged in light-hearted conversation, interspersed with the melodious sound of their laughter, oblivious to their surroundings. The atmosphere was quite something, but the most astonished of all was Sophie. In the center of this lively group sat a remarkably petite girl, dressed adorably, resembling a primary school student who had somehow blended in. She perched on her chair, seemingly unable to touch the ground with her feet. Whoa. Despite her diminutive stature, she possessed an astonishing appetite. She devoured 3 pieces of cantaloupe bread, which served as appetizers, each averaging merely 2 bites. Her cheeks were stuffed, accentuating her already cherubic face. The companion beside her appeared somewhat embarrassed, saying, "Little bear, slow down. We just ordered, and the fatty beef and lamb haven't even arrived yet." Yet, despite her words, she dutifully placed her piece of cantaloupe bread onto the petite girl's plate. Anna's right. I need to save room for meat. Meat is the way to go." The small girl, with her tiger-like fangs, unceremoniously swallowed a fourth piece of cantaloupe bread. That familiar catchphrase, that familiar height, and most notably, those two bouncing buns atop her head, how strikingly recognizable. "Seely," Sophie exclaimed, rising in realization. Seely." The petite girl, upon hearing the voice, recognized it instantly, also springing to her feet. The group, who was busy placing their orders on the self-service system, was evidently startled by Sophie's outburst. Gazing in shock at the standoff between the tall and the short. "Acquaintances?" Karl inquired. To refer to her as an acquaintance feels too distant. Sophie is one of the esteemed harem members. The petite girl laughed heartily, hands on her hips. "A harem? Oh dear, what a chaotic circle." The members of the GenexⅡ team gazed at Sophie with inquisitive eyes, seemingly in search of a reasonable explanation. Sophie rubbed her forehead, realizing that allowing that individual to explain first would only lead to greater confusion. The one who resembled an elementary school student was Xiong, a third-year student at Tianzi Senior School and the president of the Yo-Yo Rabbit Club for Girls. In my naivety, when I first transferred, I fell victim to a pyramid scheme and remained entangled for several months, but I had long since withdrawn from it and now had no ties with her. Sophie presented herself with a semblance of contrition. The other 5 members of the GenexⅡ team appeared to have an epiphany. However, this still did not clarify the meaning of harem. Xiong, previously protesting with fervor, declaring she was not an elementary school student, now dramatically adjusted her bangs and earnestly proclaimed, "I am the supreme commander. All the girls who have joined the Yo-Yo Rabbit Club are part of my harem." Wahaha. Her nose seemed to point skyward in pride. Sophie shrugged, indicating, "See, this is her true nature." Nevertheless, the girls accompanying Xiong found this jest quite amusing. Sister Xiong is truly entertaining. They erupted into giggles, filling the air with a joyous atmosphere. The steadfastly oblivious Ku Yuan, having his eyes opened to a new perspective, quietly inquired of Karl, "Is this how girls interact?" "How would I know? I'm not a girl," Karl replied, playfully kicking him under the table. Even someone like Ku Yuan, who lamented daily about his single status, seemed overwhelmed by the scene before him. The incessant chatter of the girls buzzed in his ears, punctuated by their harmonious laughter, leaving him bemused. It was unclear whether their humor was simply lowbrow, as they seemed capable of engaging in conversations that eluded the comprehension of outsiders. Laughing from dawn till dusk, this was not an enjoyment, but rather a form of mental pollution. He found himself increasingly restless. In contrast, another girl from the GenexⅡ team, Andrea, calmly sipped her tea, choosing to ignore the commotion and focus on the menu displayed on her device. Clearly, not all girls conform to this stereotype. Both Sophie and Andrea from the GenexⅡ team exhibited a contrary demeanor. Since they had all gathered around the table, it seemed fitting to introduce one another. Xiong bit her finger, surveying the group from left to right, pointing out each member. Huakue, Bai Jieyue, Rukier, Meishi, Anna, Selena, and myself, Xiong. Here we have the entire roster of the Yo-Yo Rabbit Club. Sophie had already discerned that the 7 individuals across from her were all part of Xiong's team, recognizing a mix of familiar and new faces. From her perspective, it was no small feat for the Yo-Yo Rabbit Club to assemble 7 members. With Xiong having made the introductions, Sophie felt compelled to engage in the conversation. Beichen, Ilian, Kiyuan, Karl, Andrea, and lastly I. "Sophie, these are my current teammates in the Exball team." During my introduction, I noticed that Selena, the girl from the Yo-Yo Bunny team, was intently gazing at our players, especially when she heard the name Beichen, which evidently stirred her excitement. A companion beside Selena tugged at her, prompting them to huddle together and whisper. I could vaguely hear snippets of their conversation, such as, "Is that the person you mentioned? He is truly handsome. Your taste is impeccable." This made me recall that I had previously seen the president's ID in the underground forum for the GenexⅡ Support Club, which seemed to be something like Chinching's little Nana, a rather saccharine name. Various photos and videos were attributed to this ID, leaving me with a lingering impression. Could it be that this individual is from the Yo-Yo Bunny team? Indeed, how small the world is. I cast a glance at Beichen, who was engrossed in the menu, seemingly unaware of the fact that a devoted admirer was right in front of him. It is evident that a handsome face is always a topic of conversation wherever it goes. I couldn't help but internally click my tongue at such trivial gossip. This was merely a minor discovery from our unexpected encounter. Upon concluding my introduction, Xiong appeared quite pleased. Sophie dear, have you resumed playing Exball? Our senior is the captain of the GenexⅡ team. It's thanks to their efforts that we could assemble a team to participate in the mech qualifiers. Karl interjected. I discreetly pinched Karl's arm beneath the table, urging him to refrain from exaggerating. Such flattery could lead to trouble. Karl, feeling wronged, replied, I'm merely stating the truth. Little did I expect, our captain Sophie, Xiong Ming, deliberately teased her. Oh, how fortunate. You all Haven Tea just finished the qualifiers before coming for lunch, have you? Sophie looked momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? We have too. Xiong Ming beamed with her little tiger tooth, proudly declaring. Our Yo-Yo Bunny team made it to the third day of the qualifiers. We just played 4 matches today and won them all. Moreover, our team's ranking yesterday was 57th. Truly commendable for a team led by the esteemed general. Sophie, nonchalantly, replied, Oh, that's fine. Our GenexⅡ was ranked 46th yesterday. The attempt at boasting fell flat, and Xiong Ming sulked, puffing out her cheeks in disbelief. Thus, a girl named Hua Kuei from her side chimed in to support. The rankings from the second day hold little significance. The swift change of attitude was astonishing. By the way, Sophie dear, would you consider rejoining our Yo-Yo Bunny team? I'll save you a spot. Xiong Ming inquired, shaking her head enthusiastically. Upon hearing this topic, the GenexⅡ team members instantly grew wary. Wasn't this an open attempt to poach? Thankfully, Sophie decisively rejected the idea. Absolutely not. There's no need to be so heartless. I truly have high hopes for you. With that, the 2 buns atop Xiong Ming's head drooped instantaneously. Beside her, a girl with finely sculpted eyebrows, known as Hua Kuei, spoke up. Ming, why exert so much effort over someone who isn't interested? Hua Kuei absent-mindedly fiddled with her manicured nails, her expression indifferent. As one of the few in the Yo-Yo Bunny group older than Xiong Ming, she refrained from calling her little bear sister. Little bear sister. How wonderful it is that we are 7 in number. If we were to bring in someone unwilling, wouldn't that mean some sisters would have to sit out? Little bear sister. Would you really forsake us, this adorable bunch? Ingshi suddenly leaned onto Xiong Ming's lap, feigning tears. All right, calm down, Xiong Ming acquiesced, playfully attempting to comfort her. Indeed, the members of the Yo-Yo Bunny group were individuals who harmonized well with Xiong Ming's personality. In contrast, the members of the GenexⅡ team prided themselves on being steadfastly masculine, unable to comprehend the female psyche. Nevertheless, their mental fortitude was commendable at that moment. Their focus lay solely on the menu and the food, automatically filtering out any attempts at coaxing or antics from the girls. Amidst the cacophony of the girls' chatter, Karl completed his order and felt a wave of clarity wash over him. He had placed his order through the terminal and was now merely awaiting the arrival of the robotic server. This method suited the split bill arrangement quite well. Initially, Karl had offered to treat everyone, but was met with widespread dissent. He pondered whether the members of the Yo-Yo Bunny group also adhered to a similar policy. However, truth be told, he envied the unrestrained camaraderie that radiated from the 7 of them, as though they were a single entity devoid of any gaps. He tilted his head to glance at the 2 vacant seats remaining at table 3. That table could accommodate up to 15 individuals. Currently, the Yo-Yo Bunny group comprised 7, while the GenexⅡ team had 6, leaving just 2 spots unfilled. In truth, those 2 seats could very well be occupied. Karl resolved that next time he visited, he would ensure that every seat was taken. Ding dong. Your premium beef has arrived. Please enjoy. The robotic server's voice interrupted his reverie. The server delivered the dishes ordered by the Yo-Yo Bunny group alongside those just requested by the GenexⅡ team. The simultaneous delivery of identical dishes was the most efficient arrangement devised by the system. Meat. I want meat. The sight of food instantly invigorated Xiong Ming. She swiftly seized a large bowl of fatty beef and poured it into her small pot. To place the beef in directly without cooking it, what a waste. Karl's eyes nearly bulged in dismay, his heart aching. You know nothing, Junior. Xiong Ming stuck out her tongue at him before scooping out the cooked slices of meat, filling a bowl with the delectable beef. A single bite reveals a bounty of meat. This is true bliss indeed. Abundance reigns supreme. Immersed in the delight of food, one can momentarily set aside previous topics of discussion. Chapter 70. The first encounter. Dong Yunhao hurriedly dashed from the school gate to the classroom, racing with urgency. He was somewhat anxious, uncertain if he could make it in time for the upcoming class. Due to the mech preliminary selections, the school's schedule had been thrown into disarray. Attendance hinged on the campus announcements released at midnight each day. Dong Yunhao had initially believed that today, being Wednesday, there would be no classes, and thus he had ventured out to upgrade his terminal. However, after wandering for a while, he discovered that the timetable had unexpectedly changed, prompting him to rush back. He certainly did not wish to leave a poor impression on his teachers at the onset of his academic journey. This educational approach in the second district, which emphasizes personalized instruction, possesses significant flaws. Back in his hometown, the school adhered to a fixed schedule for all students, devoid of such capriciousness. Having grown up in the 4th district, he had moved to the 2nd district to continue his studies after his parents' jobs were reassigned this summer. Although the 4th district and the 2nd district are adjacent, akin to sibling territories, prior to the global administrative reconfiguration, both regions belong to the same national concept. However, they are entirely distinct now. The 2nd district is the most prosperous metropolis in the world, serving as both the economic and cultural hub, flourishing in both the arts and sports. In contrast, the 4th district's pillar industry is agriculture, characterized by large-scale farming operations that produce a single crop over expansive tracts of land, thus forming a complete industrial chain. This system has significantly enhanced output and efficiency. Nowadays, agriculture is nearly entirely mechanized, requiring only vast lands and a handful of supervisors, which has led to a sparse population. Most young people opt to venture to other regions for opportunities. In comparison to the 2nd district, the 4th district appears considerably backward. If the 2nd district represents the city, then the 4th district embodies the countryside. Dong Yunhao is but a young lad hailing from this rural background. The economic underdevelopment of the 4th district has resulted in its inhabitants utilizing terminals that lag several versions behind those in the 2nd district. As a newcomer to the 2nd district, he found that his old terminal was often incompatible and required updating, leaving him feeling quite out of place. Tugging at his tie, he wished to loosen it a bit, as it was constricting and making it hard to breathe. Indeed, the metropolis is a world apart, the school uniform, a far cry from the blue and white athletic attire he was accustomed to, is designed with a formal elegance, featuring a white shirt beneath a suit jacket. While visually appealing, it felt restrictive and stifling, leading to his quiet discontent. He is currently enrolled at GenexⅡ Senior School, an esteemed institution renowned for its music department, which also upholds stringent academic standards. The admission scores for the General Studies Division, where Dong Yunhao is situated, are comparable to those of the adjacent all-encompassing elite institution, Tianzi Senior School. The regulations at GenexⅡ Senior School have always been remarkably strict. Students are required to maintain a neat appearance. Should the discipline committee catch Dong Yunhao, who is currently struggling with his tie, he would undoubtedly receive demerits. However, at this moment, he could hardly concern himself with such trivialities. While running, he frantically pulled out his terminal to check the time. With no opportunity to pause, the terminal screen swayed vigorously in his field of vision. 3 minutes left. There is still time. He finally managed to focus on the time displayed on the screen, allowing a slight sigh of relief to escape him. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, he unexpectedly collided with something soft. Ouch! Both individuals fell to the ground simultaneously. I'm so sorry. Dong Yunhao heard a gentle, delicate voice before he could clearly see the face of the girl before him. Being sturdy, he was relatively unscathed from the fall, while the girl appeared to have taken the brunt of it, prompting her to apologize first, which left him feeling quite guilty. It should be me who apologizes. Dong Yunhao bowed repeatedly. He hurriedly leaned closer to check on her injuries, but to his surprise, she instinctively retracted her arm as if shocked. It's just a little scrape. I'm fine. She shook her head, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Dong Yunhao steadied himself and finally took in her appearance. She was exceptionally beautiful, with soft features that seemed to be delicately outlined with a gentle wash of pale ink, complemented by the slight flush on her face. Her skin appearing almost flawless. Her bangs were styled to one side, resting on her forehead like clouds adorning the edge of the sky. At that moment, she let her hair down, and her long locks cascaded over her shoulders, the breeze carrying a subtle fragrance. Dong Yunhao felt his heart suddenly race within his chest. The atmosphere had turned somewhat awkward, and he sensed the urgency to break the silence. Therefore, he bent down to help her gather her belongings. During their collision, the contents of the large fabric bag she had been holding had spilled out. Among them were elegant dresses, unlike anything Dong Yunhao had ever seen, layered intricately. Presumably costumes for a performance. After hastily assisting her in collecting everything, he awkwardly stuffed the bag back into her arms and turned his head away, feeling the heat of embarrassment rise to his cheeks at having blushed in front of a girl he had just met. He couldn't let her discover this. To alleviate the awkwardness, he deliberately cleared his throat. If all was well, he thought he could slip away. Wait a moment. To his surprise, the girl called out to him, causing a flurry of thoughts to race through his mind. Excuse me, could you tell me the way to the school auditorium? To his astonishment, she had asked such a question. Is it truly possible to get lost in a school? Moreover, Isn't their navigation available? Even someone as new to the area as Dong Yunhao managed to familiarize himself with the school's layout on the very first day. Yet, here stands this girl, even more directionally challenged. Nevertheless, since she inquired, he decided to oblige. Just proceed straight along this path and take a right at the third intersection. Thank you, she said, bowing deeply. Dong Yunhao gazed blankly at her retreating figure, the lingering scent of her hair still present in his nostrils. Alas, he regretted not asking her name. At that moment, the clear chime of the class bell shattered his daydreams. Oh no, Dong Yunhao gasped, leaping up like a startled rabbit. Chapter 71. The piano. When Qing Fan hurriedly arrived at the auditorium, her piano teacher had already been waiting backstage. Why are you only just arriving? It's almost your turn to perform. The teacher furrowed her brow. And why are your hands so dirty? I told you to come ready. With your makeup done and performance attire on. Qing Fan glanced down, realizing that she had fallen and scraped her hands on the ground during a recent collision, leaving them quite dusty. Her piano teacher, a longtime family friend, would undoubtedly relay every detail to her parents, including this mishap. The thought of them discovering that she had dirted her hands just before her performance filled her with dread. She could already envision their reprimands. Today marked the finals of the District 2 Advanced Students Piano Competition, a schedule that had been unexpectedly moved up, causing her to inform the team at the last minute. From early morning, her piano teacher had been closely supervising her final rehearsals, allowing her a mere moment to breathe only during lunch. During this time, Qing Fan had been unable to step away, even sneaking messages to the team while concealed from her teacher. Qing Fan was not merely the manager and backup player of the team. She also held a more prominent identity as the most outstanding freshman in the music department of Chioji High School, particularly renowned for her piano skills. Both her school and parents held high expectations for her, and in this piano competition, she had no aim other than the championship. The weight of such anticipation pressed heavily on her frail shoulders, leaving her breathless. Time was of the essence, and her piano teacher had no room for further admonishments. She swiftly retrieved a dress from her bag and helped Qing Fan into it. Are my parents coming today? Qing Fan's voice was muffled within the fabric, sounding almost like a mosquito. Of course. When have they ever missed your performances? Her teacher finally managed to pull Qing Fan's head through the neckline of the dress. A gentle pat on her back caused the zipper to seal tightly, fitting together seamlessly as if there were no gaps at all. Qing Fan fell silent, allowing her teacher to arrange her as needed. She felt akin to a puppet, easily adorned in the manner desired by others. Ultimately, her piano teacher gave her a gentle push from behind. Go on, it's your turn. The announcement echoed through the hall. Now, please welcome our next contestant. From Chioji Senior High School, Class 1, Qing Fan. The spotlight enveloped her, starkly bright, almost chilling in its brilliance. Qing Fan took a deep breath, raised her fingers, and let them dance across the black and white keys. The cascading melody flowed from her fingertips like a gentle stream. Despite the trials she had faced, as long as she performed to her usual standard, there were no real obstacles to overcome. The audience was enraptured. Though we live in a technological age, some things can never be replaced by machines, such as art and the human spirit. Even with modern composition software capable of generating pieces based on music theory and mimicking human emotional expression, those who truly appreciate art still find time to sit in concert halls, observing every meticulous gesture of the performers and allowing the music to resonate within them. Rather than indulging in the artificiality birthed by programming, the sense of ritual is profoundly significant. Her fingertips leaped across the keys. To say that the freshly grazed skin was unaffected would be a falsehood. Although it did not bleed, the raw dermis was exposed. Due to the body's self-healing mechanism, the wound was slightly moist with the remnants of dead white blood cells. Each strike on the keys nearly fused her injury to the piano. Yet she had to lift her hands, subjecting the wound to yet another tear. The sharp pain radiating from her fingertips pierced her heart. The more intense the pain, the more it urged her to strike the keys with fervor. Only this pain could serve as a constant reminder that in this moment, it was her true self, Qing Fan, and not anyone else. Was the emotion conveyed through the piano's sound that of the composer? Or perhaps that of her piano teacher and parents, who meticulously arranged every measure's emotional nuances and dynamics? Or was it her own, as Qing Fan? As the final notes lingered in the air, she lifted her skirt and, as always, took a flawless bow. What followed seemed almost disconnected from her. One by one, performers concluded their pieces, and when it was time to announce the results, it came as no surprise that Qing Fan had, once again, claimed the championship without contest. She accepted the trophy from the hand of the hostess, offering a standard, practiced smile. She had received so many of these trophies that her home was nearly devoid of space to accommodate them. This outcome was welcomed by her school, as well as her parents. Standing on stage, she could see her parents enthusiastically applauding from the audience, yet their expressions seemed less than fully satisfied. These two had become as familiar to the audience as our champion herself. I would like to inquire, as the guardian of the award recipient, what are your current sentiments? The host turned the microphone towards the audience. Qinfan's father naturally took the microphone. He had encountered such interviews numerous times, and this was merely a trivial affair. As parents, we are undoubtedly elated that Qinfan has secured the championship. Our efforts have not been in vain. I hope she can continue to remain humble and steadfast as she traverses the path of music. I have heard that both of you hail from a background in scientific research. May I ask what methods you employ to nurture such an exceptional and artistically gifted daughter? The host inquired further. My daughter has harbored a love for music since childhood and possesses considerable talent. We have merely guided her. Does she enjoy it? Qinfan does not particularly dislike music. On the contrary, she often finds herself humming tunes unconsciously. However, she has grown weary of the predetermined life that others have laid out for her. Deep down, Qinfan is aware of her lack of innate talent. What appears to be talent is merely the result of being compelled to practice in the piano room for countless hours, with disobedience resulting in punishment. Qinfan stood quietly on stage, though the spotlight shone upon her. She felt as if she were an outsider. The host asked further questions, but she could no longer recall them, her mind only able to capture fleeting fragments. She was merely a perfect backdrop, requiring no excessive words. At long last, the event came to a close. After a long wait, Qinfan descended the stage to present her trophy to her parents and piano teacher. Once the host departed, her father immediately adopted a stern expression, furrowing his brow. What happened this time? Why were there so many mistakes? That segment was played far too unsteadily. Moreover, the volume was excessively intense, clashing with the other sections. My hands were injured. Qinfan lowered her head. In truth, she thought to herself, wouldn't a touch of fervor in that ascending segment have been more effective? Was the original arrangement too conservative? Yet she dared not voice any objections. I do not wish to hear excuses, her father scowled. Her mother interjected gently. Enough, let the child change her clothes. We still need to take her out later. Qinfan's expression was somewhat tense. Will we be finished before 8 o'clock? 8 o'clock? How many times have you emphasized this time today? What do you intend to do? Her father was evidently growing impatient. Perhaps we can conclude it soon. This uncertain reply heightened Qinfan's anxiety. However, she could not voice another question. Thus, she silently clutched her clothes and made her way to the changing room. After Qinfan had walked far away, her mother suddenly exhaled in relief and poked her husband in the side with her elbow. She remarked, you constantly play the villain. What will happen if you push the child too far one day? Isn't it fortunate that you have me to play the good cop? Surprisingly, in private, Qinfan's father could indeed share a jest. Qinfan's mother sighed, expressing her concern. Alas, I can't help but feel that this child is rather stifled. We have made all the decisions for her, yet have we ever sought her own opinions? It appears we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. Forcing her to pursue a path in the arts seems to be the only way to steer clear of that other matter. Qinfan's father spoke in a somber tone. Regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure she never comes into contact with Exball. This is for her own good. His gaze was resolute. Qinfan's mother sighed once more and, with a sense of resignation, nodded in agreement. Chapter 72, Yo-Yo Rabbit Ball vs. Shinchi, Part 1. Has Xiaofan not logged in yet? Andrea furrowed her brow. Sophie refreshed the page repeatedly, yet no new messages appeared. Her expression grew grave. No, her avatar remains gray. I've messaged her privately, but there has been no response. Could she be standing us up? Ilian shrugged. With merely 2 minutes left until their agreed-upon time of 8 o'clock, they were still unable to reach Qinfan. This predicament was quite precarious, as they had no time to waste. The competition portal would close at 10, and any unplayed matches would incur a penalty of 10 points per round. They had not managed to secure a significant lead in the morning, so they could ill afford such a punishment. Must we proceed with 6 participants? Kyuan slapped his forehead. 6 participants it shall be. We must complete the remaining 5 matches. Beichen appeared unconcerned. However, Karl stood firm, asserting, I believe Xiaofan will definitely show up. She is not the type to break her word. Even so, Sophie rubbed her temples and sighed in exasperation. Qinfan's repeated delays had already caused considerable disruption to the team, and her vanishing act, reminiscent of Victor, seemed all the more egregious. Regardless of her reasons, the patience of the others in the team had reached its limit. It was only natural for discontent to arise among the members. Fortunately, the team comprised reasonable individuals. Had it been another group, such behavior would likely have sparked chaos. Even at this juncture, Karl remained unwavering in his belief in Fan, a mindset that was indeed rare. Should one commend his optimism or deem him foolishly naive? Sophie cast a glance at Karl, who appeared utterly unfazed by the current situation, busily adjusting the equipment. It was now evening, and though the streetlights illuminated the area, the lighting was far from that of a professional sports venue, rendering the visibility incomparable to daylight. Karl was attempting to enhance the brightness of the Exball arena that would be projected shortly, to ensure that no one struggled to see the conditions of the field. People came and went in the park, with large groups arriving and others departing. The competition portal had been open from 8 in the morning until 10 in the evening. Due to the varying habits of individuals, the flow of people fluctuates significantly across different periods. The first peak occurs between 8 and 11 in the morning, as some teams wish to expedite their competitions right from the start of the day. The second peak takes place from 3 to 5 in the afternoon, when those who prefer to sleep in or take a midday rest tend to gather. Additionally, there are troughs in traffic from 11 to 12:30 and from 5:30 to 6, as most individuals are occupied with meals during these hours. The third peak is observed from 7 to 8:30 in the evening, as many nowadays are night owls who revel in the nocturnal lifestyle, resulting in a considerable number of competitions taking place at night. However, few are willing to participate in matches within the half hour preceding the 10 o'clock closure of the competition portal, as this often leads to discrepancies between actual and anticipated time, ultimately resulting in the awkward situation of having to forego several matches. During peak hours, opponents are matched almost instantaneously, while during troughs, finding opponents can be quite challenging, often requiring a lengthy wait. Thus, some teams exploit this gap, coordinating with others to enter the match simultaneously during these quieter periods, which significantly increases the likelihood of encountering one another. As the clock struck 8, it marked the tail end of the participation peak. The later it got, the fewer teams were left to compete, making it increasingly difficult to find opponents. Sophie glanced at the terminal. It was 8:01, a minute had already passed. If Fan did not arrive by 8:05, they would have to proceed with only 6 participants. Sophie pondered silently. At that moment, Fan's avatar suddenly illuminated among her friends. Quickly log in. Sophie sent 3 exclamation marks to Fan. Finally, Fan responded, "I'm sorry for being late." Karl was evidently delighted. "No worries, no worries. As long as you're here." Indeed, the mere presence of Fan was enough to alleviate the team's anxiety, even though she was a minute late. Her adherence to her promise was reassuring and demonstrated her regard for the team. Exchanging glances, the team easily forgave Fan's oversight, dissipating any prior irritation. They bore no grudges. Kuyuan quipped, "It's fine. A pretty girl can be forgiven anything." However, upon hearing this, Sophie furrowed her brow silently, choosing not to voice her thoughts. Fan sent 3 consecutive apologies. "I'm sorry, I couldn't find a sufficiently large venue." She felt a profound sense of gratitude, despite her situation. Not a single person blamed her or considered her a burden to the team. Touched by their understanding, she resolved to perform admirably in the upcoming match. Though there may be friction, the ability to mutually tolerate and comprehend each other epitomizes the essence of a team. Sophie realized this truth. In the past, everyone gathered to play basketball, with the equipment set up by Captain Sophie and Karl. The others merely had to follow along. This time, Fan participated online, separate from the group. Although she had purchased the Exball projection device herself, it was her first time configuring it, and she was evidently inexperienced. Sophie initially thought Fan was ignoring everyone and nearly arrived late due to delays caused by the system setup, which was understandable. The individual online mode operates from a first-person perspective, utilizing the system to alter the surrounding environment, giving the sensation of physical movement, akin to a treadmill. There was no need to find a specific venue. A mere 5 square meter space sufficed, as Sophie explained to Fan. "Oh, is that so? Then I can compete from my practice room?" Fan exclaimed, realizing the possibilities. Sophie further guided her. Press the tactile button at the center of the card's back to bring up the settings interface. Select the individual online mode. Then access the competition center from the system's homepage. Your information is already linked to our team, and the competition system will automatically include you in our team room list. The system has set everything up for you. You merely need to follow our lead from here on out. After some fumbling, Fan finally joined the room list. However, after this delay, it was already 8:15 p.m., and the time was becoming increasingly tight. Without hesitation, Sophie pressed the start matching button. Within a second or two, a mechanical voice announced a successful match. As before, the virtual scene of the competition venue was rapidly being constructed, with goals and scoreboards being generated. The data for both match players was slowly loading into the competition system, displaying player information one line at a time on the large screen at the center of the court. Distinctive circles to differentiate the players flickered into existence beneath their feet. This time, the circles were blue, indicating they were on the blue team. Due to the mirroring effect, the blue and red teams felt indistinguishable apart from their colors. Simultaneously, the player models were gradually being loaded into the competition scene. This stage of preparation was the most time-consuming, as the volume of personal data for each individual was immense. Facing them were 7 red player models, but unlike before, a blue player model for the GenexⅡ team was also generated. With a shimmering glow, the models were continuously refined. And Qingfan's appearance was the first to be completed. Wow, how amazing! She marveled, turning her head to survey her surroundings. She had initially worried about whether participating in such a small space through virtual means would affect her performance. Qingfan attempted to lift her legs and run a few paces. From her perspective, the surrounding scene was virtually indistinguishable from reality. The simulated force field of the environment was flawlessly executed, creating no sense of incongruity whatsoever. She had never imagined that Exball's technology had advanced to such an extraordinary level. The opponent's models have not yet fully materialized. The 7 crimson figures flicker with an otherworldly glow, perhaps revealing the vestiges of their characters. Do you see? The figures across seem rather diminutive. Surely, they cannot all be girls. I have no intention of bullying them, joked Kuyuan. Yet, he unwittingly spoke the truth. As the character models were fully imported, it became apparent that everyone on the opposite side was clad in pink attire, their overall physiques appearing slighter and shorter than those on this side. The gentle, curvaceous forms were undeniably traits that could not be found on the opposite gender. They seemed to be engaging in warm-up exercises, stretching their supple bodies with abandon. This was indeed a female team. Kuyuan's jest seemed almost prophetic. Generally, Exball teams are co-ed, and such a homogeneous group of girls is a rarity. Thus, a team so distinctive is hard to forget, particularly the adorable, gap-toothed lowly who stood in their midst, resembling a primary school student. "Ah, it's you," squealed Xiong Mingming, bouncing up and down, waving her small hands, her twin buns bobbing with her movements. What a coincidence! Is this not the Yo-Yo Bunny Bun team? If memory serves, they had just encountered each other during lunch earlier that day. Sophie, what a surprise! She greeted with an air of nonchalance, despite being the most familiar with Yo-Yo Bunny Bun within her team. Do you know them? Qingfan inquired timidly, as she had not attended the midday gathering and thus was unfamiliar with the figures before her. Just as Sophie was about to explain, Xiong Mingming's head suddenly popped up between them. "Ah, what a beautiful big sister," she exclaimed, her innocent smile illuminating her face, gazing at Qingfan with wide, starry eyes, exuding purity. Although her chin rested on Qingfan's chest, her cherubic face inadvertently brushed against the softer contours on either side. Qingfan's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. She was at a loss, unsure whether to push Xiong Mingming away, for if the latter were not being intentional, it would be rather impolite to do so. Xiong Mingming continued to beam, asking, "Big sister, what color are you wearing today?" Suddenly, Sophie had a thought, yanking Xiong Mingming by the collar and pulling her aside. Shoo, shoo, little primary school girl, do not covet our tender grass." Xiong Mingming possessed the face of a lowly but the heart of a seasoned veteran. Who could resist such charm? Especially someone as easily flustered as Qingfan. It simply would not do to let Xiong Mingming lead her astray. "Let go of me. Let go of me. Sophie, you are too wicked," protested Xiong Mingming, flailing her arms and legs in midair. Qingfan seemed to be at a loss, even attempting to dissuade Sophie, saying, "Please, this is quite impolite. She hasn't finished her question yet. You needn't concern yourself with what she wishes to ask." Andrea suddenly appeared, draping her arm over Qingfan's shoulder and steering her away. "Huh? What is happening?" Qingfan looked utterly bewildered. Sophie shook the collar of Bear Mingming, who surprisingly donned the formal team uniform, a rather perplexing sight. However, upon noticing the jersey number on Bear Mingming's back, Sophie realized this was indeed characteristic of the elementary school student. Number 78? Why such an odd choice of number? Sophie poked Bear Mingming's cheek, who now found herself helplessly suspended in Sophie's grasp, leaving little room for any notion of revenge. What's wrong with that? I like it." Bear Mingming grinned, revealing her small canine teeth. Kuyuan seized Karl's arm, quietly inquiring, "Is this how girls typically interact?" Kuyuan was evidently taken aback by such a greeting style, having posed this question more times than he could count. Karl scratched his head. "I don't know. Perhaps." Ilian listened to their straightforward exchange with a sense of ennui, idly kicking at the grass. "Ah, this is truly troublesome." Meanwhile, The members of the Yo-Yo Rabbit Balls team were greatly amused by their captain's predicament. Sister Bear is so lively, Rikier chuckled softly. Hasn't she always been like this? Huakai maintained a calm demeanor, preparing her makeup with remarkable composure before the impending match. Bai Jiayue asked, aren't you worried that your makeup will smudge once you start moving? Well, this is the final match of the day. Besides, cosmetics are not as fragile as you think, Huakai replied nonchalantly. Yet she still tucked her makeup mirror into her pocket. As the oldest member and the vice-captain of the team, she was one of the few girls not prone to chaos. Huakai placed great importance on her appearance, and her pursuit of ritualistic elegance permeated the team. The Yo-Yo Rabbit Balls boasted a distinctive team uniform, a rarity among the audition teams. Their attire, a harmonious blend of white, light pink, and peach, featured a large pink rabbit head protruding from the lower right corner, exuding a sense of vivacity and charm. As the captain, Bear Mingming's uniform bore a star emblem over her heart, signifying her leadership role. These uniforms were designed and tailored by the girls themselves, a process they relished, adding a unique joy to their competitive journey. Girls should treat themselves well, Meishi teased. Huakai is truly a delicate piggy girl. Remove the pig. Huakai firmly rejected such a description. As they chatted and laughed, Selena nearby was biting her nails, fixated on a forward from the Shinchi team. I truly cannot comprehend the fervor of you star chasers. Anna's voice suddenly resonated in her ear, pulling Selena back to reality. Rachel jested. You seem quite enamored with that handsome fellow across the way. I was thinking, perhaps we sisters should conspire to sell our dear Selena to him. Misai chimed in. Oh dear, what if our little minx gets too captivated by that dashing lad and starts playing favorites? That would be disastrous, wouldn't it? Selena, you are our guardian. You must not be led astray. Otherwise, we might as well let you sit this one out. What are you all talking about? I assure you, I will not take it easy during the match. Selena retorted, her face flushed with indignation. The playful banter among the sisters was lighthearted. Yet they all understood that Rachel and Misai were not serious in their intentions, leading to a chorus of laughter among them. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the whirlpool, Beichin gazed skyward, lost in thought. How slow it all seemed. When would the match commence? Despite the tight schedule of the evening, why must there be so much idle chatter before each game? It was quite vexing. After the playful antics and introductions had subsided, the players finally returned to their designated positions. The captains of both teams nodded simultaneously to the electronic referee, indicating their readiness. At that moment, the field fell silent, as if the previous revelry had never occurred. Every gaze was fixated ahead, and an air of tension befitting the competition settled over the arena. Here are the lineups for both teams. Blue team, Rising Stars forwards, Beichin 12, Andrea 11 midfield, Karl 10, Qingfan 22 defense, Ilian 4. Sophie 6, captain, goalkeeper, Kyuan 1 red team, Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling forwards, Huakawei 12, by GUF 14 midfield, Rachel 9, Misai 8 defense, Anna 5. Xiong Mingming 78, captain, goalkeeper. Selena 1 on the third day of mech preliminaries, the sixth match for the Rising Stars was about to begin. Chapter 73, Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling vs. Rising Stars, Part 2. As the starting whistle blew, Beichin effortlessly seized the ball. The player tasked with the opening kick for Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling was the vice-captain, Huakawei. Being a girl, she lacked the height, jump, and strength that Beichin possessed. Thus, in such a confrontation, there was no chance for her to prevail. Huakawei momentarily froze, then turned back with a knowing smile. Oh, this young man is rather impressive. Beichin's prowess surpassed mere adequacy. In terms of individual skill, he was on par with any active X-ball player. As he skillfully maneuvered past the defensive line of Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling, he single-handedly penetrated their penalty area. Such feats of solitary conquest had not been a rarity for Beichin in recent days. Brother, that was spectacular, Karl exclaimed in astonishment, simultaneously slapping his forehead before rushing towards the front, synchronizing with Beichin's offensive rhythm. The goalkeeper of the Yo-Yo Bunny team, Selena, was evidently unprepared for the swift advance of her opponents. She hastily assumed a catching stance, holding her breath and concentrating intently on the ball's trajectory. This was the first time she faced directly the individual she had been covertly observing. She had thought she could only admire his back from a distance. Selena's heart must have been racing, her teeth unconsciously biting down on her lower lip. Though the game had yet to commence, a bead of sweat trickled down her temple. However, excessive tension could hinder performance. Beichin suddenly darted forward in a series of short bursts, bringing the ball right in front of Selena. So close. She could even scent the malty aroma of sunshine on him. Selena's eyes widened in shock, momentarily frozen in place, unable to react. Beichin feinted left and right, leaving Selena with only a lingering afterimage. Seizing the opportunity, Bachin effortlessly bypassed the goalkeeper Selena, the last bastion of the Yo-Yo Bunny team. Within 1 minute and 15 seconds, he had effortlessly breached their goal, granting GenexⅡ team an early lead with a score of 1-0. Incredible. Karl dashed forward, leaping to embrace Bachin. The match had scarcely begun, yet he was already brimming with excitement. In the eyes of this passionate youth, every goal was a moment worthy of celebration. Bachin slightly turned aside, deftly evading Karl's embrace. This opponent did not seem particularly formidable, he remarked nonchalantly. Sophie approached, noting that the opposing team's skill was indeed lacking. A casual game would suffice. Having previously been part of the Yo-Yo Bunny team, she was entirely aware of their tendencies. Their most significant flaw was a disorganized structure. The very reason she had resigned in frustration years ago. From the recent performance of the Yo-Yo Bunny team, it was evident that this persistent issue remained. It was worth noting that, in the past, the Yo-Yo Bunny team struggled to assemble a stable group of 7 players for competitions, plagued by last-minute cancellations and a plethora of excuses, all stemming from poor organizational management. The so-called team members did not truly regard the team or the Exball matches with the seriousness they deserved. Even after Xiong Mengmeng had finally managed to gather a sufficiently stable lineup that would not abandon matches, the management approach had evidently not changed. The members of the Yo-Yo Bunny team were undoubtedly good friends, yet they could not be classified as good teammates. She wondered how this team had managed to reach the 3rd day of the tournament, their points even comparable to those of GenexⅡ team. Perhaps it was the fault of the frustrating tournament format. Ku Yuan shouted hoarsely, urging, "Take it easy, you guys. Do not make the girls weep. For who will console them?" Observing the earlier display, he felt it might be unnecessary for him to take the field in this match. Leaning against the goalpost, he watched as the girls were subjected to a series of flamboyant humiliations, and the thought of such a scene made Ku Yuan feel somewhat unscrupulous. Sophie shot him a glance. A match ought to be played with utmost effort. To fawn over a girl is rather pathetic. However, she conceded that Ku Yuan had a point. If they were still dealing with the previous group of whiny players from the Yo-Yo Bunny team, their harshness could indeed lead to a complete meltdown. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Sophie shook her head, having entirely forgotten that she too was a woman. Karl scratched his head, the earlier fervor having somewhat diminished. It would be prudent not to underestimate the situation. The game was far from over. The essence of competition lies in wholeheartedly engaging in a splendid contest with one's opponents, but perhaps a splendid contest could be avoided. Sophie stuck out her tongue. How could she not be aware of the capabilities of a team like Yo-Yo Bunny? Meanwhile, the entire Yo-Yo Bunny team had gathered in front of the goal. Rachel exclaimed rapidly, "Wow, Selena, I told you to let it go, and you really did. Did that handsome opponent completely charm you?" Their essay saying, eating from both sides. Meishi chimed in. "Quite appropriate." Selena's face flushed as she protested, "I did not. I absolutely did not. Stop spreading nonsense." Thus, the 3 of them became entangled. Yet, they were not genuinely fighting. Otherwise, the GenexⅡ team would have been overjoyed. As a mere minute into the match, their rivals were already embroiled in internal strife, essentially sealing their victory. Rachel, Meishi, and Selena were well aware of their close bond, practically inseparable best friends who would rather share a bed than quarrel. Rather than a tussle, it was more like playful banter. Rachel and Meishi were not questioning Selena as professionalism. They simply seized every opportunity to tease her. Only among the closest friends does one speak so lightly. The speaker meant no harm, nor did the listener. It was merely for the sake of laughter without reason. It must be said that these meaningless chuckles contributed significantly to the delightful atmosphere within the Yo-Yo Bunny team. The 7 of them were like sisters, able to laugh off any issue that arose, including the recent blunder that cost them a goal. This match was actually the last one for the Yo-Yo Bunny team today. They had already amassed 11 points, meaning this game would have no bearing on their advancement to tomorrow's competition. Xiao Xiong should have intervened to halt the handsome opponent. I was eager to see her reaction and strategize accordingly, yet she remained motionless, leaving us to serve as mere background to that charming young man. Anna lay her head on Xiong Mengmeng's shoulder, voicing her grievances. "Ugh, our esteemed commander has merely yawned. Who wouldn't feel drowsy at night?" Suddenly, with a swift motion, she dashed forward. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Xiong Mengmeng raised her hand in protest against this baseless accusation, nearly tossing Anna off her shoulder. With her petite frame, cherubic face, and tiny fists, her anger appeared more endearing than fierce. Bai Jieyue pulled Anna up, exclaiming, "What if you crush Little Bear down?" Wisely, she refrained from saying make her even shorter, for they knew that one of Little Bear's few triggers was remarks about her height. Their incessant chatter had yet to touch upon the match at hand. "Hey, We're still in the midst of a competition. Huakawei surveyed the scene and finally clapped her hands. Let's focus a bit more. If the opposing team makes it to the final day of the tournament, according to the mech selection rules, then the score of this match becomes crucial. In the Yo-Yo Rabbit team, there was certainly someone capable of commanding attention, and it was evident that Huakawei was that individual. However, Xiong Mingming seemed unfazed, leisurely extracting a piece of hawthorn candy from her pocket, unwrapping it, and tossing it into her mouth. Eating so much candy every day. Be wary of cavities, Huakawei sighed, exasperated. Xiong Mingming grinned, revealing her little canine tooth, and replied with a silly smile, I have low blood sugar. How can I compete without sugar? She playfully pointed her fingers at her dimples, striking a rather adorable pose. Since little Huahua has said so, let us take it a bit more seriously. Xiong Mingming winked cheerfully. Chapter 74, Yo-Yo Rabbit vs. Shinchi, Part 3. The match resumed, and once again, Beichen seized the ball first. There was little suspense in this opening. After so many matches, aside from that trick played by the Yasha team, few could snatch the opening kick from Beichen. It was as if the previous script was being replicated. Beichen relentlessly broke through, single-handedly traversing the opponent's midfield until he reached the backfield of Yo-Yo Rabbit. Beichen, aren't you rushing a bit too fast? Karl called from behind. Yet, Beichen showed no signs of slowing down. The gap between Shinchi's forwards and midfielders was widening, clearly indicating their complacency against a weaker team like Yo-Yo Rabbit. Sophie observed the unfolding situation, slightly taken aback. In this scenario, Xiong Mingming, stationed at the back line of the Yo-Yo Rabbit team, remained motionless, her brow furrowed in frustration, seemingly engaged in a battle of wits with the air. Although she was the captain of this team, it appeared that she had yet to make her mark. Even the previously boisterous leader Luther of the Yasha team would at least vocalize a rallying cry, yet Xiong Mingming appeared utterly unresponsive, almost as if she were in standby mode. Due to her diminutive stature, the members of the Shinchi team had almost overlooked her presence on the court entirely. Xiong Mingming. Huakawei's finely arched brows shot up, her voice tinged with an uncommon hint of irritation. It was only upon being called out that Xiong Mingming finally reacted. Got it, she exclaimed, hopping anxiously in place, her two bun-like pigtails bouncing along. At that moment, her petite face was scrunched up in distress. It seemed excessive for someone to lose their composure to such an extent. Yet Ku Yuan watched in astonishment as Xiong Mingming resembled a rabbit that had inadvertently stepped on a burdock, frantically bouncing about, even though Beichen had yet to approach her. Suddenly, she came to a halt, her eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. A woo! Xiong Mingming extended her tiny hands in a claw-like manner and let out a howl. Why was she playing a game, yet resorting to such antics? The members of the Shinchi team were taken aback, despite none of them wearing glasses. A boy like Beichen, with his demeanor, was not one to be swayed by such antics. He found Xiong Mingming's performance utterly ridiculous, akin to that of a jester. With a dismissive snort, he accelerated with the ball, intent on bypassing her. Unexpectedly, an illusion of a plush bear materialized behind Xiong Mingming. Although it was merely a stuffed bear, it was considerably larger than a real bear. Mimicking Xiong Mingming's stance, it emitted a genuine bear roar. The immense sound wave generated a tremendous force in the air, and Beichen could feel the power of that roar pushing him backward. He had no choice but to halt, using his arm as a shield to prevent being blown away. The colossal plush bear lifted its paw, and when it brought it down, a cloud of dust erupted, sending Beichen flying and causing the ball to naturally tumble into Xiong Mingming's grasp. The plush bear bent down to hand the ball to the petite girl before dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Was this a finishing move? The members of the Shinchi team were left dumbfounded, astonished that such a formidable technique was concealed on the opposing side. What transpired next was even more astonishing. After intercepting the ball, Xiong Mingming swiftly passed it to Ri Chier in the midfield. This was the signal for the Yo-Yo Bunny team to launch their counterattack. Karl was already aware that it was time to switch to offense. However, it was too late. Once Xiong Mingming had unleashed that finishing move, the Yo-Yo Bunny team transformed as if they were an entirely different squad, instantly positioning themselves for an assault on Shinchi's half. Karl charged forward, determined to thwart their advance. While boys like Ku Yuan, who tended to overthink, might feel hesitant against a female team, Karl, wholeheartedly engrossed in Exball, paid no heed to such concerns. Just as he was about to make contact with the ball, Rachel swiftly passed it to Musi beside her, leaving Karl to pursue only the lingering shadow of the ball. The offensive rhythm of Yo-Yo Bunny remained utterly unperturbed. Qingfan looked around in panic, completely bewildered and unsure of how to proceed. While she hesitated, Yo-Yo Bunny had already slipped past her. No more forward movement. Ilian dashed forward, hoping to seize the ball with his speed. However, Yo-Yo Bunny executed yet another quick pass. Ilian lost sight of his target entirely. The ball bounced back and forth across the court, while the girls darted left and right, their identical uniforms adding to the confusion, creating a kaleidoscope of illusions that dazzled the eyes. In such circumstances, the opponents could hardly discern where the ball was, let alone anticipate its next position. The name Yo-Yo Bunny, with the inclusion of the word bunny, is indeed quite fitting. Their figures flitted about like clever rabbits evading a hunter in the underbrush, leaving only a trail of pink shadows in their wake. The 7 players of Yo-Yo Bunny appeared as one cohesive unit, sharing the same mind and heart, a testament to the unspoken understanding among girls. Although, in a one-on-one scenario, none of the Yo-Yo Bunny members would dare claim superiority over their opponents. Physically, as an all-girls team, they were at a significant disadvantage. Yet, through their seamless short passes and their inherent agility, skill, and flexibility, they ingeniously circumvented these shortcomings. Once the ball landed in a player's hands, it would not linger for even half a second before being passed to another teammate. Thus, the time for one-on-one encounters between the members of the Divine Team and the girls of Yo-Yo Bunny approached infinitesimal proportions. This offensive strategy resembled a torrential rain of pear blossoms, seemingly harmless yet overwhelming, leaving opponents defenseless. This is the essence of overcoming strength with grace. Sophie was astonished. When did they acquire such prowess? The defense of the Divine Team crumbled under this onslaught. Ultimately, the ball found its way to the forward, Huakai, whose jersey number was 12, symbolizing her extraordinary strength. A riot of blossoms. Huakai took the shot. It was a lethal strike, and Ku Yuan hurriedly assumed a stance, preparing to unleash his signature move, the unyielding palm. The speed of the ball was astonishing. Just as Ku Yuan began to gather his strength, the ball soared towards him, nearly brushing against his eyelashes. Was he to charge headlong into it? At that moment, the ball exploded, transforming into a shower of shredded rose petals. The crimson fragments scattered like smoke and mist, carrying with them a haunting beauty of demise. The explosion was a spectacle of immense visual stimulation. Ku Yuan was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. In the next moment, he instinctively closed his eyes, tilting his head slightly while raising his arm to shield his face. A reflex deeply ingrained in human nature. The power of his steadfast hand dissipated in an instant. At that moment, scattered petals rained down upon him, enveloping him completely. The remnants of the exploded petals coalesced behind Ku Yuan, ultimately transforming back into the form of an X-ball. He could still catch a whiff of the fragrant petals brushing against his cheek. The ball surged into the net. With a time of 4 minutes and 3 seconds, the Yo-Yo Bunny team showcased astonishing prowess, leveling the score to 1-1. Hooray! The girls of the Yo-Yo Bunny team jumped joyfully, exchanging high-fives in celebration. Only Xiong Mengmeng maintained a sulky expression. Ugh, little Huahua, you owe me my plum candy, Xiong Mengmeng exclaimed, her frustration evident. The anticipation of savoring the candy was being thwarted by the tedious wait for it to dissolve. What was the point? Ugh, my teeth are going to rot from the sourness. It turned out that while she had been anxiously bouncing around, she was actually in a battle with the plum candy in her mouth. Chapter 75, Yo-Yo Bunny vs. Xinxi, Part 4. Xiong Mingming truly miscalculated. The plum candy was hard, and it would not dissolve quickly. It was not an appropriate remedy for her low blood sugar. The opposing team, Xinxi, had already launched their offensive, while she still had not managed to dissolve half of her candy. A little tip: do not keep anything in your mouth while exercising, as it may inadvertently obstruct your airway. Despite her best efforts to hasten the candy's dissolution with her tongue, Xiong Mingming ultimately had no choice but to bite it into pieces. The flavor of the plum candy was already intense, and once it was crushed, the sourness trapped within burst forth, leaving her with an overwhelmingly tart sensation. To this day, the sound of the candy cracking still echoed in her mind, causing her to wince at the thought of her aching teeth. On the Xinxi team, the members huddled together in silence, their expressions somber. "I'm sorry, it was my mistake." Qingfan's voice was barely audible, like the buzz of a mosquito. She often took the initiative to apologize, returning to the team and making things so difficult. Clearly, I am a burden. Her eyes dimmed slightly. Xiaofan, that was hardly anything. My mistake was far worse. I even forgot such a fundamental aspect as passing the ball. I truly am an idiot. Karl lamented, thumping his fist against his head. Upon hearing this, Qingfan felt even more regretful. Don't say that. Enough, enough. This is not the time for assigning blame. Is it really necessary to be so eager to pamper the girls? Sophie scolded, slapping Karl on the back of the head. Huh. Karl ducked, evading Sophie's second swing, clutching his head like a monkey. Despite being a girl, Sophie's strikes bore considerable strength, truly befitting a seasoned Exball player. After spending so many days together, Karl had witnessed enough to know. Bachin lowered his head in contemplation, sensing that the opposing team's strength was considerably greater than he had anticipated. At this moment, it was imperative for the seasoned players to redirect the conversation. Andrea turned to Sophie and inquired, "Weren't you once part of their team? What is your perspective?" Sophie withdrew her smile, shaking her head in bewilderment. "I cannot comprehend it. To my knowledge, they should not possess such formidable capabilities. The only familiar faces are Anna, number 5, and the captain of the elementary school team. The rest are strangers, presumably newcomers. Could it be that Xiong Mingming has been extraordinarily fortunate? Did the fresh recruits all happen to be elite players, propelling this mediocre Exball women's team to new heights? However, aside from Huakawei, the others among the newcomers do not seem to display any outstanding reactions. This hypothesis may well be erroneous. Yet, even Xiong Mingming, someone Sophie thought she understood, has demonstrated an astonishing rate of progress, compelling Sophie to re-evaluate her perception of her. This team, which Sophie initially believed held no promise, is indeed poised for a remarkable resurgence, truly astonishing. The Yo-Yo Rabbit team appears to be far more formidable than any team they have previously encountered, Karl remarked. It's merely a tie. We can turn it around. At such times, Karl would invariably emerge with seemingly nonsensical words of encouragement, as if he were entirely unfamiliar with the concept of fear. Yet this time, he was correct. Indeed, they could reclaim the game. The configuration of their Shinchi team is by no means inferior. They have no reason to concede to this formidable squad of women. Sophie nodded. The Yo-Yo Rabbit team has regained their momentum. In the last round, we were too complacent. Fortunately, it ended in a draw. As we commence the next round, we must not let our guard down. Each match in the MEC qualifiers is crucial. Victory is imperative. She hastily outlined the positioning points for the upcoming play. As the intermission was drawing to a close, and everyone returned to their respective positions. Meanwhile, Xiong Mingming excitedly rose onto her tiptoes, stretching her neck to observe Shinchi's movements. It was evident that Shinchi had also become serious, yet this did not intimidate Xiong Mingming in the slightest. Sophie is getting serious too. Therefore, I cannot afford to slack off. She pouted, silently declaring that she would never allow herself to be outdone by Sophie. With the sound of the whistle, Bachin swiftly seized the ball. Regardless of how formidable the Yo-Yo Rabbit team may be, they lacked the competitive edge to contend with Bachin in the initial scramble for possession. Once the Yo-Yo Rabbit team gained control, their teamwork was the most seamless that Shinchi had witnessed in quite some time. Such impeccable synergy would undoubtedly pose a challenge even for the most renowned teams. To thwart this offensive strategy, the key was to ensure that the Yo-Yo Rabbit team could not secure the ball. Just now, the two main forces of Yo-Yo Rabbit Ball, the adorable bear Mingming and the elegant Huakai, have unleashed their ultimate techniques. Bachin has accurately anticipated that they are currently within their cooldown period. A short pass combination? We can execute that too, and with even greater speed. The ensuing battle between the Shinchi team and their opponents is fraught with tension and intensity, with both sides fiercely contesting, neither willing to yield. Occasionally, one side mounts a vigorous offensive, only to have it deftly neutralized by the other. The ball dances tirelessly across the court, bouncing up and down, swaying left and right, advancing and retreating. Victory. They are all in pursuit of the same elusive prize. Beep, beep, beep. 2 short beeps followed by 1 long. This signals the end of the match. Both teams stand in bewilderment, uncertain if they truly heard that whistle. They lift their gazes towards the large screen at the center of the field. The match timer has indeed reached 0, and the scoreboard has settled at 2-2. Is this how it ends? A draw. Although both teams initially approached the match with a lack of seriousness, as the game progressed, their performance improved dramatically, culminating in a finale as intense as that of a championship match. This is the utmost achievement that these two teams could attain through their relentless efforts. Chapter 76, Yo-Yo Rabbit Ball vs. Shinchi, Part 5. We cannot allow another goal to slip by. Having embarrassed myself before Lord Bachin once is enough. I cannot afford to falter again. The Veil of the Dancer. A piece of silk follows the wind's cue, accurately capturing the ball's trajectory, enveloping it within its embrace. The soft silk glides against the ball's surface, akin to a mother soothing an agitated child. Gradually, under this gentle reassurance, the ball loses its vigor, as if a child has succumbed once more to slumber. To my surprise, Selena possesses her own ultimate technique. Andrea's shooting style typically relies on brute force and an unorthodox angle to secure victory, especially with the goal so close. Even the most basic goalkeeping technique would struggle to thwart such a straightforward shot. Yet, Selena has managed to diffuse it with what appears to be a feathery, insipid approach. This is the embodiment of yielding to strength. Every second of the match is invaluable. It cannot simply pause because a shot has been blocked. Anna. Selena calls out her teammate's name as she releases the ball. Unlike the imposing style of Rudolph from the Yasha team, Yo-Yo Rabbit Ball's goalkeeper Selena lacks the arm strength to propel the ball directly forward. Instead, her position for the goal kick is remarkably close to the goal, and she deftly throws the ball to her right, into Anna's waiting hands. Typically, the distance for a re-kick ought to be as far as possible. This not only catches the opponent off guard, making it difficult for them to recover, but it also circumvents the lengthy process of advancing the ball. After all, the further one carries the ball, the greater the chance for confrontation, which in turn increases the risk of conceding a goal. Yet, Yo-Yo Rabbit Ball is undeterred by this consideration. After Andrea's failed shot, she did not linger. As soon as her foot landed, she immediately dashed towards the direction where Selena was passing the ball. She sought to atone for her previous mistake. Although Andrea was a forward, she was also one of the team's most formidable defenders, renowned for her aggressive and fierce style. The moment Anna's hand grazed the ball, she swiftly pushed it away before Andrea could arrive. The ball barely lingered in Rachel's hands for half a second before she tossed it to Misai. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Andrea turned around, the ball was instantly passed to the next player. She occasionally heard the sound of the ball behind her, and at times it echoed from her left. In that moment, she felt as though she were enveloped in a dense forest of towering trees, where the scenery around her seemed both distinct and identical, rendering it impossible to discern the ball's true position. The players of Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumplings successfully deceived Andrea in a triangular formation, causing her to spin in circles. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Even a player of Andrea's formidable interception skills found herself at a loss against them. The instant the ball landed in the hands of Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumplings, their team transformed into a cohesive unit, the ball bouncing across the field like a lively white rabbit, captivating the spectators. The coordination of Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumplings toyed with the Shinkai team, swiftly penetrating their defense once more. This time, defenders Sophie and Ilian could not allow them to have their way. The two of them, positioned one on the left and one on the right, closely marked Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumplings forwards, Huakawei and Baijiyue. In this match, Shinkai's defense held the advantage in both physique and experience, leaving no reason for them to falter in one-on-one situations. However, at that moment, as if a shooting star had streaked across the night sky, an unexpected figure burst into Shinkai's penalty area. Oh dear, her petite and agile form resembled a fluffy ball rolling across the grass. It was the captain of Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumplings, Xiong Mingming. Karl exclaimed, "Isn't she a defender?" Huakawei, as if already anticipating the event, flashed a knowing smile. "I've been waiting for you, little bear." As the ball found its way to Xiong Mingming, she shot forth like an unexpected cold arrow, targeting the very heart of the Shinkai team. The Shinkai goal was on the brink of collapse. This was a transformation. Moon Rabbit Bungee. Xiong Mingming bounced twice, then leaped high into the air. The ball fell from the sky, splitting into 3 pristine points of light that landed on the ground and rebounded high, each splitting into 3 anew. It was as if a group of bouncing rabbits, 9 in total, soared towards the goal. Goodness, which one is the real ball? Ku Yuan's eyes instantly blurred. However, one cannot simply stand idly by without taking any action, can one? With a resolute hand, swish, 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 flecks of light swiftly darted past him. The steadfast hand managed to intercept only one of the luminous points, while the remaining 8 slipped through his fingers. The solitary point he captured was merely an illusion of the ball. As the radiance dissipated, the genuine ball surged into the net. Yo-Yo Bunny Ball has once again seized the lead, the score now standing at 21. Chapter 77, Yo-Yo Bunny Ball vs. Divine Rise, Part 6. The term libero is relatively rare, utilized by only a handful of teams within this system. Its definition is not particularly clear-cut. Some may refer to it as libero for its more appealing sound, while others adhere strictly to the traditional classifications of forwards, midfielders, and defenders, labeling this position as an attacking defender. Etymologically, a libero is indeed very free, a player who can occupy any position on the field and move freely throughout the entire pitch. The libero serves as the linchpin for organizing and directing the defense, as well as the initiator of the team's attacks. The requirements for assuming the role of a libero are quite stringent. This player must possess exceptional intelligence and a calm demeanor, swiftly grasping the dynamics of the match. In terms of defense, the libero must effectively orchestrate the defensive efforts, always prepared to take decisive action should the defensive line be breached. They do not adhere to a specific opponent, but rather maneuver flexibly to cover and alleviate pressure. allowing other players, particularly fellow defenders, to focus on their assignments without concern. Simultaneously, the libero bears the responsibility of orchestrating the team's offensive plays. Generally, attacking players position themselves towards the front of the field to penetrate the enemy's territory more effectively. However, the libero, emerging from the concept of a defender, typically occupies a position towards the back of the field. This unique placement affords them a comprehensive view of the game, enabling them to identify opportunities for orchestrating effective attacks. A libero must possess abundant stamina, demonstrate both offensive and defensive capabilities, and exhibit keen awareness and field presence, coupled with exceptional organizational skills and extensive match experience. The high standards demanded of a libero render them a rare breed, leading many teams to forego this position entirely. Thus, the libero often emerges as a pivotal element within a team, frequently regarded as the second incarnation of the number 12. Sophie suddenly recalled that Xiong Mingming wore the number 78 jersey. While this might merely be a quirk of this elementary school student, could it also suggest that Xiong Mingming's avoidance of traditional defender numbers is indicative of her role as a libero rather than a conventional defender? It is indeed surprising that Xiong Mingming holds such a significant position within the Yo-Yo Bunny Ball team. To be candid, it is quite unexpected that a team would select a petite female athlete for such a demanding position as libero. Yet, Xiong Mingming has accomplished just that, a testament to her formidable abilities. From her recent performance, it is evident that Xiong Mingming possesses exceptional defensive and shooting skills, surpassing the ordinary. Although she may not exhibit the same flair as Beichen, she invariably rises to the occasion, delivering decisive blows to her adversaries. Her prowess should not be underestimated. When did this transformation begin? Sophie, too, harbors regrets. Despite having prior knowledge of Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling and having played alongside Xiong Mingming in a couple of matches, she remained oblivious to the crucial information that Xiong Mingming had assumed the pivotal role of libero. Preconceived notions led her to regard her with a measure of skepticism. Sophie, dear, if you do not showcase your true abilities, you are bound to lose, Xiong Mingming cheekily taunted the Shinki team, asserting their determination to secure a spot in mech. Despite their usual demeanor, it is, however, understandable why Sophie was uninformed. Xiong Mingming had previously played solely as a traditional defender, transitioning to libero only after rigorous training prior to the selection process. Indeed, one must recognize the profound changes in just a few days. Sophie resolved to diligently seek out weaknesses in Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling strategy. She now regarded Xiong Mingming as a worthy adversary deserving of respect. After all, she was unwilling to concede defeat to her former team, which would be a source of embarrassment. The atmosphere felt tense, as Qing Fan murmured softly. Wasn't it so? A team that initially seemed poised for victory found themselves conceding 2 goals, with their opponents gaining momentum, compounded by the introduction of the enigmatic libero position. Meanwhile, Shinki's strategies had been fully revealed, yet to no avail. Presently, Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling surpassed Shinki in both teamwork and skill. In such dire circumstances, securing an early lead? Clearly, the fault lay within themselves. They should never have underestimated their opponents simply because they were an all-female team, allowing complacency to set in. It is evident now that they are no mere decorations, but rather formidable thorns that can inflict unexpected wounds. However, Qing Fan refrained from speaking further. The rest of the team appeared to possess greater insight. Their furrowed brows reflected their anxiety, leaving her with little ground to voice her thoughts. Merely avoiding adding to their troubles was commendable. She could only fret in silence. The momentum of Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling had surged, while Shinki's spirits dwindled. The situation was indeed precarious. Yet, should they resign themselves to inaction? There were still 5 minutes remaining. At the very least, they needed to reclaim a point. Karl exclaimed. Everyone looked up in astonishment at him. At present, the coordinated short passes of Yo-Yo Bunny have yet to be disrupted, and the libero system proves difficult to counter. A multitude of issues and flaws continue to arise. Yet, this individual maintains an unexpectedly positive demeanor. While a good attitude is not inherently detrimental, blind optimism cannot resolve tangible problems. It is only natural that a sense of irritation lingers among the players. Nevertheless, the interval has come to an end. It is time to commence the next play. Upon receiving the ball, Beichen suddenly lost the sharpness he previously exhibited. Should he boldly surge forward as before, or adopt a more cautious approach by passing for stability? Has Xiong Mingming's ultimate ability cooled down? Even if she lacks her special move, what about the other player's abilities? If he cannot employ his ultimate skill, will he truly have a 100% chance of scoring against the Yo-Yo Bunny goalkeeper, adorned in her veil of dance? At this moment, the typically decisive Beichen hesitated. In that moment of indecision, the 14th player of Yo-Yo Bunny, by Jiayue, swiftly emerged to intercept the ball from his grasp. Stop daydreaming. Andrea chided disapprovingly. Beichin, who detested being lectured, could not deny that he had indeed made an error. The opposing team, Yo-Yo Bunny, did not afford them any opportunity for discord, promptly reorganizing for a flawless offensive surge towards the Shinchi team's half. All players, fall back, Sophie commanded. They could not grant Yo-Yo Bunny even the slightest chance, otherwise they would spring forth like a wild hare. In the absence of a clear strategy to dismantle Yo-Yo Bunny's fluid short passing, they could only rely on a one-on-one marking tactic to mitigate the onslaught, as this method proved to be the most straightforward and consistently effective. The ensuing battle was intensely fierce, with both sides exchanging relentless blows, neither yielding ground. At times, one team would mount a fierce attack only to be thwarted by the other. The ball danced tirelessly across the field, rising and falling, moving left and right, advancing and retreating. Victory. They all pursued the same elusive goal. Beep, beep, beep. Two shorts followed by a long, the sound of the final whistle. The players from both teams stood bewildered, unsure if they had indeed heard the signal. They lifted their gazes towards the large screen at the center of the field. The match timer had indeed reached 0, and the scoreboard settled on a final score of 2-2. Is this the end? A draw. Although neither team had initially approached the match with utmost seriousness, as the game progressed, both sides found their rhythm, exchanging blows until the final moments. Reminiscent of a championship showdown, this was the pinnacle of what these two teams could achieve through sheer effort. Chapter 78, Yo-Yo Bunny Dumplings vs. Shinchi, Part 7. Man-to-man defense is a rather rigid tactic. The beauty of a free agent system lies in its inherent flexibility. Employing a man-to-man strategy effectively constrains this system, locking it down and inhibiting its natural flow. As anticipated, the offensive rhythm of Yo-Yo Bunny Dumplings has indeed faltered. Under such high-pressure circumstances, even a minor passing error can be exploited as a breakthrough opportunity. The fervor of the match has begun to wane, reaching a stalemate. To counteract the man-to-man defense is not an insurmountable challenge. One must first maintain a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the adversary, and then patiently seek out opportunities. Ugh, this is so unfair. Su Mingming huffed, puffing her cheeks and making a few futile jumps. However, her efforts proved ineffectual. Though she remained in the back half of the Yo-Yo Bunny Dumplings, her role as a free agent meant she could dash to the front at any moment. Moreover, as a key player for her team, the Shinchi squad dispatched Beichin to closely monitor her. Standing at 180 centimeters, Beichin epitomized the ideal height for a handsome athlete, while Su Mingming, at a mere 142 centimeters, could barely reach his armpit. Consequently, with Beichin positioned directly in front of her, her line of sight was nearly entirely obstructed by his imposing figure, rendering her unable to discern her teammates' movements. Losing sight is a perilous setback for a team's strategic core. Yet, is the essence of Yo-Yo Bunny Dumplings' team leader confined to this limitation? Player number 8, Meishi, had not yet showcased any remarkable performance in this match. Curiously, she was being guarded by Shinchi's weakest link, Qingfan. Qingfan was visibly anxious. She was uncertain of how to execute an effective mark and felt bashful about getting too close. Even though her opponent was also a girl, she merely imitated others, fixating her gaze on Meishi as if trying to discern grains of rice on her face. Whenever Meishi shifted her position, Qingfan hurriedly followed, never straying far behind. Nervousness gripped Qingfan. She dreaded making a mistake that would hinder her team. Despite scarcely moving, beads of sweat had already begun to roll down her forehead. With a chuckle, Meishi observed Qingfan's earnest expression and couldn't help but laugh. Little sister, you're rather adorable. Qingfan's taut face instantly fell. She was confused, unsure whether she was being complimented or teased. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. Meanwhile, the vice-captain of Yo-Yo Bunny Dumplings, player number 12, Huakai, bit her lip, contemplating the situation. She was being marked by Shinchi's defender, Sophie. In previous matches, Sophie had always assumed the role of an observer from the backcourt. And given her current position as a defender, there were not many opportunities for her to showcase her skills. Thus, in terms of personal prowess, Sophie had not been able to reveal much. However, when confronted one-on-one, Huakai realized that every move she made was entirely anticipated by Sophie, whatever her next intention was. Sophie had already foreseen it. Moreover, the meticulous handling of various movements indicated that she was undoubtedly an experienced X-ball veteran. Although Sophie did not adopt any overtly intimidating stances, she nonetheless exerted a considerable psychological pressure on Huakai in an intangible manner. The level of awareness and experience displayed by this individual was surely indicative of a top-tier veteran. It seemed that Xiong Mengming's earlier praises of this player were not entirely unfounded. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder why such a player was relegated to playing as a defender in an obscure team, appearing somewhat inconsequential. Hua Kuei narrowed her eyes. She had no time to dissect her opponent's past, as she had more pressing matters at hand. Calmly, Hua Kuei surveyed her surroundings. Meishi swayed slightly, and for Qing Fan to keep up was already quite a challenge. Although Qing Fan appeared to be defending earnestly, a discerning eye could easily perceive her actual lack of skill. It was merely an illusion of strength. If Meishi's movements became any more complex, the midfielder named Qing Fan would undoubtedly become flustered and completely out of sync. Additionally, intercepting Yo-Yo Rabbit's other forward, number 14, by Jiayue, was none other than Ilian. Curiously, Ilian, despite being male, was at a disadvantage in both height and physicality. Bai Jiayue had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, exposing her fair neck. She was not particularly talkative, but exuded an energetic aura, standing at 170 centimeters. She was a tall and slender girl, while Ilian, at 164 centimeters, appeared even more fragile with his slender arms and legs. This tactical test of man-to-man physical confrontation undoubtedly struck at Ilian's Achilles heel. These two could very well be the points of breakthrough. Hua Kuei raised her elegantly arched eyebrows and subtly gestured to Meishi and Bai Jiayue. The camaraderie among the members of Yo-Yo Rabbit was evident, having spent all day together. With just a hint from Hua Kuei, the other two immediately understood. The opening was right here. Sophie noticed a change in Hua Kuei's expression and suddenly realized this was not good. However, merely recognizing the danger was not sufficient. The others clearly had not noticed the subtle shift in Yo-Yo Rabbit's dynamics. It was precisely this time lag that rendered it too late. Meishi's footwork suddenly changed. Qing Fan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why the opponent, seemingly without the ball, was attempting a breakthrough. Furthermore, Qing Fan could hardly discern Meishi's movements. With a feint to the left and right, Meishi swiftly maneuvered past Qing Fan. Rachel, with the ball in her possession, displayed remarkable cleverness. Noticing Meishi's movements, she instinctively understood that instructions were being issued. With a deft throw, she passed the ball into Meishi's hands, while Karl, the oblivious one, remained utterly unaware of the unfolding situation. Concurrently, Bai Jiayue had forcibly broken through Ilian's defense, tearing a hole in the protective net of the Shinchi team. Hua Kuei had always been the most composed player in the Yo-Yo 2-1Z team. Surprisingly, the majority of the strategic decisions were not under the capricious captain Xiong Mengming's control, but rather in the capable hands of player number 12, Hua Kuei. This was a fleeting opportunity. Meishi seized the moment, advancing with the ball. If she could successfully maneuver the ball into an advantageous position and pass it to Bai Jiayue, another scoring chance for Yo-Yo 2-1Z would arise. "Stop dawdling and get back to defense," Sophie shouted. Though her words were directed at her teammates, she remained fixated on Hua Kuei of Yo-Yo 2-1Z. Hua Kuei's initial shot had been dazzling, leaving a profound impression. If, in a hasty attempt to intercept the ball carrier, they recklessly charged back, neglecting their positions and the movements of their opponents, it would lead to a breakdown in defense, potentially leaving Hua Kuei, the core player of Yo-Yo 2-1Z, unguarded. Should Yo-Yo 2-1Z merely use Bai Jiayue and Meishi as decoys and return the ball to Hua Kuei, Shinchi would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. As the tension mounted, maintaining composure became increasingly essential. One must not underestimate the opponent and fall into their traps. Hua Kuei was taken aback. The opponent blocking her path demonstrated an unexpected level of intellect. Yet, despite Sophie's meticulous considerations, Shinchi found themselves undeniably at a disadvantage. "Don't challenge me to a race," Ilian shouted, striving to catch up. He would not accept being viewed as a mere breakthrough point. In the blink of an eye, he reached Bai Jiayue's side. If Meishi dared to pass the ball to Bai Jiayue, she would first have to consult Ilian's thoughts. From this position, "I am confident that I can intercept any pass." Ilian held such conviction. If Meishi was unable to pass, there were only two outcomes. Either she would be left stranded, facing a dead end, or she would be compelled to attempt a shot herself. Neither of these options represented a favorable solution for Yo-Yo 2-1Z. The Shinchi team's assumptions were correct. Meishi indeed ranked among the lower echelons of technical proficiency within the Yo-Yo 2-1Z team, lacking a signature shooting technique. Even rookie Ku Yuan had a 90% chance of blocking her shot. Nevertheless, Meishi continued to smile, licking her lips, displaying an unflappable demeanor, as if she were entirely confident. At that moment, Bai Jiayue, who had been tightly marked by Ilian, suddenly made a surprising move. She bent her waist and flexed her knees, creating a brief moment of stillness. In an instant, her long legs propelled her upward, She leaped into action. It was a moment of pure elevation. Even with Yi Lian's remarkable speed, she could not catch up to the explosive distance achieved in that fleeting moment. A gap of 2 meters suddenly separated by Jie and Yi Lian. This distance was perilous. It seemed as if Meishi possessed a sixth sense. Having already launched the ball high into the air, the ball's descent perfectly aligned with Bai Jieyue's leap, leaving Yi Lian utterly incapable of intercepting it. But the spectacle was far from over. Mid-air, Bai Jieyue leveraged her momentum to strike the ball with her leg. In an instant, a silvery arc of light trailed her foot, slicing through the air above and below the ball. Upon landing, the ball descended to an optimal height. Bai Jieyue's toes shimmered with a silver luminescence, reminiscent of a grand moonlight. In the next moment, it appeared she was poised to deliver a powerful kick to the ball, a prelude to what seemed like a devastating technique. No, under no circumstances could Ku Yuan be left to confront Yo-Yo Rabbit Ball's shot alone. That would be far too perilous. Yet, from this position, it seemed impossible for anyone to thwart Yo-Yo Rabbit Ball's third attempt at goal. Chapter 79, Yo-Yo Rabbit Ball vs. Shin-Chi, Part 8. It was Karl. Once again, he came to the rescue. Just as Bai Jieyue was about to unleash her well-charged kick toward the ball, Karl unexpectedly intervened, aiming a swift kick at the ball suspended in midair, attempting to reverse its trajectory. While a special technique can be interrupted during its charging or preparatory phase, when it reaches its final moments, its energy is nearly fully concentrated, rendering it extraordinarily powerful and solely at the command of its caster. Furthermore, the ball emanates a tremendous repulsive force against any would-be disruptor. At this juncture, it is exceedingly difficult for external forces to interfere with its trajectory. To recklessly intervene could result in backlash, potentially injuring the intruder. Nevertheless, Karl stubbornly positioned his foot in front of the ball, showing no inclination to yield. The fully charged ball pressed against the top of Karl's foot, his calf straining under the immense pressure, trembling as they remained locked in this stalemate. Light surged forth, the sharp brilliance piercing the eyes of onlookers. The ball resisted Karl's interference. This maneuver was not so easily disrupted. "Don't be reckless," Sophie shouted. I haven't reached my limit yet," Karl bellowed, refusing to back down, inching his leg forward against the ball's direction. Typically, a stalemate would not exceed 3 seconds, for according to regulation. Touching the ball for 3 seconds constitutes a minor foul, and the system must render a judgment before that time elapses. However, the situation was far more intricate. It seemed they had overlooked someone. In the heat of the moment, Bai Jieyue had not registered Karl's sudden appearance before her. She was momentarily taken aback. As it was highly unusual for someone to appear so abruptly in such a critical situation, it was truly a reckless act. However, even when her eyes reacted, her mind had yet to catch up. By instinct, her foot continued to adopt a striking posture, forcefully kicking towards the ball. Yet, Karl's interference proved effective. Both feet made contact with the ball simultaneously, instantly disrupting its equilibrium, causing it to be propelled away. Along with the ball, Karl was also launched into the air. The ball, already burdened with significant repulsive force, was further propelled by Bai Jieyue's unintentional kick, sending his entire body soaring. Unfortunately, as the ball flew upward, it collided directly with Karl's chin, inflicting considerable pain. Nevertheless, his efforts bore fruit. In midair, the execution code of the originally lethal move had faltered, and the ball lost its special effects, deflating and sliding out of bounds, transforming into a mere pile of foam. Simultaneously, Karl landed awkwardly on the ground. Once the ball went out of bounds, the game was inevitably paused. Karl! The members of the Divine Spirit team hastily abandoned their tasks, rushing over. This was getting a bit exaggerated, wasn't it? Would anything truly be amiss? Concern crept into everyone's minds. Yet, under the watchful eyes of all, this bewildered lad suddenly lifted his dust-covered face, tousled his unruly hair, and revealed his signature grin. "I'm fine." Indeed, with Exball's robust safety system, sufficient cushioning had been provided upon his descent, and aside from the unfortunate faceplant, he suffered no serious harm. "Goodness, are you truly that reckless? Do you not value your life?" Sophie scolded, delivering a light smack to Karl's head. His features contorted comically, as the pain from his earlier antics paled in comparison to Sophie's slap. Although Karl winced, upon seeing Sophie genuinely upset, he quickly sat up straight, clasped his hands together, and repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry. This unexpected apology left Sophie somewhat at a loss. In truth, she wasn't genuinely angry. This was not the first occurrence of such reckless enthusiasm from this boy, whose basic skills were lacking yet always bore a cheerful countenance. How had he managed to reach this level? Was it truly worth such fervent effort for that one ball? The subsequent battle on the field was fiercely contested, with both sides exchanging relentless attacks, each refusing to yield. The ball danced tirelessly across the court, up and down, left and right, forward and backward. Victory. They all pursued the same elusive prize. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle's sound echoed, 2 short beeps followed by one long. Both teams stood in bewilderment, unsure if they had truly heard the whistle. They lifted their heads and gazed at the grand screen in the center of the arena. The match timer had indeed reached 0, and the scoreboard settled at 2-2. Was this the conclusion? A draw. Although both teams initially approached the game with a lackadaisical attitude, as the match progressed, their performance intensified, culminating in a fierce exchange reminiscent of a championship final. This was the utmost effort these two teams could muster, resulting in this outcome. It was Karl. Once again, he came to the rescue. Just as GenexⅡ's foot was about to strike the ball, which was charged to an impressive 99%, Karl unexpectedly lunged forward to kick the ball suspended in midair, attempting to reverse its trajectory. While a finishing move can be interrupted during its build-up or initial phase, once it reaches its final moments, the energy becomes nearly fully concentrated, rendering it immensely powerful, solely controlled by the caster. Furthermore, the ball would exert a tremendous repulsive force against any interlopers. At this juncture, it is exceedingly difficult for external forces to interfere with its motion. To recklessly intervene would likely result in a backlash, putting the interloper at considerable risk of injury. Nevertheless, Karl obstinately positioned his foot before the ball, showing no sign of retreat. The fully charged ball pressed against the back of Karl's foot, his calf straining as it trembled with effort. They were locked in a stalemate. Radiance surged forth, sharp and blinding. The ball was resisting Karl. This maneuver would not be so easily disrupted. Don't be reckless, Sophie shouted. Oh, Karl bellowed. I'm not at my limit yet. He stubbornly advanced his leg a fraction of an inch, defiantly opposing the ball's direction. Generally, a stalemate should not exceed 3 seconds, for according to regulations, touching the ball for 3 seconds constitutes a minor foul, and the system must render a decision before that time elapses. However, the reality was far more intricate. It seemed they had overlooked someone. In the urgency of the moment, GenexⅡ had not registered Karl's sudden appearance before her. She was momentarily taken aback, as it was highly unusual for anyone to appear at such a critical juncture, an act of sheer recklessness. Yet, even as her eyes registered the presence, her mind lagged behind. Instinctively, her foot continued its motion, poised to strike the ball with all her might. However, Karl's intervention proved effective. Both feet collided with the ball simultaneously, shattering its equilibrium in an instant, sending it soaring away. Along with the ball, Karl was also propelled into the air. The ball already possessed immense repulsive power, and GenexⅡ's ill-timed kick inadvertently provided him with a tremendous force, launching his entire body skyward. Regrettably, as the ball was propelled into the air, it struck Karl squarely on the chin, causing him considerable pain. Nevertheless, his efforts bore fruit. At that moment, the previously lethal execution code became ineffective, and the ball lost its extraordinary properties, descending limply beyond the court, dissolving into a mere mass of foam. Simultaneously, Karl tumbled to the ground in a rather undignified manner. With the ball out of bounds, the game was naturally paused. Karl. The members of the GenexⅡ team hastily abandoned their tasks, rushing over with palpable concern. This is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Is he all right? Worries swirled among them. However, under the attentive gazes of all present, the dazed young man suddenly lifted his dusty face, tousled his unruly hair, and broke into his signature toothy grin. I'm fine. Indeed, with Exball's robust safety systems, the impact had been sufficiently cushioned upon his landing. Although the sight of him face-planting was somewhat grim, he was otherwise unharmed. Goodness, you really are reckless. Do you have a death wish? Sophie exclaimed in exasperation, delivering a playful smack to Karl's head. His features twisted comically in response, and it seemed the pain from his earlier antics paled in comparison to Sophie's light-hearted slap. Despite the discomfort, noticing Sophie's genuine ire, Karl quickly folded his legs, sat up straight, pressed his palms together, and repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry. This unexpected contrition left Sophie in a bit of a quandary. In truth, she wasn't truly angry. After all, this wasn't the first time. How did this boy, perpetually sporting a smile, yet lacking in foundational skills, manage to channel such unexpected energy? Was it worth such reckless abandon for that one play? The ensuing match became intensely fierce, with both sides exchanging relentless volleys, neither yielding an inch. Occasionally, one side would launch a vigorous offensive, only to be thwarted by the other. The ball danced across the court with unyielding enthusiasm, weaving up and down, side to side, forward and back. Victory. They were all in pursuit of the same elusive prize. Beep, beep, beep. Two short beeps followed by a long one. The final whistle sounded. Both teams stood bewildered, uncertain whether they had truly heard the signal. They lifted their gazes to the grand screen at the center of the arena. The game timer had indeed reached 0, and the scoreboard displayed a final tally of 2-2. Is this how it ends? A draw. Although neither team had initially taken the match too seriously, as the game progressed, both sides found their rhythm, trading blows until the intensity rivaled that of a championship final. This was the culmination of both teams' relentless efforts, yielding a remarkable outcome. Chapter 80, Yo-Yo Bunnyball vs. Shinchi, Part 9. Qing-fan was suddenly startled. Wasn't she in her own room? Why were there others here? Turning her head, she found not the familiar piano, but the indifferent gaze of Andrea behind her. Behind Andrea lay a boundless expanse of the field. Ah, yes, at this moment, Qing-fan still stood on the court. Oh, Qing-fan, in a daze, nodded slowly. Andrea regarded Qing-fan for a moment. Though no words were exchanged, that indifferent gaze felt as if it were wrenching her heart from her throat. Ultimately, Andrea said nothing, tossed her hair, and moved towards her designated position. For reasons unknown, Qing-fan felt an unexpected sense of relief. She glanced around. This was undeniably the scene of the court. The X-ball projection equipment was so advanced that one could hardly discern any flaws with the naked eye. The ground beneath her feet and her teammates ahead were all within reach. Yet, everything felt so unreal. The X-ball system, in its pursuit of absolute fairness, had entirely reconstructed the force fields within the space. There was no trace of any air current in the arena, resulting in a loss of authenticity that made one feel suffocated, an invisible sense of oppression weighing heavily on her chest. Typically, one would not perceive such anomalies. But at this moment, someone as sensitive as Qing-fan could distinctly sense it. Her eyes widened. It seemed she could discern the outline of the piano room from the background of the court. No matter how sophisticated the holographic projection and virtual reality technology, perfection remained unattainable. It was quite peculiar. This subtle sensation was exceedingly strange. The phantom of the invisible walls of the piano room confined Qing-fan within a narrow realm of reality, isolating her from the others on the court. Ultimately, they were not meant to be companions. The X-ball could not accommodate her. A sense of disappointment mingled with confusion enveloped her. Why was she standing here? Was it for her friends, or merely to indulge her own selfish desire to escape? She had thought she had broken free from a cage, only to realize that she remained at the very heart of it, unable to change her circumstances. It was as if she had run many laps on the court, yet in reality, she was merely treading water in place. Court, piano room, court, or piano room. Was she truly on the court, or in the piano room? Or perhaps she was, in a sense, both in the piano room and on the court? A wordless fear rose within her. It felt as though the scenes surrounding her could collapse at any moment, the illusory landscape of the court fracturing, revealing the tangible walls around her, precariously teetering and threatening to cave in. Qing-fan lowered her head, placing her hands together over her chest. Perhaps it was the stifling heat of the room, for her palms were clammy with sweat. Finally, she took a step forward. Name, Victor. Race, new era child. SSS level. Gender, male. Age, discovered by his brother at age 3, 10 years old at the end of WW5, 12 years old when his brother passed away. Currently 15 years old. Personality, a delinquent with a morning grumpiness, awkward demeanor, sadistic tendencies, and a naturally dark disposition. Appears lethargic and indifferent, yet harbors a deep concern for everything. Highly combustible and explosive in nature. Generally has a low presence, emotionally akin to a wooden statue, with an intense sense of pride. Concealing his feelings deeply. When others believe they know him well, he remains distant. Catchphrases, remember my face. Stop asking me. No. Cut it. Tisk. Appearance, very slender, with short black hair and long bangs that occasionally obscure his left eye. Possesses black eyes and a nondescript face, strikingly handsome, yet lacking memorable features. Frequently seen with his hands shoved into his pockets. Despite being a vagrant, he maintains a clean appearance. Likes fighting, sleeping, aimlessly wandering, surprisingly enjoys staying indoors. Dislikes cooking, pretentiousness, excessive closeness from others, small animals. Fears blood, faints at the sight of it. Habits, primarily uses his feet, but is actually versatile. Strengths, speed, technique, charging, interception, seizing opportunities. Weaknesses, coordination, primarily due to rapid thinking that others cannot keep up with. Physical confrontation, strength. Affiliation, rising dragon team position, free agent, initially played forward. but moved back due to an abundance of forwards. Statistics: high upper limit and high lower limit. No ultimate moves, but the strongest player. Speed: S. Explosiveness. S. Foot strength. B. Hand strength. Striking: A. Throwing: C. Precision: S. Physical confrontation. D. Ball control. A. Dribbling: S. Technique. S. Positioning. A. Interception. S. Marking. B. Offense. A. Defense. A. Calmness. B. Awareness. A. Reaction. S. Fighting spirit. C. Flexibility. A. Coordination. A. Stamina. A. Physique. S. Jumping. A. Ultimate skills. Scoring skills. Shadow arc. Black's 6 wings. GenexⅡ. A duo skill with Lambert. Sword of Damocles. Individual ultimate. Song of Life. A trio skill with Karl and Bachin. Dribbling skills. Black and white film. Blade dash. Interception skills. 18 layers of hell. Abyss stare. Grim Reaper's scythe. Paradise Lost. Individual ultimate. Attributes: dark jersey number 5. Introduction: accidentally struck by a ball thrown by Karl, nearly leading to an altercation. Backstory: Victor was forcibly born during his parents' capture by a scientist for human experimentation while Lambert underwent intensive training. He is technically an artificial human, born with complete color blindness. After modifications, he once surpassed SSS level, unbeknownst to him. Later abducted by Lambert and hidden away, concealing his abilities. During WW5, he was undetected in the military. Having rarely left home as a child, his only pastime was Exball. Lambert's color became the only hue he could perceive, a result of Lambert's abilities. After the conclusion of WW5, Lambert chose to conceal his identity from the organization, fearing his involvement in the ensuing turmoil. He witnessed the tragic demise of his brother, an event that unfolded as he perilously attempted to relocate the body, fully aware of the risks of being discovered. Subsequently, he lost all hope in the world, transforming from an obedient child into a delinquent, engaging in daily brawls and reckless behavior. His account was subsequently sealed away until he encountered Karl, which reignited his passion for basketball. Following Lambert's death, he was left to perceive only a world drenched in blood. Wells referred to him as a potential deity capable of overturning the world. He harbored deep-seated resentment over his brother's death 3 years prior. Though he felt abandoned by his brother's premature departure, he was profoundly saddened within. Lambert exhibited severe morning irritability, often struggling with training and arriving late to matches in the early stages. Gradually, however, he began to open up to his teammates. His complete colorblindness was revealed after a particular game. Subsequently, the truth about the new era's chosen one also came to light, resulting in a fierce argument with Sophie that led to his departure from the team, only to be retrieved by Karl. During Miller's chaotic interference, Lambert adeptly harnessed his abilities to rectify the temporal collapse. Captured by the Doctor due to his uncontrollable energy, he willingly underwent human experimentation, driven by the desire to acquire power to return to the past and save his brother. This ultimately led to an overwhelming surge of power. In the end, he was awakened by the arrival of the past Lambert and Karl, experiencing the world's colors for the first time, albeit fleetingly. Ultimately, he accepted reality with composure, expressing his willingness to accept the vaccine and become an ordinary person. Note: one of the male protagonists. Chapter 81, Yo-Yo Rabbit Ball vs. Divine Rise, Part 10, Suddenly. A figure leapt high from behind Huakaway, delivering a powerful slap that sent the ball, which had ascended in preparation for a maneuver, crashing back to the ground. The impact resonated loudly, producing a thunderous sound that echoed in Qingfan's ears. It was Andrea, one of the forwards, returning to the defense. Given her height and playing style, she held a significant advantage in contesting aerial balls against Huakaway. Although Andrea was a forward, her interception skills were exceptional. What are you standing there for? Counterattack. Andrea raised her head high, tossing her hair back. Upon hearing her words, the team was jolted into action. Andrea had a knack for pinpointing the crucial moments. They were still in the midst of a match, leaving no room for hesitation. Qingfan watched as everyone surged towards the front court, feeling a bit lost. But after some consideration, he reluctantly followed suit. With Andrea's assistance, the Divine Rise team successfully regained possession of the ball and swiftly initiated a rapid counterattack. Goodness! After being suppressed for so long, would they really forget their own fangs? The Divine Rise team was formidable and particularly adept at fast breaks. Despite the earlier oppressive play from Yo-Yo Rabbit Ball, once they seized an opportunity, they would retaliate with unparalleled ferocity. This was the essence of the Divine Rise team's style. At this moment, it was an unprecedented opportunity for the Divine Rise team. Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling initially believed that the preceding goal was a certain victory. The entire team had huddled together, following Huakawei deep into the inner field, including their captain, the free player Xiong Mingming, who should have remained at the defensive line but was incessantly running alongside the group. At this moment, they had completely severed ties with their defensive line, rendering them incapable of mounting a defense in time. Andrea had seized an exceptional opportunity. Presently, they only needed to deal with the defender Anna, number 5, stationed at the back, and the goalkeeper Selena, number 1, who stood as the last line of defense before the goal. Oh dear, this is dire. Xiong Mingming slapped her forehead, her anxiety causing her to stomp her feet. Yet, there was no time to dwell on her thoughts. She must return to defense immediately. Andrea and Beichen seemed to be suddenly invigorated, charging forward with electrifying speed towards the backfield of Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling, leaving their opponents trailing far behind. This fast-paced attack was their preferred rhythm, as both were among the top players of the team, finally recalling their sharp instincts. After such a splendid opportunity arose, Karl was naturally thrilled, quickening his pace and managing to keep up with the two formidable forwards. What is happening? Qingfan gasped, struggling to follow behind. After all, as a midfielder, it was essential to synchronize with the tempo of the main offensive. Defender Anna, number 5 of Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling, anxiously observed the movements of the opposing team. With the formidable attack from Shinchi, she could hardly boast about her ability to seize the ball from such a powerful offensive. Her only hope was to buy some time, waiting for her teammates to return. She had to hold on, at least until Sister Bear returned. Anna seized her moment, charging towards Andrea, who possessed the ball. However, how could she single-handedly thwart a host of opponents from Shinchi? Without a glance, Andrea deftly passed the ball to Beichen on his left. The 2-on-1 maneuver was all too effortless. Beichen received the ball and immediately struck it fiercely towards the goal. It was a shot that was difficult to anticipate, although the distance was not particularly close. The swiftness of the release made it challenging for an average person to react in time, as their gaze shifted from Andrea to the realization that Beichen had taken the shot. Yet, Selena, the goalkeeper of Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling, had been closely monitoring Beichen. Many might consider Selena's focus to be overly self-serving, but in truth, she had her own rationale. Selena believed the likelihood of a goal from Shinchi's star forward Beichen was considerably higher. Indeed, her intuition proved correct. Chapter 82, Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling vs. Shinchi 11. The match resumed under such circumstances. Since the previous play had seen the ball last touched by Shinchi before going out of bounds, it was once again Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling's turn to execute a throw-in. In this instance, the position was situated further back in the court. Hence the player tasked with an inbound pass was Anna, the 5th defender of Yo-Yo Bunny. After surveying her surroundings momentarily, Anna propelled the ball into play. Suddenly, Karl emerged in the trajectory of the pass, adeptly intercepting it with precision. It was evident that Anna's intended recipient at that moment was none other than their captain, Xiong Mingming. He too had a moment of brilliance. The Yo-Yo Bunny team reacted swiftly. Their two midfield players had already advanced to the defensive zone, with one player named Meishi making her way towards Karl to intercept. To avert losing possession, Karl promptly passed the ball out. Aware of the impending pressure, he remained vigilant and spotted a teammate nearby with minimal defensive attention, sending the ball in that direction without a second thought. Xiaofan. His intended target was surprisingly Qingfan. Notably, within this team, under normal circumstances, only Karl could confidently deliver the ball to Qingfan without hesitation. Qingfan appeared to be hesitating, seemingly affected by the recent events. She was once again lost in thought. Karl's pass, however, was not executed with the best angle. Passing accuracy had always been his Achilles heel. The ball grazed Qingfan's shoulder before rebounding away. Nevertheless, with a slight movement, she could easily receive it. In other words, if she wished to catch it, she undoubtedly could. Beichen furrowed his brow once more. In such a situation, it was utterly unrealistic to expect Qingfan to take any effective action. It appeared he would have to rely on himself. Meanwhile, Qingfan felt utterly disheartened. Suddenly, Karl shouted loudly, "The ball hasn't gone out of bounds." No sooner had he spoken than a short girl in a pink uniform, her hair styled in 2 buns, leaped into action. The ball was within her reach. "I got it," she exclaimed, grinning widely, revealing her tiger-like teeth. Oh no! At that moment, a tall figure sprang from the side, grasping the ball midair and forcefully shoving Xiong Mingming aside. She landed gracefully, her long black hair billowing in the air. Andrea executed another beautiful interception, abruptly silencing Xiong Mingming's triumphant laughter. How dazzling! Qingfan mused silently, yet she found it impossible to muster any enthusiasm. What a relief, Karl thought, as he wiped the sweat from his brow. However, when he lifted his gaze once more, he was astonished. Andrea released her grip, and the ball she had just seized fell to the ground. This was her typical stance before attempting a shot. Yet from her position, this was hardly an opportune moment to strike. This is indeed the penalty area, with the ever-watchful Xiong Mengmeng lurking behind, ready to pounce, while ahead. The defender Anna of Yo-Yo 2 Wanzi has already retreated to defend, and their goalkeeper Selena has assumed her stance. Selena's ultimate technique, the dancer's veil, has cooled down, making it an inopportune moment for a reckless shot. Surely, even the formidable Andrea should comprehend such a basic principle? Yet, without a hint of hesitation, Andrea took her shot. The resounding impact of her foot against the ball reverberated, heralding that this strike would possess a force greater than any she had executed before. Unexpectedly, however, the intended target of this kick was not the goal, but her teammate, Qing Fan. "Watch out, Xiao Fan." Only when Karl shouted did Qing Fan snap back to reality. Like a little rabbit suddenly alert, she turned her head in alarm. The fierce wind generated by the ball struck her face, and in the next moment, the ball violently collided with her chest. The system classified this as a pass between teammates, thus the force remained almost unchanged throughout the process. It was only upon the impact with her body that there was a slight buffering, but it was hardly significant. Qing Fan felt a wave of darkness wash over her, clutching her chest in pain as she collapsed to the ground, curling up in agony. She even felt as though her heart skipped a beat, nearly leading to a moment of unconsciousness. The match resumed under these circumstances, since the last touch before the ball went out of bounds was by the Shinchi side. It was once again Yo-Yo 2 Wanzi's turn to take the throw-in. This time, positioned further back, it was Anna, the number 5 defender of Yo-Yo 2 Wanzi, who would perform the throw-in. After glancing around, Anna executed the throw. Karl suddenly appeared in the path of the ball, cleanly intercepting it. It was evident that Anna intended to pass the ball to their captain, Xiong Mengmeng. It seems he also has his moments of brilliance. Yo-Yo 2 Wanzi reacted swiftly, with 2 midfielders already retreating to their defense. Among them, a player named Mei Shi had rushed to intercept Karl. To prevent the ball from being snatched away, Karl swiftly passed the ball out. With the opposition pressing, he remained vigilant and spotted an unmarked teammate nearby, kicking the ball without a second thought. Xiao Fan. His intended recipient was, astonishingly, Qing Fan. In this team, under normal circumstances, only Karl could confidently pass the ball to Qing Fan without worry. Yet, Qing Fan appeared to hesitate, seemingly still affected by the earlier incident. Once again, she seemed lost in thought. The angle of Karl's pass was not particularly favorable, and his passing accuracy had always been his Achilles heel. The ball grazed against Qing Fan's shoulder before bouncing away. Nevertheless, with just a slight movement, it would be effortlessly within reach. In other words, as long as one desired to intercept it, success was assured. Beichen furrowed his brow once more. In such circumstances, it was utterly unrealistic to expect Qing Fan to execute any effective maneuvers. It seemed that the responsibility lay solely on him. Qing Fan felt utterly despondent. Suddenly, Karl shouted, "The ball is still in play." No sooner had he spoken than a petite girl in a pink uniform with 2 buns on her head sprang up, the ball hovering within her grasp. "I've got it," exclaimed Xiong Mengmeng, flashing a toothy grin. Just then, a tall figure leaped from the side, seizing the ball midair and forcefully colliding with Xiong Mengmeng, sending her sprawling. She landed gracefully, her long black hair billowing in the air. Andrea executed another splendid interception, cutting through Xiong Mengmeng's triumphant laughter. How dazzling! Qing Fan mused silently, yet he felt utterly devoid of energy. Karl breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. However, when he raised his gaze again, shock washed over him. Andrea released her grip, and the ball fell to the ground with a thud, poised for her shot. Yet from her position, it was hardly an opportune moment to strike. She stood at the edge of the penalty area, with Xiong Mengmeng lurking behind, ready to pounce, and ahead of her, Yo-Yo's defender, Anna, had already returned to position, while their goalkeeper, Selena, had assumed her stance. Selena's signature move, the dancer's veil, had finished its cooldown. This was unequivocally not the time for a reckless attempt at goal. Surely, someone as skilled as Andrea should comprehend such a rudimentary principle. Yet, without a trace of hesitation, Andrea took her shot. The impact of her foot against the ball resonated, signaling that this strike would carry more force than any she had previously executed. What transpired next took everyone by surprise. Unexpectedly, the target of her shot was not the goal, but her teammate, Qing Fan. "Xiao Fan, watch out," Karl yelled. And it was only then that Qing Fan snapped back to attention, akin to a startled rabbit. The fierce wind generated by the ball rushed against her face. In the next moment, the ball collided forcefully with Qing Fan's chest. The system deemed this action to be a pass between teammates, resulting in an almost imperceptible reduction in force throughout the process. It was only when their bodies collided that a flicker of realization struck, leading to a slight cushioning that proved utterly ineffective, akin to the frailness of a mosquito's leg. Qingfan was engulfed in darkness, clutching her heart and collapsing to the ground, her entire form curling in on itself. She even felt her heart skip a beat, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 83, Yo-Yo Bunny vs. Divine Rise 12. As the match progressed into its 12th minute, a considerable commotion unfolded on the field within this brief span. The situation on the opposing side rendered the continuation of the game rather pointless. Rookie sighed and shook her hand. Xiong Mingming stuffed marshmallows into her mouth, exclaiming, I don't necessarily think so. Is that so, Sister Bear? Where did you even pull those marshmallows from? Can the pockets of your sports uniform hold that much? It was once again Yo-Yo Bunny's opportunity to serve. Anna, however, miscalculated her chance, allowing Andrea to intercept the ball. This time, Anna was evidently prepared. She did not yield, and the two clashed fiercely. The collision was rather intense. Although Andrea secured the ball, her momentum caused her to kneel and slide along the ground. Nonetheless, the initiative remained with Andrea, who, just before her fall, passed the ball to Beichin. Her sudden aggressiveness left everyone astonished. Is she really that determined? Qingfan thought, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, the match continued. Since Beichin had received Andrea's pass, he was resolute in not disappointing her fervent resolve. Without hesitation, he surged forward with the ball. Oh dear, while I'm not privy to what transpired within your team, the game must go on. And I shall not ease my pressure on you. Xiong Mingming's voice resonated from below. This time, Beichin was not as careless as before. He had become aware of Xiong Mingming's lethal interception technique, which he assumed was now fully charged, though its name remained unknown. The ability to summon a plush bear. While visually impressive, bore a significant flaw, its lengthy wind-up, rendering the user nearly immobilized during the transition from roar to claw. Beichin slowed his pace, deftly lifting the ball. He awaited the moment of Xiong Mingming's immobility before executing a swift breakthrough. However, the unfolding events did not align with his expectations. Just as Beichin focused intently ahead, Xiong Mingming's head abruptly vanished from his line of sight. Vanished? Chapter 83, Yo-Yo Bunny Meatballs vs. Rising 12. As the match progressed into the 12th minute, a considerable commotion unfolded on the field within this brief span. Observing the situation, Rookie sighed and flicked her hand dismissively. Xiong Mingming, with her mouth stuffed with cotton candy, replied, I beg to differ. Is that so, little bear? Where on earth did you procure that mountain of cotton candy? Does your sports uniform pocket possess the capacity to hold so much? It was once again Yo-Yo Bunny Meatball's opportunity to serve. However, Anna misjudged the timing of her serve, resulting in it being intercepted by Andrea. Yet this time, Anna was evidently prepared and did not yield, leading to a fierce confrontation between the two. The collision was rather intense. Although Andrea seized the ball, her overexertion caused her to slide down onto the ground. Nevertheless, the control of the ball remained with Andrea, who managed to pass it to Beichin just before her fall. Her sudden aggressiveness surprised everyone. Is she truly that determined? Qingfan gasped, eyes wide open. Yet the game pressed on. Since Beichin received the pass from Andrea, he was undoubtedly intent on honoring her fierce commitment. Without hesitation, Beichin propelled himself forward with the ball. Oh dear, while I remain oblivious to the turmoil within your team, the game must continue. I, your grand offensive commander, shall not relent. Xiong Mingming's voice resonated from below. This time, Beichin was far more cautious than before. He was aware that Xiong Mingming possessed a signature skill for intercepting the ball, which he presumed was now ready for execution, though he remained unaware of its name. Although the skill that summoned the teddy bear appeared quite formidable, it had evident drawbacks, namely, its lengthy wind-up. The sequence of actions from the bear's roar to its claw strike was cumbersome, leaving the user momentarily rigid and vulnerable. Beichin slowed his pace, deftly lifting the ball. He awaited the critical moment when Xiong Mingming would initiate her special move, prepared to exploit that brief window of opportunity. However, fate took an unexpected turn. Just as Beichin focused intently ahead, Xiong Mingming's head abruptly vanished from his line of sight. Was she foregoing her signature move? Disappeared? No. It was perhaps more accurate to say she had simply lowered her posture slightly, cleverly utilizing her speed to create a visual diversion. Being significantly shorter than Beichin, and even more so than his usual opponents, a subtle distortion in their line of sight occurred during their confrontation, making it difficult for Beichin, from his elevated viewpoint, to perceive the small yet strategic maneuvers Xiong Mingming executed. Moreover, her inherent agility was not to be underestimated. Xiong Mingming has surprisingly transformed her height disadvantage into an advantage. Who would have thought she possessed such a skill? This perceived limitation of stature has been ingeniously turned into her strength. Alongside Xiong Mingming, Bei Qin's ball also vanished. She astonishingly intercepted his dribble once more. Before Xiong Mingming could strike a pose of self-admiration, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the sidelines, forcefully knocking the ball from her grasp. It was Andrea again. Her performance in the latter half of the match was markedly different from earlier, truly captivating. Rather than being merely aggressive, it was as if she had thrown caution to the wind in a desperate frenzy. Clearly, no one had anticipated her sudden appearance at this moment. However, it was evident that she was already straining to execute such a maneuver, having rushed from another location at breakneck speed. She had little energy left to maintain control of the ball, and knocking it away was the optimal choice to free it from the grasp of the Yo-Yo Rabbit dumpling team. Qing Fan felt a twinge of astonishment, mixed with deep concern. It was apparent that during the previous collision, Andrea had sustained abrasions on her knee and palm, with dust embedded in the torn skin, occasionally provoking sharp pangs of pain. Her right knee appeared particularly grievous, swollen, and red. Nevertheless, she continued to act as if nothing had transpired, immediately working to extricate her team from danger. Andrea's unrestrained and reckless style showed no signs of restraint. On the contrary, it intensified. It was madness. Such actions were hardly befitting of a girl. What could possibly drive one to such extremes? Karl and the opposing defender, Anna, were not idle. The ball that had been knocked away was a shared target for both teams. They rushed forward, unwilling to yield, embroiled in a fierce contest. Qing Fan bit her lip, her gaze evasive, feeling the warm blood rush to her face. The more Andrea and her teammates fought with fervor, the more it highlighted Qing Fan's inadequacy, as if it were her incompetence that rendered everyone else's efforts so arduous. Sophie, standing at the back, anxiously stomped her feet, her brow furrowed. The Yo-Yo Rabbit dumpling team displayed a remarkably adept control over the match, effectively restraining Sophie and Yi Lian, leaving them virtually unable to assist. This was largely thanks to the second command tower of the Yo-Yo Rabbit dumpling team, Hua Kuei. Alas, this was hardly an ideal situation. Even Hua Kuei, glancing back, shook her head in dismay at the plight of the Shinchi team. Although she often had grievances against Xiong Mingming, she completely trusted her abilities, thus remaining unhurried in her defensive duties. The forward line merely needed to contain their opponents, patiently awaiting the moment to counterattack. As the situation continued to deteriorate, Sophie felt an insistent urge to take action. In this stalemate, someone had to bear the responsibility of breaking the ice, yet she often found herself powerless. At present, although Yo-Yo Bunny did not enjoy a numerical advantage in the backline, the overwhelming strength and lethal skills of Xiong Mingming rendered the opposing team, Shenyang, in a passive state. However, upon closer examination, it became evident that Yo-Yo Bunny's defense was not entirely impregnable. Apart from Xiong Mingming, the remaining players were relatively weak, placing additional pressure on her. No matter how formidable one individual might be, they could not accomplish much alone. Furthermore, with greater numbers, Xiong Mingming's attention would be further divided. Once her defense was breached, other areas would no longer pose a concern. Sophie mused that if only they could introduce another player into the fray, agile, light, and unexpectedly swift. Suddenly, she recalled someone she had overlooked, a member of her own team who had been standing idly on the sidelines. She turned her gaze to Qing Fan. The thought of entrusting such an important task to this bewildered girl, seemingly lost in a dream, filled Sophie with exasperation. She lamented her role as a defender, feeling unable to assist Karl and Bei Qin. Her feet itched with the desire to advance. Qing Fan sensed someone watching her from behind. Turning around, she indeed met Sophie's gaze and realized she had been lingering on the sidelines for quite some time. Embarrassment washed over her, prompting her to turn away in an attempt to escape, only to collide with a much taller figure. The individual, evidently already overwhelmed, staggered slightly from the sudden impact. "Are you all right?" Qing Fan, instinctively reverting to her role as a manager, quickly steadied the other person. "Your knee looks quite swollen. Why isn't the game paused?" At that moment, it seemed that worrying about such matters was the only way to mask her own inner turmoil. The next instant, she froze. With a sharp motion, Andrea forcibly removed Qing Fan's hand, her unprecedented coldness striking like a bolt of lightning. It was only when a faint pain throbbed in her palm that Qing Fan began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. In her memories, Andrea had never spoken to her in such a manner. "What are you doing? This is a playing field." The words, devoid of warmth, hung in the air. "I only wish to win," Andrea replied, narrowing her eyes, the emerald depths signaling danger as they squinted into mere slits. With that, she raised her chin defiantly. Brushing aside her long hair that had been a nuisance, the icy strands grazing Ching Fan's astonished face before she turned and sprinted forward. Andrea was an intensely competitive individual as soon as she stepped onto the field, and Ching Fan was well aware of this, so she held no resentment towards her. Yet, a sense of frustration clenched Ching Fan's fists. Karl was engaged in a fierce struggle with Anna. The outcome of this play would determine the trajectory of the entire match, and no one dared to underestimate the situation. Although Karl currently held the advantage, the opponent proved to be far more formidable than anticipated. It was imperative to pass the ball. While keeping an eye on Anna, Karl scanned for a potential opening with his peripheral vision. Unfortunately, every route was effectively blocked, whether by Bache and Andrea or by the defenders Ilian and Sophie. Karl found himself akin to a deserted island, isolated and vulnerable, and if this stalemate continued, he would undoubtedly be engulfed by the waves of the opposing team. "Give up. Your team is in no position to contend with us," Anna reasoned in Karl's ear. "No way." Karl shifted his stance, resolutely protecting the ball. Anna furrowed her brow. "Why are you so stubborn? Is a reason even necessary?" Karl wiped the sweat from his brow. "Because I love Exball. I love Exball." His seemingly nonsensical answer jolted Ching Fan from her stupor. When she first joined the team, she, along with everyone else, had harbored significant doubts. At that time, Karl had blinked at her and asked, "Do you like Exball?" She had nodded in affirmation. "If you like it, then there's no problem." Those words had dispelled all her concerns. Why had they all gathered on this shared field? Was it due to losing a bet, or merely a rebellious act against their parents? If that were the case, why Exball? No, that wasn't it. The sole reason was their collective passion for Exball, which had forged an unbreakable bond among them. In her ruminations, she had forgotten the original intent of standing on this court. This was simply a playing field, a place to sweat, not a stage for performance. Devoid of any unnecessary pretensions from beyond the court. To fall was to rise again, to run, and to score. These were the only unyielding rules here. Chapter 84. Yo-Yo Rabbit Ball versus God Rising 13. Ching Fan lifted her gaze forward, observing that no one was preoccupied with personal concerns. Nor were they making concerted efforts to intercept or evade. Collisions were inevitable, yet any frown was quickly smoothed away. The Yo-Yo Rabbit Ball team, comprised of girls much like her, exhibited no hesitation, no evasion, no restraint. All their focus was entirely devoted to the battlefield before them. Everyone is striving, everyone is fighting. Without a hint of complaint, Andrea is pushing forward with all her might, closely followed by Raquel, leaving no room for relaxation. Suddenly, Misai blocks Andrea's path, obstructing her potential route for receiving the ball. Andrea's brow furrows as she swiftly pivots. Raquel trips and falls to the ground, landing directly on the heel that Andrea was about to lift, momentarily dazed. This unexpected halt significantly affects Andrea, causing her to kneel. With her height advantage, Andrea is more vulnerable to injury during such falls, resulting in a larger area of impact and hence more severe injuries. The raw scrape on her knee is exacerbated. Kneeling on the ground, the surface is stained with a faint red hue. Yet, despite this, both girls quickly dust themselves off and rise in silence. Andrea's actions are solely aimed at finding the optimal position to pass the ball. With all her strength, she holds back two opponents, merely to fill the gap left by Ching Fan. Exball is just Exball, pure and simple, nothing more. Suddenly, Ching Fan comprehends Andrea's noble intentions. Weak consolation cannot resolve issues. Only a profound impact can lead to rebirth. Her eyelids flutter. Upon reflection, everyone has remained silent about their own feelings, including the recent reprimand from Baichin, which did not negate her worth. In truth, everyone harbors immense tolerance and trust towards her, Ching Fan. But can she bear this trust? It was agreed that she would not lag behind. Now that she has reached this point and assumed her role on the court, what does it mean to be in this indecisive state? It merely reflects a return to her original life, filled with myriad thoughts throughout the day. Having achieved nothing since entering the game, what is she really doing? What fears plague her? Is she afraid of the consequences if her parents find out? No. She had resolved this from the start. Her true fear lies in the chasm between herself and others, the apprehension that she does not belong on this court, that Exball might not accept her. Having been forced to study music since childhood, she has been completely isolated from the realms of science and Exball, resulting in a worldview that starkly contrasts with that of others. Outside, there are bullets and exhilarating fireworks, while an invisible wall has formed around her, creating a greenhouse filled with the false peace of solitary high notes. In truth, upon careful consideration, the question of acceptance is merely a matter of mindset, contingent upon her willingness to embrace it. This decision rests solely with oneself. After all, in times like these, to have just one day is indeed a blessing. Nothing more, nothing less. In the backfield, Sophie observed the chaotic stalemate with mounting frustration. Hope seemed lost. At this rate, they could only succumb to a slow demise. Furrowing her brow, Sophie resolved to forcefully break through Huakuei's obstruction, determined to make one last effort. Time ticked away, yet the situation showed no sign of progress. Anna, caught in a deadlock with Karl, could hardly bear it any longer. Just then, she noticed the vice-captain Huakuei nodding at her. It was time. The game must come to an end. Anna swung her arm and struck the ball from Karl's grasp. Simultaneously, the forward by Jiyue had returned to defend, poised to flank from the side, sealing off Karl's final route. The momentum was undeniable. The ball was destined to be taken from him, leaving him with no escape. This was the last defensive counterattack from the Yo-Yo Rabbit team. To everyone's surprise, at such a critical moment, Karl continued to chatter away. Ah yes, there was one crucial reason. I believe in my teammates. His eyes suddenly sparkled, a determined gaze piercing towards a forgotten corner of the field. He saw it. An escape route. At that moment, an unexpected voice erupted across the court. Please pass the ball to me. It was unclear which came first. But as Karl quickened his hand, the instant Qingfan spoke, he had already launched the ball high into the air. Up it soared. The ball ascended, soaring over everyone's heads, nearly reaching the sun. Karl swore he had never thrown such a graceful and precise arc in his life. The ball descended abruptly, like a steadfast white dove, landing squarely in Qingfan's embrace. Qingfan's positioning was impeccable. There was no one nearby to obstruct her. And Andrea had drawn Reki and Meishi far away, meaning that Qingfan faced merely a goalkeeper between her and the net. A lapse in defense. Huakuei's brow twitched noticeably. She had evidently overlooked Qingfan in her strategy, and now it appeared she had underestimated her opponent. Huakuei never anticipated that the adversary would place their hopes at the last moment on a player who previously seemed the least reliable. Yet, even if the pass was made, what could be done? Given Qingfan's abilities, how could she break through Xiong Mengmeng's defense? Finally, she was awake. At that moment, Xiong Mengmeng demonstrated her qualities as captain, abandoning her previous focus on Beichen and decisively launching an attack. Now was the moment of greatest opportunity for the Shinchi team, yet also the moment they could most easily lose that opportunity. On one hand, Qingfan's offensive position was excellent, but on the other, she stood utterly alone, facing Xiong Mengmeng's interception, compelled to charge forward with unwavering resolve. From the outset, it became evident that Xiong Mengmeng's true prowess is indeed formidable. What could Qingfan possibly compare? The super clumsy bear. Moreover, Xiong Mengmeng possesses a lethal interception technique. As the whimsical name of her skill echoed in the air, the atmosphere around her shifted dramatically. Energy coalesced, gradually forming the silhouette of a colossal plush bear behind her. Howl! From the seemingly innocuous mouth of the plush bear emerged a thunderous roar, utterly incongruous with its adorable exterior, sending tremors through all those present, as if they were vibrating in response to the sound waves. This was the very ultimate technique Xiong Mengmeng had employed to thwart the ace forward Beichen's advance. Such a technique holds absolute dominance over ordinary maneuvers. Chapter 85. Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling vs. Divine Rise 14. In an instant, Selena subtly adjusted her position toward Beichen's direction. Even if Qingfan remained silent, Selena could easily deduce that the player poised to score for the Divine Rise team was undoubtedly their star striker, Beichen. This was beyond question. She slightly charged her right hand. Just moments ago, her goalkeeping ultimate, the Veil of the Dancer, had cooled down, and she felt confident that with this move, she could easily intercept another shot from her idol. The ball glided gracefully through the air. Its trajectory, however, was somewhat bewildering. That day, Karl and Sophie reminisced about their first encounter with Qingfan, when a ball had fallen from the heavens, perfectly dodging the open goal and flying into a trash bin. Oh my goodness! Qingfan gasped, covering her face. She had miscalculated. The ball was sent off in an absurd direction, completely missing Beichen. Indeed, apart from dribbling, her skills were painfully inadequate. Just as Sophie had begun to see some hope and regard Qingfan with newfound respect, she was struck with dismay, slapping her forehead and covering her eyes in despair. Such a blunder could only lead to utter failure, just a step away from success. How could it suddenly all fall apart? Alas, a familiar shout echoed, growing closer. A fiery figure dashed forward, leaping high into the air, stretching his body to the utmost in a desperate attempt to reach the ball soaring above. The ball was heading toward the baseline. Truth be told, from that angle, even a celestial being would find it challenging to save. Even if one could touch the ball, what difference would it make? The distance between the ball and the goal frame was diminishing rapidly, nearing a zero angle. Scoring seemed nearly impossible. Yet, that individual roared, propelling himself upward with all his might. Just a bit higher, just a bit higher. His eyes widened in astonishment as the sensation at his fingertips confirmed he had made contact. Regardless of the outcome, he had to give it a try. With a mighty thrust of his hand, he expended every ounce of his strength. With no technique and no time to aim, relying solely on instinct and belief. This seemingly haphazard strike would determine fate. Treat the dead horse as if it were alive. After executing this shot, he felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders, having fulfilled his mission, only to comically tumble to the ground, landing face first. The ball descended like a shooting star, striking the crossbar at an almost vertical angle before crashing heavily onto the ground. Its landing point was a mere 5 millimeters behind the goal line. The goalkeeper, Selena, of the yo-yo team, was completely fixated on Bachin and failed to react in time, unable to unleash her half-prepared lethal technique. Meanwhile, Sophie, standing in the backfield, witnessed the entire scene through her fingers, feeling at a loss as her hand slid down her face. Her gaze shifted to the player who had collapsed, her eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. Everyone around was bewildered, even concerned that this sudden intruder might have injured himself. Oh, yeah. Suddenly, Karl shook his head vigorously, lifting his mud-streaked face from the ground and raised his arms in triumph. After a few seconds of silence, the GenexⅡ team erupted in cheers. The ball had found the net. Thanks to the unexpected combination of Fan and Karl, they had finally leveled the score at 2-2. Incredible. Sophie rushed forward, elbowing Karl playfully. Where did that come from? I never knew you could score such a beautiful goal. Is it because you weren't bleeding that you could play? Just as Karl was about to rise, Sophie's antics nearly sent him tumbling again. Oh. He let out a few cries. Yet everyone around burst into laughter, with no one rushing to his aid. Sophie, proudly clutching Karl's neck, suddenly ceased her playful shaking and turned to look at her junior. Very impressive, she genuinely praised, a rare moment of seriousness for her. Karl abruptly stopped his cries, scratching his head habitually, revealing a slightly embarrassed smile. This goal was not merely a turning point in the match, but also the first goal he had ever scored, holding profound significance for him. Fan, standing to the side, beamed with satisfaction. Having scored her first goal in the earlier match against the Yasha team, the joy she felt now was distinctly different from that moment. A hand rested on her shoulder, neither too light nor too heavy, yet filled with strength. Turning her head, she looked up to find Andrea, who clearly had no desire for further conversation, as her earlier sentiments had been fully understood by Fan, which sufficed. Despite having spoken harshly before, Andrea had no regrets about her treatment of Fan. Little Fan, you did wonderfully too. Captain Sophie, noticing the radar signal at full capacity, immediately abandoned Karl and rushed to grasp Fan's hand. As a leader, it is essential to commend team members when warranted. Instantly, the gaze of every individual shifted to Fan. Indeed, during the recent offensive, there were two key contributors. One was Karl, and the other, indispensable, was Fan. Karl had the audacity to pass, while Fan had the ability to carry it forward. Both elements were equally vital. Who could have imagined that a novice, previously engulfed in confusion and hesitation, would emerge as the pivotal figure in this match? Andrea, gazing ahead, subtly raised an eyebrow, clearly indicating something. Bachin displayed a slight shift in expression before quickly reverting to his usual impassive demeanor, then stepped forward. He had never been one to hold grudges. A man ought to admit his faults. Indeed, he had been overly hasty. I apologize. However, Bachin's apology was overshadowed by a more profound I'm sorry that resonated throughout the room. Andrea turned around to find Fan already bowing deeply. Everyone, I am truly sorry. Fan's voice resonated loudly, almost unrecognizable as hers. The group seemed momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Fan's unexpected reaction. I have caused everyone much trouble with my incessant overthinking. I was wrong. Each word of her reflection was articulated with fervor. She remained unable to shake off her nervous tendencies, her eyes tightly shut, and her neck flushed with embarrassment. In that moment, Fan was exceedingly apprehensive about her teammates' reactions. It was not until she felt gentle pats on her back that she cautiously opened her eyes. As she surveyed her surroundings, she was met with reassuring gazes from her teammates. An unprecedented wave of comforting strength coalesced within those expressions, reaching deep into her heart. Instantly, her tremors ceased. We are all on the same team. Why overthink? Captain Sophie lightly nudged her with her elbow, teasingly. It became evident that no one truly held her previous mistakes against her. Fan realized how foolish she had been, yet simultaneously, she was overwhelmed with gratitude. Let us work hard together. Bachin nodded slightly in her direction. Yes, Qingfan earnestly affirmed with a nod. Laughter and conversation filled the air as they reflected on the previous match or simply engaged in lighthearted banter. The countdown to the pause steadily dwindled, yet everyone appeared to be at ease. This sensation was rather pleasant. Elian absent-mindedly touched her nose and remarked, "This feels quite nice." In truth, up until now, Elian still does not quite fit in, for many of the other members of the team had forged deep friendships long before joining. Only Beichen and he, apart from the competition, had not engaged much with the other teammates. Moreover, unlike Beichen, who, regardless of the circumstances, inevitably becomes the focal point wherever he goes due to his dazzling appearance and exceptional prowess, Elian remains somewhat overshadowed. At this moment, with their team, Shenyang, having once again coalesced into a cohesive unit, both sides have already expended considerable energy. Neither Yo-Yo Tawanzi nor Shenyang can exert absolute dominance over the other. With little time remaining in the match, it is evident that neither side is willing to concede a draw. They both aspire to seize the final moments for one last effort. The ensuing competition is intensely fierce, with each side exchanging blows, refusing to yield. At times, one side launches a vigorous offensive, only to have it countered by the other. The ball dances tirelessly across the court, moving up and down, side to side, forward and backward. Victory. They are all pursuing the same goal. Beep, beep, beep. The short-long signal of the final whistle resonates. Both teams stand in bewilderment, uncertain if they truly heard the sound. They lift their gazes towards the large screen at the center of the field. The game clock has indeed reached 0, and the scoreboard has settled at 2-2. Is this how it ends? A draw. Although both teams initially approached the game with a degree of nonchalance, as the match progressed, their performances reached new heights, culminating in a fierce contest reminiscent of a championship finale. This is the result that these two teams could achieve through their utmost efforts. In an instant, Selena subtly shifts her position towards Beichen. Even without any indication from Qingfan, Selena can easily deduce that the player poised to score for Shenyang must undoubtedly be their ace striker, Beichen. There is no doubt about it. Her right hand gathers strength. Just moments ago, her signature goalkeeping technique, the veil of the dancer, had fully cooled down, and she felt confident that this maneuver would allow her to intercept yet another shot from her idol. The ball glides gracefully through the air, its trajectory seemingly unfathomable. That day, Karl and Sophie recalled the moment they first met Qingfan, when a ball had descended from the heavens, perfectly avoiding the empty net and flying into a trash can. "Oh my goodness," Qingfan gasps, covering her face. She has lost control. This pass is utterly absurd. Not even directed towards Beichen. Indeed, aside from dribbling, she remains woefully inadequate. Just as Sophie glimpsed a flicker of hope and began to regard Qingfan with newfound respect, she despairingly slapped her forehead, covering her eyes in disbelief. Such a blunder. Was it not a complete disaster? Just a step away from success. How could it suddenly all go awry? Oh dear. A familiar shout echoed, drawing nearer. A figure clad in fiery red sprinted forward, leaping high into the air, stretching his body to its limits, all in an effort to reach the ball soaring above. The ball was headed towards the baseline. Truth be told, from this angle, even a deity would find it challenging to intervene. Even if one managed to touch the ball, what difference would it make? The distance between the lofty height and the goal frame was diminishing, nearly approaching 0. For that ball to find its way in would be nothing short of miraculous. Yet, there he was, bellowing, straining upward. A little higher, just a bit more. His eyes widened suddenly, and the sensation at his fingertips confirmed he had made contact. He had to give it a shot. With a grand flourish, he expended all his strength. There was no technique, no time to aim. Merely a raw instinct and unwavering belief. This seemingly chaotic strike would determine his fate. A desperate attempt, akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive. After delivering that blow, he felt a weight lift. He had fulfilled his mission, only to plummet back to earth, comically landing face first. The ball descended like a meteor, striking the ground at a nearly vertical angle, crashing just above the goalpost with a resounding thud. Its landing point was a mere 5 millimeters behind the goal line. The attention of the goalkeeper, Selena, was entirely fixated on Beichen, leaving her unable to react. Her lethal move, already half-charged, was left unexecuted. Oh my! From the backfield, Sophie witnessed the scene through her fingers, her hand sliding down her face in bewilderment. She glanced at the player sprawled on the ground, her expression tinged with complexity. Everyone else appeared dazed, even worried that this sudden interloper might have injured himself. Oh yes. Suddenly, Karl whipped his head around, lifting his dirt-streaked face from the ground and raising his arm in triumph. After a few seconds of silence, the Divine Rising team erupted in cheers. The goal was scored. Thanks to the unexpected combination of Ching Fan and Karl, they had finally equalized the score. It was now 2-2, a tie. Amazing. Sophie dashed forward, elbowing Karl in the neck, exclaiming, "Who knew you had it in you? I've never seen you score such a splendid goal before. Not playing at half strength." "I see." Just as Karl was about to rise, Sophie's antics nearly sent him tumbling again. Oh, he cried out in mock agony. Yet everyone around him chuckled, seemingly unconcerned for his plight. Sophie, proudly gripping Karl's neck with her elbow, suddenly ceased her shaking, tilting her head to regard her junior. "Impressive," she sincerely praised, a rare moment of earnest admiration. Suddenly, Karl ceased his howling, instinctively scratching his head and revealing a slightly embarrassed smile. This goal not only altered the course of the match, but also marked the first goal he had ever scored in his career, making it profoundly significant for him. Standing nearby, Ching Fan smiled with evident satisfaction. She had herself netted her inaugural goal in the first match against the Yasha team. Yet the joy she felt now was distinctly different from that moment. A hand gently rested upon her shoulder, neither too light nor too heavy, yet imbued with strength. Ching Fan turned her head and looked up, and there stood Andrea, as expected. Andrea clearly wished to say little, for the message she intended to convey to Ching Fan had already been fully understood, and that was sufficient. Although Andrea had previously spoken rather harshly, she harbored no regrets about her treatment of Ching Fan. "Xiao Fan, you performed admirably," exclaimed Sophie, the captain, her radar for team responsibilities fully charged as she abandoned Karl to grasp Ching Fan's hand. As a captain, it was imperative to commend teammates when due. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Ching Fan. Indeed, the recent offensive play had two key contributors, Karl and the indispensable Ching Fan. One had the audacity to pass, while the other possessed the ability to carry the ball. Both elements were essential. Who could have anticipated that a novice, who had recently been mired in confusion and hesitation, would emerge as the pivotal figure in this match? Andrea fixed her gaze ahead, her raised eyebrow hinting at an unspoken meaning. Baichen's expression visibly softened for a moment before he quickly resumed his impassive demeanor and stepped forward. He was never one to be petty. A man must own up to his mistakes, and he realized he had indeed been overly impatient. I'm sorry. However, Baichen's apology was overshadowed by an even greater apology that echoed through the air. Andrea glanced back to find Ching Fan had already bowed deeply. "Everyone, I am truly sorry," Ching Fan reiterated, her voice booming as if it were inconceivable that such volume could emanate from her. The team was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a profound reaction from her. "I have caused so much trouble with my incessant overthinking. I was wrong." Each word of her self-reflection was delivered with fervor. She still struggled with her tendency to become anxious, her eyes tightly shut and her neck flushed. In that moment, Ching Fan was profoundly fearful of her teammates' reactions, until she felt gentle pats on her back, cautiously opening her eyes and surveying her surroundings. She was met with reassuring gazes from her teammates. An unprecedented, comforting strength coalesced from their eyes, reaching deep into her heart. Instantly, Ching Fan stopped trembling. They are all part of the same team. Why overthink it? Captain Sophie gently nudged her with her elbow, teasing her. It became evident that no one truly harbored the burden of their past mistakes. At that moment, Ching Fan realized how absurd her previous concerns had been, yet simultaneously, she felt a profound sense of gratitude. "Let us give it our all," Baichen said, nodding slightly in her direction. "Indeed," Ching Fan replied solemnly, returning the nod. Laughter and conversation flowed easily among the group, as they either recounted previous matches or engaged in lighthearted banter. The countdown to the pause steadily diminished. Yet each individual appeared remarkably at ease. This sensation was rather pleasant. Ilian absent-mindedly touched her nose and remarked, "This feels quite random." In truth, even now, Ilian still felt somewhat out of place. Many in the team had forged deep friendships long before joining. Only Baichen and she shared minimal interaction beyond the competitive realm. Unlike Baichen, who, with his striking appearance and exceptional skills, was destined to be the center of attention wherever he went. With a sidelong glance, she noted that the Shenyang team had once again coalesced into a unified front. However, both teams had already expended considerable energy, and neither Yo-Yo Rabbit Balls nor Shenyang could exert absolute dominance over the other. With little time remaining in the match, it was evident that neither side was willing to concede and settle for a draw. They all yearned to fight for victory until the final moments. The subsequent exchanges were fiercely contested, with each side refusing to yield. At times, one team would launch a vigorous offensive, only to have it countered by the other. The ball danced tirelessly across the court, up and down, left and right, forward and back. Victory! They were all in pursuit of the same goal. Beep, beep, beep. Two short beeps followed by a long one signaled the end of the match. Both teams stood in bewilderment, unsure if they had truly heard the final whistle. They lifted their gazes to the large screen at the center of the court. The match timer had indeed reached 0, and the scoreboard displayed a final score of 2-2. Was that it? A draw. Although both teams had initially approached the game lightly, as the match progressed, their performance improved significantly. The exchanges became intense, culminating in a showdown akin to a championship finale. This was the best outcome that these two teams could achieve through their utmost efforts. Chapter 86. Casual Conversations. The third day of competition concluded without incident, as the Shenyang team achieved a clean sweep after their match against the Yo-Yo Rabbit Balls. It was evident that resolving the internal conflicts among team members was more effective than any remedy. Fan looked up as the virtual reality scene began to dissolve from the top down in holographic projection. Beneath the profound and lofty starry sky, the softly glowing street lamps, the distant swaying figures of passers-by, and the damp, supple blades of grass, these tangible entities gradually deconstruct into pixels, cascading downwards in a pixelated manner, akin to rusted paint peeling from a wall, revealing the stark white walls of the music room within reality. A grand piano occupies the very center of the room, bathed in moonlight that seeps through the cracks of the window, its ebony surface appearing remarkably translucent, exuding an unspeakable solemnity. A piercing melody begins to resonate in Fan's ears. The strains of Mozart's Queen of the Night aria, a piece she ought to be practicing here. The Exball device's capacity to isolate reality is astoundingly robust. Such an intense piano piece can be heard outside the music room, yet Fan, immersed in the virtual setting, remains oblivious to it. The device implants a sound wave in her ears that is entirely out of phase with the external noise, effectively achieving a state of silence upon their convergence. The Exball's rectification of the scene reaches an almost stringent level, where even the slightest disturbance in airflow is corrected by the force field, let alone such significant external clamor. This is all in pursuit of fairness during competitions. Fan extends her hand to catch the Exball projection card gently descending from the ceiling, brushing away the dust that clings to its surface. The front of the card is adorned with intricate patterns, while the back is smooth enough, in the moonlight, to serve as a makeshift mirror. She glimpses her reflection, the card's dark hue and the dim light rendering only a vague outline of her visage. With another delicate sweep, she tucks the card into the innermost compartment of her handbag. At this moment, the piano piece reaches its final segment. Fan positions her fingers over the speaker S switch, poised for the concluding note. Her familiarity with this composition is profound. Click. The piano sound abruptly halts. Aren't you going to take off your gloves? Karl blinks at Kyuan. Only then does Kyuan react, as if awakening from a dream, attempting to pull off the goalkeeper gloves he wears, only to find them stubbornly stuck. Karl scratches his head, ultimately deciding to lend a hand. With a swift motion, he tears open the Velcro strap that secures the gloves at the wrist, prompting Kyuan to realize how foolish he had been. One must first undo the wrist fastening to remove the gloves. A basic fact known to anyone who has worn goalkeeper gloves for the first time. Why not let me put them in your backpack? Kyuan suggests, clapping the removed gloves into Karl's hands, seeking to divert attention from his momentary embarrassment. Getting a bit greedy, aren't we? Karl retorts playfully, yet he graciously accepts the gloves. Turning to Kyuan's back, unzipping the backpack, and casually tossing the gloves inside. The third day of the competition has concluded, and the evening has already fallen. The schedule was exceedingly tight, leaving everyone quite fatigued. After the final match, Sophie decided to let everyone disperse, likely to avoid the prying eyes of gossip. Karl and Kyuan, being roommates and classmates, naturally returned together. Karl jogged a few steps to rejoin Kyuan's side, and as he turned his head, he noticed his roommate staring blankly ahead, his hands unconsciously positioned in front of his chest, outlining the shape of a ball with a push and pull. What a conundrum. Karl wondered how he had come to think of that phrase. What is wrong with you today? So quiet? Did you take something wrong? He finally inquired. Kyuan was undeniably off today. Anyone with functioning eyesight could see that. Goodness, could this dazed expression be a sign of post-competition syndrome? Karl pondered, stroking his chin. His gaze drifted to Kyuan's restless hands, and unable to bear it any longer, he slapped the palms. I feel like I played terribly today. Kyuan, usually so brazen, was uncharacteristically covering his face, feeling utterly ashamed. Their straightforward dialogue, typical of guys, was refreshingly candid. He directly expressed his concerns, unlike others who might awkwardly beat around the bush. Karl scratched his head, trying to recall Kyuan's performance from that day. I think it was okay, he replied. Okay. What kind of nonsense is that? Koyu interrupted. You don't remember how I fared against Yo-Yo, the rabbit ball? My goodness, it was so embarrassing. Karl thought for a moment. Well, you only let in 2 goals. It can't be that you can't handle a loss against the girls, right? When you got 3 goals scored against you last time, I don't recall you complaining. It struck Karl as odd. He had assumed the matter was more serious. But it turned out to be a simple case of feeling defeated. No, Koyuin insisted, grabbing Karl's arm, eager to dissect the situation. 1 goal was from that flower fairy, and the other from that little dwarf. They pulled off such flashy tricks that left me completely bewildered. In the past, when the ball came my way, I could dive for it or strike it. Even if I missed, I would at least know whether it was due to my slow reaction or incorrect angle. But these 2 girls left me utterly perplexed. For the first time, I didn't even know where the actual ball was. I felt completely helpless. It was utterly despairing. Karl listened patiently to this lengthy lament, which was no small feat. He remained composed, holding Koyuin's wildly gesticulating hands. Consider this, he suggested. The opposing team must have had their ultimate techniques, right? Koyuin, flustered, interjected. Are you saying my hard-earned steadfast PMSNT an ultimate technique? Don't argue. Karl countered. In our circle, who truly regards such unremarkable setups without any special effects as genuine ultimate techniques. These are merely auxiliary moves on the field, akin to low-tier codes that don't even qualify for a dramatic shout of their names. Karl typically appeared somewhat dazed. Yet when he was in the company of Kuyuan, his tongue became remarkably loquacious. Observing that Kuyuan had fallen silent, he continued to elaborate. Consider this. You exchange your own corporeal form for 2 high-level finishing moves from your opponent, effortlessly draining their stamina and computational resources while also tricking them into a lengthy cooldown. Isn't that an incredible bargain? There seemed to be some merit in his reasoning. Wait a moment. Let me collect my thoughts, Kuyuan replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation, though he sensed something amiss. Feeling as though he had been led astray by this friend of his, Karl, noticing Kuyuan deep in serious thought over the absurdities he had concocted to offer comfort, could not help but burst into laughter. You were indeed trying to fool me, Kuyuan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Karl cleared his throat a few times, attempting to mask his amusement. No, that is not the case. Come on, you colorful character. It's a rare occasion for you to actually perform well. And now you have the audacity to laugh at me? Kuyuan playfully threw a punch, though it was all in jest. Not at all, in fact. I'm genuinely pleased, Karl replied earnestly. Upon seeing Kuyuan's skeptical expression, one that seemed to question whether his delight stemmed from witnessing Kuyuan's missteps, Karl hastily added. I simply didn't expect you, Kuyuan, to take Exball so seriously. Thank you. Kuyuan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, at the outset, he had not been particularly eager to engage in Exball. Karl's persistent persuasion had merely stemmed from his belief in Kuyuan's superior hand strength. Approaching the situation with a mentality of merely filling numbers, akin to a desperate measure. Out of a sense of obligation, he had joined, despite his initial impure intentions. He had been delayed by the mech selection process and had not reported to the climbing club in quite some time. Ultimately, his more promising path should have been in climbing. The 3rd day of competition concluded without incident, with the Shinchi team achieving a perfect victory after battling the Yo-Yo Rabbit team. It was evident that once the internal conflicts among team members were resolved, the benefits were unparalleled. Qingfan lifted his gaze, watching as the holographic projection of the virtual reality scene gradually dissolved from the top down. The deep, expansive starry sky, the softly glowing street lights, the distant, swaying pedestrians, and the damp, soft grass. All these tangible entities began to disintegrate into pixels, cascading downwards like peeling rusted paint, revealing the stark white walls of the piano room in reality. A grand triangular piano stood centrally in the room, bathed in moonlight that filtered through the window's crevice. The piano's ebony surface appeared almost translucent in that ethereal glow, exuding an indescribable solemnity. A piercing piano melody gradually became discernible in Qingfan's ears. It was Mozart's Queen of the Night aria, the very piece Qingfan was meant to practice in this space. The performance of the Exball device in isolating reality is extraordinarily formidable. Such a vigorous piano piece resonates loudly enough for those outside the practice room to hear. Yet the sole occupant within, Qingfan, immersed in a virtual scene, remains oblivious to it. This is due to the device implanting a sound wave in her ears that is entirely out of phase with external sounds, effectively achieving a remarkable silence when combined with the external noise. The Exball device's ability to rectify the environment has reached an almost rigorous level. Even the slightest disturbance in airflow is corrected by the force field, let alone the cacophony of external noise. All of this is aimed at ensuring fairness and justice during competitions. Qing Fan raised her hand to catch the X-ball projection card gently descending from the ceiling, brushing off the dust that had settled on it. The front of the card bore intricate patterns, while the back was smooth enough to serve, albeit barely, as a mirror under the moonlight. She caught a glimpse of her own reflection, the card's dark surface rendering her features merely as a silhouette. After another gentle wipe, she tucked the card into the innermost compartment of her handbag. At this moment, the piano piece had reached its final segment. Qing Fan poised her fingers over the speaker's switch, anticipating the arrival of the last note, so intimately familiar with the composition. Click. The piano abruptly ceased. Aren't you going to take off your gloves? Karl blinked, staring at Ku Yuan. Only then did Ku Yuan react, as if awakening from a dream, and attempted to pull off the goalkeeper gloves he was wearing, only to find them stubbornly stuck. Scratching his head, Karl ultimately decided to lend a hand. With a couple of crisp sounds, he deftly tore open the Velcro straps securing Ku Yuan's gloves, leading Ku Yuan to realize how foolish he had been. One must first unfasten the wrist straps to remove the gloves, a fundamental fact known to anyone wearing goalkeeper gloves for the first time. Why not just toss them into your backpack? Ku Yuan suggested, clapping the removed gloves into Karl's hands, hoping to give him something to do and thereby mask his own embarrassment. Taking advantage, are we? Karl remarked with a smirk, yet he graciously accepted the gloves, moving behind Ku Yuan to unzip his backpack and casually toss the gloves inside. The third day of the competition had concluded, and the night had fallen. The schedule had been quite tight, leaving everyone fatigued. After the final match, Sophie dismissed everyone, likely to avoid becoming the subject of gossip. Karl and Ku Yuan, being roommates in the same class, naturally returned together. Sprinting a couple of steps, Karl rejoined Ku Yuan's side, only to find his roommate staring blankly ahead, his hands unconsciously forming the outline of a ball in front of his chest, pushing and pulling in a rhythmic motion. What has got you so pensive? You're unusually quiet today. Did you take some strange medication? He finally inquired. Today, Ku Yuan is undoubtedly acting oddly. Anyone with functioning eyesight can discern this. Goodness, could this disoriented demeanor be a symptom of post-match syndrome? Karl mused, stroking his chin. His gaze flickered to the side, noticing Ku Yuan's restless hands fidgeting about. Unable to bear it any longer, Karl smacked the palm of Ku Yuan's hand. I feel utterly useless today. Ku Yuan, usually so brazen, was now covering his face, feeling so inept it was almost laughable. The exchange between these straightforward men was refreshingly candid, as Karl promptly articulated the issue at hand. If it were someone else, say a certain individual who consistently dodges matches, they would likely wallow in discomfort for an eternity. Karl scratched his head, striving to recall Ku Yuan's performance from earlier. I think it was all right? All right. What an absurd notion. Ku Yuan erupted. Do you not remember the match against Yo-Yo Rabbit Dumpling? My goodness, it was utterly humiliating. I pondered, perhaps conceding just 2 goals shouldn't cause such a meltdown, should it? After all, you didn't T-wail when you allowed 3 goals last time. Karl, perplexed, had assumed it was a grave matter, only to discover it was merely a case of feeling inadequate. No, Ku Yuan interjected, grabbing Karl to meticulously dissect the 2 goals conceded. One was scored by that floral fairy, and the other by that little imp. They executed such flamboyant plays that it left me utterly bewildered. In the past, I could anticipate where the ball would come from. I could dive for it or strike it. Even if I failed to intercept, I understood whether it was due to my slow reflexes or poor angles. And those were solvable problems. But this time, those 2 ladies confounded me with their unsolvable tactics. I didn't even know where the ball was. I have never felt so utterly helpless. It was despair incarnate. Karl, managing to endure this lengthy lamentation, remained composed, clasping Ku Yuan's wildly gesticulating hands. Consider this. The opposing team utilized ultimate techniques, right? Ku Yuan, growing agitated, interjected, is my painstakingly developed steadfast palm knot an ultimate technique? Let us not quibble. Among professionals, who truly regards a technique without any special effects as a legitimate ultimate move, these are at best supplementary abilities, lacking even the merit to be dramatically proclaimed with a battle cry. Karl, typically rather dull, transformed into a veritable fountain of wit when with Ku Yuan. Noticing that Ku Yuan had fallen silent, he continued his narrative. Imagine, you sacrificed your physical prowess to counter 2 high-level ultimate techniques, depleting their stamina and computational resources while cleverly deceiving them with an extended cooldown. Is that not an incredible bargain? Ku Yuan pondered this perspective, furrowing his brow slightly in contemplation, yet something felt amiss, as if he had been led astray by his friend. Observing Ku Yuan's serious demeanor as he contemplated Karl's fabrications meant to console him, Karl could not suppress a chuckle. You were indeed trying to pull my leg. Yuan suddenly realized. Karl coughed a few times, attempting to disguise his embarrassment. No. Goodness, you colorful character. It's rare for you to shine today, and yet you still have the audacity to laugh at me? Yuan playfully threw a punch, merely jesting. No. I'm genuinely quite pleased. Karl spoke earnestly, noticing Yuan's skeptical expression, as if questioning whether his joy stemmed from seeing him make a fool of himself. Karl hastily added, I just didn't expect you to be so invested in Exball. Thank you. Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, at the outset, he hadn't been particularly inclined to play Exball. Karl's persistent entreaties had merely been a reflection of his own confidence in his physical prowess, adopting a mindset of hoping for the best in a desperate situation. Out of a sense of obligation, he had acquiesced, and moreover, when he initially joined the team, he harbored some less than pure intentions. Having been preoccupied with the mech preliminary selections, he had neglected to report to the climbing club for quite some time. Ultimately, his more promising path should have been in climbing. Chapter 87. Night shift. After playing basketball, you should wipe off the sweat. We wouldn't want to scare away the customers, the supervisor shouted towards the staff changing room. Got it. Sophie responded, already emerging from within. Along the way, she had sprayed herself with a cooling mist, ensuring she wouldn't sweat any longer, and had used wet wipes to refresh herself. The scent of peppermint alcohol completely masking any trace of perspiration. It took Sophie merely a few seconds to change her outfit. When she stepped out of the changing room dressed in her bartender attire, she looked impeccable, showing no signs of having just engaged in high-intensity exercise. Sophie, I'll head back now. Good luck. With that, the young man who had been standing at the bar swiftly departed upon seeing someone come to take over his shift. Those who worked here were all youthful, and although Sophie had been employed for 3 years, allowing her to play the role of the senior in school, she was still merely a student, so being playfully referred to as little brother by her colleagues was quite normal. Sophie felt slightly exasperated. There's still half an hour left. Is he in such a hurry to see his girlfriend? However, she couldn't pull him back. So she walked to the bar and organized the glasses that the previous bartender had left in disarray. In reality, tonight's competition conflicted with her work at the World Tree Bar. Typically, she worked from 5 in the afternoon until 11 at night. But today she had to negotiate a shift swap, altering her working hours to 11 at night until 4 in the morning the following day. Balancing her studies, competitions, and job was no easy feat for Sophie. Despite the late hour, this was actually the liveliest time at the World Tree. In the center of the hall stood a robust tree, said to be a real tree, rising from the ground to touch the ceiling, seamlessly connecting the bar's atmosphere between the earth and the sky. This thematic decoration, for which the boss spent a considerable sum, comes to life at this time of year, as the colorful lights entwined around the branches illuminate, shifting in various hues and shapes, accompanied by invigorating music that elevates the atmosphere to its zenith. Surrounding the towering tree forms a natural circular dance floor, where inebriated patrons gather to sing and dance merrily. However, Sophie is not particularly fond of this arrangement. It seems rather peculiar for a venue that originally embraces an artistic and refreshing ambience to resort to the same loud, raucous dance music as other establishments in the dead of night, generating noise pollution and attracting customers through light pollution. It feels somewhat disingenuous, akin to the so-called green tea BTCH that others often describe. Of course, the manager is an eccentric character, and Sophie is too indifferent to engage with him. Her sole purpose for working here is to earn her wages. Bring me a bottle of vodka, boomed a large, fuzzy hand as it slapped the counter. While Sophie turned to search for the liquor behind the bar, she felt her terminal buzz in her pocket. What the hell? Who is messaging me at this hour? She pulled it out and glanced at the screen, confirming it was indeed Karl. He immediately inquired, Senior, are you truly the captain of the world champion team? It seemed this fellow had developed a penchant for late-night chats. It was the busiest time in the bar. Who had the time to respond? Besides, even if Sophie weren't working, at this hour, most people would be fast asleep. Could he not exercise some civic responsibility in such matters? Sophie felt a surge of irritation, responding sharply. Yet, she had no time to type, opting for voice-to-text instead, sending it off without verifying the accuracy of the transcription. Once she dispatched her message, Sophie turned back to the front, donning a bright smile. Your vodka, please. The facade of professional cheerfulness was exhausting. The burly northern patron appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering how the bartender could transition from cursing to this peculiar demeanor in the blink of an eye. He took the drink and departed. Once the customer had left, Sophie intended to check her terminal to see Karl's response. It was better not to look. But upon seeing it, she was incensed to the point of nearly spitting blood. Perhaps the music had been too loud. The voice recognition had failed to capture anything except a singular affirmative response. In other words, she had just confirmed to Karl with an emphatic yes. Karl, on the other hand, was evidently thrilled, firing back 2 messages. My goodness, is it truly that impressive? 6,666. Are you from the Round Table Knights or the Dance of the Three Paths? How come I never knew this before? Karl could at least name 2 world champion teams. To date, Mech has held 4 tournaments. The Aurora S skirt from District 57 has claimed victory twice, while the other 2 championships were secured by the Dance of the Three Paths from District 44 and the Round Table Knights from District 10. Karl, however, was astute enough not to ask Sophie if she was the captain of Aurora S skirt, as that captain, Sakaki Aaron, was far too renowned. Sophie sensed that it was impossible to explain the situation clearly, so she decided to speak candidly. She herself did not relish the feeling of being scrutinized by others, and she had always avoided discussing this particular topic. Do not heed the nonsensical chatter of that elementary school student. Indeed, I have won a world championship. But that was during my elementary and middle school days, long before the Fifth World War. Back then, X-Ball had yet to evolve into its present form, using physical balls, with rules that were not yet refined, and the scale was quite modest. The value of the championship pales in comparison to today's standards, so it is not particularly significant. That is indeed impressive. She sighed. Oh dear, I truly beg you not to bring it up again. If you flaunt it, I might be embarrassed. Just as Sophie finished typing this line, several dark figures suddenly appeared before her. Her first reaction was to think her boss had come to check on her, but she quickly realized something was amiss. 7 individuals clad in black attire settled at the bar, their movements synchronized, the sound of chairs scraping against the floor creating a thunderous resonance. They were all of considerable stature, forming an impenetrable wall that completely occupied the space at the bar, leaving no room for anyone else to dare approach or sit beside them. The imposing sight startled Sophie, causing her to fumble and drop her device into her pocket. She reflected, could it be that the previous customer had a poor experience and had returned with others to cause trouble? Was it possible for such things to happen so swiftly? Although bars may often be a mix of characters, this establishment was known for its artsy and refreshing vibe. Clearly marked and tax compliant, with the manager receiving a Good Citizen award annually. Sophie had worked here for many years and had never encountered such a scene. In the midst of the throng, one individual sat with his face shrouded in shadow, his hands clasped together, his thumbs rubbing against each other incessantly. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Brother, do you have ergo-2?" Sophie nearly collapsed in shock, not from fear, but from astonishment. If the leader is asking for ergo-2, I want one too. All right, let us all have ergo-2. I cannot. I choose Louis XIII. Such pretentiousness. If you're that wealthy, why not invite your friends to savor the taste together? My father only gives me so much. Does it even matter what kind of alcohol it is? They all have names that are hard to comprehend. Once it's poured into your mouth, doesn't tea at all taste the same? The cacophony of discussions buzzed around Sophie's ears, reminiscent of a lively gathering in a boys' dormitory, with voices rising and falling, giving her a headache. Sophie was curious to see who could be so brazen as to disrupt the atmosphere. However, upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. Hey, boss. Doesn't that bartender look a bit familiar? It was evident that someone across the way had also made the connection. The speaker was tall and lean, and his striking eyeliner was unforgettable. The one seated at the center of the 7 slowly lifted his head, his fingers stroking his chin, lost in deep contemplation. Upon such utterance, Sophie exclaimed, "Goodness, you are the Yasha squad." She instinctively seized a bottle of liquor, adopting a combative stance. The bar's disorienting lights flickered, transforming her into a cosmic player. At the center of it all was Luther, unmistakable with his vividly green hair, which, under the red glow, rendered him unrecognizable to her. Fate had indeed conspired against them. If it were anyone else, Sophie would not have felt much trepidation. After all, as long as she refrained from provoking them, the situation would likely remain contained. However, the Yasha squad was a different matter altogether. She harbored personal grievances against them, despite her usual bravado. A sense of apprehension gnawed at her. Presently, she faced 7 burly men, while she stood alone, vulnerable to their possible retaliation. Clutching the bottle, she remained vigilant, eyes fixed on her adversaries. Yet, the 7 seemed hesitant, exchanging uneasy glances before speaking in unison. "Good evening, brother." They bowed awkwardly, their gestures disjointed. And just as they finished speaking, someone murmured from behind, questioning if they should address her as sister. This left Sophie utterly dumbfounded. What manner of behavior was this? Had they lost their wits after a single defeat? Weren't they supposed to be a rowdy gang? Why had they transformed into such pitiful, obedient souls? Yet, the sight of them, with their flamboyant hairstyles and rough features, attempting to be cordial, was enough to churn her stomach. Especially Luther, with his crude banter, was quite unsettling to her. Wipe off that sweat from your recent game. We don't want to frighten the patrons away, the supervisor bellowed towards the staff locker room. Understood, understood, Sophie replied, already emerging from within. On her way, she had doused herself with cooling spray, ensuring she no longer perspired. And the scent of minty alcohol had entirely masked any trace of sweat. Changing into her bartender attire took her mere seconds. By the time she stepped out, she appeared impeccably composed, showing no signs of having just engaged in an intense physical activity. Sophie, I'll take my leave now. Best of luck to you, said a young man who had been stationed at the bar, promptly slipping away upon seeing his replacement arrive. Those employed here were predominantly young. And although Sophie had been working for 3 years, she was still just a student, often teased by her co-workers with affectionate terms like little brother. Sophie felt a twinge of exasperation. There was still half an hour left, and was he in such haste to meet a girlfriend? Nevertheless, there was no way to coax him back, so she approached the bar and began organizing the disordered glasses left by the previous bartender. In truth, the match tonight conflicts with Sophie's work at the World Tree Bar. Typically, she works from 5 in the afternoon until 11 at night. But today she had to arrange a shift change in advance, thus altering her working hours to 11 in the evening until 4 the following morning, juggling her studies, the competition, and her job is no small feat for Sophie. Despite the late hour, it is actually the most vibrant time at the World Tree. In the center of the hall stands a robust tree, reputedly a real one, reaching from the floor to the ceiling, effectively bridging the bar's atmosphere. This thematic decoration, a lavish investment by the owner, comes alive at this hour, with colorful lights entwined in its branches illuminating in various hues and forms, pulsating with dynamic music that elevates the ambience to its zenith. Surrounding the grand tree is a natural circular dance floor, where inebriated patrons gather to sing and dance. Sophie, however, is not particularly fond of this arrangement. It strikes her as peculiar that a bar with an artistic and refreshing vibe resorts to playing raucous dance music at midnight. Contributing to noise pollution and relying on light pollution to attract customers, it elicits a sense of dissonance, akin to what some might call a green tea BTCH. Of course, the manager is an eccentric individual, and Sophie finds little motivation to discuss her sentiments with him. Her objective is merely to work and earn her pay. 1 bottle of vodka. A burly man from the north slammed his hand on the counter. As Sophie turned to retrieve the liquor, she felt her terminal buzz in her pocket. What the hell? At this late hour, who's messaging me? She pulled it out, and, unsurprisingly, it was Karl. He immediately inquired, Senior, are you truly the captain of the world champion team? It seemed this lad had become quite addicted to their late-night chats. Now, during the bar's busiest time, who would have the time to respond to him? Moreover, even if Sophie were not working, it was a time when most people would be asleep. Sending a message at this hour, does he not possess any sense of public decency? Infuriated by his gullibility, Sophie fired back with a sharp retort. However, she had no time to type a proper response. Instead, she used voice-to-text without even checking if it was accurately transcribed, sending it off without a second thought. Once the message was dispatched, Sophie turned and returned to the front with a beaming smile. Your vodka, please. The facade of professional cheerfulness is truly arduous. The northern brute who ordered the drink appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering how the barmaid could go from cursing moments ago to such a demeanor in an instant. It was utterly bizarre. He took the drink and departed. With the guest gone, Sophie contemplated pulling out her terminal to check Karl's response. However, upon doing so, her anger flared almost to the point of nausea. It seemed the loud music had hindered the voice recognition function, which had failed to capture anything except for one word. In other words, her reply to Karl had been an unequivocal affirmation. Karl across the way was evidently exhilarated, responding with 2 messages in quick succession. My goodness, is it truly that impressive? Remarkable indeed. Is it the round table nights or the dance of the 3 paths? How was I unaware of this before? Karl could even name 2 world champion teams. Thus far, the Mech has hosted 4 editions, with the Aurora skirt from Zone 57 claiming the championship twice, while the other 2 were secured by the dance of the 3 paths from Zone 44 and the round table nights from Zone 10. Karl, not one to be dull, refrained from inquiring whether Sophie was the captain of Aurora's skirt, as the captain, Sakaki Erasher, was exceedingly renowned. Sophie sensed that it was futile to avoid the topic any longer and decided to speak candidly. She did not relish the sensation of being scrutinized by others, and had consistently shunned discussions on this matter. Do not heed that elementary schooler's nonsensical bragging. Yes, I have won a world championship. But that was in elementary and middle school, before the 5th World War, back when Exball had yet to evolve into its current form. We were still using physical balls. The rules were incomplete, and the scale was modest. The value of such championships pales in comparison, rendering them rather unremarkable. Yet that is still quite impressive. Oh dear. I truly wish you wouldn't mention it. It's embarrassing for me, and I fear being humiliated. Just as Sophie had finished typing this line, several shadows suddenly loomed before her. Her initial reaction was that her boss had come to check on her, but she quickly sensed something was amiss. 7 figures uniformly clad in black took seats at the bar, their movements synchronized. The sound of their chairs scraping echoed in unison, creating an imposing atmosphere. The 7 of them were robust, crowding together and completely monopolizing the space at the bar. Most people would hesitate to insert themselves among them or sit nearby. This display startled Sophie, causing her to fumble and drop her terminal into her pocket. She reflected, could it be that the previous customer had left with dissatisfaction, prompting his friends to confront her? Could it happen so swiftly? Is such a thing still feasible in this day and age? Though the bar might harbor a mix of characters, it was still a quaint, artistic establishment, clearly marked, paying its taxes, with the manager receiving a Good Citizen award each year. Having worked here for so many years, Sophie had never encountered a scene like this. Among the crowd at the center sat an individual shrouded in shadow, hands clasped together, thumbs incessantly rubbing against one another. After a lengthy pause, he spoke up, "Brother, do you have ergo-2?" Sophie nearly collapsed in shock, not from fear, but from astonishment. "I'll have ergo-2 too," declared the leader. "All right, everyone else having ergo-2. I cannot. I choose Louis XIII. What a show-off. If you're that wealthy, why not invite your friends to sample it together? My father only gave me this much." Regardless of the type of liquor, do not all unfamiliar names taste the same when poured into one's mouth? The cacophony of discussions swirled around Sophie's ears, reminiscent of a tea party in a boys' dormitory, with snippets of conversation echoing chaotically, causing her head to throb. Curiosity piqued. Sophie felt compelled to discern the identities of those audacious enough to disrupt the atmosphere. However, upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. "Hey, look, boss. Doesn't that bartender seem somewhat familiar?" It appeared that others across the room shared her realization. The individual speaking was tall and slender, his eyeliner so pronounced that it was impossible to forget. In the center of the group of 7, a figure slowly raised his head, fingers idly stroking his chin, lost in deep contemplation. Suddenly, Sophie exclaimed, "Goodness, you are the GenexⅡ squad," brandishing a bottle as if preparing for combat. The erratic lighting of the bar transformed her into an interstellar player, and sitting prominently in the middle was Luther, his iconic green hair illuminated by the red glow, rendering Sophie momentarily oblivious to his identity. What a twist of fate. If it had been anyone else, Sophie might not have felt as intimidated. After all, as long as she maintained a low profile and avoided provoking them, the situation would likely remain contained. However, the GenexⅡ squad was another matter entirely, given their previous enmity. Despite her usual carefree demeanor, a sense of trepidation crept into Sophie's heart. Now, facing 7 formidable men while she stood alone, the possibility of them seizing the opportunity to settle old scores loomed large. Clutching the bottle, Sophie remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on her adversaries. Yet, the 7 men appeared hesitant, exchanging uneasy glances before simultaneously greeting her. "Bro, good evening." They bowed slightly, their movements awkward and disjointed. Just as they finished speaking, someone in the back mumbled whether they should address her as sister instead. Sophie was left dumbfounded. What was this peculiar display? Had they lost their wits after a single defeat? Were they not the delinquent boys' brigade? Why had they suddenly transformed into such timid, contrite figures? Yet, their attempt to assume a respectful demeanor, juxtaposed with their outrageous hairstyles and rugged appearances, stirred a tumultuous reaction within her. Especially Luther, the supposed leader, whose unrefined banter only added to her astonishment. Fate has conspired to bring adversaries together once more. Were it anyone else, Sophie might not have felt such trepidation. After all, as long as one avoids provoking them, situations rarely escalate. However, the circumstances with the night demons were starkly different, for she harbored personal grievances against them. Despite her usual carefree demeanor, a flicker of fear crept into her heart at this moment. Here she stood alone, facing 7 burly men. There was a distinct possibility that they might seize the opportunity to settle old scores. Clutching a bottle of liquor, Sophie kept her gaze fixed warily on them. Yet, the 7 figures before her appeared hesitant, exchanging uneasy glances before simultaneously greeting her with, "Good evening, brother." They bowed awkwardly, their movements lacking confidence. Just after they spoke, a voice from behind murmured whether they should address her as sister instead. This left Sophie momentarily dumbfounded. What was this peculiar behavior? Had they lost their wits after a single defeat? Were they not a band of delinquents? Now, they seemed to have transformed into pitiful, compliant children. However, the sight of them striking such poses with their garish hairstyles and unrefined features was enough to churn her stomach. Particularly, their leader, Lucius, had the audacity to utter a few ill-mannered remarks, and Sophie found herself quite unaccustomed to such conduct. The so-called delinquents began to fidget, scratching their heads or lowering their gazes, avoiding eye contact with Sophie as if they were bashful boys attempting to woo a girl for the first time. This only heightened her anxiety. Taking a deep breath, she rummaged beneath the counter and produced several bottles of Erguo II, placing them decisively in front of them. Let us set aside the theatrics. Let us speak plainly. The clinking of the bottles seemed to jolt them back to reality. Cecil from the Night Demons, adjusting his newly styled bangs, asked with confusion, "Why only 4 bottles?" "I've reviewed your team's details from the match," Sophie replied nonchalantly. "I recall 3 of you are under 18. We do not sell alcohol to minors. This establishment doesn't permit minors either, so your presence here is already a concession." Cecil, who had boasted earlier about wanting a glass of Louis XIII, was suddenly caught off guard, for he was indeed one of the underage trio. Although he was clearly disgruntled, he could only roll his eyes and shift to the edge of the group. Naturally, since they were already in the establishment, Sophie couldn't allow the remaining 3 to merely watch their companions drink, so she poured them each a glass filled with lemon-infused water. This, she assured them, was on the house. "You can recall such details about your opponents?" Rudolph, seated across from her, inquired quietly. Sophie wiped a wine glass with a cloth and shrugged, just being attentive. Instantly, the members of the Night Demons fell silent, exchanging glances. Sophie discerned that their unexpected appearance here was likely a mere coincidence and not an act of revenge directed at her. Beneath the dim light of the bar, she could discern that each of the 7 individuals bore the marks of conflict, likely having engaged in a brawl before congregating to drink and mend their wounds in this very establishment. A faint smirk crossed her lips, a subtle display of disdain and disapproval for their reckless lifestyle. Yet, she could not resist inquiring whether they required assistance in locating some antiseptic cotton. "Never mind, I concede," Luther exclaimed, slapping his thigh with fervor. "Truly, you and Victor are cut from the same cloth." Upon hearing Victor's name, a chill ran down Sophie's spine, causing her to halt her motion of polishing the glass. Had it not been for the incessant reminders of his name whispered in her ear, she might have nearly forgotten that such a person was even part of their group. The thought ignited her irritation. What reason could there be for Victor's persistent absence? Why did he remain so adamantly isolated from the world? Would he rather sleep under a bridge than accept help? Sophie found herself utterly perplexed. Reflecting on the initial encounter with Luther and his crew, it seemed their grievance had stemmed from Karl mentioning Victor on the public channel. In retrospect, it was impossible to deny that Victor, the Nightshade team, and even Andrea before him, shared a history of delinquency. One could speculate that their connections ran deep. From Luther's tone, it appeared he was aware of Victor's status within the Divine team. Perhaps there was something to be gleaned from the Nightshade team after all. However, as soon as that thought crossed her mind, Sophie rolled her eyes. Frankly, why should Victor's affairs concern her? The only one in this group who seemed to obsess over that enigmatic, irresponsible individual was Karl, the foolish lad. She had no interest in Victor's matters whatsoever. "What misfortune has befallen your faces?" Sophie attempted to divert the conversation purposefully, rather than discuss that insufferable brat. She preferred to engage in idle chatter with this band of foolish delinquents. After all, the atmosphere was relatively jovial, and based on their previous match, the Nightshade team's intentions did not seem malevolent, despite a few questionable decisions. Listen closely, for this is quite the tale. In our city of New Avalon, there are 2 prominent leaders. One is Brother Jia, and the other is Brother Hong. Forgive me, but I am not well acquainted with your delinquent circle, yet please, continue. Today, these 2 clashed in a battle for the title of the strongest in District 2. The loser must address the victor as brother and offer a weekly tribute of a cigarette. Given their personalities, neither would back down. It was bound to happen. What a cliched narrative. The spectacle, the uproar, it was a cacophony of drums and firecrackers, banners waving, a sea of spectators. So, what does this have to do with us? We're here to assist Brother Jia. Jiegu has always been quite attentive to us. You see, the alley across from your bar is our territory, designated to us by Jiegu. No one has ever dared to cause trouble here. However, isn't every piece of land technically owned by the district government? Is your informal claim truly effective? I suspect it is because that alley is rather devoid of anything valuable, which deters others from competing with you. Jiegu has indeed recruited additional allies, yet Honggu has also gathered many followers. We, the Night Demons, bravely resisted, battling fiercely against numerous foes. Despite our overwhelming strength, our lack of preparation exhausted us. ultimately forcing us to adopt a tactical retreat. Sophie has been relentlessly critiquing our situation, suggesting we should simply admit defeat and escape. When it comes to sharing tales of our adventures in the underworld, the members of the Night Demons become animated, gathering around to exchange stories. The only exception is the hulking Rudolph, who silently observes his close companions from the shadows. Andrea was indeed correct. Rudolph does not truly belong here. Naturally, Sophie is eager to absorb more gossip, as it staves off her drowsiness, and she listens intently. However, the individuals Hongo brought with him are just as unruly. Although we managed to retreat first, we were still pursued by his lackeys, who insisted on severing a portion of our leader Luther's finger before they would relent. Such a display of dishonesty is utterly detestable. Is it truly as exaggerated and thrilling as it sounds? It seems that being a delinquent is a perilous profession. Despite our valiant resistance, we found ourselves in dire straits, exhausted and mentally drained, ultimately falling victim to our enemy's opportunism. Just as we were about to face the blade, a familiar voice emerged from the darkness. Upon hearing it, I realized it belonged to an old enemy. Was I truly being ambushed from both sides? Suddenly, a series of swift sounds echoed, and the pursuers fell, incapacitated. This moment evoked memories of an ancient urban legend. I recall him exclaiming, "Damn it, you woke me up in the middle of the night." I must admit, at that moment, he did possess a hint of charm, though certainly not to surpass my own. Of course, the enemies were subdued primarily because we had exhausted their stamina. At this point, anyone could have taken them down. I believe I could have done just as well. So why didn't he? Regardless, he aided us and became our benefactor. Thus, all past grievances were set aside, and we resolved to refrain from provoking anyone associated with him in the future. So, to put it plainly, the essence of this tale is that when you cannot best your opponents in battle, you must flee, and even then, you may require assistance from others. By the way, after all this talk, who was it that rescued you? The one who saved us was none other than Victor. How is it that he can be connected to everything we discuss? Instantly, Sophie rolled her eyes and lethargically slumped over the counter. Moreover, the exaggerated descriptions you all employ, are you all truly descendants of the storytellers? Have I ever seen Victor's diminutive frame? To stand alone against 10? What a farce. Yet, upon reflection, it is entirely plausible that Victor saved the GenexⅡ team. Otherwise, how could this group of ruffians so remarkably behave with such courtesy? Sophie found herself at a loss for words, her mind racing to find someone, perhaps Karl, to share this absurd tale and gauge their reactions. At that moment, her keen ears caught Luther seemingly remarking, "We had intended to invite him for a drink another day. But that lad insists on preparing for the Met competition and claims he has no time." Sophie abruptly lifted her head. Had she truly heard correctly? Victor claimed he was preparing for the competition? He wished to return to the team? The Victor who had been so elusive? Her mind faltered. In her recollections, Victor had always been the irresponsible, reckless individual prone to violence, a response so out of character. Yet, these words came from a member of the GenexⅡ team, with whom they were not particularly acquainted. While this unruly bunch often exaggerated, they had no reason to deceive her regarding such specifics. Did he still harbor thoughts of Exball? Did he still consider the competition? In truth, if he desired it, if he was willing to show up, Sophie would gladly replace any player on the field for him. So why? What had this fellow been preoccupied with these past days? What thoughts occupied his mind? Sophie furrowed her brow. Should Karl learn of this news, that foolish boy would surely be overjoyed, yet Sophie pondered deeper implications. She resolved to keep this revelation from Karl for the time being. Luther rapped on the table. Hey, brother. No, sister. Oh, whatever. Is your team progressing smoothly? You must secure victory. We will certainly come to watch your matches. If we witness poor performance, we'll give you all a good thrashing afterward. Sophie was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. The teams we, the GenexⅡ team, have lost to are by no means weak. Luther asserted with conviction. If you win the championship, we shall be the team just beneath you. To her surprise, this group of individuals held a genuine passion for Exball, a sentiment Sophie had not anticipated. They, too, were unwilling to yield. Even they acknowledged the need to keep striving forward. A sudden smile broke across Sophie's face, one of relief. That is indeed necessary. Thank you all. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed against the counter, causing both the GenexⅡ members and Sophie to jump. What had started as a pleasant conversation had taken an unexpected turn. You occupy such a prime position here, and yet you persist in uttering trivialities without end. When the bar manager loses his temper, he will brandish his authority like a force to be reckoned with, causing patrons to shy away as if faced with a formidable presence. Are we to forsake the business altogether? Sophie, dear friend, did you truly serve them ergo? My goodness, are there minors among them? They should certainly be asked to leave. The bar manager, with his imposing demeanor, treats everyone with a haughty air, displaying a fiery disposition that is unafraid of offending customers. Even when the attire of the ruffians suggests their delinquency, he shows no concern that these 7 might overturn tables in the next moment. Yet, the group of ruffians surprisingly refrains from causing a commotion. They dismount from their bar stools with a swiftness akin to that of remorseful schoolboys, visibly uneasy. Rudolph, being somewhat robust, gets stuck momentarily between the chairs as he descends. "Oh, we're off then," the leader of their group calls out, his voice barely audible. "Stop. Have you settled the bill?" The manager raises an eyebrow. Sophie quickly steps in to mediate. They've cleared the terminal. Luther turns his head, gratefully gesturing towards Sophie. "Brother, may your business flourish. We are off now. May your success continue." Their voices fade completely as they exit. Sophie perceives that they are merely young men who feign authority, strutting about like peacocks. Who among the young has not been filled with fervor, unafraid of the world, or boasted of their exploits? From a certain perspective, they possess a certain charm. A laugh escapes Sophie, light and unrestrained. Laughing? Still laughing? The manager shoots her a glance of disapproval before walking away. Sophie bursts into hearty laughter, uncertain whether it is the manager's reaction or the ruffian's antics that amuse her so. She cannot seem to stop, her laughter gradually fading into silence, leaving her breathless. As she continues to chuckle, her lips struggle to close, her facial muscles twitching under the strain. She gasps, arching her back, biting her teeth tightly, and clutching her side. Chapter 89. Freedom to arrange. Drawing a deep breath, she gathers her focus, channeling strength through her core. "Hey, brother, rise and shine." Ku Yuan sits up abruptly, as if resurrected from the dead. The blanket slips from him, revealing a considerable expanse of bare skin to the brisk morning air, an image that is rather startling. An assassin? He blinks awake to find Karl's enlarged face hovering before him. The two exchange wide-eyed stares. "Stop sleeping, hurry up. Isn't there a competition this morning?" Karl springs into action, without hesitation, seizing Ku Yuan's bare shoulder and dragging him downstairs. What on earth? Ku Yuan was in a state of disarray. Having just awakened from slumber, his mind still clouded and his temperament rather irritable. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" he exclaimed, tugging at his blanket as if to shield himself from any unwanted advances. Karl looked at him with disdain. "You can't possibly sleep without even wearing your underwear, can you?" Ku Yuan, incensed, flung off his blanket entirely. "Who said I wasn't wearing any?" This dramatic display did not startle Karl off his upper bunk. Rather, it allowed the cold air to rush in, sending a chill through him. After a brief shiver, he clutched his small blanket tightly. Indeed, it was a small blanket. Although Ku Yuan was merely a first-year student, he had grown remarkably well, towering over many of the upperclassmen. The dormitory bed felt rather cramped for him. Once the jesting had concluded, Karl ceased to banter. He gave Ku Yuan a hearty slap on the bare back. "Time to rise. Don't we gather every morning for practice?" "But there's no competition today," Ku Yuan retorted sharply, his brows raised in disbelief. "What?" Karl was taken aback. "Check the group messages. You're usually the most active one in there. How could you not know this?" At last, it was Ku Yuan's turn to retaliate. He playfully smacked Karl's head, ruffling his hair. "What's the matter with you, buddy?" Karl, indeed bewildered, suddenly recalled that he had stayed up late the previous night engrossed in footage of early Exball matches from before the Fifth World War. Inadvertently neglecting any announcements in the team group chat, he stubbornly remained sprawled across Ku Yuan's bed, perched on the ladder while scrolling through his device. Ku Yuan was truthful. The captain, Sophie, had pinned the announcement at the top of the group chat, posted at 10:30 the night before. Typically, anyone paying even a modicum of attention would have seen it. "Attention all members. We have received notice from the organizing committee that from the 4th round of selections onward, only just over half of the teams that initially registered will retain their eligibility to compete. The player participation has swiftly declined. To ensure the efficiency of matchups, the competition time has been altered from 8 in the morning to 10 at night, to 1 in the afternoon until 8 in the evening. After 3 days of competition, everyone has exerted considerable effort. Thus, there will be no arrangements for tomorrow morning. Our gathering time has been adjusted to 1 in the afternoon. As the competition progresses, the schedule will become increasingly volatile, so please remain vigilant for updates on the official website, via email, or group notifications." "So, does this mean we have the morning off?" Karl scratched his head, feeling a gentle nudge on his backside, as if someone were playfully kicking him. "Thanks to your noise, I can't enjoy a leisurely morning." He sighed. "I suppose I must get up now." Turning around, he was met with Ku Yuan's disdainful expression, who queried with a smirk, "So, what plans do you have for this morning?" Karl's mind was a blank canvas. He suddenly realized that in the whirlwind of daily competitions and the meticulous training regimen set by his senior, Sophie, he had scarcely found a moment to rest. Now, with an unexpected half-day of free time before him, he felt a sense of disorientation. Turning to glance at Ku Yuan, he instantly grasped the implication of Ku Yuan's question. It was a subtle invitation to practice together. No wonder this fellow had forsaken his usual late sleep. It seemed that yesterday's introspective mood had indeed influenced Ku Yuan, albeit positively. Karl wiped the screen of his terminal, causing it to dim instantly. The private chat window with Sophie was open. Although he had numerous inquiries regarding the day's arrangements and the videos he had viewed last night, now was not the opportune moment. He realized he could not rely solely on his senior, as they were not among the frontrunners in the team. They needed to exert additional effort to keep pace with the main group. Let us head to the training field and practice. You can work on your shooting while I refine my defense, Ku Yuan suggested, breaking the silence when Karl remained still. Clearly, he was eager to engage. Sounds like a plan, Karl replied, giving a thumbs up. Aside from Sophie, the other 4 members of their team happened to be from different schools. Karl and Ku Yuan had considered inviting someone to join them, but upon calculating the time it would take, they realized they would likely miss lunch. So they decided against it. Their straightforward dialogue was refreshing, and they were in sync. As they eagerly jumped down from their upper bunk, they began a lively discussion about whether their breakfast should consist of fried dough sticks or egg burgers. Just as they prepared to dash out of the dormitory amidst the hushed murmurs of another roommate, they both felt a tingling sensation in their thighs. Their terminals, nestled in their pockets, buzzed simultaneously. Strangely, at this hour, there was no reason for their teammates to seek them out together. They exchanged suspicious glances and simultaneously retrieved their terminals, only to find a prominent message in the chat list. When are you two submitting your assignments? The sensation was akin to being doused with cold water. Upon closer inspection, Karl noted that the message had originated from their class group, sent by the class monitor. Xinghua. To be frank, in high school, students selected their courses independently, attending classes with whichever teacher they chose rather than being confined to a fixed group. Consequently, classmates seldom crossed paths outside of the single team-building activity each semester. Thus, even for someone as outgoing as Karl, it was entirely possible not to know every member of his class. The class monitor appears to have been elected during the class meeting following the opening ceremony on the very first day of school. On that day, Karl mistakenly misjudged the time and failed to attend. However, the role of class monitor in a prestigious school is typically a thankless task, one that few are eager to undertake. Generally, this responsibility ends up falling upon a diligent yet reticent student. Nevertheless, as Karl pondered, the name seemed vaguely familiar. Had he perhaps crossed paths with this class monitor previously? Karl himself could scarcely recall. Homework. What homework? Ku Yuan was still processing the information. Did we still have assignments amidst the preliminary selections? Logically, there should be none, yet Karl seemed to have an epiphany, feeling somewhat defeated. Some teachers had assigned homework, and the school could hardly intervene. After all, the Ministry of Education's guidelines stated that mech competitors could take leave unconditionally, yet it did not specify that they were exempt from assignments. Thus, encountering certain, well, let us say, a particular teacher could be quite unfortunate. Of course, Ku Yuan was well aware of whom Karl referred to. Aside from the renowned Professor Max, who else could it be? Any class under Professor Max's supervision inevitably faced a veritable bloodbath. This was no mere school legend, it was a harsh reality. Suddenly, he regained his composure and asked in a grave tone, "So you were aware that there was homework for the Introduction to General Relativity, Part 1, correct?" His tone was chillingly calm. "Indeed. So have you completed it?" "Yes, I simply got so busy that I forgot to submit it. Look, I can send it directly to the class monitor." "Send it to your own self," Ku Yuan exclaimed, seizing Karl by the neck and shaking him vigorously. "Why didn't you inform me?" If Karl were also unaware, it would have been a shared misery, providing some camaraderie. However, if one of them had completed the assignment, the other would undoubtedly feel embarrassed. Karl retorted, "The homework was posted in the class group. I told you to pay attention to the group messages. Ungrateful. I considered you a brother." Ku Yuan refused to relent. At that moment, the terminal buzzed once more, effectively interrupting their argument. "Received. You might want to nudge your roommate." Xinghuaguan's response was succinct and devoid of emotion, suggesting that their submission of homework was of little concern to him. Yet, perhaps this was for the best, as it spared them from unnecessary complications. "See, you should hurry and catch up. It's not much, just an hour and a half to complete." Karl relished in his misfortune. At that moment, Ku Yuan glared at Karl with fierce intensity, threatening, "Hand over your homework. Let me copy it." "Ah, don't. If we both get it wrong, we'll be in the same predicament." "I don't care." "Hey, Why are you dragging me back? Didn't we agree to go practice basketball? Practice? Not a chance. Unless you let me finish the homework, you won't step out of this house. And don't even think about meeting your seniors this afternoon. Please don't. The raucous sounds at the door gradually faded away, revealing that Karl had been dragged back to the dormitory by Kuyuan. Even with the dormitory door firmly shut, the cacophony inside continued unabated. The youth, even in their banter, exuded such vitality. Suddenly, the screen lit up, and a message silently appeared on Karl's terminal, though this time, no one seemed to notice it. Additionally, there was a message of encouragement for the competition. Breathe deeply, focus your energy, engage your core. Hey, wake up, little brother. Kuyuan, as if resurrected, sat bolt upright. The blanket slipped off him in an instant, exposing a generous expanse of skin to the morning air, which, though slightly cool, was undeniably a striking sight. An assassin? He exclaimed, blinking to find Karl's enlarged face looming before him. The two young men stared at each other, wide-eyed. Stop sleeping, get up quickly. Aren't we supposed to have a competition this morning? Karl was the first to spring into action, seizing Kuyuan's bare shoulder and dragging him downstairs without a second thought. What the hell? Kuyuan snapped, still groggy from sleep, his temperament irritable. Why are you shouting so loudly? With that, he tugged the blanket closer, as if fearing an assault. Karl looked at him with disdain. You don't sleep in your underwear, do you? Kuyuan, infuriated, threw the blanket off entirely. Who is not wearing anything? This unexpected move didn't startle Karl off the upper bunk. Instead, it let a chill breeze sweep in, leaving them both feeling quite invigorated. After a moment of shivering, Kuyuan clutched his small blanket again. Indeed, it was a small blanket. Although merely a freshman, Kuyuan had grown significantly, towering over many upperclassmen. The dormitory bed felt somewhat cramped for him. Once the jesting subsided, Karl ceased his banter. He slapped Kuyuan's bare back, announcing, "Time to get up. Our team always gathers in the morning for the competition. How could you forget today? You talked so enthusiastically yesterday, and now you want to slack off?" The impact of Karl's hand made Kuyuan's flesh jiggle slightly. He furrowed his brow, maintaining his defiant tone. "What are you talking about? There's no competition this morning." "What?" Karl was taken aback. "Check the group chat. Aren't you usually the most active one in there? How could you not know this?" Finally, it was Kuyuan's turn to retaliate as he placed his large hand atop Karl's head, seemingly intent on styling his hair into a mess. "What is wrong with you, little brother?" Karl was indeed bewildered. He recalled that he had stayed up late the previous night, engrossed in footage of early Exball competitions from before the Fifth World War, and had inadvertently overlooked any announcements in the team group chat. He stubbornly remained on Kuyuan's bed, refusing to get up, and began scrolling through his terminal while perched on the bed's ladder. Kuyuan was not deceiving him. Captain Sophie's announcement was pinned at the very top of the group's browsing page, released last night at 10:30. Generally speaking, anyone with a modicum of awareness would have noticed it. All members, per the committee's notification, from the fourth round of auditions onward. Only a little over half of the initially registered teams are expected to retain their competition eligibility. The influx of participants has drastically dwindled. In order to ensure the efficiency of single matches, the competition window has been adjusted from the original 8 in the morning to 10 at night, now set from 1 in the afternoon to 8 in the evening. After 3 days of intense competition, everyone has certainly exerted themselves. Therefore, there will be no additional arrangements for tomorrow morning. Our gathering time has been rescheduled to 1 in the afternoon. As the competition progresses, the timing will be adjusted more frequently, so please stay vigilant for updates on the official website, via email, or in group notifications. Does this mean we have the morning off? Karl scratched his head, sensing someone behind him poking him with their toes. Your noise has ruined my chance for a leisurely sleep this morning. Alas, it seems I must rise. When Karl turned around, he was met with Kuyuan's disdainful expression, who, with a hint of sarcasm, inquired, "So, what are your plans for the morning?" Plans? Karl's mind was a blank slate. He suddenly realized that amidst the bustling competitions over the past few days, coupled with Sophie's meticulous training regimen, he hadn't had a single moment to rest. This unexpected half-day of free time left him feeling rather disoriented. Karl glanced at Kuyuan, and in an instant, he comprehended the underlying message behind the inquiry. Perhaps we should practice together. No wonder this fellow had deviated from his usual routine and forsaken sleeping in. It appeared that yesterday's bout of solitude had indeed affected Kuyuan, albeit positively. Karl swiped the screen, and the device's display dimmed, revealing an already open private chat window with Sophie. Although he had numerous questions he wished to pose to her, regarding the morning's arrangements or the videos he had seen the night before, this was not the moment for such inquiries. Indeed, one cannot perpetually rely on one's seniors. After all, neither of them ranked among the top in the team, thus necessitating that they exert additional effort to keep pace with the larger group. Let us head to the practice field and train. You can work on your shooting, and I can practice my defense, Kuyuan suggested, noticing Karl's lack of response. Clearly, he was eager to get started. Brilliant idea, Karl exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Aside from Sophie, the other 4 members of their team happened to be from a different prestigious school, and although Karl and Kuyuan considered inviting someone to join them, they quickly realized that the back and forth would consume so much time that they would miss lunch altogether, and thus, they decided against it. Their straightforward dialogue was refreshing. The two of them were in perfect sync. When the two of them joyfully leaped down from the upper bunk, they had already begun to delightfully debate whether today's breakfast would consist of fried dough sticks or egg sandwiches. Just as they were about to rush out of the dormitory amidst the soft murmurs of another roommate, they simultaneously felt a tingling sensation at the tops of their thighs. It was the terminals they had placed in their pants pockets vibrating at the same time. How curious, at this hour. It was rather unusual for any teammate to seek them out simultaneously. Who could it be? They exchanged a puzzled glance, then simultaneously retrieved their devices, only to find a prominent message in the notification list. When are you two submitting your assignments? It was as if a bucket of cold water had been doused over them. Upon closer inspection, Karl realized that the message had originated from their class group, sent by the class monitor, Xinghua Guang, from class 2 of the 76th grade. To be honest, in advanced schools, students choose their own courses. They attend classes based on the instructors they select, rather than being confined to a single class cohort. Apart from the once-per-semester team-building activity, classmates seldom cross paths, so even someone as sociable as Karl might not know everyone in his own class. This class monitor seemed to have been elected during the class meeting on the first day of school, a meeting Karl had unfortunately missed due to a mix-up with the timing. However, it is worth noting that being a class monitor in an advanced school is typically a thankless job. No one is eager to meddle in others' affairs, and ultimately, this role often falls to a quiet and unassuming student who rarely speaks up. Nevertheless, Karl felt a flicker of familiarity with the name. Had he perhaps crossed paths with this class monitor before? He couldn't clearly recall. Assignments? What assignments? Kuyuan was still trying to process this. Was there homework for the preliminary selection we participated in? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be. Yet Karl seemed to have an inkling of something, feeling somewhat disheartened. Some teachers had indeed assigned homework, and the school couldn't intervene, as the Ministry of Education's document stated that MEC participants could take leave unconditionally, but it did not mention being exempt from homework. Thus, encountering certain teachers, no, it was just one in particular, could be quite unfortunate. Of course, Kuyuan knew exactly who Karl was referring to, the infamous Professor Max. Any class overseen by Professor Max would undoubtedly result in chaos. This was not mere school folklore, it was a well-known reality. Suddenly, he steadied himself and inquired in a chillingly calm tone. So, you already knew there was homework for the Introduction to General Relativity, Part 1, didn't you? Yes, came the reply. So have you completed it? Yes, I just got too busy and forgot to submit it. You should have just sent it directly to the class monitor. Send it to whom? You're joking, Kuyuan exclaimed, seizing Karl by the collar and shaking him vigorously. Why didn't you tell me sooner? If Karl were unaware, it would be acceptable. Neither of them had completed the assignment, sharing a sense of sympathy and companionship. However, if one were to betray the other and finish the task first, then those who had not done so would feel the embarrassment. Karl would retort, reminding him that the assignment was posted in the class group, urging him to pay more attention to the messages. How ungrateful. I considered you a brother. Yet, Kuyuan was unwilling to let the matter rest. At that moment, the terminal buzzed once more, timely interrupting their dispute. Received. Do remind your roommate. Came the succinct and indifferent message from Xinghua Guang, as if the submission of assignments was of no concern to him. Nonetheless, this was preferable, sparing them from unnecessary complications. See, you should hurry and catch up. It's not much, just an hour and a half will suffice, Karl gleefully remarked from the side. At this point, Kuyuan cast a fierce glare at Karl, threatening, hand over your assignment. Let me copy it. No, if we both get it wrong, wouldn't that be a disaster? I don't care. Hey, why are you dragging me back? Weren't we supposed to go practice basketball? Practice? Today, unless you let me finish my assignment. You won't step out the door, and don't even think about meeting your senior this afternoon. No, please. The commotion at the doorway gradually faded, revealing that Karl was being pulled back to the dormitory by Kuyuan. Even after the dorm door was closed, the ruckus inside continued unabated. Youthful exuberance was evident even in their banter. Suddenly, the screen brightened, and a message silently appeared on Karl's terminal, but this time, no one noticed it. Additionally, There was a cheer for the competition. Chapter 90. Qiuji. The melodious sound of a piano flowed gracefully from the first practice room of the music building at Qiuji High School. Even though the room was well insulated, one could still sense the vibrations of the melody from outside. As the delicate notes filtered through the walls, they transformed into a refined and smooth sound, akin to the elegance of polished jade. The piano music flowed like a serene stream over the steps of the soul, offering a soothing balm to even the most parched of hearts. Such a magnificent composition inevitably arouses curiosity about the celestial being who brings it to life. The morning sunlight was gentle, streaming through the glass-paned window of the practice room, perfectly illuminating Qing Fan's fair arm. As the final perfect arpeggio cascaded forth, she slowly lowered her arm. This was merely the first exercise of the morning, intended for familiarization with the keyboard. Yet it was executed with such perfection that one could only wonder what further practice she had planned for the day. However, Qing Fan could not yet breathe a sigh of relief. She lifted her gaze and turned to look out the window. Indeed, there was someone outside. He appeared to be a delinquent at first glance, and his distinctive sports-style hoodie suggested he was likely an athlete. The collar of his shirt was carelessly left unbuttoned, and his rebellious, asymmetrical hairstyle was evidently permed and dyed, with striking blue and purple highlights that blatantly defied the school's regulations. This wayward youth nonchalantly whistled at Qing Fan and shamelessly turned to leave, presumably not to attend class in earnest, but rather to squander time elsewhere. Every school inevitably has a few troublesome delinquents, and even a semi-private institution like Qiuji, renowned for its antiquated and rigid educational atmosphere, is not immune. This delinquent seemed to be well acquainted with Qing Fan, as if he recognized her from somewhere. Though she could not recall ever interacting with someone of his ilk, perhaps it was during the first day of the mech auditions. Yet, her sixth sense distinctly informed her that the person who had been spying on her outside the window these past few days was not him. Indeed, Qing Fan had the unsettling impression that someone had been watching her while she practiced the piano. However, whenever she looked up to verify, she found the outside empty, save for the branches swaying against the wall. This sensation left her feeling quite uncomfortable, and she hoped fervently that it was merely a figment of her imagination. Despite her thoughts, an inexplicable unease lingered within her. Just then, the distant clamor interrupted her reverie. The music building and the sports field were not far apart, allowing the sounds of people playing sports to blend with the faint melodies emanating from the music practice rooms. The decision to place these seemingly incongruous activities in proximity was not a whimsical choice by the school administration. Rather, it yielded surprisingly positive results. Both music and sports generated significant noise, rendering them unsuitable to be housed alongside the academic buildings. Yet, in a delightful paradox, the coexistence of these loud pursuits fostered an enjoyable atmosphere, with neither group begrudging the other. Moreover, this juxtaposition resulted in subtle chemical reactions. Data indicated that music students practiced more diligently under the motivation of sport, while athletes found that listening to music effectively alleviated their fatigue, an advantageous arrangement for both. The educational philosophy of Qiuji High School has traditionally favored the liberal arts over the sciences, relegating physical education to the lower echelons of priorities, scarcely deserving of mention. Much like Wujing High School, they lacked direct access to regional selection tournaments for school teams. Consequently, there were hardly any legitimate physical education classes offered, leaving the vacant sports field to be commandeered by students engaging in casual games of Exball, which remained merely a hobby. Even those who had organized attempts to participate in the mech editions had been swiftly eliminated. It can be said that Qiuji Advanced School is perhaps the only institution in the entire second district that remains largely unaffected by the influence of the national selection process on its educational curriculum. Frankly speaking, many believe that the board of directors at Qiuji Advanced School has lost their senses. In today's society, physical fitness is regarded as the foremost criterion for assessing talent, closely followed by the sciences. With the advancement of technology, the significance of scientific disciplines has become exponentially more pronounced than that of the arts. The elite at the upper echelons of society are undoubtedly those who excel in both intellect and physical prowess, while the vast middle class predominantly comprises technical talents from the sciences. Programmers, for instance, are akin to the most basic and commonplace workers, whereas artists are often seen as eccentric individuals, existing outside the established social hierarchy. Consequently, most schools prioritize the sciences and physical education equally, with the arts merely receiving incidental attention. However, Qiuji has inexplicably placed the arts at the forefront. Yet, it has been proven that the board of directors at Qiuji Advanced School has indeed retained their faculties. Despite consistently ranking at the bottom in the Ministry of Education's assessments of teaching quality, GenexⅡ Advanced School has successfully carved out a unique reputation in specialized fields, ascending to the pinnacle of artistic institutions in the 2nd District, and arguably becoming the sole choice for children in the surrounding areas who are genuinely passionate about art. As for those students who opt to study general subjects in this peculiar school, the majority are likely drawn in by the remarkably lenient admission requirements of this semi-private institution, as well as the convenience of the transfer process, nothing more. Dong Yunhao, a rural boy from the 4th District, is no exception. At this moment, he is humming a tune while squatting beside the water basin, watching as the water from the faucet gradually fills his small watering can. The young lad, having risen early, is clumsily singing a folk song from his hometown with unrefined pitch, his spirits high. This off-key melody stands out starkly in a school renowned for its artistic focus, particularly in music. Passers-by giggle behind his back, whispering, "Isn't that the bumpkin from the 4th District?" Dong Yunhao merely smiles back vacantly. He possesses a forgiving nature, allowing others' comments to roll off his back. However, this easygoing disposition does not seem to garner him much understanding. Others inquire, "Where are you off to?" His response is refreshingly candid. "I'm going to water the flower bed in front of the music building. They seem a bit dry." Dry? How could that be? Does anyone still engage in the task of watering flowers? Surely, your labor from the 4th District isn't squandered on such trivialities? One student retorts in a mocking tone, asserting that all the vegetation on campus is meticulously managed by a horticultural system, which automatically waters and fertilizes at set intervals, calculating the exact milliliters needed for the optimal growth of the plants. Isn't the computer smarter than you? Why should you worry about it? Yet, I can clearly see that they are all wilting. Could the horticultural system truly be faultless? Dong Yunhao felt a sense of grievance. Come on. Why not take this time to familiarize yourself with the environment and get to know the equipment? Someone jested. By the way, do they sell tea eggs in your hometown? You really are quite the bumpkin. The crowd chuckled. Rarely annoyed, Dong Yunhao instinctively waved the watering can in protest, exclaiming, "Don't call me a bumpkin." However, the consequence of his actions was that water splattered from the watering can, soaking him completely. Just as he carelessly wiped the water from his shirt, he heard a soft call from behind. "Ah!" As he turned around, he froze in place. A rush of heat flooded his face, and soon, his cheeks felt as though they could roast sweet potatoes. The water from the watering can did not merely drench him. It had splashed onto a girl who had just exited the music building. Drops of water cascaded down her hair, trickling along her long eyelashes, with a few glistening droplets clinging to them, trembling slightly. The sheet music she held was half-soaked, and the cuffs of her shirt were dampened, revealing a translucent hue. What a coincidence! This girl was none other than the one Dong Yunhao had collided with earlier. His heart skipped a beat. He was not afraid of ridicule. He had done foolish things himself. Yet, at that moment, he felt an unprecedented wave of embarrassment. His lips parted, but he found himself unable to utter even a simple apology, as if a lump were lodged in his throat. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and his gaze darted around, unable to meet hers. Ordinarily, he would not behave in such a manner. He understood that he merely wished to avoid humiliation in front of her. The melodious sound of a piano flowed gently from the first practice room of the Autumn Dew High School's music building. Even though the soundproofing of the building was exceptional, one could still feel the subtle vibrations of the melody outside. The delicate notes, filtered through layers of walls, reached the ears in a refined and rounded manner, reminiscent of polished jade, exuding elegance. The piano's melody flowed like a babbling brook, cascading through the steps of the soul. No matter how parched the heart, it would feel an unparalleled moisture in this moment. Such a beautiful piano piece inevitably arouses curiosity about the enchanting spirit behind the performance. The morning sunlight was gentle, filtering through the glass-paneled windows of the practice room, casting a warm glow upon the girl's fair arm. As the final perfect arpeggio cascaded forth, she slowly lowered her arm. This was merely the first etude of the morning, intended to familiarize herself with the keys. Yet it had been executed with such perfection that one could only wonder what else she might practice throughout the day. However, at that moment, she could not afford to relax. She lifted her gaze and turned to look out the window. Indeed, there was someone outside. He appeared to be the quintessential delinquent, his distinctive athletic-style hoodie betraying his identity as a student-athlete. The collar of his shirt was carelessly undone, and his rebellious, asymmetrical hairstyle, clearly permed and dyed in vibrant shades of blue and purple, was a blatant disregard for the school's regulations. With a casual whistle directed at Ching Fan, he shamelessly turned to depart, presumably not to attend class, but to loiter aimlessly elsewhere. Every school inevitably harbors a few troublesome delinquents, and even a semi-private institution like GenexⅡ renowned for its archaic and rigid academic environment, is not immune. This particular rogue seemed to have a clear recollection of Qing Fan, as if they were acquaintances. Although she could not recall ever having interacted with such individuals, perhaps only on the first day of the mech auditions. However, her intuition firmly informed her that the person who had been lurking outside her window these past few days was not him. Lately, she had felt an unsettling sensation that someone was watching her while she practiced piano, yet whenever she looked up to confirm, the outside was invariably devoid of any presence, save for the swaying branches of a tree against the wall. This feeling was disconcerting, and she hoped it was merely a figment of her imagination. Despite her thoughts, an inexplicable unease lingered about her. At that moment, distant clamor interrupted her reverie. The music building and sports field were not far apart, so the echoes of those playing sports often mingled with the faint melodies drifting from the music hall, creating a symphony of sound. The decision to place these seemingly incompatible disciplines in proximity was not a haphazard one. It yielded surprisingly harmonious results. Both music and athletics generated considerable noise, making them ill-suited for coexistence with the academic buildings dedicated to the humanities. Yet, their proximity fostered a delightful camaraderie, as neither side seemed to mind the other's clamor. Furthermore, when these fields converged, a subtle alchemical reaction occurred. Data revealed that music students practiced with greater diligence under the motivation of athletic activity, while athletes found solace in music to alleviate fatigue, a true win-win situation. The educational philosophy of Qiuji High School has traditionally favored the arts over the sciences, relegating physical education to the lowest tier, hardly worthy of discussion. Moreover, like Wujing High School, they lacked the qualifications to send a school team directly to regional selection trials. Genuine physical education classes were scarce, leaving the vacant sports field often claimed by students for casual games of Exball, merely a pastime, as any organized attempts to participate in the mech editions had long been dismissed. It can be said that Qiuji Senior School is perhaps the only institution in the entire 2nd District whose educational agenda remains largely unaffected by the nationwide selection process. Frankly speaking, many believe that the board of directors at Qiuji must have lost their senses. In today's society, physical fitness is the foremost criterion for evaluating talent, closely followed by the fields of science and engineering. With the advancement of technology, the significance of these disciplines is manifestly magnified compared to the arts. The elite at the pinnacle of society must embody both intellect and physical prowess, while the vast middle class predominantly consists of technical professionals in the STEM fields. Programmers, for instance, are akin to the most basic and ubiquitous of workers, whereas artists are often seen as eccentric outliers, existing outside the established social hierarchy. Consequently, the majority of schools prioritize science and athletics equally, while relegating the arts to a secondary position. In stark contrast, Qiuji places the arts at the forefront, a decision that baffles many. However, it has been proven that the board of directors at Qiuji is not misguided. Despite consistently ranking low in educational quality assessments conducted by the Ministry of Education, Qiuji Senior School has carved out a unique reputation in its specialized field through its robust artistic capabilities, ascending to the pinnacle of the arts institutions in the 2nd District, and arguably becoming the sole choice for those truly passionate about art in the surrounding regions. As for the students who opt to study the general curriculum at this peculiar school, the vast majority are likely attracted solely by the lax admission requirements of this semi-private institution, as well as the convenience of transfer procedures. Dong Yunhao, a country boy from the 4th District, is no exception. At this moment, he is humming a tune, crouched beside a sink, watching the water flow from the faucet, gradually filling his small watering can. The young lad, having risen early, sings off-key folk songs from his hometown while merrily tending to his business. This tuneless melody, in a school renowned for its artistic, particularly musical, excellence, stands out as particularly incongruous. Passing classmates chuckle quietly behind him, whispering, "Isn't that the bumpkin from the 4th District?" Dong Yunhao simply smiles vacantly at them. He possesses a forgiving nature, indifferent to the opinions of others. However, this amiable disposition does not seem to afford him greater understanding. Another student inquires, "Where are you headed?" Dong Yunhao replies earnestly, "I'm going to water the flower bed in front of the music building. It seems a bit dry." Dry? How could that be? Is anyone still engaged in such a task? Surely, you in the 4th District aren't wasting your labor on that. The student retorts sarcastically, explaining that all vegetation within the school is meticulously managed by the horticultural system, which automatically waters and fertilizes at scheduled intervals, with water dispensed in precise milliliters to meet the optimal growth needs of the plants. Surely, the computer is more intelligent than you. Why should you concern yourself? Yet, I can clearly see that the flowers have become wrinkled from lack of moisture. Could it be that the horticultural system is immune to malfunctions? Dong Yunhao felt a sense of grievance. Come now, you should take this time to familiarize yourself with the environment and recognize the equipment. By the way, do they sell tea eggs in your hometown? What a true bumpkin. The crowd laughed. Rarely did Dong Yunhao feel anger. He instinctively waved the watering can in protest, declaring, "Do not call me a bumpkin." However, the consequence of this action was that water splashed out of the can, drenching him entirely. Just as he carelessly wiped the accumulated moisture from his shirt, he heard a faint call from behind. When he turned around, he froze in place. A rush of blood surged to his face, and soon, Dong Yunhao's cheeks were hot enough to roast sweet potatoes. The water from his watering can had not only drenched himself, but also splattered onto the head of a girl who had just exited the music building. Water droplets trickled down her hair, rolling off her long eyelashes, with some glistening droplets still clinging to her lashes, quivering slightly. The sheet music she held was half-soaked, and the cuffs of her shirt were dampened, revealing a translucent flesh tone. What a coincidence. This girl was the same one Dong Yunhao had bumped into earlier. His heart skipped a beat. He was not afraid of being mocked, having done his share of foolish things, yet at this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of embarrassment. His lips parted, but he couldn't even utter an apology, as if a lump were lodged in his throat. His legs trembled involuntarily, and he dared not meet her gaze, his eyes darting aimlessly. Normally, he would not behave this way. He understood that he simply wished to avoid embarrassing himself in front of her.